Chapter 1. Have you seen the news? Yesterday, a goddess at Qin No. 1 High School awakened a celestial body spanning 34 kilometers, instantly securing her place in the annals of Qing's celestial awakenings. Truly astonishing. Goodness, when I read that news yesterday, I was left in awe, praying fervently that I, too, might awaken a celestial body today. Even if it's just a few kilometers, I would accept it. 30 kilometers. The primordial energy has transformed into advanced energy, with a success rate of 100%. Qin is about to witness the emergence of another celestial being. Alas, speaking of this, I can't help but think of the Dreamstream fairy from back in the day. What a pity. Today is a day of great joy. Let's not indulge in such morose talk. That said, if I could awaken a celestial body of 20 kilometers, my life would be worry-free. Qin No. 2 High School. Outside the awakening chamber, a line of high school students murmured among themselves. These days mark their comingafage ceremony, as well as the time for high school students across the Great Yin to awaken celestial bodies. Occasionally, astonishing news would surface. At the very end of the line stood Qin Yi, remarkably calm. He was an individual from another world. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself transformed into a high school student of the Great Yin. Their studies did not revolve around mathematics or science, but rather focused on how to forge a celestial civilization, aspiring to become extraordinary beings. By utilizing awakening stones, they awakened the celestial bodies within, assessing the primordial energy based on the size of the celestial body, and then converting it into celestial energy to create a civilization. Some transformed their energy into sword chi, establishing a civilization of sword cultivators, where everyone on the celestial body becomes a sword cultivator. Others transformed their energy into spiritual chi, founding a civilization of immortal cultivators, where everyone becomes an immortal. Some converted their energy into internal energy, creating a civilization of martial artists, where all are martial artists. Successfully awakening means you shall become the lord of a celestial body. From that point on, prosperity and wealth await. Conversely, failure to awaken relegates one to the status of an ordinary person, living an unremarkable life, or worse, becoming a mere worker for a lord. It is, indeed, a delicate balance between heaven and hell. Thus, the day of awakening holds immense significance for students like Qin Yi. Ding! The door to the awakening chamber creaked open. The previous class of students emerged. Their expressions varied. Those who successfully awakened were naturally ecstatic, their faces radiant with joy. Wealth and glory awaited them. Students who had failed to awaken walked out dejectedly, their heads hung low. They would remain commoners for the rest of their lives, denied even the opportunity to ascend. Several girls exited the chamber in tears. Class 6 students, you may enter. Each of you will enter an awakening chamber one by one. Please refrain from loud chatter, do not damage the awakening stones, and maintain order. The headmaster overseeing the awakening tasks, a celestial awakener himself, spoke, instantly silencing the previously buzzing crowd. Qin Yi followed the flow of students into the awakening chamber. It was a small cubicle equipped with surveillance, capable of monitoring the awakening process. On the table lay a black stone, appearing extraordinarily smooth, yet seemingly ordinary. Legend has it that a century ago, a black meteorite fell from the sky. Those who touched it awakened celestial bodies within themselves. He was humanity's first celestial body owner. It was at that moment that everyone in this world gained the ability to awaken celestial bodies, transforming into extraordinary beings wielding celestial power. This black awakening stone was merely a replica, containing a sliver of primordial energy. When an individual touches the awakening stone, the primordial energy enters their body, unlocking their potential to awaken a celestial body. Should one fail to awaken, the primordial energy returns to the stone. If successful, one can convert that primordial energy into celestial energy, thereby establishing a celestial civilization. Such knowledge had already been imparted in elementary school. Students, please prepare yourselves. The awakening is about to commence. A clear voice echoed through the intercom. All students raised their right hands and placed them upon the awakening stone. Qin Yi took a deep breath. In this world, whether he would soar like a dragon or crawl like a worm hinged upon this singular opportunity. A thread of gas emanated from the awakening stone, coursing through his arm and entering his body, a truly mystical sensation. This was the primordial energy. It not only enabled one to awaken celestial bodies, but could also be transformed into celestial energy. The strength of an awakener was determined at this very moment. The larger the awakened celestial body, the greater its potential. Thus, it became increasingly easier to convert primordial energy into highly advanced celestial energy. Examples include spiritual qi, magic, martial souls, combat energy, sword qi, demonic energy, ghostly energy, and a myriad of other celestial energies. Conversely, if the awakened celestial body was small, its potential would inevitably be limited. It could either be a martial artist's celestial body or an utterly mundane celestial body, akin to a mere trifle. Qin Yi attentively sensed his body, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. At last, he discovered a violet space emerging within him. There was nothing inside. This was the awakening space. Qin Yi carefully controlled his right hand, calming his pulse, and focused entirely on awakening his celestial body. The magnitude of the celestial body he could awaken would be determined within these fleeting moments. Would he astonish the world or continue living as an ordinary person? On this singular day of awakening, the process of awakening a celestial body was not particularly complex. Just yesterday, their teacher had conducted a thorough review with the students. Qin Yi concentrated on feeling this awakening space, awaiting the final verdict from the primordial energy. Approximately a minute passed. Qin Yi sensed a golden dot appearing within the space. Merely this one point filled him with excitement. It signified that he had successfully awakened a celestial body. Now, it remained to be seen how large this celestial body could become. In his perception, the golden dot gradually expanded, transforming into a small object resembling a marble. After roughly 5 minutes, the spheres ceased to grow, seemingly solidifying. Qin Yi was taken aback. What kind of cosmic joke was this? Was a celestial body merely this tiny? A wave of disappointment surged within him. Upon crossing into this world and learning that everyone could awaken celestial bodies, Qin Yi had diligently studied this knowledge. His aim was to transform primordial energy into celestial energy on this day, thus beginning the creation of a celestial civilization. From that moment forth, he would become the strongest being in this world. Yet, fate had played a cruel joke on him. What civilization could possibly be built upon such a diminutive celestial body? Qin Yi's heartbeat quickened once more. A torrent of emotions, discontent, disappointment, confusion overwhelmed him. Ding! A profound voice, seemingly echoing from the depths of the abyss, reverberated in Qin Yi's mind. Detection confirms that the host has successfully awakened a celestial body. The Great Path simulation system is now activated. Before Qin Yi's eyes, a projection panel materialized. Celestial civilization, none. Celestial body level, 1. Celestial body diameter, 1 kilometer. Celestial species, 0. Simulation route, none. Indeed, the celestial body Qin Yi awakened was merely 1 kilometer in size. Such a diminutive celestial body would make it exceedingly difficult for life to emerge on it, according to the standards of typical awakeners, let alone converting primordial energy into celestial energy. However, Qin Yi was no longer disheartened. With the system at his disposal, could he still fear failure in conversion or the absence of life? According to his teacher's teachings, every awakener, upon awakening their celestial body, would receive such a projection panel. It allowed them to monitor their celestial boast data at all times. Yet beneath Qin Yi's projection panel, an additional simulation route appeared. Qin Yi quietly inquired, "System, what is the purpose of a simulation route?" Lines of text materialized on the panel. Simulation route. Celestial development route simulation activated. Simulation results. 1. Conversion of primordial energy into celestial spiritual energy, establishing a civilization of immortal cultivators. Success rate 0.00001. 2. Conversion of primordial energy into internal force celestial energy, establishing a civilization of martial artist success rate. 0.1. 3. Conversion of primordial energy into ordinary celestial energy, establishing a civilization of commoners success rate. 50. 4. Conversion of primordial energy into light energy, enhancing the environment for the origin of life on the celestial body, allowing it to autonomously generate life over time, establishing a civilization of commoners success rate. 99. Having perused the options, Qin Yi promptly chose the fourth. There is no need to consider the preceding statements. They are destined for failure. Even if one were to transform energy into that of an ordinary planet, the emergence of life remains highly improbable. Transforming into light energy to enhance the environment conducive to the origin of life is akin to Earth's past, where species originated from unicellular organisms. Qin Yi gazed at the panel, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the broadcast resonated once more. Student number 1, awakening successful planet diameter, 10 kilometers. Student number 2, awakening failed. Student number 3, awakening successful planet diameter, 17.26 kilometers. Student number 4, student number 28, awakening successful planet diameter, 27 kilometers. This announcement was notably tinged with a hint of tremor. Today, Zhong and Chaiching witnessed two awakeners with planets exceeding 20 kilometers, nearing 30 kilometers. The admission rate for this year has already met the standard. Student number 81, awakening successful planet diameter, 1 kilometer. At last, it was Qin Yi's turn. The announcement was rather commonplace, considering such occurrences had transpired numerous times before. Planet awakening complete students who have awakened their planets may now commence the conversion of primordial energy. Qin Yi pondered the implications. The fourth method of deduction essentially mirrors the conditions required for life to emerge on Earth: light, water, suitable temperature, and an atmosphere. The emergence of unicellular organisms seemingly initiates with aquatic flora, followed by single-celled fauna. However, merely fulfilling the conditions of light, water, temperature, and atmosphere is not a trivial endeavor. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yi felt a wave of despondency upon realizing his planet was merely 1 kilometer in diameter. Yet, the advent of the system rekindled a flicker of hope. Once the initial excitement subsided, he regained his composure. The fourth route proposed by the system appeared to boast a high probability of success, albeit with a 1% chance of failure. In essence, it was all a gamble. System, I choose the fourth deduction route. Ultimately, Qin Yi opted for the route with the greatest likelihood of success. He envisioned a possibility that, after the birth of life, would allow him to tread the path of the strong. A knowledge not originally his materialized within his mind, akin to a data transfer. He instinctively grasped the method of utilizing the fourth deduction route. The planet Qin Yi awakened was diminutive, resembling a relatively large, oval-shaped boulder. Its surface was composed entirely of rocky terrain, and the temperature remained rather low. Aside from that, it possessed nothing else. At this juncture, the awakener was required to employ primordial energy to convert it into planetary energy. If he could convert it into spiritual energy, life would emerge within mere days, allowing everyone to cultivate. However, Qin Yi needed to convert primordial energy into light energy, a vital prerequisite for the genesis of life. With utmost care, Qin Yi controlled the primordial energy, gradually initiating the conversion. Fortunately, transforming primordial energy into elemental energy was a relatively straightforward task, easier than converting it into high-level planetary energy. Upon this ochre-hued little planet, a perfectly radiant golden energy sphere hung in the air. The artificial sun had achieved resounding success. Moreover, a surplus of primordial energy remained. At this moment, Qin Yi comprehended why the system's deduction results indicated a high success rate for the fourth route. The golden energy sphere initiated a nuclear fusion reaction. The temperature on the ochre planet began to rise gradually. Next came the formation of liquid water in the atmosphere. Like a creator, Qin Yi employed primordial energy to commence the transformation of water elements in the atmosphere. During the process of converting primordial energy into planetary energy, it was by no means a simple endeavor for Qin Yi. Although it appeared flawless, many awakeners encountered failures in the conversion of primordial energy into planetary energy due to various reasons. The ultimate outcomes were either the planet exploding into dust or the dissipation of primordial energy, rendering the planet a desolate wasteland. Qin Yi recognized that his success was largely attributed to the deduction system. To have light, water, and an atmosphere, one must also consider the magnetic field, gravity, crust, and other parameters. The formation of a planet is no easy feat. After converting primordial energy into light energy, water elements, and the atmosphere, Qin Yi made further adjustments. Thus, a Mercury-like environment suitable for the emergence of life was successfully crafted. However, the birth of life is an arduous and protracted journey. According to knowledge from his past life, it would require approximately 100 million years. Yet, within this world, the flow of time within the Awakener's planets mirrors that of reality. This distinction sets apart high-level Awakeners from their lower-tier counterparts. To expect Qin Yi to wait 100 million years was utterly impractical. System, is it possible to accelerate the flow of time on the planet? At this moment, it is indeed essential to rely on the system, time flow regulator. The host can independently define the time flow of the planet. Before Qin Yi, a line of text appeared on the panel. With a system, everything is indeed different. The impoverished rely on awakening, while the affluent depend on technology. Qin Yi relies on the system. Without hesitation, he chose a ratio of 100 million. Immediately, the crust of the ochre planet began to shift. Originally, it was half ocean and half rocky continent. Now it transformed into several vast continents. The atmosphere also began to undergo changes. Thunder and lightning erupted. The air, under the influence of the lightning, experienced alterations in its molecular structure. The clouds churned. The continents continued to move rapidly as time progressed. Organic molecules finally emerged on this small planet. Subsequently, organic matter formed. Proteins were synthesized. Various trace elements began to appear in the water. These elements commenced chemical reactions. Organic polymers emerged. In just a minute, the first life was born on the ochre planet within Qin Yi. Planetary civilization, none planet level, 1 planet diameter, 2 kilometers planet species, 1 evolutionary path, energy conversion. Origin of life. When Qin Yi glanced at the panel once more, he discovered that the diameter of his planet had increased by 1 kilometer. This is the significance of the birth of life. The size of the planet is not predetermined at the moment of awakening, but is determined by the number of species on the planet and the subsequent energy capacity of the planet. This is also why awakened individuals of advanced planets are referred to as the chosen ones, for they can awaken larger planets from the outset and successfully convert primordial energy into advanced planetary energy, initiating the birth of life and further increasing the planet's diameter. From the onset of the awakening era to the present, the known advanced planets belong to the divine civilization. The awakening initially starts with a planet of 50 kilometers in diameter, capable of birthing a deity each day, with the planet's diameter potentially expanding to 100 kilometers. Now, they are already the masters of superplanets, one of the 10 human pinnacles in this world. The awakening of the planet is complete. Students are requested to be patient. An invigilator will make the final records of each student's planet, completing the awakening documentation. The announcement echoed once more. Qin Yi could already hear some sounds of weeping or joyous murmurs. The awakening of a planet impacts one's life far more significantly than the college entrance examination of his past life. At this moment, a clear route for life has already emerged. The invigilators, composed of the school committee, began to record the final results of the students in this class. Qin Yi quietly awaited AT this time. On his panel, the diameter of the planet continued to rise. The species on the planet began to rapidly reproduce and grow, until a line of text appeared on the panel. Time flow regulator usage period expired. Qin Yi looked again. Planetary civilization, none planet level, 1 planet diameter, 35 kilometers planet species, 2659 evolutionary path, energy conversion. Primordial era, awakener number 1 final result, 15 kilometers, awakener number 3 final result, 20.2 kilometers, awakener number 28 final result, 30.5 kilometers. Another genius has emerged from our school. Indeed, I was sweating profusely. but they finally reached the qualifying line. With 2 awakeners at 30 kilometers, this year's enrollment should be no problem. Well, with these 2, it's sufficient. Several teachers recorded the scores while quietly discussing. When it came to Qin Yi, they had already become quite calm. Harboring little hope, an awakener with a planet of 1 kilometer was hardly distinguishable from an ordinary person. Even if the primordial energy was converted into planetary energy, it could not give rise to life. A lifeless planet naturally lacks any notion of planetary civilization. Awakener number 81 final result. 35 kilometers. The teacher recording the scores glanced at Qin Yi's panel and casually mentioned, jotting down this result. Then he lifted his head, his eyes widening as he stared at the panel before Qin Yi, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. He had taught awakening knowledge for 10 years and had never witnessed a student capable of giving birth to life on a planet with an awakening of only 1 kilometer. A miracle. This must be a miracle. Am I seeing things? Teacher Zhang, come look. Look at how many kilometers that is. Some teachers could not believe their eyes, while others inquired about Qin Yi's initial score. Confirmed 0.1 kilometer, 35 kilometers. I am certain I did not misread that it is indeed 35 kilometers. My heavens. Is our school about to produce a chosen one? Quickly, report this. In the principal's office, the principal awaited the final results to be reported. He had already made predictions about this year's students, so he was somewhat prepared for this outcome. Principal, great news, wonderful news. A student has awakened a planet of 35 kilometers. Principal Liu sprang to his feet. What did you say? The entire school's higher-ups were astonished by this news. Qin Yi quietly observed the excited teachers around him, feeling a tinge of exhilaration within. Qin Yi, well done. Principal Liu approached, warmly addressing Qin Yi. A planet of 35 kilometers. Qin Yi's future is immeasurable. As principal, he knew he must handle this relationship well, ensuring that Qin Yi holds a positive impression of the school, which would be beneficial for future support from him. At this moment, other students began to emerge from the awakening room. Some noticed the situation here. Isn't that Qin Yi? Why is he surrounded by teachers? Look, even the principal is treating him politely. Could it be? The principal's behavior could only be explained in one way. Among the crowd stood a graceful and charming young lady, observing Qin Yi, who was encircled by teachers and honored by the principal. Her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration and joy. By the way, there is also a genius with a score of 30.5 kilometers. At this moment, Principal Liu remembered that there was another genius in this class. The teachers quickly dispersed the students, inviting the young lady, who stood out among the crowd like a crane among chickens, to come forward. Tang Fian approached and spoke. Qin Yi, congratulations. Qin Yi did not expect that the class beauty, who seemed ethereal, would speak to him. Meanwhile, the other students in the hall were already green with envy. The Tang goddess actually spoke to Qin Yi. At this moment, many wished to be Qin Yi, to take his place, not for the 35 kilometers of the planet, but simply for the words. Qin Yi, congratulations. Qin Yi smiled slightly and replied, thank you, same to you. Principal Liu and the teachers observed the two, feeling that they resembled a pair of golden boys and jade maidens, perfectly matched. Today is a day of great joy. Our school has produced 3 awakeners with planets exceeding 30 kilometers, and among them, there is a chosen one. The teachers promptly broke into applause. Tang Fian cast a fleeting glance at Qin Yi, her heart tinged with curiosity about his final score. However, she refrained from voicing her inquiry. After all, the truth would inevitably come to light. Indeed, it was truly astonishing. This event held unparalleled significance in the annals of the awakening history of Changing Planet, from an initial distance of 1 kilometer to a staggering 35 kilometers. It was nothing short of a miracle. Boom! In an instant, the entire hall buzzed with awareness of Qin Yi's final achievement. 35 kilometers. At that moment, Principal Liu recalled something and turned to Qin Yi, asking, by the way, Qin Yi, what level is the planetary energy you transformed? This question silenced the room, and the proctors regained their composure. Yes, Qin Yi had initially awakened a planet with just 1 kilometer. What level of energy had he transformed the source power into? How had he facilitated the emergence of life on that planet? How could this be explained? Naturally, Qin Yi could not reveal that he possessed a predictive system, as doing so would complicate matters and potentially attract unwanted scrutiny from powerful figures. He merely wished to bide his time and nurture his technological civilization. Principal, I also do not know. Initially, I was quite disappointed to discover I had awakened to a 1-kilometer planet. When it came time to transform the source power, I simply took a chance and succeeded, Qin Yi replied bashfully. Principal Lu paused for a moment, sensing that Qin Yi was not being entirely forthright. Nonetheless, he chose not to probe further. Regardless, Qin Yi was the pride of Chaicheng No. 2 High School. Ah, it seems that this is indeed an extraordinary talent, a true prodigy, Principal Lu exclaimed, offering his praise once more. The other teachers nodded in agreement. After all, if so many had awakened to a 1-kilometer planet, why had they failed to successfully transform their source power? All right, Director Zhang, please arrange for these students to leave the awakening chamber. Ensure everything goes smoothly, as there is another recruitment event tomorrow, and we cannot afford any mishaps. Director Zhang promptly nodded in response, assuring, yes, Principal, we will make sure to comfort the students. Principal Lu then addressed Qin Yi and Tang Fian, saying, come, let us discuss this in my office. Upon exiting the awakening chamber, Tang Fian quietly asked, you still haven't mentioned what level of planetary energy you transformed. Qin Yi shrugged, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Tang Fian, and replied, you'll find out soon enough. Tang Fian glanced at Principal Lu ahead and understood. The trio arrived at the principal's office, where Lu took out his prized malfoam tea and brewed a pot. Here, enjoy some tea. Once this was settled, he sat down on the sofa beside Qin Yi. Now that we are alone, you may share what level of advanced planetary energy you transformed, right? Principal Lu presumed that Qin Yi had transformed an advanced level of energy. Hence the private setting that he had also prepared a reward of 500,000 star coins for Qin Yi, as a gesture of goodwill. Qin Yi took a sip of the malfoam and silently praised its exquisite quality. This was no ordinary tea, but a specialty from the celestial mountains of a cultivation planet, as the principal of Chaicheng No. 2 High School. Lu would naturally have access to such expensive tea. It is not advanced planetary energy, Qin Yi answered calmly. Principal Lu was momentarily taken aback, but then his spirits soared. Then it must be super energy? If so, that would be remarkable. This would make you the second individual in Chaicheng's history to possess superplanetary energy, elevating Chaicheng No. 2 High School to a first-rate institution. With this thought, Principal Lu was filled with excitement that it is not super. Qin Yi replied candidly, causing Lu to freeze in astonishment. He nearly dropped the teacup in his hand, but managed to steady his emotions. Well, since it is intermediate energy, that is still commendable, especially considering you initially awakened to a 1-kilometer planet. With more resources in the future, your achievements may not be far behind. Qin Yi responded once again. It is not intermediate energy. Sitting beside Qin Yi, Tang Fian noticed Principal Lu's expression and smirked slightly. Qin Yi, you certainly have a sense of humor. Principal, the reason I did not reveal this in front of so many people is that the planetary energy I transformed is merely ordinary light energy. He did not wish to deceive, especially since Principal Lu Xingming was a level 4 awakener that to lie in front of him would surely lead to dire consequences once the truth was uncovered. Lu Xingming was momentarily dumbfounded, while Tang Fian took a sip of green tea, finding this outcome within expectations. When Qin Yi admitted that his planetary energy was neither super nor advanced, she recalled that he had initially awakened to a mere 1-kilometer planet. If he could transform the source power into super or advanced energy, he would not simply be a prodigy. He would be a child of destiny. She had intended to cultivate a relationship with this exceptional talent. But it seemed unnecessary now. Lu Xingming came to the realization that he had been overly fixated. Given your current planetary distance, even if it is merely light energy, with exceptional resources, it is not impossible for you to become an intermediate awakener in the future. However, he understood that transforming such an ordinary planet to a higher level would require an immense amount of resources that even the most prestigious family in Chaicheng, the Shangwan clan, could not afford. Lu Xingming offered words of encouragement to Qin Yi, then turned to Tang Fian and inquired, Fian, what level of planetary energy did you transform? Tang Fian replied elegantly, Uncle Lu, it is advanced energy, dragon qi. Planetary energy is categorized into several levels. The lowest, like Qin Yi's, is unremarkable and ordinary. Then there is low-level energy, such as true qi, extraordinary abilities, gale qi, innate qi, and psychic energy. Intermediate energy includes battle qi, soul power, martial souls, original qi, and ghost qi. Advanced energy consists of spiritual qi, dragon qi, demonic energy, and magic. Super energy encompasses divine power and primordial chaos. Principal Lu finally felt a glimmer of relief upon hearing Tang Fian's response. Fortunately, he still had 2 awakeners with advanced planetary energy. Given your talents and resources, you are bound to become a top-tier awakener in Changqing. Lu Xingming sighed, then produced the prepared 500,000 star coins. This is a small token of goodwill from number 2 high school. Please accept it. You will need ample resources going forward. With perseverance, success is not beyond reach. After all, if someone with a 1-kilometer planet can successfully transform their source power, a miracle has already occurred within you. I believe there are many more to come. Listening to Principal Lu's encouraging words, Qin Yi glanced at the golden card on the table, then at Lu Xingming. Feeling deeply touched, Principal, thank you. I will take pride in number 2 high school. However, in the future, I will ensure that number 2 high school takes pride in me. Principal Lu was momentarily taken aback. He did not anticipate that Qin Yi would utter such words. And in that instant, he felt that his efforts had been worthwhile. Upon leaving the principal's office and strolling along the tree-lined path of the 2nd high school, Tang Fian found herself on the verge of speaking several times. Yet she restrained herself. She was weighing the merits of aligning with such an awakened individual. It was not until Qin Yi was about to enter the boys' dormitory that she finally voiced her thoughts. Qin Yi, would you be willing to join Tianyu Company? Tang Fian, the cherished daughter of Tang Yi, the chairman of Tianyu Company in Changqing, was someone Qin Yi had heard of before, and he was well aware of the implications behind her invitation to join Tianyu. Typically, awakened individuals like them would enter various companies after awakening on their respective planets, essentially working for the capitalists, who themselves were also highly advanced awakened beings. They required precious resources to enhance their planets and become the strongest. An awakened individual of Qin Yi's caliber might find themselves in a lesser company, barely making ends meet, but to truly elevate one's strength, as Lu Xingming had remarked, a plethora of resources was essential for any chance of advancement. Qin Yi lacked such resources. However, he possessed a system. The reason Tang Fian extended this offer was likely due to Qin Yi's remarkable achievement as a 1-kilometer awakened being, akin to Lu Xingming betting on the possibility of witnessing another miracle through Qin Yi. No, Qin Yi replied with a smile. I appreciate your kind offer, but I consider myself fortunate enough as it is. I intend to lead a simple and ordinary life from now on. Although the allure of a goddess was enticing, he was not the type to be easily captivated by someone like Tang Fian. With his system in place, his path to advancement would undoubtedly differ and occur swiftly, inevitably attracting unnecessary attention. Moreover, it was clear that she was not genuinely interested in him. As Qin Yi turned and entered the boys' dormitory, Tang Fian's elegant demeanor faded, reverting to her usual aloofness. She extended her hand, and as her ring glimmered, a jade slip materialized in her grasp. Using her thoughts, she sent a message to the authorities, detailing the awakening situation at Changqing's 2nd high school that day. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Yi was immediately surrounded by his roommates. Hey, you sly dog. You've taken off without a word. And you even caught the attention of the goddess Tang. Qin Yi, congratulations, Zheng Ming exclaimed, clapping Qin Yi on the shoulder. Tell me, did the goddess Tang just invite you to Tianyu Company? As he spoke, the entire dorm fell silent. Tianyu Company. That was the most renowned planetary investment firm in Changqing. Well, I turned it down, Qin Yi replied directly. The others were momentarily stunned, gazing at Qin Yi in disbelief. He actually declined? Good heavens, someone had turned down the goddess Tang's invitation. They wished they could replace Qin Yi in an instant and accept her offer themselves. Well done, Zheng Ming thought, secretly wishing he could take Qin Yi's place. But as a friend, he believed Qin Yi had made the right choice. You are now the pride of Changqing. You could enter the top 500 in Jiangqing. However, Qin Yi had his own plans. After the 8 of them enjoyed a farewell meal in the cafeteria, they returned to the dormitory. The 4 awakened individuals began managing the planets within them, while the few non-awakened roommates packed their belongings to leave the school. The upcoming recruitment event no longer concerned them. As for farewells, they were non-existent here. Qin Yi gazed at the panel before him and pondered, System, how can I accelerate the evolution process once more? System, spend currency. System, time decelerator, 100,000 planet coins. This was not a grand system of deduction, but rather a system of spending. As Qin Yi grumbled, he chose to purchase it. Fortunately, the principal was indeed a good man, granting him 500,000 planet coins as support. For one who had just awakened their planet, managing it essentially entailed sustaining the remaining life forms on the planet, preventing them from perishing in the harsh environment. To truly embark on the path of a planetary master, however, one required the assistance of a professional planetary management team, equipped with abundant experience and resources, such as the primordial power that could be transformed into planetary energy. Hence, awakened individuals needed to select potential partners for collaboration after their awakening. The higher the level of planetary energy, the greater the autonomy in choosing partners. Fortunately, Qin Yi possessed a spending system. Meanwhile, as the awakening tasks at Chaiching Secondary School concluded, the results of the awakened individuals were published, with Chaiching's second high school defying the odds. There was, astonishingly, an awakened individual with a 35-kilometer achievement. This year, the highest score from first high school was only 34 kilometers. It was enough to make one envious. Tong Bailey, the president of the Chaiching Awakeners Union, was on the phone with Principal Liu of Chaiching's second high school that we haven't gathered in quite some time. Does the principal have time to meet? You know how it is. There are many matters at the school these days. So let us forego a meal, Principal Liu replied. Tong Bailey gazed at the vast expanse outside. I recently acquired a magic crystal, and given your generous support over the years, I would like to express my gratitude. Principal Liu paused momentarily, then sighed, seemingly regretful. I understand your intention, but I must be honest with you. Liu Xingming then recounted Qin Yi's basic details. Tong Bailey furrowed his brow slightly, surrounded by several assistants and a diviner. Following Principal Liu's narrative, they conducted a series of deductions, discovering that a 1-kilometer planet was fundamentally incapable of supporting life. Even converting it to the lowest form of light energy would have a low success rate. However, if this were indeed true, Qin Yi must possess exceptional qualities or truly be a miracle. I believe our tests are accurate. The facts are evident. The choice is yours. Liu Xingming disclosed all pertinent information to Tong Bailey without reservation. He received several similar calls, all inquiring about Qin Yi's achievements and the details surrounding this sudden prodigy from second high school. Eager to ascertain the energy level of the planet he had transformed, in preparation for the recruitment event where they would compete for talents. After turning off his phone, Liu Xingming watched as the unawakened students began to leave the school. Hoping that a miracle would indeed occur once more, the awakened individuals were soon to face a significant crossroads in their second life journey. Qin Yi continued to observe the deductions on his planet. And he had to admit, spending was indeed powerful. This marks the second occasion of utilizing the time accelerator. Qin Yi was well aware that the faster the established flow of time, the shorter the duration of the accelerator's use. Presently, the planet had already reached the Cambrian period. In pursuit of prudence, he opted to extend the temporal effectiveness. Once more, time accelerated on the planet. In this evolutionary leap, single-celled organisms were relegated to the annals of history, while the formation and proliferation of multicellular life began to burgeon. According to the historical divisions of Earth in his previous life, the process of life's emergence can be categorized into 4 eons. The Hadean Eon, 3.8 billion years ago, devoid of life. The Archean Eon, 2.5 billion years ago, characterized by single-celled organisms. The Proterozoic Eon, 570 million years ago, which saw the rise of multicellular organisms, and the Phanerozoic Eon, continuing to the present day, teeming with diverse life forms. The inaugural use of the time accelerator took a mere 38 minutes to transition from the Hadean to the Archean Eon. Now, after a single night of diligent effort and evolution, the time on the planet had progressed to the Cambrian period. The first great explosion of life was upon them. The diameter of Qin Yi's planet had once again expanded. Qin Yi, wake up. You're going to be late, Zheng Ming urged anxiously. Qin Yi had been managing the planet late into the night. In truth, the other students in the dormitory had similarly remained awake until the early hours. One sought to solidify their planet during this time, while another was simply too exhilarated by their recent awakening, dragged along by the equally bleary-eyed Zheng Ming. Qin Yi arrived at the square, where the counselor awaited. Upon seeing Qin Yi, the counselor spoke. Qin Yi, over here. You need not attend the recruitment fair. Come with me. The principal and others are waiting for you. Zheng Ming, observing this, was filled with envy. Qin Yi, go. Make sure to impress. With that, he headed to his own class and found a vacant seat. Qin Yi followed the counselor to the principal's office. Even before entering, the resounding laughter of Principal Liu could be heard. As Qin Yi stepped into the office alongside the counselor, he noticed several dignitaries seated and numerous assistants in suits standing about. Our main guest has arrived. Principal Lu exclaimed upon spotting Qin Yi. Qin Yi, come here. This young gentleman is our school's pride, the awakener of a planet with a diameter of 35 kilometers this year. As he spoke, his pride in Qin Yi was palpable. Yet, Qin Yi had never anticipated that despite his disclosure regarding the planet's energy being of the most basic light type, which rendered him not even a martial artist, Principal Lu would still present him in such a manner. Ladies and gentlemen, to cultivate life on a planet of merely 1 kilometer is a historical first among awakeners. Truly a miracle. Although the energy of the planet was ordinary, its rapid increase in diameter suggested significant development potential. I firmly believe in this miracle, Lu Xingming declared earnestly at that moment. Qin Yi found himself the focus of many gazes, their scrutiny rendering him feeling utterly exposed. Qin Yi, I am Tong Bailey, the president of the Awakener Association of Chaiching. As Principal Lu has conveyed your situation, I am willing to offer you an opportunity for advancement. Join my association, and I will provide you with resources. Tong Bailey initiated the conversation. The others remained silent. Qin Yi's situation was indeed unique. His planet's energy was the most rudimentary light type. Although it had given rise to life and appeared as a prodigy in terms of diameter, in reality, it bore little distinction from an ordinary planet. Such a planet would face considerable challenges in advancement, and it was unlikely that they would profit from it for the prospects mentioned by Principal Lu. They were of little concern to them. They sought tangible benefits in the present. President Tong, I am merely an ordinary planet awakener and cannot accept such favor from you. Qin Yi replied with gratitude. Tong Bailey ceased further persuasion. Recognizing Qin Yi's clear rejection, Principal Lu felt a tinge of regret. Tong Bailey's willingness to extend an offer indicated his recognition of Qin Yi's talent. Yet, Qin Yi had turned it down. It seemed unlikely that others would speak up again. However, Qin Yi turned to Tong Bailey and said, President, I understand that my awakening is somewhat extraordinary. A 1-kilometer planet birthing life seems miraculous. Yet, reality is not always filled with miracles. I do not wish to bear the consequences should this miracle fade. I am rather timid that I would prefer to become an auxiliary member of the Awakener Association, undertaking tasks to earn points in exchange for resources. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in Tong Bailey's eyes as he broke into applause. Bravo! The association will always welcome you. I will make the necessary arrangements. Merely 18 years of age. Your calm and composed demeanor is commendable. With such qualities, your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. I, Tong Bailey, have high hopes for you. The doors of my association will always remain open for you. Principal Lu, standing beside Qin Yi, had not anticipated that after such effort to secure the presence of these individuals, Qin Yi would outright decline Tong Bailey's invitation. He felt a sense of disappointment, perceiving Qin Yi as somewhat impetuous. Nonetheless, having already invested, he was determined to recoup his expenditure. Principal Lu hurriedly offered words of encouragement. Ah, that's more like it. In truth, Qin Yi, it's not calmness. It's youthful exuberance. However, the other dignitaries present merely shook their heads. An ordinary planet awakener relying solely on undertaking tasks to gain resources and ascend to strength faced a success rate akin to that of a 1-kilometer planet giving rise to life. In this world, talent and strength were revered above all. Having declined Tong Bailey, Qin Yi's aspirations of independently undertaking tasks would likely make it even more challenging to become a formidable force. Principal Lu gestured for the counselor to escort Qin Yi out, as the recruitment fair was just commencing. Upon exiting the principal's office, the counselor expressed a hint of regret. I did not expect you to turn down President Tong. The principal worked hard to keep them around to pave the way for you. Keep striving. The diligent shall not be forsaken. Qin Yi nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Teacher Zhang, I will work hard to become stronger. Those capitalists with connections had already gleaned Qin Yi's basic situation from Principal Lu. Others without connections naturally realized their prospects were dim, knowing Qin Yi was merely an ordinary planet awakener. They dismissed the small miracle as inconsequential. Those who saw potential were met with rejection by Qin Yi. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Yi once again utilized the 500,000 planetary coins bestowed by Principal Lu to invest in his development. Joining an association could indeed yield substantial resources. However, at the outset, Qin Yi would be required to sign a contract with the association. Given his current standing, the agreement offered by Tong Bailey would undoubtedly resemble a lifelong servitude contract. binding him to the identity of a member of the Qin Awakener Association. This would effectively amount to working for the upper echelons of the Association for Life, armed with the Great Path Deduction System. Qin Yi had no desire to become a lifelong laborer, investing and growing stronger. This was unequivocally Qin Yi's sole choice at present. The acceleration of time exchange has once again intensified the flow of time on the planet. Arthropods and invertebrates exist, having survived merely a minute on this celestial body. Subsequently, ferns emerge, followed by the appearance of vertebrates in the ocean. The Cambrian period reaches its conclusion, under the control of the simulation system. Devoid of extraterrestrial meteor strikes or volcanic eruptions, the catastrophic events of mass extinction are absent. All life undergoes a remarkably natural evolution, from inception to flourishing, and from thriving to being supplanted by new species. The cycle of life continues unabated. Soon, under the influence of two time accelerators, the planet ushers in a new era. The Jurassic. Qin Yi, disinterested in the task of naming, simply adopts the nomenclature of the previous Earth's epochs. The Cambrian has ended, and the Jurassic has arrived, heralding another grand explosion of species on the planet. The age of dinosaurs dawns, as the planet's diameter expands once more. In his previous life, the diameter of the planet was approximately 10,000 kilometers. Now, Qin Yi's planet measures an impressive 85.3 kilometers. It can be said that the true victory lies in sheer magnitude. Should Principal Liu and the capitalists become aware of Qin Yi's situation, they would likely scramble for a piece of the action. Why? Because in the span of merely 2 days, the diameter has surged from 1 kilometer to 80 kilometers. This phenomenon has never occurred in the annals of awakened beings. Even the true geniuses, who awakened on a 50-kilometer planet, took nearly a month to enhance their planet's diameter, all while utilizing the primordial power to facilitate life, leading to procreation. After all, the flow of time on the planets of all awakened beings aligns with the flow of time in reality. In later stages, to engender more life, namely humans, a gestation period of 10 months is required. But Qin Yi possesses a system. This is precisely why he refrains from joining any corporate entities. The tall trees attract the wind's wrath. The Jurassic is renowned as one of the most famous epochs of the previous Earth, primarily due to the emergence of dinosaurs, those grand, formidable, and ferocious titans of the wild. Qin Yi eagerly anticipates this. Firstly, vegetation suitable for dinosaurs begins to flourish, growing at an accelerated pace under photosynthesis and the influence of the time accelerators. Next, herbivorous dinosaurs make their entrance, with the advent of the small, toothy dinosaur. Perhaps due to the planet's relatively diminutive size, the dinosaurs that emerge are not particularly large or imposing. Predominantly small herbivores. It is only after the conclusion of the third time accelerator that a few small carnivorous dinosaurs appear, numbering about 2,000 in total. Should he employ dinosaurs as his weapon, or continue the acceleration until the emergence of humanity, establishing nations and armies thereafter? Qin Yi ponders this while seated on his bed. He currently possesses only 500,000 planetary coins, a gift from Principal Liu, having expended 300,000 on accelerating the planet's simulation. Now, he has 2 opportunities remaining to BY time comparisons. These 2 chances can indeed propel the simulation from the Jurassic to the subsequent emergence of humanity in the Phanerozoic. However, should the simulation conclude with humanity still in a primitive state, he would be left waiting interminably for the development of civilization to the point of nation-building. System, please simulate the outcome of utilizing the time accelerators twice more. System, humanity emerges, dinosaurs become extinct, tribes form, tribal wars ensue, and nations are established. Upon receiving the system's response, Qin Yi strokes his chin in contemplation, but he decides against using the time accelerators just yet. The small carnivorous dinosaurs possess considerable strength. He must seize this opportunity to amass enough planetary coins for the next acceleration. To earn money, he naturally intends to visit the Awakened Union, where he can undertake missions. Typical quests involve plundering the primordial power of unclaimed planets. Planet owners are not immortal. They too face mortality, whether through natural causes or violence. Once they perish, their planets enter the realm of dead stars, a different dimension, upon the death of a planet owner. The ownership of their internal planet becomes contested. To enhance oneself, awakened beings in reality must seize the primordial power of these unclaimed planets. This is why Qin Yi must choose between dinosaurs and humanity. He must now utilize the existing resources on his planet to partake in a plunder, exchanging primordial power for planetary coins to invest. As noon approaches, the morning enrollment meeting concludes. Students with high planetary energy levels possess the privilege of selecting companies, which offer them favorable contracts. Conversely, students with lower energy levels can only opt for the best among smaller firms, yet their contracts pale in comparison to those of higher-tier awakened beings. The stark difference lies in resources. What a surprise! I have been accepted into Qin Yi company, exclaimed Zheng Ming. Even before entering the dormitory, the other roommates, however, appeared somewhat dejected, beginning to pack their belongings, for they were to report to their respective companies in the afternoon. Training and preliminary resource support would commence the following day, culminating in their teams entering the Dead Star Sea to assist the companies in plundering resources and primordial power from unclaimed planets. Qin Yi, I have great news. I signed a contract with Qin Yi company that I thought my 21-kilometer planet wouldn't be valued, but I didn't expect Qin Yi to lower their qualifying threshold this year to just 20 kilometers. Zheng Ming exclaimed excitedly. Qin Yi shared in his friend's joy over this fortunate outcome. Congratulations, Zheng Ming shrugged, sitting on Qin Yi's bed. You seem unusually calm. By the way, what was your final result? The other roommates turned their attention to Qin Yi upon hearing Zheng Ming's inquiry. After all, Qin Yi was only the second awakened being in the institution's history to possess a planet exceeding 30 kilometers, a veritable prodigy. You will find out soon enough, Zheng Ming remarked, unimpressed, as if I care about your secrets. He added, quickly covering for Qin Yi. Once the other roommates departed, Zheng Ming confided, with your remarkable talent, you might end up in Hancheng. Who knows when we'll see each other again? Brother, take care of yourself out there. Zheng Ming suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Over the past 3 years, they had been diligently absorbing all knowledge pertaining to the awakened ones, from the awakening of the planets to the transformation of primordial energy, the genesis of life and planetary management, the development and enhancement of energies across various celestial bodies, the plundering of unclaimed planets, the disparities and collaborations among different planetary civilizations, and the history of the awakened ones. In summary, these 3 years felt to Qin Yi much like a return to the tumultuous final year of high school in his previous life. This was a unique cultural phenomenon of this world, where everyone toiled fervently for their own futures as for romance. Unless one found a true kindred spirit, it was often as mundane as it is now. The departure of other roommates was marked by a strikingly ordinary farewell. For their planetary civilization was relatively primitive. They would likely become mere employees in a small company, with their futures laid bare before them, devoid of grand aspirations. Silently, they packed their belongings and departed. Fading into the dust of this world, both Zheng Ming and Qin Yi prepared their luggage, knowing that in a few days, this place would serve as the dormitory for the next cohort of students. Until we meet again, the journey is long and winding, and so they parted ways, with the mountains high and waters deep, promising to reunite someday. Zheng Ming joined the ranks of Qin Yi company, one of the top 10 awakened companies in Checheng. To report to their headquarters, Qin Yi, carrying his belongings, ascended a magical vehicle, returning to the long-absent Wui factory community 3 years prior. He had traversed into this world precisely when his original self faced a monumental life change. His parents had suffered a car accident. This blow rendered him unable to eat or drink until Qin Yi's arrival. After a brief tidying of the space, he resumed managing the planet within him. 3 days hence, he would head to the Awakened Guild to accept a mission. If possible, Qin Yi wished to remain inconspicuous, thereby avoiding the attention of capitalists and more powerful figures drawn to the rapid evolution of his planet, which was expanding at an exponential rate. To be noticed by them was far from favorable. Once a contract was signed, it became a binding covenant. Betrayal would carry a heavy toll, potentially leading to death, with no official recourse for the company. Yet, Qin Yi required planetary currency, necessitating investments to grow stronger. Accepting tasks from the guild and plundering the primordial energy of unclaimed planets was the sole avenue for substantial earnings for working a regular job. With Qin Yi's current capabilities, it might take years to accumulate a mere 100,000 planetary coins. In this realm, the lives of ordinary individuals could be fleeting. Many tasks could be executed by even a novice awakened one, often with greater efficacy. Ordinary folk, there were plenty on the planets governed by the planetary lords. After purchasing several days' worth of supplies, Qin Yi observed and managed the planet within his modest room. Given that it had evolved through accelerated time, and its size was minuscule compared to Earth in his previous life, he had to tread carefully to ensure the current species on his planet did not descend into chaos or face unforeseen calamities. The key was to guarantee the success of the impending plunder of the unclaimed planet in 3 days. According to the system's calculations, utilizing the time accelerator could facilitate the establishment of a human nation. However, the strength of ordinary people remained woefully inadequate. The most common unclaimed planets were at least second-tier, inhabited by martial artists, cultivators, psychics, and telekinetics. Although the planetary lord had perished, the planet itself persisted, and the flow of time would continue normally, allowing the indigenous inhabitants to develop and cultivate until the day the planetary lord returned to seize the primordial energy of this unclaimed world, leading the natives to face a cataclysm. Of course, should the planetary lord encounter an extraordinary being on the unclaimed planet, one whose power eclipsed that of his own, the tables could turn, resulting in a reverse plunder. This was why Qin Yi chose to accept a mission during the era of dinosaurs. 3 days later, Qin Yi boarded a shunzhou, arriving directly at the Chaiching Awakened Guild. The shunzhou, a marvel from a cultivation-themed star, cost 10 planetary coins and allowed him to traverse the distance from Wuyi Factory Community to the Awakened Guild in an instant. Furthermore, this was the only means of entry into the guild, save for those of certain status. Upon arrival, he beheld a magnificent and expansive hall, bustling with activity. Qin Yi approached the registration desk. "Hello, I am a newcomer wishing to register." The front desk attendant, her features elegant and composed, offered a gentle smile. "Please hold on for a moment." That a swift identity scan revealed Qin Yi's credentials. Of course, until Qin Yi presented his planetary panel. Outsiders remained unaware that his planetary diameter had reached a staggering 100 kilometers. Mr. Qin, greetings. The president announced 3 days ago that newcomers registering would be exempt from all registration fees and granted access to the VIP channel. Please wait a moment. A dedicated representative will assist you shortly. Upon hearing the attendant's melodious voice, Qin Yi sighed, yet felt a twinge of admiration for Tong Bailey. He was acutely aware that Qin Yi's planet was merely an ordinary energy type. Yet as the president of the Awakened Guild, he would not forfeit even a fraction of a percent, or even 1/10,000th of a chance. For him, it was merely a gesture, a small convenience for Qin Yi. But for Qin Yi, it was a favor that would need to be repaid in the future. This was the rationale behind the rich getting richer. They possessed abundant resources, allowing for diverse investments that would inevitably yield significant returns. Mr. Qin, greetings. I am Li Xiaoya, your dedicated representative at the guild. Shortly after, a tall, elegantly dressed woman approached Qin Yi. Without formalities, she greeted him. "Hello, I wish to accept a mission. What steps must I take?" Li Xiaoya gestured for him to follow her. "Mr. Qin, having recently awakened your planet, there may be some challenges in accepting a mission. However, the president has instructed that we provide you with maximum assistance. Fortunately, several very low-tier unclaimed planets have surfaced today, which you may consider." They traversed the hall and entered a private booth. Li Xiaoya produced a jade slip, projecting an image showcasing several planets of varying colors, each representing different energies, albeit all classified as low-tier and suitable for beginners. "Is there a warrior planet?" Qin Yi inquired. Li Xiaoya pointed to one, stating, "Yes, this one. Then I choose this one." Qin Yi replied. Li Xiaoya carefully stored the jade slip and politely said, "Please follow me, Mr. Qin. To enter the Dead Star Sea, we will need to utilize specialized transportation. The Sea of Death Stars, originally the realm belonging to a deceased planet's master, was later traversed by super-awakened beings who harnessed unparalleled power to breach its boundaries. Subsequently, it was exploited by numerous awakened entities from various factions until the authorities intervened to impose a unified plan, leading to its gradual development to the present day. For anyone possessing 3 million star coins, a vessel capable of traversing to the Sea of Death Stars can be acquired, resulting in the emergence of countless large and small corporations that, through diverse means, plunder the primordial energies and resources of unclaimed planets within this realm. Qin Yi followed Li Xiaoya into the elevator leading to the upper echelons of the guild. There, a multitude of starships were present, categorized into 3 tiers that access 3 distinct regions of the Sea of Death Stars. "Mr. Qin, I wish you a triumphant venture. Li Xiaoye remarked with a smile before they boarded the starship. The doors sealed shut, and with a flash of white light, they found themselves in a chaotic expanse. Qin Yi felt as though he had materialized in the cosmos, surrounded by numerous unclaimed planets of varying sizes and hues, standing atop a dusty yellow sphere that stretched endlessly into a desert landscape. The environment appeared desolate and arid, with thin air, yet some warriors managed to survive in such harsh conditions, a testament to the brutal law of nature, survival of the fittest. Qin Yi soon caught sight of them. Without hesitation, he activated the planetary chain bridge, linking two planets, and summoned small carnivorous dinosaurs that were hunting, guiding them onto the unclaimed planet. These dinosaurs, accustomed to grasslands or shrublands, became agitated upon entering the desert. Having been starved for a day, they perceived the warriors before them as potential prey. Roars echoed. Various small carnivorous dinosaurs began their pursuit. The warriors, upon encountering these sudden beasts, engaged in fierce combat, driven by the instinct to seize the delectable feast laid before them. The demise of the planet's master rendered it incapable of providing primordial energy. Without this vital essence, the meager planet could not sustain itself, leading to dwindling vital energy and the decline of its warriors. They resorted to infighting for resources, ultimately realizing their depletion and uniting to endure the harsh reality. They had forgotten language and cultivation, reduced to mere survival instincts. Even monstrous creatures like the dinosaurs appeared as nothing more than sustenance in their eyes. A warrior at the forefront let out a fierce cry and leaped high to strike a dinosaur. With a resounding thud, a 4-meter-long gas dragon was toppled, thrashing briefly before succumbing to death. The warrior, with merely broken hands, paid no heed to his injuries and voraciously bit into the dragon's neck, tearing away a piece of flesh. However, before he could indulge, another gas dragon seized him, while yet another lunged, biting him on the head and leg, tearing him apart in a brutal display. Despite their hunger, the remaining dozen warriors retained their wits. Their instincts warned them of the formidable and perilous beasts before them. They instinctively banded together, relying on their hardened bodies and true energy to hunt down several gas dragons. Yet, within this horde of dinosaurs, there were not just gas dragons, but also panga thieves. Dragon thieves, Jurassic hunters, and the aerial Qialong and Lidaelong. Various small carnivorous dinosaurs from the Jurassic period thrived on this minuscule planet within Qin Yi's possession. These swift creatures demonstrated remarkable teamwork, their combined might becoming increasingly formidable. The warriors, facing over 1,000 dinosaurs in this desert, found their strength insufficient against the ravenous and swift predators. Within mere minutes, one by one, the warriors fell, devoured by the dinosaurs. This unclaimed planet, with a diameter of 100 kilometers, would naturally undergo transformation once all life perished, gradually converting into primordial energy, which would in turn manifest as the peculiar energy of the Sea of Death Stars. To date, no one has successfully harnessed the enigmatic energy within the Sea of Death Stars. Even the first awakened master of the planet, who explored for a century, could do nothing about the conversion of primordial energy into the elusive purple aura. As the dinosaurs commenced their relentless hunt, the warriors dwindled in numbers, and the planet's diameter shrank visibly. Qin Yi released hundreds of dinosaurs again. In the distance, on a dune, the planet's strongest warrior fought valiantly alongside others, desperately resisting. This was the last oasis on the planet. With fists infused with true energy, this formidable warrior could fell a dinosaur with a single blow. To replenish his strength, he seized the opportunity to consume the blood of the dragons, sustaining his fight. This struggle represented the final gasp of the primordial energy of this unclaimed planet, a reflection of its will to survive. Qin Yi promptly transmitted a message to the dinosaurs in other locations, urging them to converge and unite against this strongest warrior. The warrior, realizing his imminent defeat, witnessed his companions fall one by one to the jaws of the beasts, becoming their sustenance, clinging to his will and formidable true energy. He fought on, but alas, the unclaimed planet continued to shrink, the true energy growing ever more scarce. With each exertion, he lost more of his essence. Nearly 2,000 dinosaurs had suffered heavy casualties, yet the remaining 1,000 pressed on, seeking the opportunity to vanquish this mighty warrior. The strongest warrior felt the absence of true energy in the heavens and earth. Panting heavily, he raised his head and, with great reluctance, let out a furious roar that resonated through the cosmos. In a final act of defiance, he detonated his Dantian, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Surrounded by dinosaurs, a crimson mist erupted forth. Over 1,000 dinosaurs roamed, yet only around 400 remained in the end. At a considerable distance, Qin Yi observed the scene unfold. Relieved that he had not ventured closer, he found the brutality of such planetary warfare somewhat unsettling. However, his desire to survive in this world and to become a formidable force compelled him to engage in relentless plunder. The self-detonation of the mightiest warriors, the demise of the strongest life forms symbolized on a lawless planet, quickened the planet's contraction, ultimately returning to its original source of power. Yet this primordial essence differed from the original awakening power. It bore a hue of earthy yellow, rather than the pure essence of before. This fragment of primordial energy could be acquired by awakeners to elevate their planetary tier. This energy, a transformation of a warrior's planet, was naturally suited for those in combat. Initially a low-tier planetary energy, it could be enhanced through sufficient conversion of this warrior's primordial essence, ascending from low-grade true Qi to advanced Qi, and potentially culminating in superlative divine power. At the moment of its transformation, it even exhibited a semblance of consciousness, attempting to flee. Fortunately, Qin Yi was quick-witted, producing an obsidian stone and casting it forth. The obsidian instantaneously absorbed this trace of earthy yellow primordial energy, sealing it within. With that, the mission of plundering the planet was deemed complete. As for the remaining dinosaurs, they traversed the chain bridge back to the planet within Qin Yi's body. The Guild's starship would only allow Qin Yi to remain on this unclaimed planet. He was barred from venturing to the numerous other unclaimed planets beyond. Despite the seemingly short distance, Qin Yi was merely an ordinary individual, existing solely within the space-time of this singular planet. He retrieved the starship controller and promptly returned aboard. "Congratulations on your return, Mr. Qin," greeted Li Xiaoya, who had been waiting outside. Qin Yi handed over the obsidian for inspection. "Please hold on, Mr. Qin. I will provide the results shortly," she replied. Qin Yi nodded and followed her into the lounge, indulging in exquisite desserts and sipping diluted spring water. The fatigue from the recent starship traversal through the Dead Star Sea and the plundering of the planet dissipated entirely. Now, this was what one could call enjoyment. After a brief moment, Li Xiaoya presented a card with both hands. "Mr. Qin, the quality of this primordial energy is notably high, valued at 300,000 planetary coins. I have arranged a special gold card for you, which can be used at all establishments in the vehicle city." Qin Yi accepted the gold card, expressed his gratitude, and rose to depart the guild. With these planetary coins, he could indulge in further investments in the upper echelons of the guild. Tong Bailey pondered over Li Xiaoya's account. Beside him, several data analysts were unable to decipher how Qin Yi could commence plundering planets in just a few days. It was truly astonishing. No wonder he was reluctant to join the guild. Tong Bailey murmured to himself before turning to Li Xiaoya. "From now on, you shall be Qin Yi's dedicated supervisor. The other awakeners under your charge will be assigned to someone else. Your base salary will be elevated to mid-tier. You are to report all of Qin Yi's task outcomes within the guild. Also, refrain from engaging with him. I appreciate those who can keep secrets." "Dio, you understand." "Xiaoya understands," she replied promptly. Unbeknownst to Qin Yi as he exited the guild, he was aware that his actions would likely be discovered by Tong Bailey. There was little he could do about it. Next time, it would be prudent to seek alternative avenues for plunder rather than relying solely on the guild. Thankfully, the starship was equipped solely with a transit function, devoid of any surveillance capabilities. Were Tong Bailey to witness Qin Yi commandeering a lawless planet with dinosaurs, he would undoubtedly be left astounded. Furthermore, he would likely revere Qin Yi as a distinguished guest. This world, enriched by the presence of awakeners, teemed with various spiritual beasts, magical creatures, celestial beings, soul beasts, and even magical entities from spellbinding planets. Yet dinosaurs, long extinct, would surely captivate those hunters, including the more discerning advanced awakeners who had tasted various beast meats, but likely never that of a dinosaur. Qin Yi had contemplated this as well. If he were to present dinosaurs, he might exchange them for a considerable sum of planetary coins. However, such an action would inevitably expose his capacity for planetary evolution. Without complete self-preservation or absolute strength, he opted for a more prudent approach. Upon returning to his quarters, he activated the time accelerator, setting it to a ratio of 1.1.000. that the sudden loss of over 1,000 small carnivorous dinosaurs was a boon for the herbivores that inhabited the planet, liberating them from numerous predators. The once severely constrained living space expanded dramatically. With the time accelerator in play, the herbivores rapidly proliferated, leading to a decline in vegetation, which in turn precipitated the swift extinction of the long-necked small sauropods that struggled to find sustenance. Subsequently, smaller dinosaurs emerged alongside various avian species. The diminishing land-based food sources prompted some dinosaurs to venture into the oceans, giving rise to amphibious creatures. The planet's diameter grew once more. Planetary civilization. Jurassic civilization planet level. 1 planet diameter. 130 kilometers planet species. 22. 163 evolution path. Time acceleration. Survival of the fittest. The Jurassic period gradually passed, giving way to the Cretaceous. During this time, temperatures rose slightly and plant life flourished. Insects also began to emerge, including mosquitoes. The advent of these insects further increased the planet's biodiversity. Within just a few days, Qin Yi had succeeded in expanding his planet's diameter to nearly 150 kilometers through investment. Should the Awakeners become aware of this, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with awe. Even the celebrated Tang Fian, with the finest resources from the Tang Corporation, had only managed to elevate her planet from just over 30 kilometers to slightly more than 130 kilometers. Despite the substantial expenditure of planetary coins on primordial energy infused with dragon chi, the emergence of several ancestral dragons attests to this. The time accelerator offered by the system was an exceptionally formidable enhancement. As the planet's evolution reached the late Cretaceous, the time accelerator was finally exhausted. Of the 500,000 planetary coins gifted by Principal Liu, 400,000 had been spent. Qin Yi retained over 400,000 planetary coins, equating to 4 more opportunities for acceleration. The journey continued. Dinosaurs were formidable creatures. However, to foster the emergence of a greater variety of species upon this planet and to cultivate a technological civilization, the era of dinosaurs must be relinquished. It is untenable to rely solely on dinosaurs for resource acquisition. Moreover, the present-day dinosaurs are predominantly small carnivorous species, with their diversity having diminished significantly. Only the velociraptor possesses any substantial combat capability. Yet, Qin Yi cannot guarantee that the next encounter will still occur on a planet inhabited by mere martial artists. Should a stronger warrior arise, even the velociraptor would be at a disadvantage. Thus, it is imperative to continue the evolution process. With the advent of humanity, nations were established, culminating in a final acceleration that would bestow upon them greater knowledge and the creation of firearms. Such weaponry would facilitate their dealings with certain martial artists. In the early Cretaceous period, the flora, primarily consisting of gymnosperms, thrived, while the advent of angiosperms marked a significant event in the history of plant evolution. The Cretaceous saw the emergence of reliable early angiosperms, leading to a lineage of flowering plants that persists to this day, including magnolias, willows, maples, poplars, birches, and palms, which are now widespread across the surface of the earth. Angiosperms provided abundant sustenance for various creatures, such as insects, birds, and mammals, enabling their proliferation. This was an epoch of transition from the Jurassic to the Paleogene. During this period, dinosaurs either underwent self-evolution into entirely new species or faced self-extinction. Akin to crocodiles, which, having descended from dinosaurs, adapted to the shifting climatic and geological conditions of the planet. The most pivotal evolutionary development from the Cretaceous to the Paleogene was the formation of coal, oil, and natural gas. Following prolonged geological movements and the natural demise of the dinosaurs, the organisms and vegetation from the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods became deeply buried underground. Due to temperature variations, they began to undergo transformative reactions, ultimately serving as the primary energy source for the planet's future. Observing the burgeoning diversity of species, which now span multiple taxonomic categories, only the final evolutionary step remained: the emergence of humanity. Qin Yi procured another time accelerator. As time progressed, the ancestors of humanity, the hominids, appeared, marking the dawn of humanity's first progenitor. Suddenly, they began to walk upright, step by step, evolving further. More hominids emerged: the forest hominid, Australopithecus, savanna hominid, and others. Throughout this evolutionary journey, these hominids gradually learned to utilize tools, They established territories and formed social groups, engaging in collective hunting, developing leadership roles, and employing sticks and other implements. This culminated in the first hominid who, through accidental injury, marked the beginning of humanity's development into the Paleolithic era. This stage, half of the evolutionary timeline had elapsed, as humanity represented the foundation upon which Qin Yi intended to build a technological civilization. He proceeded with caution, sustained by provisions. He weathered a day's passage. The planet's diameter had now reached 180 kilometers, and the first true humans had emerged. The Neolithic era commenced, after consuming his nutritional supplements. Qin Yi exchanged for another time accelerator. Humanity began to venture forth from their lush forests, consciously expanding their territories in search of superior and more delectable sustenance. As their reproductive success increased, humans began to establish themselves as the most powerful species on the planet, capable of hunting even the mightiest beasts. Their tools multiplied, and they developed rudimentary writing and language. With the continuous expansion of territories, friction arose between them, driven by the desire to claim greater resources and land for their tribes. The chieftains led their people, young and old alike, to launch attacks on rival territories. Armed with relatively advanced stone tools and bolstered by extensive combat experience gained from battling ferocious beasts, they emerged victorious against less formidable opponents, who were weaker due to food scarcity and lacking in combat prowess. This initial taste of territorial conquest spurred the chieftain to wage further wars, ultimately establishing a formidable tribe. Thus, the concept of tribal organization was born. In time, as tribal consciousness developed, numerous tribes engaged in conflict, delineated by a great river. To the north, a tribe established its territory atop a hill, while to the south, another tribe claimed an island in the midst of a lake. Qin Yi bestowed names upon these tribes. The northern tribe was called Man, and the southern tribe was designated Huang. The civilizations of these two tribes diverged significantly. One thrived through brutal conquest and ruthless methods, subjugating all tribes, while the other, through a strategy of selective slaughter and governance, established the southern tribe. Qin Yi would undoubtedly favor the southern tribe, as Huang appeared to embody the qualities of a competent leader. That he seemed to represent the most exemplary intellect among early Homo sapiens, understanding that barbaric tactics would only ensure temporary subservience. Should a more formidable contender arise, conflict would inevitably ensue. The northern tribe, Man, relied on brute force to vanquish all warriors within its ranks, conquering through might alone. However, as its leader aged, the prowess of youth would eventually surpass his own, leading to a bloody power struggle for leadership. Conversely, the southern tribe, under Huang's gentle rule, allowed its members to enjoy a comparatively prosperous existence. Huang encouraged all to engage in productive endeavors and constructed pathways of brick and stone connecting various tribes, fostering mutual integration. Although the concept of marriage had not yet emerged, allowing women to have multiple partners, their focus was primarily on reproductive instincts. Furthermore, Huang organized strong men to venture forth in hunting, eliminating or driving away the surrounding predators. As a result, a profound disparity emerged between the northern and southern tribes. System, could you simulate the potential outcomes if I were to choose between Man and Huang? Qin Yi refrained from making an immediate decision and opted to consult the system for a simulation, hoping to discern the eventual consequences of his choices before selecting the most favorable outcome. This approach would allow him to avoid many detours, akin to a desire for a second chance at making choices. Qin Yi was essentially seeking a new opportunity for selection. Shortly thereafter, the system provided its analysis. Simulation Result 1. Support the southern tribe, guiding Huang to establish the first nation, named Xia. Huang becomes the sovereign, with Songjia creating written language and a high priest instituting rituals. The unification of the north and south is completed, leading to rapid technological advancements. With a success rate of 96 in constructing a technological civilization. Simulation Result 2. Support the northern tribe, guiding Man to establish the first nation, also named Xia. In the realm of the Man tribe, a formidable sorcerer conspired to revolt. Man sustained grave injuries during the suppression of the rebellion, but a general named Qin Yi led the Man clan southward in the winter. For a decade, the north and south were embroiled in conflict. Huang was compelled into servitude, enduring 3 years of patience. With Huang gravely injured and bedridden, Qin Yi seized the opportunity to ascend to power. Huang persuaded other tribes to unite in rebellion after Qiu's treachery eliminated the man. They waged war for a year, ultimately defeating Qiu under the guidance of their host, thereby establishing the Shang dynasty. The dawn of technological advancement began, boasting a success rate of 87 in constructing a civilization. Upon reviewing the outcomes of these two simulations, Qin Yi realized that regardless of the circumstances, Huang emerged as the most suitable leader and founding monarch. Even in support of the man, he would ultimately be supplanted by Huang. It seemed that Qin Yi's choice was evident. Perhaps it was another manifestation of fate. Circumstances breed heroes, and Huang appeared to be the chosen one, destined to claim the Iron Throne. System, if I choose Huang, what course of action should I undertake? Qin Yi pondered for a moment before deciding to support this destined child. He aspired to swiftly establish a technological civilization. The system responded, subtly guide, offer sound advice, and instill culture. Alternatively, the system suggested, let the system take charge and provide guidance. Qin Yi opted for the latter, reasoning that with such excellent service, why not avail oneself of it? Suddenly, Qin Yi felt as though he had birthed a fragment of another consciousness. He materialized upon the planet, on a small island at the heart of a lake inhabited by Huang's family. Utilizing wooden stakes, he constructed a bridge leading to the island. To the east of the island lay the meeting place of the Southern Tribes Council, featuring a grand thatched hut surrounded by smaller huts. Home to many who once belonged to Huang's tribe. Huang, a sage, often found himself deep in thought. His tribe enjoyed overall stability, yet across the great river loomed a powerful tribe led by man. Huang had heard tales of man's might, having conquered all tribes of the northern lands. Huang, however, was not fond of resorting to violence. He believed that all people were akin to family, united against the beasts rather than slaying one another. With man having subdued all northern tribes, it was only a matter of time before he turned his gaze southward. How could they resist this barbaric tribe? As Huang sensed a breeze, he gazed around and noticed mist drifting towards the island's center, ultimately coalescing into a figure clad in resplendent golden robes, exuding an air of nobility. Who are you? Huang inquired, astonished yet maintaining his composure. Floating in the air, Qin Yi replied, I am the spirit of the Great Way. Huang, unfamiliar with this term, nonetheless sensed that this ethereal being was extraordinary. May I ask what brings you here? He questioned. With hands clasped behind his back, Qin Yi responded, I can grant you the power to vanquish man. Huang's eyes widened in astonishment as he took a deep breath and asked, what must I sacrifice for this power? Possessing profound wisdom, he did not succumb to panic or fear upon Qin Yi's arrival. Nor did he exhibit blind reverence towards this seemingly omnipotent figure. In his understanding, if one sought to bestow benefits, there must be a reciprocal exchange, a primitive form of trade. Qin Yi nodded, recognizing Huang as one of humanity's earliest sages. I am the spirit of the Great Way. The strength of humanity and its numbers empower me that I require no sacrifice. I only ask that you lead humanity to become the dominators of this continent. Huang immediately bowed, expressing his respect and willingness to accept this task. Qin Yi then extended a hand, imparting a wave of knowledge directly into Huang's mind. How to establish an army, develop agriculture, tame wild beasts, rear livestock, create fire by friction, weave coarse cloth, and so much more. An abundance of knowledge flooded Huang's consciousness. Thank you, spirit of the Great Way. I shall ensure the human race becomes the mightiest. With that, Qin Yi transformed into mist and gradually dissipated. Huang emerged from the island and convened a council of the tribal alliance, declaring that man would become their greatest adversary, to safeguard all members of the southern tribe. They must establish an army. Huang personally selected all the strongest men from the tribe, appointing the more intellectually gifted as squad leaders and promoting those with greater abilities to command at this juncture. A figure akin to Cangjie received a divine inspiration and created writing. Huang appointed him as his advisor, and they became close confidants. Additionally, a high priestess established rituals for worshipping heaven and earth. Huang decreed that the spirit of the Great Way be revered as divine. Subsequently, women learned to weave coarse cloth, and the people of Huang's tribe donned garments of this material. Eventually, they began to domesticate small herbivorous animals, reducing their hunting expeditions. The robust men commenced training and established encampments along the riverbank. After a year of development, the southern tribe possessed the strength to confront the man tribe that as winter approached. The river froze, and the northern waters dwindled, driving animals to migrate southward for the season. The Man tribe, in search of sustenance, had no choice but to cross the river. With a resounding call, Man rallied his warriors, declaring their intent to conquer Huang's tribe. Brave warriors, the northern Man tribe seeks to invade our lands, seize our food, and oppress our kin. Are you willing to tolerate such an affront? Huang stood upon a high platform. Observing his man led his warriors towards the frozen river. Not willing, echoed the voices of Huang's warriors below. Over the past year of development, they had cultivated strong physiques and acquired bows, shields, and over 100 trained mounts. On the opposite side of the encampment, wild beasts were confined, and they had learned to cooperate in squad-based combat. Faced with the impending invasion of the Man tribe, they showed no fear. Huang gazed at his spirited warriors from the watchtower, witnessing the Man tribe's charge as they neared the riverbank. First squad, Huang commanded. The feather-adorned warriors stepped forward. Release the beasts. The Tengu soldiers swiftly approached the encampment, hauling the cage constructed from wooden stakes. As they neared the great river, they promptly opened the cage, releasing the beasts within. Starved for days, the creatures had been given only meager rations by the wilds, meant to keep them hungry until the barbarian tribes launched their invasion. Thus, they would reveal their feral nature. Upon encountering the beasts, the barbarian, Man, issued no orders for defense. Instead, he leaped forward alone. Behind him, the warriors emulated Man, lunging at the beasts. Man seized the creature by its neck, delivering a single punch that elicited a wretched howl. With 3 punches, the beast lost all capacity to resist. Man cast the creature to the ground, thumping his chest and roaring loudly to showcase his might. However, the other warriors of the tribe lacked Man's formidable strength, and many perished in the onslaught of the beasts. Having evaded the creatures, Man rallied his warriors and charged once more toward the encampment of the wilds. With a swift whoosh, arrows crafted from sinew and tipped with sharp, hard stones filled the sky. The Tengu tribe had never before encountered such weaponry, resulting in instant casualties. Despite Man's bravery, he too was but flesh and blood. He dodged several arrows but was struck by 2 at that moment. A desire to retreat flickered within him, yet the fiery spirit of competition drove him forward once again. Seeing Man rise, the warriors roared in unison and followed suit. Whoosh, a second volley of arrows descended. This time, Man took cover behind the corpse of a fallen warrior, successfully evading the onslaught. The warriors behind him mimicked his actions. Ultimately, Man surged toward the encampment's entrance. The wild leader, Huang, immediately commanded, "Go, take the field." A robust man clad in robes, adorned with vine armor, and wielding a spear stepped forth. He leaped down from the encampment, gesturing for the warriors of the Huang tribe to raise their spears and shields. Charge! The gates of the encampment swung open as Gu led the Huang warriors into the fray. Man faced numerous setbacks, and upon seeing the warriors of the Huang tribe, he let out a thunderous roar, pounding his chest before advancing. The shields of the Huang warriors absorbed his charge, and short spears thrust forth from behind them, an outcome of their extensive training. Man sustained further injuries. The pain ignited a ferocity within him. Ignoring the spears embedded in his body, he kicked against the shields and seized a warrior, flinging him aside. His fists were powerful enough to shatter shields, yet in the face of war, his strength proved insufficient. Gu utilized the formation they had trained in for countless hours, gradually wearing down Man's stamina. Blood streamed from Man's wounds, and he found himself encircled by Gu and his warriors. In the rear, the warriors led by Man, having lost their leader, experienced a morale drop of half. Coupled with the recent onslaught of beasts and arrows, their spirit plummeted further, confronted by the well-trained forces of Huang. They quickly disintegrated. The warriors of the Huang tribe, seizing the momentum, began to hunt down the fleeing foes that Man's wounds multiplied, and he had lost the initial ferocity he once possessed. He commanded his warriors to approach cautiously. Probing for weaknesses while inflicting wounds upon Man, panic set in for Man as he realized he was trapped in a life-or-death predicament. Desperately, he scanned for vulnerabilities within the formation and finally spotted a few slightly smaller warriors whose eyes betrayed their fear. Man roared at them before charging forward. Recognizing the danger, Gus spurred his mount forward, intercepting Man at the gap. Man swung a punch, but Gus swiftly raised his shield to block. Thud! Man staggered back a step, while Gu retreated 3. Feeling his arm go numb from the impact, this brief moment of defense afforded the other warriors time to close in once more. Man grew increasingly frantic, continuing to bellow, yet the warriors stood resolute. Undeterred by his cries on this battlefield, only Man remained as the sole adversary. Some rushed forward in an attempt to ambush him, but Man quickly turned, delivering a punch. Yet, another warrior thrust a short spear into Man's side. Ah! Man let out a wretched cry as the other warriors surged forward, overwhelming him beneath their spears. Huang heard the voice of the spirit of the Great Way whispering in his ear. Go forth and sever Man's head. Without hesitation, Huang led his warriors out of the encampment. Upon seeing Huang, the warriors bowed in respect. Huang gazed upon Man, still standing with spears protruding from his body. Barely clinging to life, blood pouring from his mouth, Huang drew forth a golden curved dagger, a weapon fashioned under the guidance of the spirit of the Great Way, symbolizing his status among the southern tribes. Though the dagger was sharp, its golden composition was inferior to bronze or iron. Huang could only slice halfway through. I am the Emperor Huang, he proclaimed, brandishing the bloody dagger. Emperor Huang, Emperor Huang, Emperor Huang. The warriors knelt and chanted in fervor. Throughout the year, Huang had accomplished much. He had trained a disciplined army, taught women the art of weaving, instructed everyone in taming beasts, and ensured that all were well fed. Each deed had contributed to Huang's towering reputation, earning him the respect and admiration of the entire tribe. Huang reorganized his forces and led his warriors northward. The severed head of Man hung from the wooden stakes of their war chariots. Wherever they went, the people of the Man tribe surrendered. Huang returned to his own tribe with some women and supplies from the Man tribe. In that moment, Huang's renown reached its zenith. Following the guidance of the spirit of the Great Way, he established a kingdom named Xia. The north and south have endured the frigid season, maintaining a connection for quite some time. The inhabitants of the northern tribes, upon witnessing the south's thriving prosperity and strength, began to migrate southward. However, Huang rejected this influx. He instructed his people to construct a wooden bridge using wooden stakes in the upstream area, establishing a means of communication between the north and the south. Subsequently, he commanded skilled artisans to craft wooden boats, thus eliminating the great river as an impediment to their exchanges. Unique products from the north could now be traded for those from the south. Huang had already arranged for enlightenment to be administered in the northern territories. Under the guidance of the spirit of the Great Way, Huang instituted a bureaucratic system for the Xia kingdom. Implementing a hierarchical management structure, he established academies in various regions to teach children literacy. It was during this time that the art of papermaking was birthed. In the third year of the Xia kingdom's establishment, paper came into existence. Naturally, with the advent of paper, the need for writing instruments arose. Initially, charcoal was used, but once the discovery of inkstone layers occurred in the south, the brush pen emerged as well. Some began to document the journey of Emperor Huang as he led them towards greatness. Huang became the earliest and most formidable sage of this planet. At this juncture, the genesis of technological civilization began to unfold. With numerous inventions emerging in this era, beginning at the age of 20, Emperor Huang received guidance from the spirit of the Great Way. By 23, he had strengthened the southern tribes. At 25, he founded the Xia kingdom. He ruled the Xia kingdom for 25 years. However, upon reaching 50, due to illness, harsh climatic conditions, and an unhealthy diet, he fell gravely ill. This time, the third time accelerator had also been exhausted. Qin Yi gazed upon Huang. Now frail and afflicted by disease, his eyesight dimmed. In his heart, he felt a twinge of reluctance. This man was the most powerful sage of humanity on this planet, the architect of the flourishing Xia kingdom, which had grown to be comparable to the era of the Great Qin. For 25 years, Huang had diligently served, with a heart devoted to the well-being of the realm, facilitating the Great Xia Code, and upholding the rule of law while advocating for equality among all. Although it appeared similar to the Great Qin era, the ideologies instilled by Qin Yi from the outset were far from feudal monarchic thoughts. After all, Qin Yi aimed to establish a technological civilization, not a feudal one. Huang did not pursue a path of centralized power simply because he was an emperor. He was open to counsel and appointed individuals based on merit. 5 years prior, he had even established the Great Xia Imperial Examination, allowing humanity on this planet to navigate their path of development with significantly fewer detours. Now, he was aging. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Qin Yi inquired softly. He knew he could not save him, Survival of the fittest was a rule established from the very inception of this planet, and Qin Yi could not disrupt it. Nor could he allow chaos to ensue in his realm due to Huang's situation. Thus, Huang's demise was inevitable. "What is it?" Qin Yi asked gently. Huang, gazing at Qin Yi, who floated amidst the clouds, pondered the fate that awaited after death. Ultimately, he voiced his curiosity. What happens after one dies? When he encountered Qin Yi, Huang believed that there must exist an even greater sage in this world. At that moment, the concept of deities had yet to materialize. Yet beings like Huang existed. Consequently, Huang regarded Qin Yi as the pinnacle of wisdom, believing that death would lead to an even greater existence. This was why he feared not the end. Qin Yi had previously observed Huang's moments of hesitation, undoubtedly harboring questions about his existence, an indication of the wisdom befitting a sage. Do you recognize the stars in the heavens? After death, one becomes those very stars. Upon hearing this, Huang's eyes brightened with realization. So that's it. It seems my thoughts were not unfounded. Qin Yi continued. What else would you like to know? Huang shook his head. Qin Yi then dissipated into mist. Huang understood that his time was drawing near. He would soon transform into a star in the sky. The following day, the crown prince, Shang, came to visit. Huang spoke. Shang, I am on the verge of death. Summon the officials that I have words to share with them. Shang was momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with sorrow as he replied, Impossible. Grandfather is a sage. Our present fortune is due to his wisdom and valor. Grandfather shall not perish. He will live on eternally. Huang placed his hand on Shang's shoulder. Many years ago, he had several children, but ultimately, under the guidance of the spirit of the Great Way, he chose Shang, for he was the most intelligent among them and the only one capable of inheriting this vast endeavor. Very well. Wait a moment, I have a secret to share with you. Grandfather is not truly the strongest sage. It is time to reveal this secret. Shang looked up, meeting Huang's reassuring gaze that he knew Huang would not deceive him. As for the secret itself, he was indifferent. He only wished for his grandfather to survive. Huang was the very backbone of the great Xia. As long as he remained, chaos would not ensue. Yet, Huang would not deceive him. Grandfather was indeed a sage. Ultimately, Shang summoned the officials of the great Xia in the Grand Palace. Numerous individuals had gathered. Huang, with Shang's assistance, donned his ceremonial robes and seated himself upon the elevated dais. Gentlemen, I vaguely recall a time when this imperial palace was far less grand than it is today. Huang reminisced about the past. The present glory of the great Xia is a testament to our collective efforts and your diligent governance. Now, I have aged. I long to reunite with my old friends from yesteryears. I wish to share wine and song with Go, and converse about rivers and mountains with Songjia. Huang paused to catch his breath. The officials wore expressions of sorrow and concern. This nation of the great Xia is entrusted to you. I hope you will support Shang and govern the great Xia well together. Though young, Shang has been guided by my teachings and is a competent sage in his own right that I trust you need not mourn my passing. For life and death are but part of the celestial order. Unable to contain himself, Shang shed tears, kneeling before Huang and grasping his hand. Grandfather, Huang patted Shang's hand, smiling as he reassured him, do not fear. My child, when I was your age, I had already begun to unite our tribe with others. You too shall grow and face death. I shall await your tales of how the great Xia flourishes. Huang offered comfort to Shang and then addressed the officials with gravity. Today, for the great Xia, I, Huang, declare, I appoint Shang as the emperor of the great Xia. The officials, suppressing their grief, bowed to Shang. Huang gestured for Shang to rise. Go forth. Shang rose to his feet and addressed the officials. No need for formalities. Huang nodded in satisfaction. He instructed Shang to issue an order for the officials to depart. Respected one, might you reveal yourself? Huang attempted to speak to the grand hall before him. Shang stared wide-eyed. A mixture of confusion and curiosity etched on his face. Clouds and mist enveloped the surroundings of the royal palace, and a figure clad in resplendent golden robes materialized, treading upon the vapor and floating in midair. Shang, go and pay your respects to the esteemed one. Shang stood there, dumbfounded, until Huang's gentle nudge stirred him into realization. Shang, I pay my respects to you, esteemed one. Qin Yi nodded and replied, no need for formalities. Huang introduced, this is the spirit of the Tao, whom I refer to as the esteemed one. It was under his guidance that I was able to defeat the barbarian. The subsequent advancements in weaving, agriculture, military training, the establishment of the Great Xia, and the governance of the realm were all due to his counsel. Otherwise, my grandfather might have perished long ago at the hands of the barbarian southern invasion. Shang struggled to believe that all these accomplishments were not solely attributed to his grandfather, but were instead the result of the esteemed one's guidance. It felt as though he had been relying on a great mountain, only to discover that behind the mountain lay another towering peak. Qin Yi spoke. Shang, you are the heir nurtured by Huang, and in the future, you will become the second emperor of the Great Xia. Are you prepared? After a brief pause, Shang replied, I am ready. Qin Yi nodded approvingly, and Huang expressed his satisfaction. With a sigh, Qin Yi observed the scene that as Shang turned around, he realized that Huang had already passed away. Grandfather, as the first emperor of the Great Xia, the subsequent generations held Huang in exceedingly high regard. He was recognized as the origin of human technological civilization, a subject worthy of perpetual study. In later times, he would be referred to by netizens as the Emperor Huang. The era of Huang came to a close, and the era of Shang began. Qin Yi once again purchased a time accelerator, and the simulation continued. This was the most advanced time accelerator available. After its use, Qin Yi would be left with no funds to continue investing. The scant planetary currency he possessed represented the last vestiges of his family's resources. Unless Qin Yi was willing to sell this modest abode, which, despite its dilapidated appearance and small size, a single room, a living area, a kitchen, and a bathroom, constituted the fruits of 2 generations of effort from the Qin family. Equipped with instant boats, flying beasts, or magical carriages, this location was hardly remote. However, society tended to cluster, with affluent and impoverished neighborhoods existing within this city of carriages. Qin Yi's residence fell within this intermediate zone. From the bedroom window, the towering edifices of the affluent district were visible, while from the kitchen window, a long wall could be seen, beyond which lay the decrepit and crowded impoverished area. Nevertheless, all children and youths under the age of 18 would enter the academy, each granted the opportunity to embark on the path of awakening on the day of their revelation. For talent never determines one's fate based on status. This time, Qin Yi slowed the flow of time in the simulation. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he began to compile educational materials. Fortunately, he had yet to fully relinquish his knowledge to his teacher. He still retained a grasp of fundamental concepts in physics, biology, chemistry, mathematics, and medicine. Indeed, the system possessed such knowledge as well. Qin Yi had inquired, but to exchange this knowledge required monetary investment. The crux of the matter was that he currently had no funds. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on his own efforts. Esteemed one, Shang was engrossed in reviewing official documents. The territory of the Great Xia had once again expanded, with the population surging to 500,000. This achievement was the result of 25 years of tireless endeavor. The stability and tranquility of the environment had encouraged the populace to reproduce boldly, free from the anxieties of raising their offspring. The government would intervene as needed, and with few entertainment options. People sought activities to occupy their evenings. The establishment of customs, the birth of legal codes, and the emergence of ethics and morality contributed to the improved quality of newborns, initially, due to adverse conditions. Human lifespans were relatively short. However, now, longevity was becoming more commonplace, exemplified by Huang. In the following years, advancements in medicine and the emergence of healers further elevated the human lifespan. The industrial capabilities of the Great Xia dynasty also progressed due to the knowledge in physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, and medicine that Qin Yi had compiled. Moreover, Shang established the Great Xia Academy of Engineering, leading to the advent of various industrial products, pulleys, water wheels, gears, and unicycles, each contributing to the rapid development of Great Xia's industry. At this juncture, a foundational theory was sufficient to yield many unexpected inventions. The diameter of the planet expanded from over 100 kilometers to over 1,000 kilometers. Among the 18-year-old prodigies, Qin Yi ranked second in terms of the ability to enhance planetary diameter, with no one daring to claim the first position. In reality, 10 hours had elapsed, while within the space of awakening. 10 years had passed. During this decade, Shang worked diligently, and the Academy of Engineering developed numerous technical processes. Products beneficial to the nation and its citizens were produced in factories established under Shang's directives, employing workers and mass-producing goods at remarkably low prices. In Huang's era, Gold and silver coins had been utilized as currency under Qin Yi's guidance. After all, with the establishment of a nation and the stabilization of the realm, trade could no longer rely on bartering, which was excessively time-consuming and hindered many people's needs. The issuance of gold and silver coins was conducted through labor-based relief, grain procurement, military payroll, and state merchant purchases. Now, these coins had become the common currency of the Great Xia dynasty, a technology firmly grasped by the Great Xia Mint. This technique, of course, originated from Qin Yi's discoveries. He had found a conventional method of minting gold and silver in this world, akin to the most basic form of alchemy and magic. 5 years later, the Great Xia mastered iron smelting technology. 10 years later, the first iron sailing vessel was constructed. 20 years hence, the skyline of the Great Xia was adorned with towering buildings, alongside the emergence of horse-drawn carriages and bicycles. More crucially, a student from the Academy of Engineering, known as Ziki, forged the first firearm. Black powder was researched a decade ago in pursuit of creating the finest firearms. The demand for steel has become exceptionally stringent. There was a prior incident of barrel explosion that caused the research on firearms to be postponed, shifting the focus to steel smelting technology. It was only after the advent of the blast furnace method that the materials produced could forge firearms without the risk of bursting. This marked the dawn of an era for the Great Xia, ushering in a time of heat and weaponry. Moreover, the Great Xia also embraced the steam engine. With the current advancements, the Great Xia is nearing the steam age, yet it surpasses it in certain aspects. Under the guidance of Qin Yi, the Great Xia, since its establishment, has avoided detours, conflicts, and the constraints of feudal thought. Knowledge has been imparted one by one, and talents have emerged across various fields. Respectable master. Just as Qin Yi finished his nutrient supplement, he heard the call from the planet within the awakening space that a strand of wool entered the awakening space directly. What is it? Shang half-kneeled on the ground, presenting a metallic block resembling steel. Master, this is a rare metal discovered by the Academy of Heavenly Crafts. Even the blast furnace cannot melt it, nor can the steam engine forge it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi gracefully approached. The metal floated towards him, revealing intricate patterns and a smooth surface. Certainly not an ordinary metal. System. What is this metal? Qin Yi could not discern its origin. System. Vibranium. Qin Yi's eyes widened at the system's response. Vibranium. It is the sound-absorbing steel from a film of his past life, renowned for its exceptional hardness and energy-absorbing properties, offering formidable defense. Such a legendary material has unexpectedly appeared on his planet. Qin Yi was both astonished and delighted. Looking at Shang, who was still kneeling, he smiled faintly. Shang, this is the strongest metal, known as vibranium, that a shield forged from vibranium would possess extraordinary defense. Shang eagerly inquired. Can it be used to create firearms? After contemplating the properties of vibranium, Qin Yi responded, not at the moment. Currently, we lack the technology to forge this metal, and to utilize it, we must first figure out how to work with it. Shang appeared somewhat disheartened. There truly no way for you, master? Qin Yi shook his head, explaining, it is not that I cannot. Rather, the current smelting technology of the Great Xia is not advanced enough. I once stated that when technology reaches a certain stage, even a passenger craft capable of carrying hundreds could be constructed. However, that is contingent upon technology advancing to that point. Presently, the Great Xia's technology is insufficient to forge vibranium. Qin Yi then inquired of the system. System, can you devise a method for utilizing vibranium? After all, it is vibranium. If it could be employed, the strength of the Great Xia would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. System, excavate vibranium, find suitable shapes, and create weapons. Thus, at this stage, to use vibranium, one must locate a suitable form of it to serve as a weapon. Consequently, Qin Yi had no choice but to guide Shang in secretly directing the Forbidden Army to excavate vibranium. 50 years later, the now 70-year-old Shang had aged. He too posed the same question once asked by Huang. Qin Yi provided a similar response. Subsequently, Shang passed on his position as emperor of the Great Xia to Zizhou. Zizhou possessed innate strength, surpassing that of ordinary individuals, and demonstrated exceptional intelligence. Excelling in mathematics and the sciences, he epitomized the perfect continuation of Huang's lineage, becoming a sage of humanity at the Academy of Heavenly Crafts. He invented numerous creations, such as the microscope, which unveiled the microbial world to humanity, and the telescope, allowing glimpses of the moon's surface from afar. The stars were a result of Qin Yi's later embellishments through the system. While the moon formed later, likely as a consequence of the planet's increasing diameter and the evolution of its primordial power. At this juncture, Zizhou began to ponder what lay beyond the Great Xia, whether there existed other realms akin to it. In the 5th year of Zizhou's reign, the time accelerator concluded that as species proliferated and the population grew. Interspecies connections intensified. Indeed, a single thread could set the entire tapestry in motion. Thus, the consumption of the time accelerator surged. Now we must find a way to undertake missions and earn resources to continue our pursuits, Qin Yi murmured as he consumed his nutrient supplement. He had not anticipated that his planet could yield vibranium. This discovery filled him with immense joy. Yet, after the initial excitement, he needed to remain composed. Possessing vibranium, but lacking the means to utilize it was akin to having lamb stew just out of reach, an excruciating feeling. System, surely you have a method for forging vibranium? System. Vibranium forging technology, 1 million planet coins. Qin Yi paused for a moment. That is relatively reasonable, not excessively expensive. If it were too costly, I would have to consider waiting to exchange it later. With the current strength of the Great Xia, acquiring vibranium shields and arrows, coupled with vibranium armor, would significantly enhance their chances against martial artists. Qin Yi stroked his chin, contemplating whether continuing to plunder unclaimed planets would impact the development of the Great Xia. After all, it necessitated a substantial number of warriors to embark on expeditions that a significant loss could certainly affect the advancement of the Great Xia. Wouldn't it? System, if I were to plunder unclaimed planets now, what impact would it have on the Great Xia? Can you simulate the outcome? Qin Yi still turned to the system for insight. System, war is the catalyst for the advancement of civilization. After reading the system's response, Qin Yi felt assured that the system undoubtedly supported the plundering of unclaimed planets. With that in mind, what was there to wait for? Qin Yi tidied himself and visited several small companies in Chaiching. These small enterprises, once registered, possessed starships capable of entering the Dead Star Sea and plundering unclaimed planets. However, typical small companies lacked the scale of the Awakener Guild and did not possess access to high-grade starships for high-level unclaimed planets. After reviewing the information provided by these small firms, Qin Yi ultimately chose to collaborate with one. They were newly established, and their recruits were primarily low-level awakeners from planets with smaller diameters and lower energy levels. May our collaboration be fruitful, Qin Yi declared, extending his hand. The company's young owner, awakened with energy from mid-level planets, was also a level 3 planet master. This small company was supported by a larger corporation, allowing him to venture out independently. Each year, numerous awakeners emerged, and large companies required fresh talent. Thus, small companies sprang forth, providing many low-level awakeners with opportunities to acquire resources that a total of 5 individuals ventured onto a recently unclaimed planet. This celestial body, characterized by its primitive energy, birthed life forms endowed with mental prowess, enabling them to manipulate their surroundings. Should resources be abundant, the potential of such mental abilities, when honed to their zenith, can indeed be formidable. However, the acquisition of such resources is an astronomical endeavor. The primal essence is inherently a rare commodity. For a low-level awakened being to amass a significant amount of it to elevate their planet's energy would require an unimaginable sum. Let us commence the construction of the chain bridge, the leader proposed. As he spoke, the others began to establish their connections in a short span. A myriad of diverse planetary beings appeared around them. The leader's planet yielded 10 formidable entities, the most powerful life forms of his domain. Among them were also psychics and warriors. They paused momentarily, taken aback by the army that followed Qin Yi, who appeared to be merely ordinary humans. The leader furrowed his brow, for the information regarding Qin Yi's planet suggested it was of a superior level. Planet information, civilization, ordinary planet level, 1 diameter, 615 kilometers species count, 22. 168 such data was unprecedented for the leader. Yet, every individual harbors their secrets. This task, while not exceedingly perilous, warranted the presence of an additional awakened being for added security. He had anticipated the assistance of a high-level awakened individual, but was instead presented with an army of the seemingly mundane. Rest assured, I shall not hinder your progress. Should I prove ineffective, I shall forego my share of the spoils from this plundering, he assured the others. The leader surveyed his companions. Although he held the title of leader, He required their consensus, as a contract had been established, necessitating a fair distribution of future rewards. Otherwise, his reputation could suffer, hampering his ability to attract cooperative awakened beings in the future. Let him join us. I believe it is prudent. With such a vast army, he should be able to contend with low-level mentalists, one suggested. Indeed, I concur, another echoed. While resources were scarce, the awakened beings understood the significance of even the smallest resource to their kind. Furthermore, despite Qin Yi's army being composed of ordinary individuals, they exuded a certain aura that could prove effective against mentalists. Qin Yi clasped his fists and expressed, "Thank you." The leader responded, "Since you command such a formidable host, the low-level mentalists shall be entrusted to you." Agreed, Qin Yi replied. The leader initiated the raid. Following Qin Yi, Zizhou, guided by the spirit of the Great Path, led the army in a ruthless assault against the low-level mentalists inhabiting the planet. The higher-level mentalists were to be dealt with by the leader's team. "Look, leader," one called out as they clashed with the higher-level mentalists. They discovered an overwhelming force decimating their foes below. The mentalists' abilities appeared ineffective against this formidable army. It was then they recognized the extraordinary nature of this force. The leader, though surprised, was not entirely taken aback. Many awakened beings possessed a variety of planetary energies, granting them tremendous powers. Qin Yi's situation was not entirely shocking to him. "All right, everyone, let us put forth our utmost effort to eliminate these higher-level mentalists, and our mission will be accomplished." The group responded affirmatively as the low-level mentalists fell. The energy of this unclaimed planet gradually dissipated. Qin Yi, accompanied by Zizhou and the warriors of Dexiao, bore witness to the leader and his three companions engaged in a fierce battle against the higher-level mentalists. Ultimately, the latter were defeated, and the apex life forms of the unclaimed planet were vanquished. Qin Yi instructed Zizhou to lead the army back. The unclaimed planet naturally transformed into primal essence. The leader collected this essence using obsidian and, upon returning to the company, promptly listed it for sale online. This endeavor earned Qin Yi 60,000 planetary coins, nearly on par with the leader's earnings. Subsequently, Qin Yi visited several other companies, undertaking various tasks, until he was approached by Tong Bailey, the president of the Vehicle City Awakened Association, that I have come to extend an invitation to you for an upcoming Awakened competition a month from now. You must have heard of the Vehicle City Youth Tournament. I believe you would be an excellent participant. The Vehicle City Youth Tournament commences annually 1 month after the Day of Awakening. Organized by the 10 Cities Alliance, participants must be awakened beings who have awakened their planets within the past 3 years. It serves both as an entertainment competition and a means to identify the strongest new awakened beings from each city. Official recognition and substantial resource support, along with specialized training from the association, are provided to the victors. Qin Yi initially intended to remain inconspicuous. Yet, Tong Bailey, with a gaze imbued with inscrutable depth, remarked, "You have undertaken numerous tasks in the past few weeks, and I am well aware. Are you attempting to conceal your talents? In this era, such a feat is nearly impossible. The 10 executives of Vehicle City have already set their sights on you. They will not overlook any potentially gifted awakened being." Qin Yi understood the connections and methods employed by the Awakened Association and the top 10 companies. However, he could not allow the fear of exposure to deter him from pursuing tasks and earning resources, as only through such endeavors could he strengthen himself. Tong Bailey observed Qin Yi's silence and regarded him with admiration. To cultivate a planet from a mere kilometer to over 600 kilometers, all while commanding an army that rivaled that of the mentalists, was no small feat. While such transformations might be commonplace over the span of 6 months, Qin Yi had accomplished this in less than half a month. It appeared that miracles perpetually surrounded him. Qin Yi, maintaining his composure, replied, "Thank you for your kind words, President. My talent is modest, and I rely solely on hard work." Tong Bailey inquired, "Then why refrain from collaborating with a company? Surely, your current achievements could be magnified." Qin Yi, with unwavering determination in his gaze, replied, "For the sake of freedom, I do not wish to become a mere employee." Tong Bailey was momentarily taken aback in that moment. He perceived a unique aura emanating from Qin Yi. All awakened beings, in their quest for power and primal essence, would stop at nothing. Had another possessed Qin Yi's capabilities, they would likely have sought the backing of a major corporation to swiftly acquire resources. Forge a colossal planet, and command an army of millions, thus inscribing their name in the annals of planetary history. Yet, Qin Yi chose a different path. For the sake of freedom, it sounds somewhat ludicrous at first. However, upon deeper reflection, it evokes a sense of admiration, for in his quest for strength, Tong Bailey had long relied on major corporations. All the resources he plundered, every advantage gained from competitions, along with the relentless efforts and cunning strategies employed to acquire the primal powers and honors. Much of it was siphoned off by the companies. He was bound to heed their directives and accompany relatives connected to the board, subjected to their whims. Eventually, he managed to empower himself, utilizing various means to forge a connection with the city lord, thereby earning the official recognition of Chaiching that he ascended to the position of director of the Awakeners Guild in Chaiching, step by step, ultimately sitting in the president's chair. Over these years, he merely transitioned from plundering resources for the corporations to doing so for the city lord. With little fundamental change in essence, the notion of pursuing freedom, how utterly laughable. Tong Bailey would not mock Qin Yi for harboring such a trivial and somewhat naive wish. The path ahead would soon reveal the harsh realities of this world to Qin Yi. The quest for freedom. Yet, true liberation seems attainable only when one becomes so powerful that no one can bind them. Life, in essence, is often beyond our control. Do you still wish to abstain from this competition? Qin Yi pondered for a few moments before responding to Tong Bailey. I shall go. However, prior to that, I wish to enter into a contract with you, President Tong. Tong Bailey understood Qin Yi's intentions. By signing this contract at this juncture, Qin Yi would be recognized as a member of the guild, and Tong Bailey would be bound to ensure his safety. Tong Bailey replied, Very well. I too am curious to see what miracles you might possess. He produced a jade slip, and moments later, a contract materialized in his hand. This is a draft contract from the guild. I have had several clauses removed to afford you the utmost freedom. This is the best I can do. Qin Yi examined the contract and found it indeed to be the most liberating agreement compared to what he had discovered online. Upon entering the awakening space, he constructed a chain bridge, channeling a fragment of planetary energy into the contract. In the lower right corner, where the awakener's signature would be, a small blue planet appeared, resembling a tiny celestial body existing in another realm. This signified the signing of the awakener's pact. Once confirmed, it would be binding for life, with the only means of dissolution resting in the hands of the other party. Otherwise, Qin Yi would be obliged to adhere to the stipulations laid out in the contract, such as complying with guild activities, and refusing participation in significant events was not an option. While attendance in general activities was optional, they would bear the name of the Awakener. The cost was 1 million planetary coins. I see that you have been engaged in missions lately and are in dire need of planetary coins. Since you are willing to sign this contract, you shall be regarded as one of our guild members. I shall not treat you unjustly. Furthermore, the guild's primal power can be purchased at a 50% discount. Tong Bailey handed Qin Yi a card and continued. On the day of the competition, I will notify you. In the meantime, will you be at the guild or at home? Qin Yi accepted the card. At home. Tong Bailey stood up, stating, Very well. Then nurture your planetary energy diligently, complete your tasks, and feel free to visit the guild. After bidding farewell to Tong Bailey, Qin Yi sat down, lost in thought. To be honest, signing this contract was a possibility that had been on Qin Yi's mind for some time. After all, relative to other options, the Awakeners Guild was a more acceptable choice for him. As for the top 10 companies in Chaiching, he had little desire to engage with them. Every Awakener could glean information about these companies from the news or other channels. Their existence revolved around plundering resources from unclaimed planets in the Dead Star Sea. The ultimate goal, in fact, was to serve the interests of the board members who established these companies. They were high-ranking planetary lords, whose need for primal power would only escalate as their levels advanced. Thus, they sought to cultivate numerous planetary lords to accumulate wealth and primal energy. In his past life, Qin Yi had been a mere cog in the 996 workforce, and he had no intention of becoming a mere workhorse again. After his interactions with Tong Bailey, Qin Yi felt that, compared to the large corporations, the guild, managed by the authorities, might be a slightly better option for awakening. It was only after Tong Bailey laid his cards on the table that Qin Yi decided to collaborate with him. System, exchange for the technology of vibranium forging, with the acquisition of 1 million star coins from Tong Bailey. Qin Yi found himself in a position to indulge in extravagance. System, exchange successful. The vibration gold forging technique will be inherited by Gong Shuban. A thread of consciousness entered the awakening space. Gong Shuban, a top-tier craftsman from the Great Xia's Ministry of Industry, was a recipient of the esteemed title of Royal Craftsman of the Great Xia. He also held the honorary position of Vice Dean at the Academy of Heavenly Crafts and was a Marquis of the Great Xia. He was the most influential craftsman during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Today, he unexpectedly acquired the vibration gold forging technique, and a sudden flash of insight regarding the knowledge of forging vibration gold illuminated his mind. Qin Yi guided Zizhou, providing Gong Shuban with the utmost support in forging true vibration gold shields, vibration gold arrows, and vibration gold armor. Ideally, they would be able to create steel armor as well. To this end, Qin Yi once again utilized the time accelerator. Following the previous deployment of the Great Xia's army, the entire realm became aware of the existence of another continent. Only the Emperor of the Great Xia possessed the ability to access this new land. Leading his army through a special passage, Emperor Zizhou entered this other continent, where a myriad of formidable beings resided. There were those capable of flight, wielding telekinesis to manipulate their surroundings, as well as robust martial artists honing their true qi. Additionally, there were many strange creatures, replete with tentacles and imbued with ghostly energies that induced hallucinations. In summary, with each military expedition, some soldiers would inevitably perish, yet substantial resources were also acquired. For instance, martial arts manuals were obtained, allowing some to move with the grace of a swallow, while others grew stronger in physique. The entire Great Xia began embracing martial arts training, as well as discovering unique and delectable foods. Alongside rare and exotic beasts. In such a grand environment, people no longer prioritized immediate gains. They began to support the Great Xia's military training, advocate for military funding, and endorse the expeditions. Naturally, a small faction remained opposed to warfare, apprehensive of the casualties that each campaign would bring. Furthermore, there was a prevailing theory that those who kill would ultimately be killed. They feared being slain by even more formidable adversaries. Nonetheless, Zizhou distributed many precious items acquired from other planets, retaining only a modest portion for himself, thereby garnering widespread support. His aspirations lay not in the enjoyment of these rare treasures, but in relishing the thrill of battle and the exhilaration derived from vanquishing various foes. Within just half a year, Gong Shuban had utilized the resources of this planet to forge the first set of vibration gold armor. The silver-white armor, complemented by a white robe, adorned Zizhou, instantly bestowing upon him a commanding aura. Clad in armor, he strode through the flames unscathed. Long live the Great Xia! Zizhou raised his black sniper rifle, crafted personally by Gong Shuban, featuring the latest advancements in firearms technology, exquisitely refined, with a range of 300 meters. It could even surprise aerial combatants, unless they were intermediate-level ability users, for the bullets posed no threat to them. Additionally, affixed to the back of the armor was a long and silver spear, an alternative for close-quarters combat when bullets proved ineffective. The warriors of the Great Xia were trained not only in shooting, but also in hand-to-hand combat techniques. In terms of close combat, none surpassed the third-generation Emperor Zizhou, who resembled a war god for the Great Xia. Even stronger than the legendary Mang of yore, Zizhou possessed not only immense strength, akin to divine might, but also the wisdom to recognize that relying solely on the Great Xia's development would never yield supremacy. Only by heeding the guidance of the spirit of the Great Path and conquering various planets to acquire resources could the Great Xia aspire to a brighter future. This recent acceleration in time enabled Qin Yi to assemble an elite army of approximately 10,000 soldiers. All warriors donned vibration gold armor, wielding automatic rifles, while carrying vibration gold curved sabers and circular shields. Archers equipped with vibration gold arrows boasted a range of around 100 meters, in addition to crossbows, short bows, light cavalry, and heavy cavalry, all mounted on warhorses and armed with long spears, with vibration gold swords at their sides. This comprised 6 distinct military branches, carefully selected by Qin Yi to form this elite force. In pursuit of further technological advancement, Qin Yi aimed to undertake missions at the guild, not only to provide this newly formed army with opportunities for cohesion, but also to accumulate star coins. The principles of the generator required 2 million star coins. According to the system, the generator principle encompassed not merely a simple understanding of electricity, but also delved into electrical engineering and electromagnetism. Yet, The Great Xia was still entrenched in the Steam Age. Alternatively, there was the more advanced arc reactor, demanding 10 million star coins. Furthermore, the source power of intermediate planets could also be exchanged for technological advancements. However, the source power of an intermediate planet typically hovered around 8 million star coins. Only the source power of lower-tier planets ranged from 100,000 to 1 million. The Dead Star Sea was teeming with numerous lower-tier planets. For this was a world where the weak were devoured by the strong. Much like the annual competition among young awakeners, where hundreds of participants perished each year. Mr. Qin, you have finally arrived. This way, please. As Qin Yi made his entrance into the Awakeners Guild, he was met by the hurried approach of Li Xiaoya. Qin Yi offered a courteous smile. Thank you. Li Xiaoya promptly replied, Mr. Qin, it is my duty to assist. Since the last time she was assigned by Tong Bailey to specifically oversee Qin Yi, she had waited for over 10 days. To her dismay, Qin Yi had yet to arrive. It was only later that she learned he had taken on tasks at a smaller company outside. A chill ran through her. After all, her salary was directly linked to Qin Yi's presence. Should he fail to return, she would be forced back to her previous circumstances, serving a myriad of awakened individuals. Although those awakened ones in the guild posed no significant threat to her, the work was exhausting, and the remuneration was meager. The careless mistake could lead to consequences far graver than mere dismissal. Survival itself could become a daunting challenge. Upon discovering that Qin Yi had officially signed with the guild, Li Xiaoya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Accompanied by Li Xiaoya, Qin Yi made his way to a private room on the second floor. It appeared that the building of the Awakened Guild was not particularly large, yet its decor was opulent. Internally, however, it housed a plethora of spaces, some crafted by cultivators resembling cave abodes, while others were exotic realms conjured by grand magicians. This design allowed for the accommodation of all awakened individuals from the entire vehicle city. Inside the private room, not only were there fruits and assorted pastries, but also beverages and the ability to exchange for the primal power and resources obtained from the Dead Star Sea at any time. For high-ranking awakened individuals, the treatment was undoubtedly beyond the imagination of ordinary awakened ones. Qin Yi opted for an unclaimed planet abundant in innate energy. The so-called innate energy was akin to what Qin Yi had observed in martial arts dramas from his past life. Life forms born on such planets were typically human. Given sufficient primal power, it was possible to cultivate innate masters in a remarkably short span. These beings could soar through the skies and wield martial techniques to assault their adversaries. A level 1 innate energy planet generally produced only low-level warriors, slightly stronger than average humans. At level 2, innate masters began to emerge. Should one ascend to level 5, they would be comparable to powerful figures among high-energy planets, capable of feats such as moving mountains and filling seas. The highest level of planetary ranking remained unknown, perhaps known only to that first awakened individual from a century prior. 10,000 troops stood in meticulous formation, with the Emperor of the Great Xia personally commanding from the rear. At the front were the shield bearers, followed by the infantry. To the left were archers and crossbowmen, while the right was occupied by light cavalry, with heavy cavalry bringing up the rear. Zizhou advanced slowly across this unfamiliar planet, guided by the spirit of the Great Way, which proclaimed this land as unclaimed. He was tasked with conquering it. As long as he could defeat the strongest warrior of this realm, he would be rewarded with martial techniques. Although these techniques were obscure and challenging to master, they would still prove beneficial to the citizens of Great Xia. Some had already attained a swiftness akin to a swallow through these martial arts, and Zizhou could distinctly feel a surge of energy within his body. Conquest, he relished this sensation. Report. Out of 10 scouts, only 3 have returned. Commander, enemies have been detected ahead. Behind the shield bearers stood the formidable commander of Great Xia, General Yang Jian, who was also the vanguard of this expedition. Form ranks. What had initially been a cautiously advancing army transformed into a vigilant force in an instant. After progressing just over 3 miles, they encountered enemies clad in peculiar attire, leaping swiftly through the jungle. Prepare for battle, Yang Jian commanded loudly. The shield bearers promptly raised their shields, while the infantry readied automatic rifles through the gaps in the shields. Yang Jian focused intently on the enemy until the majority were within firing range. Fire. The velocity of the bullets is exceedingly rapid. Those innate warriors are encountering such formidable adversaries for the first time. In an instant, a sizable number of them fell. Nevertheless, some warriors swiftly maneuvered through the air, infiltrating the ranks of the army. The wall of energy erupted from the ground, creating a substantial crater. It appeared that this warrior possessed remarkable strength. Yet the majority of his kinetic energy was absorbed by the vibranium armor, rendering the threat relatively minor. In that fleeting moment of distraction, an arrow pierced his body directly. Observing this, the other innate warriors immediately halted their advance. They discerned that their martial techniques seemed ineffective against the enemy and promptly began to devise alternative strategies. Some, taking advantage of the fallen warriors, surged forward, aiming to unleash a martial technique to breach the military formation. However, they soon realized their attack bore minimal impact. The shield wall did indeed experience a jolt, momentarily disarrayed, yet it quickly regained its original configuration. In the meantime, a bullet, whose origin remained unknown, claimed his life. An increasing number of innate warriors emerged, launching reckless assaults from all directions. Zizhou promptly dispatched light and heavy cavalry. Simultaneously, his sniper rifle claimed the lives of several innate warriors. However, as the battle progressed, those who survived proved exceedingly powerful. The damage inflicted by bullets was negligible to them, as they could nearly evade such attacks. Moreover, arrows crafted from vibranium were even slower. This exemplifies the formidable nature of innate warriors. Upon reaching a certain level, their speed and strength become astonishing. Were this a world of immortal cultivation, even Qin Yi's contingent of 10,000 vibranium-armored soldiers might struggle against foundational-level cultivators. After all, despite the vibranium's capacity to absorb kinetic energy, it could not withstand the assaults of others' spiritual power. Yet, when facing innate warriors, there remained a chance for confrontation. Zizhou utilized the light cavalry and infantry to encircle the dozen or so innate warriors, who were at level 2. Had the master of this planet not perished, rendering it a masterless realm, its energy would not be dissipating and thinning. They might have ascended to level 3 innate warriors. At that juncture, Qin Yi's 10,000 vibranium-armored forces would pose insufficient threat. However, there are no ifs. Zizhou personally led the charge, wielding the Longdan Liangyin spear forged from vibranium, capable of countering some of the innate energy of these level 2 warriors. Thus, in close combat, Zizhou held a distinct advantage. The dozen innate warriors, divided under the strategic maneuvering of Zizhou and Yang Jian, formed 3 smaller squads. They gradually wore down the innate energy of these warriors through their proficient formations. Following the recent fierce battle, these were the last innate warriors remaining on the planet. The planet's energy began to revert to its original primal force, deprived of the continuous support of innate energy. The surviving warriors would inevitably exhaust their innate power and grow weaker. Indeed, merely 2 hours later, these once formidable innate warriors began to wheeze, their wounds multiplying. Ultimately, they succumbed to the onslaught of the vibranium-armored army. Qin Yi recalled the troops, while Zizhou ordered the retrieval of the fallen warriors' bodies, as well as those of these martial artists. Currently, the Great Xia has established a medical academy, where a healer named Bian Ke wishes to dissect these corpses. He aims to explore the anatomical structure of humans and these extraterrestrial beings. Qin Yi produced obsidian to absorb the primal energy and subsequently returned to the cabin via starship. Congratulations on your return. Mr. Qin, Li Xiaya promptly approached, bowing. Her sweet smile, graceful figure, and melodious voice welcomed him back from the battle. This wretched world. Qin Yi felt a slight stir within. He understood that, given his current status and the esteem in which he was held by Tong Bailey, acquiring such a woman was merely a matter of asking. However, Qin Yi was not one to be swayed by base desires. He had his own freedoms to pursue and aspired to become a powerhouse in this world. As a former science fiction enthusiast, he yearned to explore the ultimate frontier of technological civilization. What lies at its end? Two-dimensional foil, flying blades, water droplets, curvature spacecraft. This time, the primal energy he exchanged amounted to nearly 500,000 planetary coins. After all, this masterless planet housed level 2 innate warriors and was on the verge of becoming a low-level energy planet of level 2. In undertaking missions, it was more effective to operate independently within the guild, allowing for personal development of the Great Xia army while also securing full compensation. The upper echelons of the guild, the 5 elders, had evaluated all of Qin Yi's information. He had indeed created a miracle. Yet, Participation in the youth competition was not a privilege granted easily to an awakener who merely achieved a minor miracle. That I acknowledge that his planet's diameter is substantial, having expanded from 1 kilometer to over 600 kilometers in less than a month. Such speed surpasses that of advanced energy planets, especially without significant resource backing, relying solely on personal task completion and the exchange of planetary coins to reach this point. To call it a miracle would not be an exaggeration. However, what could he employ to vanquish those adversaries? Yi Jifeng, one of the 5 elders of the Awakener Guild in Chaiching, served as the chief of the Chaiching police. His intention was to have the guild cultivate Jiang Fan, who had been nurtured for a year, to participate. After all, Jiang Fan was the master of a high-energy magical civilization planet. The training over the past year was aimed at this very occasion, the 10 cities joint youth competition. With a reward of 100 million planetary coins, the primal energy of 10 advanced energy planets, and various rare treasures, including elixirs, celestial swords, magical staffs, magical robes, dragon bones, and spirit beasts, as the official representative of Chaiching. The Awakener Guild must achieve dazzling results. Otherwise, if the city lord harbors dissatisfaction, their careers would reach an impasse. In response to Yi Jifeng's skepticism, Tong Bailey remained composed, aware that his choice of Qin Yi would entail such pressures. Nonetheless, he felt no panic, for Qin Yi's personal achievements were sufficient to attest to his strength. Tong Bailey produced a prepared jade slip. Upon activation, a projection materialized on the conference room table, showcasing Qin Yi's initial battle record. While they could not observe the battlefield of the Dead Star Sea, there existed a clear record of how long Qin Yi took and the magnitude of primal energy he acquired. Furthermore, there were several performance data from minor companies. It was here that they could discern some of Qin Yi's true capabilities. The army of 10,000 displayed commendable combat prowess. In confrontations against the lowly, uninhabited planets. The telekinetics, psychics, martial artists, and innate warriors are easily vanquished. Within a mere span of less than a month, 10 uninhabited planets have been plundered. Today marks the conquest of the 11th dot on this particular planet. There exists a second-level innate warrior, yet Qin Yi is still capable of executing the plunder. I believe he can be regarded as a prodigy among the young planetary lords. After reviewing the projection and listening to Tong Bailey's analysis, Yi Jifeng remained silent for a moment before responding. In light of this, he truly is a marvel. Brother Bailey, your discernment has always been commendable. However, given his potential, why not allocate some resources to assist him in his advancement? Allowing him to govern the planet independently, a talent such as his ought to have the support of a management team. Otherwise, would it not reflect poorly on our guild? He continued. Moreover, does the contract you provided him not contravene the guild's regulations? Leaning back in his chair, Tong Bailey had already contemplated responses to Yi Jifeng's inquiries. As he anticipated the ramifications of his actions from the outset, he turned to the elder seated at the head of the table. Elder Wang, Qin Yi's refusal of invitations from the guild and those companies on the day of his awakening indicates he possesses his own aspirations and intentions. If I were to adopt an aggressive stance and coerce him into signing a contract, I fear it might yield the opposite effect. Hence, I have proposed this contract. As Qin Yi is merely a planetary lord from an ordinary planet, it would be unreasonable for him to sign a contract dictated by the guild. With a high-level contract, we would inevitably need to provide him with substantial resources. Yet, should Qin Yi prove not to be a genuinely promising planetary lord, such resources would be squandered if he is of lower caliber. He would not consent to the contract. Thus, this contract was devised. Elder Wang nodded and addressed the others. I have reviewed Bailey's report. In comparison to Jiang Fan, I have greater faith in Qin Yi. He then turned to Yi Jifeng. Jifeng, our guild has not broken into the top 20 for 3 years. Hence, we must exercise caution in our selection this time. Jiang Fan has considerable talent, yet in these 3 years, have we not cultivated many talented youths who failed to reach the top 20? If we do not change our approach, we may truly face the ire of the city lord. His tone was gentle. Imbued with an affable quality, as one of the oldest presidents of the guild, his words held considerable weight, akin to the city lord's decree. Yi Jifeng hastily replied, Elder Wang, I too am concerned for the guild's reputation. With 3 years devoid of a single planetary lord entering the top 20, I worry that this year will yield no exceptions. The top 10 are already preparing to pounce. Even if we cannot breach the top 20, we must not become the subject of ridicule. However, Since Elder Wang supports Qin Yi, I shall adhere to your wishes, Elder Wang. Nodding in agreement, Elder Wang confirmed Qin Yi's official status as one of the 5 planetary lords representing the Awakener Guild of Chase City in the upcoming 10 Cities Collaborative Youth Competition. Meanwhile, at Tianyu Company, Chairman Tang Yi listened intently to the reports of the executives. Each of them oversaw numerous planetary lords, utilizing the company's resources to bolster their abilities for this 10 Cities Collaborative Youth Competition. They had prepared 5 planetary lords, having nurtured them since last year's Awakening Day. Ultimately, they had finalized a list of the top 10 based on internal competitions and data analysis. Chairman, here is the proposed list and information regarding the top 10. Please review it, the executives presented. Tang Yi examined the projection, which contained comprehensive details about the top 10, each being a high-level planetary lord with their planets reaching level 3, featuring stable environments and numerous level 3 strongmen. Furthermore, based on the unique energies of these planets, they had developed corresponding cultivation methods and assembled battle teams. Crucially, they were also seasoned veterans of numerous battles. After reviewing, Tang Yi selected 4 individuals. Let it be these 4. Along with Fian, who has already nurtured a 3-clawed golden dragon with her planet also reaching level 3, the other executives seemed to have anticipated this decision, considering that as the chairman's favored prodigy, her emergence in such a youth competition would garner significant acclaim in the future. She could even forge a union with the strongest planetary lord of Jiang City AS for the remaining 9 companies. They had also finalized their participating planetary lords. Moreover, they were gathering intelligence on all competitors to ensure they could exploit their strengths and weaknesses, aiming for a decisive victory. After all, the rewards stemmed from the collaborative wealth accumulation of the 10 cities. Surrounding the central city of Jiang City were 10 other cities, and to thrive, it was imperative to adopt this strategy, utilizing the resources of 10 cities to enrich one. Each would leverage their strength to ultimately secure the substantial rewards while nurturing a formidable planetary lord. The central city would also allocate some resources to support this competition. Jiang City boasted several superplanetary lords, who, in the Dead Star Sea, could plunder even greater resources, showing little regard for the meager offerings of the surrounding 10 cities. To contend with the other 8 provinces, Jiang City must undoubtedly enhance the strength of these neighboring cities. This time, Qin Yi exchanged numerous technologies from the Steam era, elevating the capabilities of the entire Daxia Kingdom. Factories sprang up across the land, along with steam trains and locomotives, making their appearances. Moreover, Qin Yi also procured high-yield agricultural seed cultivation techniques. As a result, the citizens of Daxia would no longer bear the burden of food scarcity. The foundation of a nation lies in its food supply. The quantity of food determines how many people can be sustained. Once food becomes scarce, the population ceiling is reached as the population grows and food supplies dwindle. Chaos is inevitable, presenting a significant hindrance to Daxia's development. Planetary lords typically utilize primal energy to elevate the level of their planets and cultivate extraordinary beings. However, Qin Yi's planetary energy is merely ordinary light energy, barely qualifying as low level. The primal energy's effect on the planet is minimal, yet it serves well for investments. Qin Yi intends to undertake further tasks, purchasing primal energy to exchange for electrical engineering knowledge. Only when a planet possesses electricity can it truly be considered to have entered the realm of technological civilization. Similarly, this time, Qin Yi still refrained from utilizing the time accelerator, as he wished for Zizhou to lead the troops during the grand competition of the youth tournament. Should he resort to the time accelerator, Zizhou would inevitably age as well. At present, he stands at the pinnacle of his strength, and only under his command can this formidable army fully harness its maximum potential. Furthermore, even if the time accelerator were employed, by the time of the competition, the Great Xia would likely have only just begun to popularize electrical engineering and construct hydroelectric stations, with most cities merely beginning to utilize electricity. As for enhancing strength, they are now adept at wielding firearms, but conventional artillery, in the absence of arrows or missiles, holds limited efficacy against lower-tier energy planets, much like the telekinetic planets, where they can directly manipulate bullets. Even missiles can be controlled by such telekinetic practitioners. Confronted by grand magicians, even the most potent missiles may prove ineffective. A single magic circle or control spell could thwart their detonation. However, as technological civilizations evolve to a certain extent, It is not impossible to develop weapons specifically designed to counter such energies, anti-magic shields, anti-immortal energy barriers. Without the acceleration of time, the dissemination of electrical engineering would proceed at a rather leisurely pace. Thus, Qin Yi had no choice but to allow Zizhou to continue training the army without undertaking further missions. "Master, you seem to be preparing for something," remarked Zizhou as he stood upon the high platform. With Qin Yi hovering beside him, below them, 1,000 soldiers were engaged in intensive training. Qin Yi replied, "Indeed, shortly, we shall face numerous arduous battles that we will encounter a plethora of planets, traverse various battlefields, and confront an array of foes. Yet, our current strength still falls short." Upon hearing that battles awaited them, Zizhou instantly grew excited. "There is no need for concern, Master. They are all valiant warriors skilled in combat, regardless of how formidable the enemy may be. We shall devise a way to overcome them." Qin Yi, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke languidly. "I am aware that Great Xia has not suffered a single defeat from its inception until now. However, this time, we face a multitude of adversaries. That is why I emphasize the need for you to train the new recruits. Should we incur significant casualties, these fresh soldiers must fill the ranks. For we cannot afford to fail that a defeat would mean our descent into the same fate as those planets we once conquered." Zizhou then grasped the gravity of the situation. "Master, can we not evade this fate?" Qin Yi shook his head and replied, "No, this is the way of the universe. Our capacity to plunder others signifies that we too are vulnerable to being plundered. The law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong survive. This is the way. Train them diligently." Qin Yi imparted a glimmer of insight to Zizhou before withdrawing his consciousness. A few days later, Qin Yi boarded the instant vessel and arrived at the Awakener Guild in Chaicheng. "Mr. Qin, the president has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time," greeted Li Xiaoya, who had been waiting on the first floor all day. Upon seeing Qin Yi, she hurried over to greet him. Qin Yi nodded and followed Li Xiaoya to the upper levels. Here, a significant portion of the city came into view. Dense clusters of buildings, a variety of flying creatures, and a diverse array of people. Reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic city from a past life-esque film, yet simultaneously more modern. Occasionally, individuals soaring on swords would appear, evoking the essence of a cultivation world. However, encountering those exotic beasts felt akin to entering a fantastical game. Upon entering the office, Tong Bailey turned his gaze to Qin Yi. "Tomorrow marks the commencement of the first match in the youth tournament. You should be well aware of the rules, so I shan't elaborate further. Here lies a strand of primordial power. For your ordinary energy planet, I am uncertain if you can harness this primordial energy. If you can, it may grant you an opportunity to replenish your energy during this tournament." Tong Bailey regarded this youth tournament with considerable importance. Within this guild, he did not wield absolute authority. Many significant decisions required deliberation by the Council of Elders, AS, for matters of greater consequence. Impacting the future of Chaicheng, they necessitated the direct pronouncement of the city lord. Tong Bailey aimed to secure his position and not be supplanted by Yi Jifeng. Qin Yi took a seat and accepted the obsidian stone. "I shall give it a try." He had never before utilized primordial power and was uncertain of its efficacy, given that the system demanded monetary investment, and the time accelerator served as the most effective cheat. He had refrained from experimenting with primordial energy. "System, please simulate the potential changes to my planet should I employ this strand of primordial energy." Holding the obsidian stone, Qin Yi probed the primordial energy within, yet did not hasten to use it, instead consulting the system first. On the panel, the system stated, "Primordial energy endowed with true Qi capabilities can extend the lifespan of individuals on the planet to 120 years. It can enhance physical attributes and foster the emergence of more intelligent beings." Upon seeing this, Qin Yi directly entered the awakening space, guiding the primordial energy to transform into planetary energy at that moment. The planet's civilization, technological civilization, planet level, 2 planet diameter, 756.5 kilometers, planet species, 22,068. Upon observing the information displayed on the planet panel, Tong Bailey was momentarily taken aback. Technological civilization? Level 2, a planet diameter of 756.5 kilometers. There are actually 22,068 species. What manner of planet is this? Even Tong Bailey, who had seen much of the world, had never encountered such a situation. He was at a loss as to what kind of planet Master Qin Yi truly was. To deem it ordinary would be misleading. for he could vanquish those lesser unclaimed planets. Yet to assert it was particularly strong would also be inaccurate, as it was indeed an ordinary planet, and yet a technological civilization. A century ago, when the obsidian meteor fell upon the continent, the great Yin transitioned from an era of technology to one dominated by planetary masters. Now, to encounter a technological civilization here with Qin Yi, Tong Bailey was thoroughly intrigued. How had Qin Yi transformed an ordinary planet, a technological civilization, into something stronger than lesser planets? Indeed, it appeared that miracles perpetually unfolded around him. In merely a month's time, he had elevated an ordinary planet to a diameter nearing 800 kilometers at this rate. He would undoubtedly become one of the advanced planetary masters of Chaicheng in the future. After Qin Yi completed the transformation of the primordial energy, he remained unfazed by Tong Bailey's praise. Thank you for your commendation, President. I do not deserve it to aspire to become an advanced planetary master feels akin to reaching for the heavens. Qin Yi made a concerted effort to appear rather despondent and exceedingly humble. Tong Bailey shook his head and imparted, "You have journeyed from an initial diameter of 1 kilometer to now exceeding 700 kilometers. This alone serves as proof of your potential. Why must one, despite possessing undeniable strength, so readily demean oneself? If you yearn for freedom, then you must cultivate a heart of a true champion. Otherwise, your notion of freedom is nothing but a delusion." Qin Yi was taken aback by Tong Bailey's guidance, and at that moment, he felt a slight sense of closeness to him. In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, emotions are merely a form of interaction among individuals. I am grateful for the President's instruction. I have never relinquished my pursuit of freedom. No matter how arduous the path may be, I shall persist. Tong Bailey nodded in acknowledgement. This is the information I currently possess regarding our adversaries. Your insights must also be reported. According to your current planetary data, you actually hold an advantage in this instance. Many may overlook you as an ordinary planetary sovereign. You must prepare yourself to leverage this advantage. Qin Yi nodded. Understanding the strategy of feigning humility to deceive others, he was already contemplating this approach. After attending a banquet organized by the guild, he indulged in a low-level elixir from the cultivation civilization and savored specialties from the spirit energy planetary sovereigns, allowing himself a restful night. The following day, accompanied by other guild members, he boarded a large instant ship to the venue of the youth competition of the 10 Cities Alliance, which fortuitously was being held in the Car City this year. The grand venue was bustling with numerous aerial vehicles broadcasting the event live. This was the largest competition arena in Car City, where planetary sovereigns registered daily to partake in contests. Qin Yi. It resembled a racetrack from his previous life, where planetary sovereigns competed below, and spectators could place bets based on the sovereign's information, wagering on their victory or defeat. This has emerged as a form of entertainment amidst the awakening environment, particularly among the affluent and powerful who manipulate planetary currency as a game. They often place bets during the final grand competitions, swiftly accumulating the wealth of many gamblers. Naturally, this arena also provided awakeners with an opportunity to hone their skills and elevate themselves. Victorious participants would reap substantial rewards and attract the attention of influential figures, leading to potential contracts for training. In Car City, there was once a planetary sovereign who ascended from the lower ranks to the higher echelons, ultimately defeating a high-level planetary sovereign nurtured by a powerful figure, thus claiming a fortune in bets. Just as the powerful figure sought to eliminate him, the city lord intervened, saving the planetary sovereign and leaving behind a heroic tale in Car City. The entire venue was teeming with people, resembling a colossal football stadium. However, at the center of the arena were luxurious private seating areas. Through these seats, planetary sovereigns could connect to the awakening space of their planets and dispatch their strongest warriors to engage in decisive battles in the extraterritorial battlefield, a realm established by the powerful planetary sovereigns of the cultivation civilization. Here, grand battles could be broadcasted and observed, providing a thrilling form of entertainment for the populace, who understood that those clashing on the battlefield were indeed the inhabitants of the planets ruled by the sovereigns. They were living beings, and death in this context signified true demise. This authenticity rendered the experience exhilarating. Qin Yi followed the guild executives and 4 other planetary sovereigns into the venue, where they were assigned to a private box equipped with comprehensive amenities. The executive introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Luffy Yu, your team leader for this event. You may address me as Brother Feiyud. He then proceeded to introduce the 5 contestants. Zhang Han. Level 3 Cultivation Civilization Planetary Sovereign. Graduated from Car City No. 1 High School. Zhao Xing. Level 3 Qi Warrior Planetary Sovereign. Also from Car City No. 1 High School. Sun Yi. Level 3 Cultivation Civilization Planetary Sovereign. Graduated from Car City No. 3 High School. Li Zirwei. Level 3 Magical Civilization Planetary Sovereign. Graduated from Car City No. 2 High School. Qin Yi. Level 2 Technological Civilization Planetary Sovereign. Graduated from Car City No. 2 High School. To be frank, Luffy Yu was somewhat surprised. Why was a Level 2 planetary sovereign, particularly from an obscure technological civilization, allowed to participate in such a grand competition? The guild's arrangement left him puzzled. And the other 4 contestants shared his sentiments. Brother Feiyu, I recall that there was a genius from No. 1 High School named Jiang Fan who signed a contract with the guild alongside me. What has happened to him? Zhang Han inquired. His meaning clear. Jiang Fan was a genius. Surely he should be competing instead of a little-known Level 2 planetary sovereign from a technological civilization. What did this signify? A lack of ambition to win. Luffy Yu, while uncertain, was aware of certain details regarding Qin Yi. After all, he was the team leader for the Car City Awakener Guild. Qin Yi's participation was justified by the substantial diameter of his planet, surpassing that of his contemporaries. Furthermore, the selection of the 5 participants required the approval of the Council of Elders. The fact that Qin Yi was permitted to compete indicated their consent as for the true reasons behind this decision. Luffy Yu was not entirely informed. He stored the jade slip and replied with a smile. This matter was a consensus among several guild leaders. I hope you can unite rather than remain fragmented. Although Qin Yi's planet is of a technological civilization, it possesses a diameter that exceeds all contemporaneous awakeners. Zhang Han fell silent upon hearing this. He understood Luffy Yu's implication. This decision had already been made by the guild leaders. And any objections or doubts on his part were futile. Li Zirwei, curious, asked, Brother Feiyu, what is the diameter? Luffy Yu turned to the quietly seated Qin Yi. Qin Yi, why don't you share it yourself? There are no outsiders here. They can be considered your comrades, even if you only met today. However, unity will be essential in the upcoming competition. Reluctantly, Qin Yi spoke, 760 kilometers. Luffy Yu smiled faintly, pleased by the expressions of the other 4. Their reactions mirrored his own upon first learning of this planetary diameter. How is that even possible? Li Zirwei expressed disbelief. Qin Yi, it's not that I don't believe you. But how exactly did you achieve this? The others bore expressions of astonishment and curiosity. Qin Yi shrugged and replied nonchalantly, I simply followed the methods taught by my mentor, fostering life, establishing rules, nurturing attentively, and embracing the principles of natural selection. The other 4 wore expressions that seemed to say, I can't believe that. Luffy Yu rose and seated himself beside Qin Yi. The guild leader mentioned that you are quite low-key. And I now believe it. He addressed the other 4. Qin Yi has trained a formidable army consisting of nearly 10,000 troops. Do not underestimate them, for they have even defeated innate warriors on unclaimed planets of lower civilizations within the Dead Star Sea. The other 4 individuals once again exchanged incredulous glances at an army of 10,000. It is worth noting that among the Level 3 planet lords, the populace of their planets scarcely exceeds 10,000. Comprised primarily of ordinary folk. To further their advancement, they require a more substantial source of primordial power to breed a greater number of individuals and cultivate more formidable warriors. Over the past year, they have relentlessly plundered the primordial energy from unclaimed planets within the Sea of Dead Stars, utilizing this energy to elevate their own capabilities, barely achieving Level 3 prior to the Grand Tournament. The ecosystem of their planets, along with the governing rules, remain in disarray, all for the sake of nurturing a few Level 3 powerhouses to participate in this youth competition. Hence, I believe the leader's intentions lie therein. If Qin Yi's 10,000 strong can be effectively utilized on the battlefield, they could serve as an unexpected force. The gazes of the other 4 towards Qin Yi shifted markedly at this moment. Qin Yi interjected, I propose we devise a strategy first. Based on the preliminary matches, we should begin analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the various teams, seeking out their vulnerabilities. Lu Feiyu nodded in agreement, placing a reassuring hand on Qin Yi's shoulder, stating, you need not worry about this. The guild has already dispatched data analysts. However, it is crucial to note that such analyses are not exclusive to us. Our opponents possess them as well. Therefore, in these early stages, we should refrain from prematurely revealing any of our trump cards. This sentiment echoes Tong Bailey's thoughts. The group nodded in unison. Shortly thereafter, the opening ceremony of the youth competition commenced. A colossal spirit beast emerged, Qin, soaring gracefully above the venue, emitting a unique sound that was both refreshing and enchanting, evoking a sensation akin to being immersed in the depths of the nine hells. This magnificent spirit beast hailed from a planet within the city's core. Following this, a dazzling display of birds took flight, a staple of every youth competition, each performance capable of stirring the hearts of onlookers. A myriad of vibrant and diverse spirit birds, each with distinct calls, emerged from a void in the center of the arena, gradually coalescing into a resplendent golden phoenix. This was a true phoenix, soaring majestically across the venue before finally alighting upon the elevated platform above, becoming a high-ranking guardian of the event. Subsequently, the azure dragon, black tortoise, and vermilion bird made their appearances, ensuring the security of the entire venue. Qin Yi mused that this was merely a display of grandeur by the prominent figures. Indeed, there had been a significant upheaval during a previous youth competition, but the need for such formidable spirit beasts to maintain order seemed excessive. In the opulent boxes above the venue, a middle-aged man, flanked by companions, disdainfully observed the spectacle. "Our city lord Qin certainly knows how to put on a show, doesn't he?" Lu Feiyu remarked with admiration, his expression brimming with aspiration. "The city lord has summoned all 4 divine beasts to command respect. If you perform well, you might just earn the city lord's favor in that case, regardless of your planet's level. The city lord has the power to elevate you to a high-ranking planetary lord. You must have heard of Yi Tianan from the last competition. He is now a pride of the entire Chuzhou at Jiangxing University. Having expanded his planet's diameter to over 500 kilometers within a year, achieving level 4 status, and has signed a contract with Jiangxing Hengyuan Company, ranking among the top 500 of Jiangxing University." Lu Feiyu spoke with fervor. However, Qin Yi and his companions displayed little interest, as this seemed a distant reality for them. For Qin Yi, it felt more like a vast prison. He had always sensed that he and everyone around him were ensnared within an invisible cage, manipulated by unseen hands to end his previous life. He was an adventurous soul who relished the simplicity of his journeys, riding through the Sichuanabet route. He despised this feeling of being controlled. Outside, the opening ceremony was drawing to a close. Transitioning into the drawing of lots. Within the box, a massive projection provided a clear view of the entire venue. In the 10-city collaboration, each city would present 20 teams of participants, each consisting of 5 awakeners. Employing a mixed drawing format, this meant that they could very well encounter other teams from Che City. At that point, there was no need for hesitation. They should showcase their true abilities that you understand. At this moment, Lu Feiyu transformed into a more serious figure, focusing intently on the projection as he explained to Qin Yi and the others. Understood. Outside, at the center of the venue, the first day's mixed drawing concluded, and the roster was unveiled. There were only 10 extraterritorial battlefields, leading to many groups being left out. The team from the Che City Awakener Guild, to their relief, was one of those exempted from the draw. Phew. Qin Yi heard several sighs of relief echoing around him. "Thankfully, we don't have to compete today. You can observe the other matches and familiarize yourselves." Lu Feiyu was nearly patting his chest in relief. To be honest, he was quite glad that his team would not face a match today. With a total of 200 groups, the schedule was packed, 3 matches in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, making for 6 matches each day, with each match requiring 20 groups, totaling 120 competing teams. Tomorrow would see the remaining 80 groups engage in the same format, ensuring that no group would be consecutively drawn twice. Akin to a round-robin tournament, promoting fairness and equity. In truth, aside from Qin Yi, Zhang Han, and others underwent relevant training each month prior to the competition. A dedicated team would brief them on the youth competition, showcasing past records to familiarize them with the event's dynamics. With 10 projectors already in use, some groups had begun entering the central arena, Xiang City No. 1, featuring 5 planet lords from a magical civilization. All at level 3 was highlighted. Among them was a young girl clad in a black robe with golden trim, known in Xiang City as the Magical Girl. Initially, the diameter of her Awakening Day planet was 33 kilometers. Lu Feiyu elaborated nearby. Outside, A host was providing a brief introduction to the 20 groups from the 10 extraterritorial battlefields. Liu Feiyu instructed someone to retrieve 6 jade slips. Would you like to partake in a little wager? A small gamble is enjoyable, while a large one can be detrimental. These jade slips serve as connectors, enabling identification for payments and bets. Zhang Han, Li Zhirue, and others accepted them. Brother Feiyu, which of these 20 teams do you believe has the greatest chance of winning? Zhao Xing inquired hesitantly, clutching a jade slip while observing the 10 extraterritorial battlefields. Sun Yi, with a cheeky grin, approached Lu Feiyu, asking. Lu Feiyu directly placed his bet on Xiang City number 1, saying, Xiang City no. 1 is a strong contender. Their opponent is Jing City number 1. The disparity between the two sides appears minimal. Both Xiangqing number 1 high school boasts formidable sorcerers, while Jingqing number 1 high school fields 2 Qi martial artists, 2 cultivators, and 1 magic civilization. However, based on past experiences and whispers from the grapevine, the magical maiden from Xiangqing number 1 high school is anything but ordinary. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han and the others immediately placed their bets on Xiangqing no. 1 high school. Next, it was the turn of the Awakener Guild and other groups from Jingqing. Qin Yi, are you not participating? After everyone had placed their bets, they noticed that Qin Yi had yet to stake any money. Prompting their curiosity, Qin Yi had been attentively listening to the host's introduction, and it was evident that a plethora of talents had gathered. The planetary leaders competing had all awakened on planets with a diameter of no less than 30 kilometers on the day of awakening. And many were exceptional. I'm in, Qin Yi said with a smile as he stepped forward, taking the jade slip to prepare his wager. However, while others selected the 10 groups most likely to win, Qin Yi opted for a less conspicuous one, which raised some eyebrows. Subsequently, the amount Qin Yi wagered astonished everyone. 1 million planetary coins. Li Zhirue stared incredulously at Qin Yi's stake, though he had once possessed such wealth. It had quickly been spent on primal energy. Despite their current status as esteemed members of the Awakener Guild in Chaiching, they could hardly rival the owners of small companies outside in terms of finances. The guild provided them with slightly better material conditions, but their assets were effectively controlled by the teams arranged by the guild, requiring reporting for any expenditures. In truth, they only had a few 100,000 planetary coins at their disposal. And they hardly spent any money themselves. They utilized the guild's instantaneous vessels for travel, dined on the guild's nutritious meals, and enjoyed entertainment at the guild's recreational venues. Beyond that, there was little else. However, to suddenly produce 1 million was beyond their means. What a tycoon! Qin Yi, why not bet on Xiangqing number 1 high school? The odds for this group are rather slim. Do you truly wish to wager so much? Sun Yi remarked, both astonished and perplexed. In reality, Qin Yi had already utilized a simulation system to deduce the probabilities of victory for these groups. It was common knowledge that Xiangqing number 1 high school would win. Thus, the returns were not substantial. This particular group appeared rather unremarkable, yet with 5 Dragon Qi civilizations, they were likely to triumph. This way, the returns would be significantly higher. The others pondered this. Sun Yi gritted his teeth, retrieving the last of his funds. I'll wager as well. The others quickly followed suit. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu decided to place a bet too. With only 10 minutes for wagering, the system would automatically close once the time elapsed. As the 10 minutes passed, the jade slips transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the air. Meanwhile, the audience outside fell silent. The competition was officially underway. The projection shifted from 20 groups to 10 extraterrestrial battlefields. There lay a vast desert expanse. The competitors from the participating groups reclined on chairs, their consciousnesses able to detach through the chair's array and enter the otherworldly battlefield. The contest commenced, as the host's voice echoed. The planetary leaders began to connect their internal planets via chain bridges, unleashing their strongest beings. Behold, the so-called magical maiden from Xiangqing number 1 high school had 10 grand sorcerers appearing behind her, each donned in black robes with golden edges, all young maidens. Upon their emergence, they grasped magic wands and began to chant spells, illuminating magic circles before them. The other 4 also summoned their strongest beings, including magical beasts with magical breath, alongside sorcerers articulating peculiar incantations to launch attacks against their adversaries. The participants from Jingqing number 1 high school, on the opposite side, included Qi martial artists shrouded in Qi, some soaring through the air, while sorcerers recited incantations to conjure protective barriers for their allies. Were the magical maidens attempting to summon formidable magical beasts? It appeared a thrilling spectacle awaited us. Indeed, with this formation, the other 4 sorcerers from Xiaoqing No. 1 High School had 3 focusing on offense and 1 on defense, likely aiming to ensure the success of the magical maiden's summoning array. Such a grand magic circle radiated light that could overshadow the entire extraterrestrial battlefield. What an explosive debut! The participants from Jingqing No. 1 High School clearly sought to disrupt the magical maiden's summoning array. Yet the defenses from Xiangqing No. 1 High School were formidable. The commentators passionately narrated the unfolding events, and the spectators' gazes were riveted upon the extraterrestrial battlefield of Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Other battlefields had their own points of interest, each accompanied by enthusiastic commentators detailing the ongoing clashes. Look, the summoning magic array has been completed. What magical beast will emerge? The audience eagerly speculated. Lu Feiyu and the others intently focused on the projection. Sun Yi, brimming with excitement, queried, Feiyu, what do you think will be summoned? Given the grandeur of this array, it must be at least a level for magical beast, right? Zhang Han offered a brief analysis. The level of the summoned beast is determined by the size of the magic circle and the potency of the magical energy. Being deemed a genius magical maiden, I believe it should be no less than level 4 at that moment. Unbeknownst to anyone, atop the high pavilion, the magic array beneath the vermilion bird glowed. It called out, directly summoning the magical creature into the realm of magic. Inside the private box of the high pavilion sat an elegant middle-aged man clad in a white scholarly robe, with long, dark hair adorned by a jade hairpin. He exuded an ethereal aura, reminiscent of a celestial being. That he was Shun Xinghe, the Lord of Chaiqing. Intrigued, he sensed that his celestial beast, the vermilion bird, had been summoned into another space. With a wave of his hand, he concealed the other extraterrestrial battlefields and focused solely on the one from Xiangqing No. 1 High School. It emerged. The magic array truly summoned a magical beast. It's the vermilion bird. At that moment, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Lu Feiyu and the others were left speechless. This is astonishing. To summon the vermilion bird is beyond comprehension. How can they possibly compete now? Indeed, it was unforeseen, utterly unforeseen. The magical maiden from Xiangqing No. 1 High School had summoned the celestial beast, the vermilion bird. Such magic was a first for us. Truly an eye-opener. Look, the vermilion bird is attacking. Remarkably, the vermilion bird, regarded as the most powerful celestial beast within the realm of cultivation, demonstrated an unassailable strength. Witness how its wrath ignited the heavens. A level 3 Qi martial artist was reduced to ashes on the spot. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. The match commenced with an explosive display. Who could have anticipated that this magical maiden would summon the guardian celestial beast of the Lord of Chaiqing into the extraterrestrial battlefield? This would surely be a legendary event recorded in the annals of magical civilizations. Sun Yi, taken aback, inquired of Lu Feiyu, Brother Feiyu, how are we supposed to win this? Others shared this sentiment, including the competitors from Jingzhou No. 1 High School, who were directly confronting the celestial beast, Zhu Ke. The formidable warriors they dispatched were swiftly annihilated, utterly powerless to resist. In less than half an hour, they had already lost this match. Lu Feiyu took a deep breath and replied, no need to rush. There are still numerous groups awaiting their turn. Even if Xiangqing No. 1 High School is strong, there are still second and third places to contend for. As long as we make it into the top 20. We will consider it a victory. It had been 3 years since they last entered the top 20. And the first place had consistently been dominated by teams from other cities. This had led to the Awakener Guild in Chaiqing being regarded with disdain by many high-ranking planetary lords. Only those Awakeners with slightly lesser talents opted to join the Chaiqing Awakener Guild after the Awakening Day, as it was comparatively a place with better resources. Sun Yi glanced at several other extraterrestrial battlefields, where the fighting was equally fierce. Some battles even resulted in mutual destruction, leading to a determination for overtime. Sword immortals, grand sorcerers, beasts, celestial beasts, Qi warriors, and 3-clawed azure dragons. All manner of powerful beings were engaged in combat on these fields. 8 groups had already battled and determined their outcomes, and the group Qin Yi had bet on emerged victorious, albeit narrowly. Look, the group from Yiqing No. 2 has won, Zhao Xing exclaimed, pointing at the projection. Excitement evident in his voice. Just moments ago, he had wagered 80,000 planetary coins. And now, the returns would undoubtedly be substantial. Impressive. Qin Yi, how did you discern that? Lu Feiyu, who had also placed a bet, temporarily concealed the shadow of the magical girl, redirecting their attention to the group on which they had bet the most. After reviewing the system's simulation, Qin Yi, having observed the Zhuge summoned by the magical girl, wanted to ascertain whether his army could withstand its assault. According to the system's predictions, the success rate was a mere 10. The Zhuge possessed not only flames of exceptionally high temperature, but also sharp claws and a pointed beak. Vibranium could only withstand Zhuchue's ordinary flames. Should Zhuge unleash its southern Ming fire attack, the vibranium would surely melt. Responding to Lu Feiyu's query, Qin Yi feigned straightforwardness, stating, "I believe one of them, a three-clawed white dragon, should be quite formidable. Moreover, by betting on the stronger opponent, I should be able to see some returns. Not just a bit." Upon seeing the amount on his gold card, Sun Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Qin Yi. According to this ratio, Qin Yi had directly earned 3 million planetary coins. Incredible. You've struck it rich in silence. Sun Yi gave a thumbs up. Zhang Han, Zhao Xing, and Li Zirai also regarded Qin Yi with newfound respect. Lu Feiyu chuckled. It seems we might just be able to follow Qin Yi's lead and make some profit ourselves at this moment. He paused, suddenly recalling Qin Yi's profile information. The diameter of his awakening had been 1 kilometer. And after half an hour, the announced score was 35 kilometers. Then, within merely a month, the planetary diameter had surged to over 700 kilometers. Truly a marvel of miracles. Could it be that Qin Yi was the one referred to as the child of fortune? It all made sense to Lu Feiyu now, and no wonder the guild's higher-ups ultimately decided to allow this newly awakened, ordinary planetary lord to participate in the event. This realization eased his mind somewhat. Just then, the guild's data analyst provided an analysis of the recent 10 matches. Let us take a look. The projection displayed the analyst's findings. Lu Feiyu stood there, explaining to Qin Yi and the others. Firstly, based on our analysis, Xiangqing No. 1 High School will be one of our most formidable opponents in the later stages of the competition. When we encounter them, we cannot dispatch our strongest warriors. Rather, we should send out those of moderate strength, or at the very least, some random fighters. It is imperative that we conserve our strength. Lu Feiyu looked at Qin Yi and the others, asking, I trust there are no objections to this? Qin Yi and the others nodded in agreement. Lu Feiyu continued, Good. Let us now examine the second group. The strong fighters they sent in the recent match should be on par with the strongest on your planet. The analyst recommends that Zhang Han, Zhao Xing, Sun Yi, and Li Zirai participate first. Li Zirai, as a grand sorcerer, will establish formations to conceal Qin Yi's army, deploying only 100 individuals to confuse the opponent. When both sides are significantly weakened, Qin Yi can then unleash his main force to deplete their remaining energy and deliver a decisive blow. Lu Feiyu found this strategy quite commendable, and the others nodded in agreement. After reviewing Qin Yi's achievements and considering the recent wager, they had come to regard him as one of their own. This will be our preliminary plan. If anyone has any objections, please speak up. Zhang Han and the others responded, None. Finally, everyone turned to Qin Yi, who also shook his head. Based on the system's projections, this plan indeed maximized their advantages. Had Qin Yi immediately sent his main force into battle, it would have inevitably raised the opponent's alertness, prompting them to first deal with the more easily defeated ordinary army before engaging in a desperate fight. That it was certain they would secure victory. As for Qin Yi himself, he was well aware of the true strength of his vibranium-armored army. Lu Feiyu declared, All right, in that case, we will proceed with this plan for now. After the draw tomorrow, we will make our final decision. In other private rooms, numerous groups were also conducting analyses, seeking the weaknesses of the opponents they had already faced and defeated or identifying their own strengths to devise a winning strategy. As for Xiangqing No. 1 High School, capable of summoning Zhuge, they were automatically ranked as the most threatening group. In the exclusive box of Xiangqing No. 1 High School, the leading executive, clad in a tailcoat and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, emanated an air of cool detachment. Welcome back, Princess Ming, he said, bowing slightly. Ming Xueshu, resembling a noble princess, gracefully advanced and settled onto the sofa, her exclusive seat. Upon entering the box, she had been summoned from Xiangqing and had changed into a black dragon leather outfit. Soft and plush, sinking comfortably upon sitting, she offered a brief response. Ming Xueshu, at the tender age of 18, appears remarkably petite and delicate. With her porcelain-like hands, she gracefully lifts a chalice filled with the fiery red fire orchid, a rare gem from the realm of magical civilization. The summoning of the vermilion bird demands an immense amount of energy. The red fire orchid serves to aid her in restoring her magical energy. While the executives present offer obsidian, imbued with the primal essence of magic. Ming Shueshu is merely a newly awakened planetary lord, having only come into her powers a year prior, even with exceptional talent. The past year of nurturing through high-quality resources has been insufficient for her to summon a celestial beast that does not belong to the monster system, especially one associated with a level 5 planetary lord. Should the latter intervene in her summoning, the repercussions for Ming Shueshu would be dire. Indeed, they orchestrated this step, fully aware that on such a grand day of competition, Shun Xinghe would disdain to engage in such underhanded tactics. After the contest concludes, the vermilion bird is returned unscathed to the platform, having absorbed the primal essence. Ming Shueshu speaks. Gao Ming, we may commence. Gao Ming, clad in a tailcoat, bows once more and begins to elucidate the basic information about the other victorious teams. They may summon the vermilion bird in the first round, but subsequent rounds will not allow for such an occurrence. Shun Xinghe, a man of pride, would find this opening act a blatant affront. Diminishing his stature, naturally, they intended to provoke his displeasure. Upon concluding Gao Ming's exposition, Ming Shueshu toys with the obsidian, her gaze tinged with boredom as she remarks, "It seems there shall be no formidable opponents this year." In the next round, a figure emerges who captures the attention of many, a prodigious young woman from Chaicheng No. 1 High School. Huang Chan. She set a record on Awakening Day with a diameter of 34 kilometers, ultimately transmuting her energy into Qi. She has already ascended to the rank of a level 3 planetary lord. The 5 Qi warriors she dispatches are all elderly men with flowing white hair, clad in robes, who levitate in the 5 cardinal directions, unleashing their most formidable move. 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities. The audience gasps anew, for this is the most powerful technique among Qi warriors. Years ago, a planetary lord utilized this very technique to vanquish numerous foes and secure a place among the top 10. That little did they anticipate witnessing this supreme Qi warrior technique once more. Sun Yi stands dumbfounded, lamenting, "It's over." One after another, they are exceedingly powerful. This is no longer mere genius, but rather a prodigy, an exceptional talent. This arena is a battlefield of prodigies. First, the magical girl from Xiangqing No. 1 summoned the vermilion bird, obliterating her opponent. Now, the prodigious girl from Chaicheng No. 1 sends forth 5 Qi warriors to execute the overwhelming 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities. I in the outer battlefield. The 5 Qi warriors channel the elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, converging and fusing into a singular Qi. They transform into a towering giant, a figure of immense power, surrounded by crackling energies reminiscent of miniature lightning. The so-called 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities does not refer to the primordial chaos known to Qin Yi from his past life, where 1 Qi birthed the 3 purities. Here, it represents a formation created from the 5 elemental Qis. Merging into the most potent Qi, this giant embodies the essence of the 3 purities, a naming bestowed by the once mighty Qi warrior, the literary planetary lord. Today, it resurfaces on the battlefield of this youth competition. Lu Feiyu muses that they might as well abandon hope. Dio not panic. We still have the 3rd and 4th rounds, he reassures, though he himself harbors dwindling confidence. His attempts to comfort Qin Yi and others lack persuasive power. With only 40 participating teams, 2 extraordinary contenders have already emerged, and the remaining groups do not appear weak either. How will they contend against such formidable foes? If Qin Yi were from a higher civilization, perhaps they might hold some confidence. However, as a representative of an ordinary civilization, even with a vast army of 10,000, they cannot withstand the assaults of such extraordinary beings. Observing the 3 purities Qi warrior, a single punch shatters the magical defense barrier, leaving the grand sorcerer bloodied. The artifacts of immortals fail to breach the defenses of the 3 purities Qi warrior. Their adversaries include 2 planetary lords from cultivation civilizations, 2 from magical civilizations, and 1 from a martial soul literary civilization. Meanwhile, on the Chaicheng No. 1 side, a 3 purities Qi warrior severely injures several sorcerers and withstands multiple assaults from immortals. Huang Chan, alongside her 4 teammates, faces off against 2 planetary lords from martial soul civilizations, boasting a total of 10 martial soul practitioners, including the mightiest among them, the Golden Dragon. The two magical civilization lords sent forth sorcerers primarily focused on defense and healing, continuously providing magical treatment and barriers to the three purities Qi warrior and the 10 martial soul practitioners. This lineup is equally suited for offense and defense, akin to the team from Xianqing No. 1.4 teammates balance attack and defense, granting the magical girl the necessary time to execute her summoning spells. The three purities Qi warrior, devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers or extraordinary techniques, relies solely on his fists to overwhelm his opponents. Qin Yi observes the projection, feeling a surge of emotion. This is the essence of a high-level civilization, starting from a significantly elevated position. Should the planetary level reach 5, the three purities would not merely be a 2-meter-tall giant. In that case, the three purities giant would resemble Pangu, towering and immensely powerful. Similarly, on a level 5 cultivation literary planetary civilization, immortals typically achieve the fusion stage, capable of instantaneous movement, wielding terrifying strength. Yet, when confronted with the three purities giant, it is little more than a matter of a single punch. System, analyze how I might defend against such a planetary lord should I encounter one. Qin Yi muses. This is not arrogance. Rather, he seeks to comprehend the disparity between himself and his opponents. Having chosen the path of a technological civilization from the outset, he cannot allow himself to waver in the face of such prodigies showcased in this competition. In Qin Yi's lexicon, the concept of retreating in the face of adversity does not exist. System, at the same level, with alloys as defense, and the lightspeed cannon capable of breaching that defense, combined with a gravity gun to establish an exceptionally strong gravitational field, there exists an 80% chance of victory. In other words, at this level, Qin Yi stands no chance against such an opponent. Observing the three pure giants wielding their formidable strength to overpower their adversaries, it is impossible for Qin Yi to feel no yearning within his heart. However, the advancement of technology in its later stages possesses a remarkable strength, characterized by a scarcity of flaws. It is akin to one of the mightiest weapons, the two-dimensional foil, which can transmute a planet into a two-dimensional world. Such a weapon is impervious unless one has ascended to the great completion stage and begun to master the fundamental cosmic rules, such as the laws of time, space, and elements. Otherwise, the two-dimensional foil stands as an impeccable ultimate weapon. Save for encounters with super civilizations, such as deities. A.S. Huangquan's transformation into the three pure ones dazzled the audience once more. This contest neared its conclusion. The other 9 extraterrestrial battlefields also held considerable intrigue. Yet what truly captivated spectators was Huangquan's manifestation of the three pure ones, who, through their genuine defensive prowess and might, dominated the arena with sheer force, be they immortals, sorcerers, or formidable spirit warriors. They were rendered insignificant before the three pure giants that a single punch sent opponents reeling, and with a few strikes, those extraordinary beings fell one by one beneath the weight of this colossal power. Look at the 5th extraterrestrial battlefield. Our betting group has emerged victorious. Sun Yi, ever mindful of his wager, could not help but acknowledge Huangquan's unparalleled strength. It was far better to revel in the victory of his bet. Lu Feiyu and the others turned their attention too, realizing they could reap substantial rewards once more. Your luck is truly remarkable, Lu Feiyu remarked to Qin Yi. Qin Yi, feigning innocence, replied, it's not merely luck. After both sides sent forth their champions, I conducted an analysis. The others regarded Qin Yi with curiosity. How did you discern that? Qin Yi recounted the results derived from his previous deductions via the simulation system. Upon hearing his explanation, the crowd nodded in agreement. Lu Feiyu responded, that indeed sounds quite reasonable. Your insight is commendable. For tomorrow's match, you should analyze again and devise appropriate strategies based on the circumstances. Qin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. His 2 wagers had garnered substantial returns. Although 8 or 9 million planetary coins seemed trivial compared to the fortunes of the affluent, who wagered in the hundreds of millions. In the logistics department of the arena, the data analysis indicated that Qin Yi had achieved a notably high return on his personal bets. He had backed an evenly matched group both times, leading to their eventual victories, which appeared somewhat anomalous. Ordinary individuals, when the senior management of the logistics department reviewed Qin Yi's information, they merely attributed it to good fortune and did not pay it much heed. In the 3rd round, Qin Yi would not repeat his previous approach. Instead, he planned to place a bet on each extraterrestrial battlefield. One must not be overly greedy for this 3rd round. It too possessed its moments of excitement. Yet it paled in comparison to the magical girl and the manifestation of the three pure ones. During the midday break, Lu Feiyu once again detailed the statistics of the groups that had already participated, as they would face additional matches, with every group becoming their potential adversary. The advantage of a late-game strategy lay in the prospect of winning tomorrow's match, thereby securing a place among the top 20. Given that many formidable beings from other groups had already been defeated or severely weakened, if they could conserve some strength or retain a sizable force of several thousand, hope was not entirely lost. The advantage of a counter-strategy indeed existed, but when the disparity in strength is too great, such advantages become negligible. This was the most disheartening realization. Lu Feiyu's encouragement bore little effect. After a brief respite, Qin Yi continued to invest the wealth he had just acquired. This, too, was his greatest reliance, as he constantly pondered the prospect of further investment. The goal was to elevate the planetary level to 3. And upon reaching 5, he would be able to exchange for a super battleship. Wu Tihe, Zhang Han, and the others were also making their final preparations for battle. They had a professional management team consisting of data analysts who could make corresponding predictions and adjustments based on the fundamental conditions of their internal planets. In contrast, Qin Yi required no such team or analysts, for the Great Path simulation system served as both his team and his data analysts. One system was sufficient. Within the realm of awakening, Qin Yi observed Zizhou personally leading a team of new recruits to slay a saber-toothed tiger. This was a deliberate initiation for the new soldiers into the realities of bloodshed. Furthermore, the Tiangong Academy was actively exploring methods to harness electricity for the creation of new technologies. The advent of electricity heralded a new epoch for the planet. It can be asserted that, with the assistance of the time accelerator and the simulation system, Qin Yi's world progressed seamlessly from an initial span of 1 kilometer to the emergence of life, and now it has consistently avoided detours. With no significant mass extinctions or natural disasters, the climate on the planet has remained remarkably favorable. Coupled with a subsequent infusion of the primal energy from a lower-tier energy planet, the environment has flourished splendidly. Thus, within a mere 3 centuries of development across the 3 generations of Huang, Shang, and Zizhou, a magnificent situation has arisen. The 12 cities of Jiuzhou have largely adopted electricity, which at this juncture is primarily utilized for illumination. In this instance, Qin Yi procured telephone technology from the system for a total of 6 million planetary coins. This technology represents a rather primitive form of telecommunication. The system provided models akin to hand-crank telephones. The magneto-telephone, commonly known as a hand-crank telephone, requires 2 dry batteries as a power source and comprises several components including a transmitter, receiver, hand-crank generator, bell, and batteries. The system's offering replaces the need for dry batteries, allowing the hand-crank telephone to operate using current electricity, thus still regarded as a rudimentary form of communication. Should one desire the dry battery technology, further financial investment would be necessary on this occasion. Qin Yi utilized the system's simulations to assign the hand-crank telephone technology to an individual named Zier, a scholar from the Daxia Tiangong Academy. He hails from a humble background and has exhibited remarkable diligence in his studies, earning the personal mentorship of the local academy's principal. Subsequently, he joined the Tiangong Academy as a scholar, overseeing the architecture and maintenance of electrical systems. The first hydroelectric station of Daxia, located at Tianmen in Shuzhou, saw Zier contribute to the later stages of its construction, establishing him as a scholar with foundational knowledge and talent in the field of electricity. With the advent of this hand-crank telephone technology, it is anticipated that Zier will achieve even greater advancements in this domain. Notably, Gongshu Ban has now ascended to the status of the father of electricity in Daxia, having not only invented electricity, but also elucidated concepts such as magnetic fields and electromagnetism, alongside constructing the first hydroelectric station in Daxia. This innovation allows the nobility of the 12 cities of Jiuzhou to enjoy electric illumination, transforming night into day. The revenue from electricity has significantly bolstered the national treasury of Daxia. Furthermore, he introduced numerous insights into the field of electrical science, rendering the system's electrical studies tremendously cost-effective. For Qin Yi, 10 million planetary coins poses no substantial burden. This elucidates why everyone aspires to become a planetary lord and why ordinary individuals find survival in this world exceedingly challenging. The precious resources of this realm transcend mere material wealth, centering instead on primal energy. For planetary lords, amassing wealth is not an arduous task. By joining a company and venturing into the Dead Star Sea to plunder the primal energies of unclaimed planets, they can sell their spoils for profit, subsequently accumulating wealth to purchase suitable primal energies and enhance their prowess, thus perpetuating a lucrative cycle and a vast market. With the acquisition of telephone technology, the revenue of the Daxia treasury is poised to increase significantly. Naturally, the populace will benefit from the conveniences brought forth by telecommunication, akin to the gradual proliferation of electric lighting in ordinary households. In the afternoon, the competition recommenced. Zhang Han, Sun Yi, Zhao Xing, and Li Zirui exited the awakening space, pondering what extraordinary talents might emerge this afternoon. Sun Yi had already succumbed to the dread of being overshadowed by magical girls and prodigious goddesses. Li Zirui responded from the sidelines. Certainly, there will be more. After all, this is a joint venture of 10 cities, comprising 200 teams and 1,000 planetary lords. There are bound to be a few exceptional talents. He further noted that last year's top 20 each featured a high-tier energy planetary lord whose formidable strength far surpassed that of their contemporaries. Upon hearing Li Zirui's words, Sun Yi reclined on the sofa, resignedly stating, "Forget it. I choose to lie flat." It that moment, Lu Feiyu entered. "We've just received some exciting news." "Take a look," he said, placing a jade slip on the table. A projection appeared, showcasing introductions of prodigies from several other cities. Following 40 matchups in the morning, 2 formidable contenders had already emerged, possessing strengths that rendered them nearly insurmountable given their current capabilities. According to our intelligence, 2 more exceptional individuals are expected to appear in the afternoon. One hails from the first high school of Suiyang City, known as Yu Hao, a level 3 immortal literary planetary lord, whose planet is home to a sword immortal of extraordinary strength. Reliable reports indicate that this sword immortal has achieved the rank of Sword King, akin to a transcendent being of level 4 planetary lords. Liu Feiyu's explosive news prompted Li Zirui to recline on the sofa as well. "Well, it seems the 3rd position is already claimed," he remarked. Liu Feiyu shrugged, asserting, "To be honest, a youth competition among 10 cities without a few prodigies would be utterly nonsensical. It would be a disgrace for Chuzhou." He continued, "In fact, it's not just the 3rd place that has been reserved. According to our intelligence, it's already apparent that the top 10 positions have been occupied, leaving us with little opportunity. The most formidable magical girl, the strongest Qi martial artist, the mightiest sword immortal, and the greatest martial soul master will all be present in today's competition. The remaining 4 will compete tomorrow. With 4 matches scheduled for tomorrow, comprising 80 groups, our chances of encountering them are quite high. This revelation, both Sun Yi and Li Zirui, who had initially intended to lie flat, sat up straight, their expressions turning solemn. In truth, we still have some chances, Qin Yi interjected, addressing everyone. Liu Feiyu took a seat and inquired of Qin Yi, "What are your thoughts? Do share your insights." The others turned their gazes towards Qin Yi. And at that moment, the system had already provided its predictive results. "Given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that we will enter the top 10. Yet securing a place in the top 20 remains a possibility. First and foremost," Qin Yi continued, "as Feiyu mentioned at noon, there is a likelihood that the earlier matches have already claimed numerous strong contenders. By the time of the 2nd round, there may not be as many formidable opponents remaining. Of course, there is also the possibility that some individuals concealed their true strength during the first match, refraining from revealing their full capabilities. However, this scenario is not particularly likely. After all, winning the first match equates to entering the top 100 and advancing directly. They wouldn't wish to be defeated in the initial round. Based on the present situation, it's evident that the top 10 are incredibly powerful, and we cannot compete with them. Tomorrow will present us with 2 possible scenarios. Either we encounter a group from the top 10 and ultimately fail, landing in the supplementary competition, thereby forfeiting our chance to enter the top 20, or we may face only 4 groups containing the strongest contenders. The probability of our encounter is rather low. Thus, our chances of victory are not exceedingly diminished. If we do not face any of the top 10 teams, we can present a formidable force of moderate strength, retaining a portion of our strong warriors. I can muster an army of 5,000 following our triumph tomorrow. We shall ascend into the top 100, whereupon we will confront the elite teams at that juncture. Our probability of success will significantly decline as the likelihood of encountering them increases. However, what if we do not meet them? If you dispatch your strongest, I can mobilize an army of 10,000, which may enable us to breach the top 50. In that case, should you send your weakest, I can still deploy 5,000 troops. As long as we secure a position within the top 25, we have a chance to enter the top 20. After all, it is conceivable that the top 10 teams may engage in direct combat amongst themselves during the contest for the top 100, potentially leading to their elimination. Once they penetrate the top 25, they will immediately face the formidable groups of these superlative beings that in truth. The competition remains relatively equitable. Everything is determined by the strength of the groups involved. Luffy, you, and others nodded in agreement. This was indeed the inherent nature of the rules. When a battle progressed further. Yet, how can we guarantee that we will not encounter the top 10 teams, and how can we ensure victory while retaining our strongest warriors? Since you express such confidence, I am quite curious about the capabilities of your army that instills such assurance in you. Zhang Han inquired. It is essential to note that Qin Yi's assertions are predicated upon the retention of certain strengths, particularly regarding his 5,000 and 10,000 troops. His confidence in his army seems somewhat excessive. Zhang Han is a prudent individual with a high level of intellect, without a comprehensive understanding of Qin Yi's forces. He remains skeptical about Qin Yi's purported strength. My army possesses certain unique attributes, though they may seem ordinary. Once they are assembled into a cohesive unit, their defensive capabilities become formidable. They can withstand the energy attacks of certain extraordinary beings from third-grade planetary realms, including magic, spiritual energy, martial souls, and other arcane forces. Moreover, their weapons can inflict damage upon these extraordinary entities. Li Zirwei exclaimed with astonishment. Is it truly that powerful? Zhang Han nodded in response. If that is the case, then we indeed have a chance of success. Meanwhile, Luffy began to take the situation more seriously. It appears we may have overlooked something. The group turned their attention to him, having observed the morning's matches. You should be aware that among the 5 individuals in a group, there will inevitably be one decisive victor, not to mention the magical girl and the extraordinary energy warrior. Take into account the 2 winning teams we wagered on twice. One boasts a 3-clawed golden dragon with formidable strength, while the other 4 teammates possess balanced offensive and defensive capabilities, effectively drawing the opponent's fire. Therefore, we must devise a comprehensive strategy now, rather than adhering to our initial approach that in fact, even before this group entered the competition. Senior executives had proposed training these 5 individuals in the intermediate Dead Star Sea, and upon their return, they were to formulate specific strategies. However, due to Qin Yi's circumstances, this plan was ultimately not implemented. In the morning, the guild's data analyst had regarded Qin Yi's army as merely an ordinary force with a greater number of warriors. While numbers can indeed play a crucial role, especially considering the 1-year time frame of planetary leaders, they are primarily focused on nurturing the most powerful extraordinary beings, rather than utilizing their primordial energy to create more life, which would increase the population on their planets to hundreds of thousands. After all, a larger population complicates management. They only require a few of the strongest extraordinary beings to divide the planet's energy among themselves, without concern for warfare or the complexities arising from a larger population. It is only after reaching level 5 that they gradually begin to transform additional life forms, evolving into a true planet. The fact that Qin Yi's planet can field an army capable of defeating innate warriors indicates considerable potential and strength. Otherwise, Tong Bailey would not have offered such favorable conditions nor invited Qin Yi to participate in this youth competition, with the aim of allowing him to deploy an army. Zhang Han glanced at Qin Yi and said to Luffy, "You. I concur that it appears we should primarily rely on Qin Yi's army, initially concealing a portion of our strength. We will await a moment when our opponents grow complacent before striking decisively at this point." Zhang Han turned to Qin Yi and asked, "When the time comes for us to employ spatial concealment magic, will your army also be able to withstand such magic?" Qin Yi shook his head. "It is not this army that can counter the magic. It is the vibranium. The reason I have not disclosed the capabilities of vibranium is to avoid drawing undue attention that it can repel certain energies, making it a remarkably potent defensive metal." Zhang Han, upon hearing this, felt reassured. "That is good." The 3 matches that took place in the afternoon indeed unfolded as Luffy had anticipated. The strongest sword immortal captivated the entire audience. One person, one sword, dominated all opponents on the outer battlefield, particularly with the unparalleled sword technique. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Qin Yi felt as though he were witnessing a special effects film from a previous life. Even more moving than watching a cinematic spectacle, he was currently observing a remarkably vivid projection, as if he were present in the outer battlefield itself, standing within a meter of the projection. This projection technology derives from the celestial techniques of cultivation civilizations or the magic of magical civilizations. Ultimately, this sword immortal felled the opponent's strongest energy warrior, concluding the group match in the second match. A formidable martial soul master emerged, wielding a thunder god hammer, akin to a deity of thunder descending upon the world. The entire outer battlefield crackled with electric light and thunder. There was also a dragon Qi literary planetary leader, accompanied by a two-clawed crimson-scaled divine dragon in Dragon Qi civilization. Red dragons are regarded as the mightiest among their kin. Their blood-red scales possess exceptional defensive capabilities. No extraordinary being of the same rank can defeat a red-scaled divine dragon. The third match featured a grand sorcerer whose incantations, while not as potent as the magical girls, were sufficient to overshadow the other groups in the third match, possessing the strength to break into the top 10. This is precisely why the youth competition attracted such a vast audience on various streaming platforms. The youth competition of the 10 Cities Alliance has garnered a staggering 8 billion views, with nearly 10 billion comments. Not only planetary leaders, but also the powerful beings from their respective planets and ordinary individuals tune in to this event. They can even place bets through certain platforms on the Star Network, potentially winning thousands or even tens of thousands of star coins, serving as a source of income for many ordinary people. A bountiful harvest. Not only can one witness the dazzling battles and fierce skirmishes that unfold in the realms beyond, but one can also garner a modicum of income in this merciless world, where the strong prey upon the weak and the competition for resources is exceedingly brutal. It stands as perhaps the sole source of joy. Alas, the stakes involved with the mightiest sword sage and the most formidable divine dragon yield disappointingly low returns. The moment they make their appearance, the prowess of this group is immediately apparent. I believe that initially, investments should be made strictly according to their serial numbers. This, after all, is the essence of wagering on outcomes. Sun Yi remarked somewhat helplessly as he gazed at the information displayed on his gold card. Yet Zhao Xing, seated nearby, felt quite content after reviewing the data and expressed no discontent. In response to Sun Yi's comment, he leaned back and clarified that relying solely on serial numbers could indeed allow the winners to reap substantial rewards. However, it also meant that those who lost would suffer total financial ruin. In the past, such situations had led to numerous unfortunate incidents. Following a youth tournament, many gamblers faced their doomsday. Thus, to prevent such occurrences, the decision was made to allow betting to commence 10 minutes prior to the initial confrontation of both sides once the groups had entered the arena. This way, participants could both win and lose, avoiding total loss of funds in the end. Sun Yi took a fire spirit fruit and bit into it. I merely mentioned that this morning, following Qin Yi's lead in betting, I won over 100,000, which satisfies me. Last year, I lost several thousand on the first day and dared to be more conservative on the second. Regrettably, the odds of betting on the opponents of the strongest contenders are exceedingly low. It feels as though the authorities have merely distributed 1,000 star coins to each participant to ensure a more palatable spectacle. Outside, the final match commenced, heralding the entrance of the Grand Sorcerer. Clad in a tattered robe of magic, with hair ashen and wielding a gnarled staff crowned with a crystal orb shimmering with azure light, he appeared rather unremarkable. However, upon viewing the predictions generated by the simulation system, Qin Yi realized that the old man's power was equivalent to that of a level 4 planetary sovereign. In other words, yet another prodigious planetary sovereign had emerged. Observing the platform, Qin Yi noted that a considerable amount of bets had been placed on the opposing team. As many seemed to believe the chances of victory for this elderly figuresque group were somewhat diminished, that a wizard, especially one clad in rags, how could he possibly be a formidable opponent? Sun Yi prepared to place a bet, but seemed to have a sudden thought, and quickly turned to Qin Yi, suggesting, "Brother Yi, why don't you place your bet first?" Qin Yi nodded in agreement. Stepping forward to wager on the defeat of the old man's team, Sun Yi hurriedly followed suit. Soon after, Li Zuru, Zhao Xing, Lu Feiyu, and Zhang Han also joined in placing their bets. After the betting concluded, Sun Yi exclaimed in astonishment, "Why has the wager on the opposing team suddenly increased so significantly?" Li Zuru rushed over to inspect the projections. There must be some insider information. That group certainly possesses a formidable contender. Lu Feiyu appeared to recall something as the match began. A thunderous roar erupted from the audience. Sun Yi and Li Zuru stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible." Lu Feiyu slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering, "I analyzed the latest intelligence at noon." The magical genius from Huang'an City No. 1 is renowned alongside the magical girl from Xiangqing No. 1, referred to as the magical boy. How could I have forgotten this vital detail? Regret washed over him as he realized he had lost 10,000 star coins. Quietly seated, Qin Yi understood that the old man was indeed the grand sorcerer. However, he had no desire to win, particularly in this round in the recent betting. The stakes for the old man's group had unexpectedly doubled. Had he placed a bet as well, victory would have been assured, yet it would also attract the attention of the analysts. Better to remain low-key and bide his time. Tomorrow, he would aim for a significant win. With the conclusion of the final match on the first day of the youth tournament, Qin Yi joined Lu Feiyu and the others aboard the instant vessel heading to the guild headquarters. Prepare yourselves for the final touches. Soon, someone will deliver the source of power to you. Utilize it wisely. Tomorrow, strive to defeat your opponents. Best of luck, Lu Feiyu declared before departing. Zhang Han, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "See you tomorrow." Before retreating to his quarters, Sun Yi greeted Qin Yi, saying, "Brother Yi, I owe you my gratitude for my winnings today. In the future, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Until tomorrow." Qin Yi nodded in response. Until tomorrow, Li Zuru exchanged pleasantries, while Zhao Xing simply offered a quiet thank you, his reserved nature evident in his few words. Nevertheless, he was diligent in his endeavors. Upon returning to his room, Qin Yi was soon visited by Li Xiaoya, who presented him with an obsidian stone containing the source of power from a low-level energy planet, accompanied by true Qi energy. Qin Yi reflected that he might be the easiest planetary sovereign to sustain. In the early stages, there was no need for excessively high-grade source power to develop and enhance his capabilities. However, in the later phases, advanced energy sources, akin to the ultra-high-tech weapons like the two-dimensional foil, would be required for exchange. As for the star coins, the sum was astronomical, 100 billion. Qin Yi mused that even with a century of hard work, he might scarcely amass such wealth. The true Qi-infused source power, while not significantly impactful for his planet, would not elevate it to level 2 nor produce particularly strong warriors. Nonetheless, it could extend the lifespan of the inhabitants and bolster the defenses of the warriors, providing some measure of benefit. Once the source power was fully absorbed, Zizhou felt a noticeable surge in vitality, as if a potent force had integrated into his being with each breath. He instinctively threw a punch, feeling the presence of strength within. This was Qin Yi's subtle consciousness emerged. Zizhou hurriedly bowed. Respected one. Qin Yi nodded, instructing, "Zizhou, tomorrow will witness a great battle. You shall lead 5,000 men, with 100 acting as the vanguard upon entering the battlefield. There will be individuals to conceal you. When you see the flag raised, charge forth immediately. The enemy is few, yet formidable. Exercise caution in your approach. During the initial observation, strategize on how to identify the enemy's weaknesses and secure victory. Do you understand?" Zizhou promptly replied, "Rest assured, respected one, I shall not betray your teachings over the years. I would rather perish than face defeat." Qin Yi countered, "No need for such fervor. You are vital to Daxia. Should victory elude you, conserve some strength. The outcome of tomorrow's battle is not of paramount importance. When we embark on our conquests across other planetary continents, we must assuredly prevail. Tomorrow's battle is unique. Winning would be ideal, but should we fail, preserving our strength is crucial." Zizhou solemnly responded, "I understand." His heart was stirred with emotion, indicating that the esteemed one indeed cared for him, as well as for Daxia. Qin Yi subtly broached the subject of primal power, though he refrained from disclosing that he had transformed this very power himself. Instead, he expounded upon the benefits that arose from conquering other planetary continents, enhanced longevity and improved physical prowess. Zizhou, believing his words to be true, felt a recent increase in his own strength. Subsequently, Qin Yi exited the awakening space, awaiting the morrow. I say, there's no need to be so anxious, is there? Li Ziri remarked with some exasperation. observing Sun Yi pacing back and forth before him. Initially, he had felt relatively calm. But Sun Yi's agitation had swiftly impacted his own demeanor. Sun Yi, noticing the slightly discontented expressions on Li Zirai and others, resigned himself to the sofa. Sigh. I suppose I am a bit anxious. He admitted. You think we might draw one of those 4 groups? Lu Feiyu interjected. Even if we are assigned to one. What of it? It's merely a battle. Perhaps after this confrontation, you will truly understand the vast chasm that exists between you. As advanced energy planetary lords, and the paragons of heaven. If we lose, we shall return to the guild and diligently plunder the stellar sea for resources to enhance ourselves. The reason they are indeed paragons lies not only in their remarkable talents, but also in the formidable support from their influential backers. In this regard, we cannot compete with them. However, that should not lead us to despair. We must maintain a level-headed perspective. Sun Yi, acutely aware of the need for composure, remained seated, consuming spiritual fruits. Outside, the appearance of the 4 divine beasts heralded the reopening of the 10 cities joint creation tournament. Spectators filed in as the random draw commenced. Qin Yi and his companions fixed their gaze on the projection, and upon the announcement of the list, they beheld their adversaries. Tianyu Corporation, Chaiqing Guild versus Tianyu Corporation. Lu Feiyu's expression immediately soured. To be defeated by a group from another city was one thing, but to lose to a faction from one's own city would be utterly unbearable, leaving him with a heavy heart in Chaiqing thereafter. The crux of the matter was that both the Chaiqing Guild and Tianyu Corporation hailed from Chaiqing. Both aspired to breach the top 20. Consequently, the city lost 1 slot in the competitive ranks. Regardless of who emerged victorious, one group would inevitably fail to enter the top 100. Qin Yi and his companions turned to Lu Feiyu, who, as the team leader, was tasked with making the decision. Just perform normally, he murmured, his voice slightly hoarse. According to our intelligence, the Tianyu Corporation's lineup features the cherished protege of Chairman Tang Yi. Qin Yi should be aware that Tang Fian, a genius awakened in the 2nd high school, has likely reached level 3 after a month, given that Tianyu Corporation possesses ample resources imbued with dragon energy. Be cautious. At that moment, the announcement echoed once more. Contestants, prepare to take the stage. Qin Yi produced a golden card and handed it to Lu Feiyu. Brother Feiyu, could you do me a favor? Please wager 1 million on our group to W. And Lu Feiyu paused momentarily, then smiled broadly. Excellent. This is the spirit of a true warrior. No matter how formidable the opponent, one must possess unwavering confidence. He turned to Zhang Han and the others, who also produced their golden cards. Zhang Han wagered 500,000, Zhao Xing bet 50,000, and Sun Yi, gritting his teeth, also placed a bet of 50,000. Delegating Lu Feiyu to wager the remainder on other battlefields, Li Zirai followed suit, contributing 50,000 as well. They felt that their confidence paled in comparison to that of the Tianyu Corporation's group, which was undoubtedly bolstered by strong backing and cultivated prowess. Arriving at the teleportation portal, they were ushered through to the center of the arena. Service personnel conducted checks on their identities and equipment before facilitating their planetary lord certification. The planetary panel unfolded for authentication. Planetary civilization. Technological civilization planetary level. 2 planetary diameter. 757.8 kilometers planetary species. 20,068. The decrease in species was due to Qin Yi's integration of primal power laced with true energy, leading to the gradual extinction of certain species. Furthermore, the rising population of Daxia expanded human habitation, resulting in the destruction of smaller species habitats. Such phenomena are commonplace in the natural evolutionary process. Remarkably, despite these changes, the diameter of Qin Yi's planet remained unaltered. As its overall capabilities improved, its population swelled, and its primal power grew ever stronger. Upon witnessing the information regarding Qin Yi's planet, many in the audience noted that, despite not being an advanced energy planet, it boasted a diameter exceeding 700 kilometers. Technological civilization. What sort of civilization is this? How can a planet with such a vast diameter only be rated a level 2? They murmured in disbelief. The Chaiqing Awakener Guild had seemingly fallen to a new low this year. As the audience buzzed with speculation, in the streaming room, comments flooded in, predominantly mocking or expressing confusion over Qin Yi's status. The presence of such a level 2 planetary lord, particularly one from a technological civilization, raised eyebrows that Chaiqing's Awakener Guild, once revered, became a target of derision, particularly from individuals associated with the top 10 companies of Qin, who eagerly seized the opportunity to ridicule. Unbeknownst to Qin Yi, following the planetary certification, he reclined in his seat, preparing for entry into the extraterrestrial battlefield as the event readied itself. The audience, streaming room, and private boxes were abuzz with discussions surrounding this Level 2 planetary lord and his technological civilization. Seated high above, Shen Xinghe observed the projection, harboring no dissatisfaction with the Qin Guild's arrangements. He placed his trust in Elder Wang, believing he would not act foolishly. This Level 2 planetary lord must possess some redeeming qualities. As for the outcome of the competition, he was indifferent. A mere 100 million in prize money was trivial to him. As for the rare treasures, truth be told, they were rather mundane at his level. What he truly sought were resources imbued with super energy, capable of elevating his rank and granting entrance into the super sequence. Ready, set, go. Qin Yi entered the awakening space and erected a chain bridge. Zizhou had already gathered his men, lined up outside the military camp, awaiting his arrival. Go. Qin Yi commanded Zizhou, the Huang army. March with me. At Zizhou's order, the entire army sprang into action. 5,000 soldiers, comprising various types of troops, traversed the chain bridge and arrived at the battlefield beyond the domain. Here, the mages had already discreetly arranged a magical formation in advance. When Zhang Han and his companions encountered Qin Yi's Huang army through the creatures of their own planet, they were momentarily taken aback. The uniform silver metallic armor complemented by white robes, the synchronized movements, and the formidable aura made the entire army resemble a dragon, intimidating without needing to rage. Goodness, exclaimed Sun Yi in the group chat. Qin Yi, your army is quite remarkable. Li Zirue echoed the sentiment. Taken aback at the sight that I believe we still have a chance to win. The confidence of the others surged upon witnessing this formidable force. This exemplified the advantage of numbers. From the outside, it appeared that Qin Yi had merely deployed 100 soldiers, clad in silver armor and white robes, with a strikingly robust figure at the forefront. Yet, they seemed rather unremarkable. However, when Tang Fei Yan's three-clawed golden dragon emerged, the 100 soldiers appeared as mere morsels. The three-clawed golden dragon was, in fact, a yellow dragon, ranking third in comprehensive strength among dragonkind, characterized by the colors red, white, yellow, black, green, blue, and purple. Currently, it was a three-claw, representing the strongest life form on a level 3 planet. Boasting considerable power, though not dazzling, it surpassed many contemporaneous planetary lords. After all, Tang Fei Yan's awakening day culminated in a diameter of 30.5 kilometers, etching her name into the annals of awakening day history. Betting soon commenced, with an overwhelming number of gamblers wagering on Tianyu Company's victory. Tianyu Company itself placed a bet of 10 million planetary coins, showcasing a grand spectacle for Tang Fei Yan. Merely from the betting perspective, it was evident that the audience supporting Tianyu Company's team was substantial. In this contest, among the other 9 battlefields beyond the domain, a prodigy had already emerged, overshadowing other teams. However, Qin Yi, as a level 2 planetary lord from an ordinary technological civilization, had dispatched over 100 warriors clad in white robes and silver armor, drawing considerable attention from spectators. After all, such a scenario was unprecedented in recent youth competitions. Typically, regardless of circumstances, only level 3 or even the record-holding level 4 planetary lords could participate in the contests. Never had a level 2 planetary lord appeared, let alone one from an ordinary civilization. This clearly seemed a recipe for defeat. Yet, due to Qin Yi's wager of 1 million planetary coins, coupled with the Awakener Guild of Cheng's 5 million planetary coins and contributions from various individuals, nearly 10 million had been amassed, a significant betting pool that many had their eyes fixed upon, perceiving it as a tangible opportunity for returns. As Qin Yi's adversaries on Tang Fei Yan's side glimpsed his information, they too were astonished. Tang Fei Yan explained, "He is my classmate. On awakening day, he initially had a diameter of 1 kilometer, but inexplicably, it surged to 35 kilometers. However, the energy he converted is of ordinary grade light energy. Perhaps this is precisely why it catalyzed life, enlarging the planet's diameter." Among the other 4 members of the group, some began to harbor contempt for Qin Yi. Does that mean victory is assured? Others, however, remained composed. Not necessarily. The The guild's higher-ups wouldn't joke about the youth competition if they allowed such a planetary lord to compete. There must be merit in it. Tang Fei Yin concurred. Indeed, that's my sentiment as well. You all hold off their forces. I will send Tian Yu to probe this 100-man squad. Teammates acknowledged, understood that in the battlefield beyond the domain, these planetary lords did not directly participate in the competition. Typically, it was the extraordinary beings from their planets that entered the battlefield to compete, a practice referred to as pointing out the essence. As the contest commenced, Tang Fei Yan's 4 teammates unleashed their formidable prowess against the champions dispatched by Zhang Han. Everyone sought their respective targets in the battlefield beyond the domain. There were no restrictions on the number of participants a planetary lord could send. They could deploy all life forms from their planet without consequence. However, should they be annihilated by their opponents, the planetary lord's planet would inevitably suffer repercussions. The demise of the strongest beings, representatives of the primordial power, on the battlefield beyond the domain would equate to the death of the mightiest life forms on an unclaimed planet. The diameter of the planet would rapidly diminish. Without the support of primordial power, it would automatically revert to primordial energy. If the planetary lord survived, they would remain in the awakening space, never to transform back into a planet. Hence, it was generally a matter of moderation, dependent on the arrangements of each planetary lord. Zhang Han commanded, Li Zirui, according to the original plan, send your 3 mages first to withstand a wave of golden dragon attacks. Zhao Xing and Sun Yi, prepare to send 2 to create an explosive diversion. The key to this round lies in severely wounding them, allowing Qin Yi to finish the job. Zhao Xing, Sun Yi. And Li Zirui responded affirmatively. The passionate commentator for the supporting battlefield beyond the domain exclaimed, Dear audience, do you have many questions? Why is a level 2 ordinary planetary lord permitted to enter the competition? In truth, this is a grand experiment by the Awakener Guild of Cheicheng. Before the era of planetary civilization began, the development of our world was fundamentally rooted in technology. How did humanity ascend? Naturally, through fire and arrows. Today, technology is rarely witnessed. Our broadcasts have transformed into projections, far clearer than ancient VR. Yet, we cannot deny that technological civilization is also a form of civilization. A potent one. Look, the guild's team members are diligently protecting those 100 warriors. Which indicates their exceptional nature. The host exudes an air of intrigue, tinged with a subtle flavor of sardonic wit. The audience, it seems, revels in this very essence. The barrage of comments surges in an instant. And the viewership of Qin Yi's match multiplies, nearing the prominence of the 7th battlefield as champions. There stands the formidable Titan, a paragon of martial prowess, whose defenses are impenetrable, leaving opponents bloodied from futile assaults. The surge of spectators drawn to Qin Yi's 3rd battlefield is largely due to their wagers, significant sums, no less, as well as the allure of the unusual. Other outer battlefields lack distinction, offering a monotonous replay of the familiar scene yesterday. Or even in years past, suddenly, a technological civilization emerges, piquing curiosity. Look, the guild members are charging forward. What are they up to? The astonishment escalates as they opt for self-detonation, sacrificing 1,000 to injure 800. Are they attempting to safeguard that 100-strong squad? What extraordinary power could a mere warrior from an ordinary planet possess to compel Qi warriors and immortals to self-destruct for their protection? Behold, that squad is moving. They are also charging forth, targeting the 3-clawed golden dragon. Incredible, truly astonishing. Could a miracle be unfolding? Oh, this is impossible. It turns out that the aftermath of the Qi warriors and immortals' self-detonation generates considerable fluctuations, momentarily instilling caution in their adversaries to further confuse the enemy. Qin Yi's 100-man squad also advances, seemingly poised to attack the 3-clawed golden dragon. However, their true target remains the opposing immortals. In an instant, the 100 warriors shift direction, barreling towards the defensive immortals. They had been soaring through the air, but at that moment, a gravity spell from the archmage is quietly unleashed upon witnessing Qin Yi's forces advance. Tang Fian remains unperturbed, opting not to deploy her golden dragon to evade the strongest immortal, but rather instructs her teammates to probe the enemy. There is no need to retreat. Let the immortals face the oncoming tide and unveil their schemes. She is keen to ascertain the true strength of Qin Yi's army. As the immortal escapes the gravity field, he wields his sword with one hand, thrusting it towards the 100-man squad. Raise your shields, the Vanguard General commands, positioning the vibrating golden shield at the forefront that a faint sound echoes as 6 immortal swords are thwarted. However, the force behind these swords is formidable. A substantial portion is indeed blocked. Yet the foremost shield bearer is left spitting blood from the impact. Wow, they've actually withstood the immortal's assault. The host appears utterly exhilarated, his voice trembling with excitement. Vanguard General, fire. The archers in the rear swiftly notch their arrows. Whoosh! 30 arrows are sent hurtling toward the 6 immortals. Form a formation, defend, the strongest of the immortals commands, and they quickly align, using their immortal swords as shields in a bid to withstand the onslaught. Yet, the quality of their swords is rather mediocre, for the planetary sovereign has devoted their primal energy to cultivating these immortals, leaving little for the creation of specialized materials. Clang, clang. The immortals' swords shatter. The arrows not only breach their defenses, but also obliterate their swords. This is impossible. The host leaps to his feet, as the audience stares in disbelief. Are these truly ordinary warriors from a mundane planet? Suddenly, just as the spectators expect the arrows to pierce the immortals, a flash of azure light heralds the appearance of an immortal spell above their heads. Immortals of a third-tier planet have generally surpassed the foundational stage. And these few have indeed transcended it. Though their swords may lack finesse, their might remains formidable. The Qin Yi spell deflects the golden arrows, reducing the potent metal to mere fragments, while the remaining arrows disintegrate into dust. Be cautious. They are not your average warriors. Tang Feiyu on the other side is drenched in cold sweat, relieved that the immortals reacted swiftly enough to shield themselves from the arrows. However, their swords have lost their efficacy. On Qin Yi's side, Sun Yi promptly reinforces the defense, shielding the immortals from the onslaught of Qin Yi's forces. Zhang Han's immortals are beginning to struggle against the onslaught. After all, Tang Fei's 3-clawed golden dragon ranks among the top bloodlines of its kind, its power surpassing that of typical third-tier celestial warriors. Hold on, no matter what, we must persevere. Only then do we stand a chance of victory. If we win this round, even if we are all slain, it shall be in glory. The guild master will certainly provide us with some compensation. There is no need to worry that their deaths will affect our planet. Should we win this battle, we may have the opportunity to ascend to the 4th tier, that if we lose, the sovereigns from last year will be our future. Zhang Han's calm voice resonates in the ears of every team member. The implication is clear to all. Inflict severe damage on the enemy, granting Qin Yi's forces a chance. 100 warriors can catch the immortals off guard. Imagine what 5,000 could achieve. Good. Zhao Xing is the first to respond. As a Qi warrior from a celestial planet, he has brought forth 10 of his strongest, the finest of his world. The others are low-tier Qi warriors, unable to master even the most basic techniques. The Lu Jia Qimen, one of the 36 celestial techniques, manifests as a vast bagua beneath the feet of the 10 Qi warriors, each positioned at different points. Through the Lu Jia Qimen, they bolster their defenses and magical resistance. In the wake of the emergence of spiritual energy, magic, and dragon energy, a connection has formed among them. Qi warriors, in their bid to combat other civilizations, often cultivate various techniques and spells. The Tianyu Company boasts the most gifted planetary sovereign, not Tang Feiyu, but the trio of mages, clad in white robes with hoods drawn. They wield magic wands and had nearly slain Li Ziru's 5 mages moments ago. Fortunately, Zhao Xing's Qi warriors intervened in time, blocking the mages' onslaught. However, the 10 Qi warriors sustained injuries in the process. Li Ziru, grant me an invisibility spell. Zhao Xing commands. Understood, replies Li Ziru. Tang Feiyu observed the strongest sorcerer from the opposing side. Realizing the absence of the Qi warriors, it dawned upon her that the enemy's sorcerer possessed the ability to conceal their magic and was remarkably powerful. Strangely, her own sorcerer had failed to perceive this threat. Everyone, be cautious. The enemy's sorcerer can obscure their magic, and my sorcerer was unable to detect it. Tang Feiyu furrowed her brow at that moment. A magical array illuminated around the 3 most formidable sorcerers on their side, and 5 Qi warriors emerged, executing a surprise attack on the sorcerers using a technique from the 6 Qi men. Meanwhile, another warrior from the 6 Qi thwarted the assault from the other sorcerers. A surprise attack. The sorcerers on Tang Feiyu's side seemed unimpressed. Though her 3 sorcerers were inferior to the magical girls, they were not to be underestimated. Incantations echoed throughout the outer battlefield, a whisper from the sorcerers. 100 warriors engaged in battle immediately felt the effects. They were mere mortals, and such magical incantations struck them like invisible sonic attacks. Simultaneously, the 5,000 troops hidden within the magical array, including Zizhou, also struggled against the incantations, yet they persevered. The warriors behind him, even bleeding from their orifices, remained silent. Not good. Quickly, disrupt the sorcerers. Zhang Han's celestial being was similarly affected. It was not just him. Tang Fian's golden dragon and the others in her group were also feeling the impact. This was an indiscriminate form of attack. Leave it to me. Zhao Xing gritted his teeth in response. Subsequently, the 5 concealed Qi warriors appeared directly before the 3 grand sorcerers. Boom! The self-detonation of 10 Qi warriors ensued. No matter how robust the grand sorcerers' defenses were, they could not withstand the might of the 6 Jia Qi Min's ultimate self-detonation tactic. Damn! Within Tang Fian's communication channel, the leader of the magical civilization's planet could not help but curse. Did the enemy not wish to win or allow them to enter the top 20? What the hell? We are all from the same team. Why such desperation? On Qin Yi's side, Zhao Xing's voice grew hoarse as he felt the diameter of his planet shrinking and his body sustaining significant injuries. Akin to a grave illness. I did my best. There was a moment of silence among the crowd. Zhang Han replied, "All right, from now on, leave it to us." The grand sorcerers on Tang Fian's side were gravely wounded. Their magical barriers rendered ineffective, and they had lost a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, on Qin Yi's side, 100 warriors could not withstand the 5 Qi warriors from the enemy, suffering heavy casualties. What kind of strategy is this? I can't comprehend it at all. I can't understand either. Are we really in the same team? Is it necessary to act this way? Has the guild not made it to the top 20 in years and begun to feel envious? Heavens, Tianyu Corporation must be furious with the guild. Alas, it's just dogs biting dogs. Each covered in FURD as the livestream chat surged with excitement. The guild resorted to self-detonation, severely wounding the grand sorcerers of Tianyu Corporation. This tactic indeed suggested jealousy on the guild's part. Even the commentator struggled to narrate the events, wary of offending either the guild or Tianyu Corporation. What kind of tactic is this from the Chechen Guild? They are self-detonating consecutively. Could those sorcerers be their trump cards? How should Tianyu Corporation respond? We shall see. On the outer battlefield, Tang Fian commanded her 3-clawed golden dragon to sacrifice itself to eliminate one of Zhang Han's celestial beings. The 5 celestial beings cultivating the 5 elemental roots formed a formidable array that even ensnared her golden dragon. However, at this moment, with the golden dragon injured and 1 celestial being perished, the array lost its potency. Roar! The 3-clawed golden dragon roared, its voice resonating across the outer battlefield. Zizhou, hidden within the magical array, furrowed his brow, observing the battle between the celestial being and the golden dragon. Is that a divine beast? In that instant, he felt his own insignificance. Yet, a stronger resolve arose within him. What of a divine beast? The spirit of the great Tao calls us to battle. We must slay it. Zhao Xing's sacrifice exchange for the grievous injury of the 3 grand sorcerers was a worthy trade. At the very least, the enemy's grand sorcerers were incapacitated, unable to unleash their formidable magic. The earlier incantation that had affected everyone was abruptly interrupted. The Qi warriors utilized their array for self-detonation, a tactic that had been passed down for ages. Once, a planetary leader cultivated numerous Qi warriors, each of them not exceptionally powerful. Yet, when they formed a Qi warrior array and detonated, they caught their enemies completely off guard. This was not the end. When the self-detonation occurred at levels above 5, any planetary leader's formidable beings could collapse an entire space when they sacrificed themselves to severely injure their foes. However, as Zhao Xing's 10 Qi warriors fell, Qin Yi's 100 warriors dwindled to almost nothing, leaving Tianyu Corporation's group in a position of dominance on the outer battlefield. Zhang Han proclaimed in the communication channel, "I plan to exchange for the enemy's celestial beings. Continuing this stalemate will surely lead to our defeat." Shift positions. Qin Yi, with a flicker of intent, ordered the vanguard general to charge towards the 3 grand sorcerers with the remaining 10 warriors. Their vibrating golden armor and shields could withstand typical magical assaults. Sun Yi immediately shifted positions, blocking Zhang Han's opponent, Tang Fian's golden dragon, and relinquished the enemy's celestial being. Li Zirwei's sorcerer detained the 6 formidable soul masters dispatched by the opposing planetary leaders. The repositioning was merely a fleeting moment. The celestial beings' extraordinary mobility, the sorcerer's formations, and Qin Yi's light cavalry converged. Look, the guild's team members are swapping positions. What are they planning? Damn. Another self-detonation? Have the guild members gone mad? This is inflicting 800 wounds on the enemy, while suffering 1,000 losses. This team's strongest asset is our 5 elemental celestial beings, even if they are exchanged for the golden dragon's life. The remaining 4 are still the strongest. How could they choose to perish together with the enemy's celestial beings? In the audience, cheers erupted once more. They were witnessing such a tactic for the first time. The spectacle of self-detonation was undeniably exhilarating. This is how battles should be fought. The upstairs commentator is right. Holding back seems utterly ineffective. This is what a true battlefield is like. Life and death. Now that's thrilling. I'm practically kneeling to watch the live stream. Brave celestial beings, fear not the hardships. Charge forth. For the glory of the celestial beings, you upstairs must be trolls. Does the guild have a vendetta against Qin Yi Corporation? Qin Yi Company has the potential to break into the top 50. If this continues, it seems unlikely they will reach the top 20. Humph. Whether Qin Yi Company makes it to the top 20 has nothing to do with us. Do not impose your moral expectations upon us. Indeed, we are merely spectators. The officials orchestrating this competition do so for our viewing pleasure. You all possess no sense of collective honor, and I am ashamed to be associated with you. The live streaming platform has erupted into chaos. Some fervently support such fierce confrontations, while others suspect that the guild group bears animosity towards Qin Yi Company, believing it to be the result of internal conflicts that have led to this explosive self-destruction strategy. Tang Fian's team has emerged, and the others have already begun hurling insults. The opposing team is playing recklessly, and their formidable fighters have suffered significant losses. Even if they advance, they are bound to lose in the next match. On the top floor of an opulent skyscraper, Tang Yi furrows his brow as he observes the live broadcast. Beneath him lies a fierce beast, Go Chun, resting at his feet, sensing his master's discontent. It promptly lifts its head. Tang Yi reaches down to stroke its head, offering a moment of comfort. They should be safeguarding their trump card, awaiting the decisive blow. From the onset until now, this hidden card must reside with that ordinary planetary lord. It appears that Tong Bailey has indeed secured a commendable contractor this time, AS for the Qin Yi Company team. Only Jean Long, 2 soul masters, and 2 severely injured grand mages remain. The recent self-detonation of a celestial being not only obliterated Qin Yi Company's celestial group, but also claimed the life of a grand mage. On the guild group's side, only a handful of mages and the celestial group are left. The 100 warriors have perished in the recent explosion. Thus, it seems the guild group has already lost. Yet, Tang Yi has an unsettling intuition that it is his Qin Yi Company team that is on the verge of defeat. This is the instinct of someone seasoned in battle. The initial actions of the opposing team indicate that they harbor no personal vendetta against Qin Yi Company. The most plausible motivation is to severely injure their opponents, preserving their trump card for the final strike. Tang Yi is curious about the nature of this impending decisive blow. In the arena, Tang Fian also senses something amiss. The opponent's actions must be part of a cunning scheme. Let us not forget that several of their mages have cast covert spells that even we cannot perceive. This outer battlefield may not be as it currently appears to us. Her 4 teammates have caught on, ceasing their vitriol. Captain, what shall we do now? Tang Fian's resolve glances over the entire outer battlefield, reflecting on the combat that has transpired from the beginning until now. Suddenly, she realizes she has overlooked a crucial detail. The opponent's extraordinary beings had positioned themselves very forward from the start. As soon as our extraordinary beings appeared, they launched their assault without granting us a moment to react. Thus, the problem lies behind them. Tang Fian surmises and promptly issues her command. Qin Xiaoqiang, they self-destruct. So we shall do the same. Send some individuals to assist those mages. The others are to hold off those celestial beings. I wish to see what they truly intend to accomplish at this moment. The mage planetary lord speaks up. Let my extraordinary beings go. They are gravely injured and can no longer cast powerful spells. We will need our forces in the upcoming battle. This will be their honor. Tang Fian contemplates this. Next, they will confront the guild group's hidden card. Preserving the soul masters and sending grand mages to assist the opposing mages is the optimal strategy. Very well, Tang Fian concedes. Zhang Han witnesses the opposing mages spring into action. The two mages do not attempt to recover from their injuries. Instead, they rise to chant incantations. Beneath them, a magical array ignites in the blink of an eye. They reach the defensive magical barrier surrounding Li Ziru's mages. Be cautious, Zhang Han warns just as the two opposing mages self-destruct. Li Ziru's mages immediately exert themselves to cast spells, forming the strongest shield possible. However, against the overwhelming self-detonation magic of two grand mages who are slightly more powerful, their shield proves ineffective. Consequently, they, along with the two grand mages, are reduced to mere dust. This is madness. They have truly gone insane. Congratulations to the Qin Guild Group for creating a novel self-detonation strategy in recent years. The Qin Yi Company team is also affected, and they too begin to self-destruct. Henceforth, we may witness a myriad of extraordinary beings self-destructing in various forms. Impressive, indeed. The commentary team is at a loss for words, with the absence of Li Ziru's mages maintaining the formation. The 5,000 troops of Zizhou finally emerge before the eyes of the audience. What on earth? The commentator is flabbergasted, unsure of how to narrate such a scene. It is the first time he has encountered such a situation. This reckless self-detonation strategy resembles a clash of sworn enemies, devoid of any finesse or strategy. This is why he had been so sarcastic throughout. Without such commentary, he would fail to captivate the audience. After all, he too benefits from the revenue. As long as he does not offend these groups or displease those behind them, he can say whatever he wishes. However, the current circumstances leave the commentator feeling overwhelmed with frustration. Not only the commentator, but also the audience and the live stream chat are struck dumb. The barrage of comments has ceased. Amidst the cheers from an unknown source, the audience erupts into a frenzy in the live stream. Someone posted the first comment, leading to a cascade of similar messages flooding the screen. What am I witnessing? Am I hallucinating? This is a literal army. A viewer's mother asks why they are watching the live stream on their knees, to which they tearfully respond, "It's too explosive." This surpasses even the strongest sword saint or magical girl in intensity. Is the guild truly going to defeat the opponent's divine dragon with an army? They had never witnessed a planetary sovereign capable of dispatching a formidable army to this tournament. This was a youth competition, a friendly match among planetary sovereigns within a year of their awakening. Regardless of their innate talents, they were merely level 3 planetary sovereigns. Typically, these sovereigns had trained nearly 10 formidable warriors for this event, either to form formations, cultivate extraordinary techniques, or master supreme magical arts. Alternatively, they might be true prodigies, possessing the might of the greatest sword masters or grand sorcerers, akin to other exceptional beings. Yet, an army was making its debut on this extraterrestrial battlefield. Crucially, Qin Yi was an ordinary energy planetary sovereign, and the warriors he cultivated could hardly withstand the prowess of Qi warriors. Initially, they astonished the audience. The warriors' arrows were able to shatter the celestial swords of immortals, breaching their first line of defense. Among the spectators were numerous common folk, many of whom had awakened to low-level energies. The very presence of Qin Yi's army ignited within them a sense of empathy and a flicker of hope, that ordinary individuals could indeed stand against the extraordinary. It was as if a king had suddenly emerged within their ranks. Many, even those who had wagered on Qin Yi Company, at that moment, gazing upon Qin Yi's 5,000 ordinary troops, yearned for this army to defeat the extraordinary beings with their martial prowess. Zhou drew his sword. "Warriors, are your blades sharp?" "Sharp." Zhou fixed his gaze upon the golden dragon soaring in the sky. "Today, we fight for the glory of the great wilderness army. Great wilderness, great wilderness, great wilderness." Zhou pointed his sword at the extraordinary being with a martial spirit. Behind him, a burly vanguard general clad in armor, forged from vibrating gold, led the army directly toward the extraordinary being. Zhou's sword aimed at another martial spirit extraordinary, and yet another squad charged forward. He himself led the charge, determined to slay the dragon. Sun Yi's celestial team surged forward as well. Relying solely on the ordinary army was insufficient to vanquish the three-clawed golden dragon. He needed to bring the dragon down to provide Qin Yi's army with an opportunity to confront it. Whoosh! Arrows rained down upon the battlefield. The martial spirit extraordinary on both sides immediately formed defenses with their spirits, evading the arrows with rapid movements. The three-clawed golden dragon, however, was different. It executed the divine dragon's tail sweep. But what on earth? What am I witnessing? Are these truly ordinary warriors? This is astonishingly powerful. The three-clawed golden dragon. Its scales possess absolute defense. Yet what do we see? The golden dragon is wounded. An arrow is embedded in its body. The live commentator leaped to his feet, speechless in astonishment, having never encountered such a scene before. The arrows of ordinary warriors struck the three-clawed golden dragon. The audience erupted in cheers, accompanied by a cacophony of exclamations that I in the live stream. The comments refreshed with unprecedented fervor. I am no longer kneeling. I am prostrate on the ground. Don't ask me why. I bet this is no ordinary warrior. I wager they are iron-blooded fighters. On the extraterrestrial battlefield, Zhou drew his bow once more, just moments ago. As he approached the golden dragon, he had noticed the injury it sustained during the previous skirmish. Thus, as he charged forward, he prepared himself to locate the dragon's wound. Finally, he found it. Great wilderness. Great wilderness. The warriors of the Great Xia were elated. Their emperor had struck the golden dragon. It was a dragon, a golden opportunity. Upon witnessing Qin Yi's troops hit the golden dragon, breaking its defenses, Sun Yi immediately recognized this as their best chance to defeat Tianyu Company. Boom! Sun Yi resolved to execute his self-detonation strategy to the fullest, charging toward the golden dragon. As it performed the divine dragon's tail sweep, he detonated himself. Below, Zhou quickly ordered his men to raise their shields. Boom! The explosion from the immortal's self-detonation unleashed tremendous force, sending the golden dragon crashing to the ground. Charge! A golden opportunity. Zhou saw the dragon fall and raised his treasured sword, rushing forward. Meanwhile, several martial spirit extraordinary, witnessing this, chose to self-detonate, causing chaos among the ranks. As chaos erupted, Zhou noticed an enemy charging toward him and immediately raised his shield. Bang! Zhou was thrown from his steed by a powerful blow, his arm trembling. This was the might of a martial spirit. Qin Yi promptly commanded Zhou to retreat and instructed the soldiers to advance, using vibrating gold to shield against the attacks of the martial spirit extraordinary while depleting their energy with vibrating gold weaponry. A war of attrition ensued. Meanwhile, the regrouped army circled around the battlefield, charging once more at the golden dragon. Tang Fian was unwilling to concede. As a highly gifted planetary sovereign, she felt she should not falter here. If she could secure a position in the top 20, she would become the youngest and most talented planetary sovereign of Chaiqing, reaping better rewards and prestige that could yield numerous benefits. However, she understood that with their current team strength, they could not hope for a place in the top 20. If they pressed on, they might even lose the golden dragon. Yield, Captain. Some were reluctant to surrender, feeling that doing so would be far too frustrating. Tang Fian still possessed a golden dragon, capable of incinerating those warriors. Additionally, several martial spirit extraordinary, upon self-detonation, could severely damage the enemy. In this manner, they could eliminate the extraordinary beings and ordinary warriors sent by the opposition. Securing victory in this contest, Tang Fian's voice no longer held its ethereal charm. That if we continue, we will only end up in the top 50. Moreover, they are not ordinary warriors. Their defensive capabilities are formidable. Even with the martial spirit extraordinary self-detonating, they might only severely injure half of the opposing force. As for my golden dragon, it likely cannot incinerate them. After explaining, Tang Fian pointed directly at the projection. Tianyu Company has surrendered? The live commentator found himself momentarily taken aback. He was passionately narrating, eager to deliver a thrilling account of the ordinary warriors slaying dragons for all the viewers that he yearned for his name to be etched into this historical moment. However, he was caught off guard by the sudden surrender of Tianyu Company. Instantly regaining his composure, the commentator seized the opportunity. This moment, we shall witness history. At this moment, we behold the valiant warriors vanquishing the dragon. History shall remember this moment, marking it as a particularly significant entry in the annals of planetary dominion. Ordinary warriors from the planet have shattered the celestial sword of the immortals and struck down the three-clawed golden dragon. On the extraterrestrial battlefield, with Tianyu Company's capitulation, the spatial blockade was lifted. Tang Fian promptly summoned her golden dragon back. Moments ago, the dragon had unleashed a searing blaze, yet it only managed to scorch a portion of the warriors. Those positioned further from the flames emerged unscathed. Furthermore, her golden dragon had been wounded, struck again by the opponent's formidable archery. The second arrow found its mark in the same spot as the first. which had initially penetrated only slightly, now eliciting cries of agony. "Well done," Li Zirwei exclaimed upon witnessing the opponent's red alert. He was momentarily stunned before being overwhelmed with excitement. Were it not for his current position, lying there connected to the extraterrestrial battlefield, he might have leapt up in exuberance. Zhang Han let out a sigh of relief as he exited the extraterrestrial battlefield, turning to glance at Qin Yi. In this battle, Qin Yi deserved the highest accolades. Tang Yi affectionately ruffled the head of Go Chun. Such an intriguing civilization. He recognized that these were not merely ordinary warriors. Their defenses were remarkably high. If he understood the properties of vibrating gold, he might comprehend that these warriors were indeed ordinary, while their armor was anything but in the century-long history of planetary dominion. The focus had predominantly been on the transformation of energy and the enhancement of extraordinary beings. The practices of the cultivation civilization, the dragon-spirited civilization, the various techniques of the Qi warrior civilization, and the magic of the demonic civilization had never led the planetary lords to contemplate the conversion of primal energy into any unique metallic material to forge weapons. In their eyes, the mightiest were always the extraordinary beings on the planet, or the spiritual beasts, demonic beasts, immortal beasts, divine beasts, and other wondrous creatures. Even in Shun Xinghe's perspective, Qin Yi's army resembled the battle formations chronicled in ancient history, embodying the morale of the soldiers, which contributed to their strength. Yet, the extent of their prowess remained uncertain. As Tang Fian opted not to fight to the death, Qin Yi's 5,000 warriors suffered over 1,000 casualties. Nevertheless, he had the advantage of numbers, with more than 3,000 remaining. Whether they could indeed slay the dragon remained unknown. In the lounge, Lu Feiyu's voice was strained to the brink. "Welcome back, our valiant warriors." He embraced each one warmly. When it came to Qin Yi, he delivered a particularly hearty hug. "Quickly, everyone sit and rest for a moment. The primal energy is ready. Once you've recuperated sufficiently, we shall proceed to absorb and transform it. When we return to the guild tonight, surprises await you." Zhang Han, Zhao Xing, Li Zirwei, and Sun Yi, not wishing to be polite, accepted his warmth. Their exhaustion was palpable, as the extraordinary beings on the planet had nearly all perished in this contest. With only Sun Yi faring slightly better, accompanied by 3 immortals, the pallor on the faces of the others was stark, their strength nearly depleted. Upon returning to the lounge, they supported each other, though Qin Yi appeared relatively well. He was keen to observe how the Daxiao would evolve following this battle. Entering the awakening space, he discovered that his planet had once again expanded. He had not employed a time accelerator. Yet in just a single battle lasting a little over an hour, the planet's diameter had increased once more. "Respected one," Zizhou exclaimed upon seeing Qin Yi, filled with excitement. Qin Yi, hands behind his back, inquired, "What are your thoughts on this battle?" Zizhou took a moment to steady himself. "Respected one, the outside world is truly wondrous. The beings flying above must be immortals, and that creature must be the golden dragon. I never imagined our Daxia warriors would one day slay a dragon. Alas, it ultimately managed to escape." Zizhou grew increasingly animated. "By the way, respected one, we obtained the dragon's blood. Its temperature is incredibly high. A mere touch caused one warrior to ignite in flames. That we have contained the dragon's blood in vibrating gold, and now, the top scientists at the Tiangong Academy are devising methods to study it." Hearing this, Qin Yi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated they would acquire the dragon's blood system. "How can we utilize the dragon's blood for maximum efficacy? Please calculate." He immediately thought of his grand deduction system. The victory in this contest was also due to his calculations. Qin Yi proposed a self-destruct strategy system. Exchange for dragon blood dilution method, 500,000 planetary coins. Exchange for dragon blood refinement method, 500,000 planetary coins. Not overly expensive, Qin Yi promptly chose to exchange. Indeed, dragon blood possesses potent effects, capable of prolonging life and enhancing physical attributes. I have provided the Tiangong Academy with methods for diluting and refining the dragon's blood. I believe we will receive news shortly. Utilize this dragon blood wisely to forge even mightier warriors. Perhaps another battle awaits us tomorrow. Upon hearing that another conflict was imminent, Zizhou's eyes sparkled with determination. "Respected one, rest assured, I will cultivate numerous formidable warriors. Even dragons can be slain." Qin Yi nodded in agreement. Just then, Lu Feiyu entered the room. "Qin Yi, how's your recovery? Are there any issues?" The president just contacted me. He inquired about the primal energy of ordinary nature and whether it could transform into any specific primal energy, so preparations can be made in advance. Also, we still have the primal energy from the lower-level warrior civilization here. Would that be beneficial to you? Feigning a bit of weakness, Qin Yi replied, "Thank you, Brother Feiyu. My planet is ordinary. I cannot convert overly potent primal energy. Just the lower-level primal energy will suffice. Last time I attempted to convert the lower-level warrior primal energy, which slightly enhanced the overall strength of the army. Though the effect was not substantial, Lu Feiyu placed the obsidian down and immediately remarked, "As long as it has an effect, that suffices. Size matters not. You have achieved a great accomplishment this time. Your army is a treasure. It must be nurtured and trained diligently. Even the slightest enhancement is still an enhancement. Focus on the transformation. I will keep watch outside." Indeed, the president will arrive shortly. The discontented murmurs from the audience surged like waves, one after another. Of course, the cheers soon drowned out these voices of dissatisfaction. Some had initially placed their bets on the Tianyu company, for it was evident that the guild group was woefully inadequate in terms of strength. However, in the end, they were the ones who lost. Although their stakes were modest, witnessing others profit while they incurred losses was naturally disheartening. The crux of the matter was that Tang Fian's golden dragon failed to unleash its might and surrendered outright. It is worth noting that this was a third-tier gifted being among the dragon clan. Even an ordinary warrior, no matter how numerous, would struggle to vanquish a golden dragon, had the golden dragon unleashed its full potential. Victory in this contest would have been assured, and they would not have suffered losses. Thus, their anger and dissatisfaction grew, crying out about foul play and demanding refunds. Yet, when the four celestial beasts atop the high platform emitted a low growl, suppressing these voices, the cacophony of discontent and cheers among the audience subsided. After all, they were merely ordinary people, mere gamblers, incapable of standing against a level 5 planetary lord, the true factions participating in this contest. However, regarded Tianyu Company's performance favorably. Among them was Shen Xinghe, the lord of Chechenji. In their view, Tang Fian had indeed chosen a path of mutual destruction, a strategy that would inevitably see both groups fail to enter the top 25. With the Tianyu Company's group now diminished in strength, having even lost their Grand Sorcerer on the outer battlefield, they would undoubtedly struggle to challenge their opponents in the upcoming matches. Meanwhile, the Checheng Guild still boasted a formidable army of several thousand, equipped with high defenses and the ability to disregard certain spells, martial souls, and celestial arts. This positioned them favorably to potentially defeat their opponents in the next round and secure a place among the top 50, which would be quite commendable. This is the grand perspective. Tang Yi, seated atop the high platform, nodded slightly upon witnessing Tang Fian's concession. It was merely a contest. After all, Tang Fian possessed considerable talent and had painstakingly nurtured a 3-clawed golden dragon. It would be unwise to allow such a contest to claim her life on the outer battlefield. The path of a planetary lord was long, and Tang Fian had only awakened to her powers a little over a month ago. There was no need for a life-or-death struggle over a mere competition, which would only sour relations among everyone involved, even if Tang Fian progressed to the next round and encountered groups from other cities. The survival of the golden dragon would remain uncertain, for her opponents would undoubtedly wish to prevent a highly gifted planetary lord from Checheng from emerging, as this pertained to the plunder of resources. In truth, for all planetary lords, when it came to plunder between cities, they would become adversaries. Yet, when faced with resource plunder between states, they would become allies. This relationship is indeed quite delicate. Returning to the Checheng Awakeners Guild. After Tang Fian's group conceded, Elder Wang spoke. "We owe Tang Fian a favor." The others nodded in agreement. Elder Wang then turned to Tong Bailey. "Take the source power for a journey. Remember, ensure Qin Yi's safety." Tong Bailey solemnly nodded, as if sensing some unknown danger that loomed after this youth competition. Qin Yi's victory was indeed an unexpected boon for them. However, at their level, unless Qin Yi could bring forth an even greater miracle and break into the top 20, it would be difficult to muster any excitement. Upon receiving a message from Lu Feiyu, Tong Bailey responded briefly and then, with the source power, made his way to the arena as the president of the Checheng Awakeners Guild. He made his identity known and, after being scrutinized by the celestial beasts, gained entry to the arena. President, Lu Feiyu hurriedly approached. Tong Bailey nodded and inquired about the condition of the 5 members in the resting area. "How is Qin Yi faring?" Lu Feiyu quickly whispered back. "President, he is well. This battle has had a relatively minor impact on him." Glancing at Zhang Han and the others, he added with concern, "However, Zhang Han, Zhao Xing, Sun Yi, and Li Zirai are not in good shape. Their self-detonations have significantly affected the planet, and it may take a while for them to recover." Tong Bailey nodded, retrieving a considerable amount of obsidian. This was the source power provided by the guild, intended for each of them to absorb, striving to recover 70 to 80% by the next day. "Understood, President," Lu Feiyu replied. Tong Bailey observed the condition of the 5, particularly Qin Yi, and noted that his complexion was still somewhat rosy, which eased his concerns slightly. However, there remained one matter that troubled him greatly: standing before the enormous screen and gazing at the entire arena. He hoped they could withstand the forthcoming challenges. Qin Yi had fully transformed the source power, imbued with the essence of lower-level martial civilizations, and he discovered that the diameter of his planet had once again increased slightly. The growth of the life forms on the planet seemed to exude an even more ethereal vitality. Concurrently, a certain individual named Zitza from the Tiangong Academy had gained knowledge from the system, diluting the dragon blood derived from the 3-clawed golden dragon. Not only that, but he had also crafted equipment for refining the dragon blood using vibrating gold materials. Various herbs from this planet were amalgamated, slowly concocted, and ultimately shaped into small red pills that he named it Dragon Blood Pill.as for its effects. It could extend the lifespan of ordinary individuals, grant them tremendous strength, and enhance their physical constitution, making them sturdier. During the outer battlefield encounter, they had only managed to collect a small portion of the dragon blood, thus allowing for a mere 200 individuals to partake. Consequently, Zizhou convened a grand national assembly. "Today, I have a momentous announcement to share with you all. Just days ago, I led our army into battle and engaged with celestial beings, even gravely wounding a golden dragon, resulting in the acquisition of dragon blood. Dr. Zitza from the Tiangong Academy has refined this dragon blood from the outer realm into dragon blood pills, which possess the effects of prolonging life, strengthening the body, and purifying the essence. The reason I have called this assembly is to inform you that, in the future, such miraculous pills and spiritual medicines will abound. Who knows, we might even dine on dragon meat. This is the benefit of our expedition. Without such ventures, we would forever remain confined within this realm, vulnerable to invasion by even more powerful foes, leading to our annihilation. It is a matter of survival or destruction that I believe everyone understands this implicitly. Those who previously opposed or were reluctant to support the expedition, I bear no grudge. However, I now warn you, for the sake of Daxia and for your own well-being, manage this territory diligently. After our Dahuang army embarks on their expedition, I do not wish for turmoil to arise in my rear. I harbor no desire for the valiant warriors of our great wilderness army to endure even the slightest indignity within the great Xia. They are the individuals most deserving of our admiration and respect. It is through their valiant endeavors that we may ultimately acquire greater quantities of dragon blood, and even the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment will no longer be a distant dream. Zizhou seeks to rally everyone, calling upon the entire nation to support the expedition. His intention is to ensure that, following his own departure for battle, the rear of the Great Xia remains free from turmoil. Additionally, he aims to elevate the status of these warriors, instilling within them a profound sense of honor. This, in turn, will encourage more youths to enlist in the military. Subsequently, rewards will be bestowed. First, a solemn ceremony will be held to honor those who perished on the foreign battlefield, summoning their spirits back to pay tribute. Following this, there will be compensatory funds, and for the courageous soldiers, substantial financial rewards will be distributed. Furthermore, 200 exceptionally talented and valiant generals will receive dragon blood pills, which Zizhou will consume alongside them. But he has also pledged that, in the next occasion, 50 scholars from the Academy of Heavenly Crafts and 50 meritorious officials from the court will be duly rewarded. In this manner, he truly inspires all. The entirety of the Great Xia dynasty begins to endorse the expedition, accelerating their developmental strides. It can be said that each day brings forth a new transformation. Qin Yi observed with great satisfaction as Zizhou adeptly handled the affairs pertaining to this expedition. Zizhou is a born leader, possessing an ambition akin to that of Qin Shi Huang, aspiring to conquer all, and wielding a cunning akin to that of Li Shimin. Adept at employing the capable while remaining open to counsel, shunning tyranny, he possesses a far-reaching vision, understanding what advancements benefit the great Xia dynasty and recognizing what constitutes a regression. Thus, this grand assembly was convened, aimed at unifying the voices of the great Xia dynasty. Consequently, no one would dare to voice doubts regarding the expedition of the great wilderness army, nor would there be ministers standing in opposition as there had been initially. Zhou does not fear the dissenting ministers. Otherwise, the expedition would not have come to fruition. He merely wishes to prevent the recurrence of such opposition, for should the casualties among the soldiers become excessive, and should dissent accumulate gradually, an eruption would inevitably occur. Therefore, he seeks to eliminate such latent dangers in advance, allowing all to witness the immense benefits that the expedition can yield. With these advantages in hand, the voices of opposition will be drowned out, and as these benefits gradually multiply and expand, dissent will surely fade away. Everyone will then aspire to the expedition, yearning to reap these rewards in that moment. The great Xia will undoubtedly surge forward with unyielding resolve. Exiting the awakened space, Qin Yi encountered Tong Bailey. "How do you feel?" Tong Bailey inquired. The phrase felt eerily familiar, as Qin Yi had asked the same of Zhou. The overall strength of the army still lags considerably. Should the adversary fight to the death, in the next round, we may very well be eliminated. This is the stark truth, for the forthcoming round features the top 100, where truly formidable planetary lords will be selected. Even if they suffered some losses in the previous round, they will undoubtedly preserve a measure of strength. Otherwise, how could they possibly advance into the top 20 or even claim victory? Tong Bailey nodded slightly and replied, "No matter, you have done your utmost in the next round. How many troops can you deploy?" Qin Yi responded, 10,000. Tong Bailey glanced at Liu Feiyu beside him. Liu Feiyu produced a jade slip containing an analysis compiled by the guild's data specialists. Based on information from the other 99 groups, aside from the top 10 planetary lords, it is improbable that they can be defeated. The strength of the other groups has, in fact, been somewhat affected in the first battle, resulting in narrow victories. If we deploy a force of 10,000, there may still be a chance to win against all but the strongest 10. Upon hearing this, Tong Bailey remained calm and remarked, "Then it shall come down to luck." He then said to Qin Yi, "Your luck has always been favorable. Have faith in yourself." Qin Yi could only respond in agreement. Indeed, Tong Bailey gestured towards the obsidian on the table. "I have brought a considerable amount of primal energy. Absorb as much as you can. Seize this opportunity to recover fully in tomorrow's battle. Give it your all. As for why he would provide such an abundance of primal energy at this juncture, it was not to enhance the strength of Qin Yi and others at this moment. After all, planetary lords reach level 3 not merely through primal energy, but also through plunder. The planetary lords themselves must engage in plunder to enhance their planet's power. The effect of primal energy on later advancements diminishes over time. As a planet functions as a vessel that cannot indefinitely accommodate vast amounts of primal energy, saturation will inevitably occur. The means to augment its capacity is through plunder. Whether by seizing unclaimed planets in the sea of dead stars or directly vanquishing planetary lords in the outer regions, Qin Yi's planet has continued to progress even without a time accelerator due to his relentless plundering. Regarding the primal energy, Qin Yi was unreserved, taking a share from a low-level martial civilization to absorb. Zhang Han and the others were similarly engaged, having suffered the greatest losses in the recent competition, nearly losing their planet. Tong Bailey remained personally vigilant to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, the external competition continued, with the final 4 strongest planetary lords making their appearances, effectively securing their spots among the top 10. This youth competition is not merely a celebration for the planetary lords, but also a festivity for gamblers. Whether on the arena or the streaming platforms, it draws immense attention. It stands as one of the most vibrant forms of entertainment within the world of planetary lords. Besides the youth competition, several other contests are of paramount importance to the planetary lords and various factions. The duration of these 4 contests extends beyond that of the 3, but for the audience, the initial match between ordinary warriors and the 3-clawed golden dragon has already provided a thrilling sensation. This singular clash has sparked prolonged discussions among spectators, some asserting that human determination can indeed triumph over the heavens. Whether they are ordinary individuals or the masters of planets, as long as they can unite, they can achieve greatness. Much like the valiant soldiers of a typical civilization, even a golden dragon can be compelled to concede defeat. Yet, some contend that ordinary people are simply too insignificant. Despite their numbers, when confronted by the mightiest of planetary lords, a single immortal can obliterate hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of common folk. The planetary lord of the Qin Guild, in a strict sense, does not embody an ordinary technological civilization. They undoubtedly possess exceptional qualities and have developed some newly created arcane techniques. After all, there are an overwhelming number of planetary lords in this world. And it is not surprising that one or two true prodigies emerge. The debates surrounding such matters are numerous on live streaming platforms, while audiences watch the competitions. The barrage of comments questions whether ordinary warriors can triumph over these extraordinary beings. Some even present ancient military formations and strategies from bygone eras. In essence, there are those who fervently wish to prove that when ordinary people unite, they too can become invincible, capable of vanquishing even immortals. Qin Yi personally arrived at the arena and encountered the somewhat dejected Tang Fian. "You performed admirably," he consoled her. Tang Fian gazed at the projection displaying her recorded match. "I should have anticipated their hidden cards from the very beginning and struck back with equal ferocity, or exposed the concealed mage's true abilities to unveil their tactics. Yet, I faltered." Tang Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of her words. In such a battleground, one must not show mercy nor concern for preserving one's strength from the outset. If one seeks to take the initiative, they must render their opponents powerless, striking decisively. This is merely your first battle as a planetary lord. Numerous confrontations lie ahead. Take some time to recuperate, as we may still face more challenges. Tang Fian was taken aback by Tang Ye's words. The team from Tianyu Corporation had already conceded defeat. How could there still be another battle to fight? However, Tang Yi simply observed the projection quietly, offering no further explanations. Realizing that she could not extract any answers, Tang Fian retreated to the resting area, where she began to convert her primordial energy to replenish the planet's energy while tending to the injuries of the three-clawed golden dragon. The wound, now melted into metallic shards of vibrating gold, was collected by the dragon. Tang Fian was somewhat astonished. She seemed to have discovered the reason behind Qin Yi's ordinary army's ability to injure her golden dragon. It was not due to the strength of the individuals, but rather the unique properties of this special metal. Meanwhile, the remaining 99 groups commenced strategizing for their upcoming challenges, analyzing formidable opponents and devising countermeasures. Among them was Qin Yi, the planetary lord of a technological civilization, and a military force of several thousand was indeed a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, without mages, the next contest would inevitably begin as a clash of armies. Find their weaknesses and breach their defenses, they were instructed. Even if Qin Yi triumphed with an army of 5,000, many groups still did not regard him as a formidable adversary. After all, the difference merely lay in numbers. Once lethal intent is unleashed, the outcome remains uncertain. With the preliminary rounds concluded, there were no matches scheduled for the afternoon. Yet, Qin Yi and his companions did not leave the arena. Instead, they rested in a private box within the venue. The audience dispersed, returning to their respective homes, as the advancement matches were set to commence the following day. Afternoon, Tong Bailey gazed solemnly outside. Sensing that something ominous was afoot, Qin Yi, Zhang Han, Zhao Xing, and others continued to absorb primordial energy. Qin Yi observed the soldiers who had consumed dragon blood after training under Zizhou. They were all tall and muscular, exuding explosive power. They could lift large stones and cleave small trees with vibranium swords. With Qin Yi's continuous transformation of the energy infused with martial prowess, it seemed that a figure named Zaiwen had birthed martial arts. Qin Yi watched as this Zaiwen, residing at the foot of the mountains, led a simple life among the rough-clad villagers, embodying an idyllic pastoral existence. They engaged in farming and weaving, while also hunting the myriad ferocious beasts that roamed the mountain. The meat of these beasts was not only consumable, but their pelts were also valuable. Zaiwen, the village chief of Wangwu village, was known for his simplicity and wisdom. He was currently engaged in combat with a beast, wielding a dagger presumably crafted from vibranium, capable of slicing through iron effortlessly. The beast before him was an apex predator, a tiger, 3 meters in length and approximately 1.8 meters tall, radiating raw ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the tiger lunged at him. Zaiwen executed a flawless bridge maneuver, sinking low before raising his dagger. With a swift motion, he eviscerated the beast that he single-handedly carried the slain creature back to the village, eliciting jubilant cheers from the entire community. That evening, a bonfire was lit, and a massive pot simmered with the beast's meat, allowing the villagers to feast heartily. The following day, Zywin began instructing the village's young hunters. When facing a beast, you must be even more ferocious. Your spirit must not falter. If you display fear, the beast will sense it, perceiving every flaw in your demeanor. Against these swift predators, our bows and traps have become ineffective. Thus, we must engage them in direct combat. He concluded by declaring, "Today, I shall teach you a form of boxing." Qin Yi had not anticipated that after absorbing the primordial energy associated with martial civilizations, a martial culture would emerge on the planet. This was an unexpected boon. However, he still intended to prioritize technological civilization, as it remained the primary focus. With a flicker of will, Qin Yi guided Zizhou to seek out Master Zywin. Requesting him to impart tactical knowledge to the Dahuang army, he then exchanged for several technological advancements. After all, Earth's journey into the technological age spanned nearly 5 millennia, a collective accumulation of human knowledge and the intellectual breakthroughs of numerous true scientists that birthed a technological era. Qin Yi aspired to catch up with that previous technological age, but a long road lay ahead. A little past 2 o'clock, in the heart of the venue, several formations crafted from spiritual stones had long been established. Elevated upon a platform, the 4 celestial beasts remained intently focused on the center of the arena. It was there that the ground, once solid, began to gradually fade, transforming into what appeared to be shimmering starlight. A dark substance slowly enveloped the central area of the competition, forming an immense black void. Beside Tong Bailey, 10 powerful sorcerers materialized, clad in crimson robes, their feet lifting off the ground as they floated effortlessly in the air. Meanwhile, within the private box, Lu Feiyu suddenly seemed to be overtaken by a rush of memories, as if he had become another person entirely. Surrounding him were 12 extraordinary warriors, standing silently to safeguard his safety. "We need not venture outside. In due course, we must ensure the safety of Qin Yi and the others." Lu Feiyu replied expressionlessly. "Understood." In the center of the arena, the dark substance continued to multiply, and some began to levitate, forming a thin layer of black mist in the air. Suddenly, a massive hand slammed down onto the edge of the arena, shattering the stones beneath it into debris. What a colossal hand it was! Covered in dark skin and riddled with numerous wrinkles, its fingers resembled eagle talons, long and razor-sharp. A roar echoed through the air. It was a Taodai. Soon after, more Taodais appeared, scattering in all directions. That moment, the pre-established formations illuminated, erecting an invisible barrier that repelled the Taodais. The Taodais howled and attacked the protective shield, driven by an insatiable hunger to TO them. Humans were the most delectable of prey. Thus commenced the annual hunt. There were sword immortals soaring through the skies, grand sorcerers cloaked in magical robes, and formidable warriors with imposing apparitions behind them. Alongside various celestial beasts, they transformed the central arena into a battlefield. Commencing the hunt for the Taodais. The Taodais boasted formidable defenses, remarkable speed, and aggressive tendencies. Their teeth were venomous, as were their sharp claws. A mere scratch could lead to blackening wounds, ultimately engulfing the entire body in dark matter. Inciting an overwhelming hunger, Qin Yi had just exited the awakening space when he beheld the scene outside through a colossal screen. "What is that?" he inquired, astonished. Tong Bailey did not turn. It is a Taodai of unknown origin. A century ago, when humans first awakened the planet's sovereign, they appeared, albeit rarely. Later, during a beast tide, humanity suffered significant losses, and the planetary sovereign paid a heavy price to suppress these ferocious beasts. Since then, they have erupted annually. Throughout the 9 provinces, there are approximately 72 such portals. To keep these creatures from the dark world at bay, we have established 72 grand competition arenas, gathering high-ranking planetary sovereigns under the guise of competition. On this day, the hunt begins. Qin Yi had never anticipated that the world of planetary sovereigns would harbor such occurrences. He had always believed he had grasped the truth of this world. But now it appeared that he had only skimmed the surface. "What about Brother Feiyu?" he asked, noticing Lu Feiyu's unusual demeanor. Tong Bailey elucidated, to prevent the calamity threatening everyone from becoming widely known and disrupting people's lives, "We have opted to seal memories, safeguarding the secret. Lu Feiyu participates in the beast hunts annually, and perhaps due to frequent memory sealing, he has undergone some personality changes during the periods when his memories resurface. After hearing this, Qin Yi took a deep breath. So, I too must undergo such a memory sealing process. Observe for now. When you meet them again in the future, you shall face them directly at that moment. Zhang Han and the others awakened. Having absorbed two sources of primal energy, they preserved their internal planets from collapsing due to the loss of their extraordinary powers. During this time, they had once again birthed several extraordinary beings, effectively inheriting the legacy of the first generation. A planet must possess life to continue its evolution, and extraordinary beings are the embodiment of the planet's will, should the planetary sovereign perish. They return to the sea of dead stars. If all extraordinary beings were to die, the planet would become a dead star, soon to dissolve into primal energy and exist within the awakening space. Thus, the planetary sovereign would be rendered powerless. An ordinary individual, Zhang Han, Zhao Xing, Sun Yi, and Li Zirai, witnessing such a scene for the first time, widened their eyes. In their understanding, it was their first encounter with a beast entirely encased in black, emanating dark matter. The most alarming aspect was that they could assimilate extraordinary beings and celestial beasts. A voice, seemingly from the depths of the abyss, echoed. A dragon's roar. With a rush, the sound of wings flapping filled the air, heralding the arrival of an enormous dragon's head. It bore resemblance to the horned dragon from Qin Yi's planet, yet it was distinctively different. As it emerged from the abyss, Qin Yi finally beheld its entirety. Reminiscent of the Western dragons depicted in the anime of his past life, with grand wings, a dinosaur-like body, an elongated tail, and a long neck, it was covered in black scales that shimmered under the sun's rays, radiating a mystical glow. The dark dragon, Tong Bailey explained. This beast hails from the dark world, its power equivalent to that of the azure dragon, the celestial beast of a city lord, with 5 claws. It is classified as a level 5 beast. Qin Yi, pondering Tong Bailey's explanation, asked, "So, there are even more formidable beasts?" Tong Bailey nodded, seemingly lost in recollection. When the meteorites fell, the era of planets commenced, ushering in humanity's great calamity. Countless unknown historical catastrophes unfolded. In the past, there was a dark titan of immense strength, surpassing even the extraordinary powers of a level 5 planetary sovereign. In that great battle, the outer domain was torn asunder and collapsed. 30 extraordinary beings from various planetary sovereigns engaged in a mutually destructive confrontation, gravely wounding that dark titan. It is difficult to fathom the grandeur of the great battle of yesteryears. With the emergence of the dark dragon, the azure dragon on the high platform dove down to engage in combat with this ominous creature. Yet, the conflict was merely in its infancy. More formidable dark beasts emerged from the abyss, and an increasing number of extraordinary beings joined the fray. Qin Yi employed the predictive system, eager to discern the essence of this war or the ultimate trajectory of its developments. The system responded, "The beast tide is suppressed, but extraordinary casualties are substantial." Qin Yi was somewhat taken aback. In the past, the system would present multiple predictive pathways. However, this time it offered only this singular response, a deviation from the usual style of the grand predictive system. Over the years, this arena had undergone extensive reconstruction and expansion due to the beast tide. Presently, it could be described as a half-formed city of vehicles, enhanced by celestial arts, formations, magical arrays, and the techniques of Qi warriors. The entire venue felt as though it had entered another realm. Outsiders, at this moment, were generally unable to access the venue and could not hear the resounding sounds of battle that echoed through the air. Suddenly, Tong Bailey turned to stand protectively in front of Qin Yi and the others, gazing intently at a corner of the private box where the space rippled. "Stand behind me and remain still. Enemies may soon appear." And no sooner had Tong Bailey spoken than 5 figures manifested, clad in white robes and hoods. They included both a middle-aged man in his 40s and a youth in his 20s. The 10 red-robed archmages beside Tong Bailey immediately raised their staffs. With a crackle, lightning surged within the private box. The bolts, resembling blades of thunder, struck directly at the suddenly materialized white-robed figures. They were the Star Slayers, known for hunting down planetary lords. Each year, during the beast tide, they would appear to seize the opportunity to eliminate the planetary lords present in the arena. Tong Bailey remained vigilant, observing other areas of the box. These Star Slayers were elusive, possessing a remarkable ability to conceal themselves. Unless one had an exceptionally keen perception, It was challenging for ordinary individuals to detect their presence. With a resounding boom, a protective barrier enveloped the 5 white-robed figures. Originally 5, they quickly multiplied to 10, as if capable of infinite division. Within merely a minute, and only a few exchanged words, their number swelled to over 30 in a relatively compact private box. This sudden influx was quite overwhelming. The white-robed figures launched their attack, targeting the extraordinary beings near Lu Feiyu. Over 20 of them confronted the 10 archmages of Tong Bailey, while another 20 surged towards the martial spirit warriors beside Lu Feiyu. Their movements were strange, their limbs appeared rigid, yet there was an uncanny grace and swift agility to their actions. Each strike unleashed celestial arts or unfamiliar martial spirits. It was a chaotic melee. Qin Yi and his companions stood closely beside Tong Bailey, observing the fierce confrontation unfold before them. It was at this moment they grasped why the Sea of Dead Stars harbored so many unclaimed celestial bodies, and why each day saw low and high-level unclaimed planets returning to that desolate expanse. This was due to the existence of these star slayers, who lurked in various places, preying upon the planetary lords. As for the reasons behind it, everyone understood. Each individual was aware of the identities of those who stood behind these slayers. Such a vast organization, possessing formidable strength, was beyond the complete eradication of even the authorities. Even if a significant number of star slayers were slain, in the blink of an eye, many more would arise. Countless planetary lords had met their demise. This was the stark reality. For the sake of resources, anything could be done. Lu Feiyu's 12 guards were considerably strong, at a level for planetary lord. He commanded numerous extraordinary beings and an array of unique techniques. The white-robed figures were unable to inflict serious harm upon these 12 guards. Qin Yi utilized the predictive system to identify the critical weakness of these white-robed assailants. President, these white-robed figures seem to be manifestations of those 5 individuals. They are also planetary lords, but the extraordinary beings they cultivate adhere to their own standards. I am uncertain of the methods they employ to achieve this. To defeat them, we must strike at the original 5-star slayers. Otherwise, they will continue to spawn white-robed figures. Tong Bailey regarded Qin Yi with mild surprise, stating, "I did not expect you to discern the issue so swiftly. Indeed, to eliminate the star slayers, we must eradicate the original ones. Otherwise, they will persist in their relentless onslaught. However, locating those 5 star slayers will not be an easy task." Thus, it was revealed that the initial 5 star slayers who had entered were not the true forms. Once again, Qin Yi activated the predictive system, seeking to ascertain whether the vibranium on his planet could harm these star slayers. The system replied, "Star slayers possess a unique energy system of the eternal night monarch, exhibiting magical resistance, spell resistance, and the ability to replicate infinitely." Predictive results followed. Firstly, vibranium can breach defenses, particularly when employed with a crossbow for concentrated fire. Secondly, the archmage's arcane feathers can enhance arrows to penetrate the star slayer's defenses. Thirdly, the true bodies of the star slayers are located 5 meters to the right, by the window. Upon reviewing the system's predictive outcomes, Qin Yi felt reassured. He quickly communicated with Zhizhou, dispatching 10 warriors who had consumed dragon blood pills. "President, instruct the archmages to utilize arcane feathers. I will signal them to shoot arrows capable of striking these star slayers," Qin Yi whispered. Tong Bailey nodded slightly. The appearance of these silver-armored warriors prompted immediate caution among the dozen or so star slayers. Based on their gathered intelligence, these warriors from a technologically advanced planet appeared ordinary. Yet once they formed a military formation, they posed a notable threat. With a swift motion, 10 warriors took aim at the 10 star slayers. Among the 5 red-robed mages attempting to breach the defenses of the star slayers' true forms, one discreetly cast a spell with his left hand from within his sleeve. Arcane feathers could track enemies. Vibranium had the capacity to absorb kinetic energy and block certain magical attacks. However, arcane feathers were not offensive spells but rather enhancements. In a past cinematic tale, even the most formidable villain's gem could not shatter a vibranium shield, underscoring the formidable defense it provided. When the star slayers perceived the arrows, they prepared to evade. They could anticipate the trajectories of the arrows, believing them to be too slow to inflict harm. Yet in an instant, empowered arrows surged forth at incredible speed, surpassing their own movement. In an instant, 10 star slayers were struck by arrows. This sudden turn of events significantly alleviated the pressure faced by the soul masters on Lu Feiyu's side. Before long, The remaining Star Slayers were dealt with, leaving only the original 5 entities that had first appeared. However, Qin Yi was aware that they were not the true bodies, according to the system's projections. They had likely employed a sophisticated technique of concealment, hiding beside the crystal window on the right. Outside, the 4 celestial beasts descended as even more formidable dark ferocious beasts emerged from the abyss. The dark dragon was no longer a concern. The 3-headed dark hound, capable of unleashing black lightning from one head and black flames akin to the true fire of Samadhi from another, was a formidable adversary. Even the defensive barrier could be breached by such flames. Fortunately, celestial beings were stationed outside, promptly utilizing spirit stones for replenishment. The numerous layers of formations were designed to prevent excessive commotion on the battlefield from affecting the citizens of the city and to deter the ferocious beasts from the dark realm from causing chaos within the urban landscape. The destructive power of these dark creatures was immense. The 10-city alliance had dispatched 2 level 5 planetary rulers to each of the 10 cities, as they were not only contending with the dark beasts but also facing the threat of ambushes from the Star Slayers. The Star Slayers meticulously strategized their deployments against each faction, their intelligence seemingly omniscient, as if they were constantly monitoring the planetary rulers of the entire world. Qin Yi was patiently awaiting an opportunity. Within this private chamber, it appeared that only the initial 5 Star Slayers remained. However, they were merely bait, consuming the energy of the red-robed sorcerers while waiting for Tong Bailey and the others to let their guard down. They undoubtedly had their own lethal tactics, much like Qin Yi, who was poised to exploit any flaw in their defenses. As time gradually passed, the red-robed sorcerers unleashed their most potent spell, illuminating the entire chamber with a blinding radiance that made it difficult for one to keep their eyes open. Qin Yi sensed that this might be the opportunity he had been waiting for. With a swift motion, he tugged at Tong Bailey's sleeve before commanding the warriors to release their arrows. Tong Bailey instantly grasped Qin Yi's intent, noticing the warriors aiming in a particular direction as they loosed their arrows. Arcane arrows shot forth, piercing the air. With a satisfying thud, 10 arrows struck their target. The red-robed sorcerers ceased their assault, their attention fixed on the crystal window to their right. A white-robed Star Slayer lay on the ground, an arrow embedded in his chest, while the other 4 shielded themselves with magical artifacts. However, due to the empowering nature of the arcane arrows, their artifacts were also destroyed in a flash. They replicated, and 12 white-robed Star Slayers emerged, each launching their own attacks. Behind them, intricate formations materialized, unleashing a variety of offensive maneuvers. Qin Yi commanded the warriors to fire once more, unleashing the arcane arrows once again. Yet this time, they failed to inflict harm upon the 12 adversaries, as the arrows seemed to vanish into another realm. A fearsome roar erupted as one of the Star Slayers summoned a powerful celestial beast, resembling a tiger but far stronger, with a body imbued with spiritual energy and an imposing presence. The red-robed sorcerers quickly established a magical formation beneath their feet, creating a protective barrier to shield Qin Yi and the others. They also summoned their most potent spells, invoking divine beings for assistance. Within the realm of magical civilization, they possessed a plethora of unique spells and various magical cultures. Based on the knowledge Qin Yi had acquired over the years, magical civilization could be categorized into traditional and modern magic. Traditional magic bore resemblance to the sorcery of ancient China, while modern magic echoed the practices of Western sorcerers. The red-robed sorcerers of Tong Bailey mirrored the Western sorcerers of Qin Yi's previous life. Their magical formations were adorned with pentagrams within circles. Additionally, the divine beings they summoned bore likeness to Western elves, characterized by elongated ears, golden hair, blue eyes, and distinctly Western features. The elven deity raised a hand, conjuring a golden magical arrow with astonishing speed and formidable magical energy. With a single shot, it pierced one of the 12 Star Slayers. However, the Star Slayers had completed their own formations, seemingly intent on ensuring mutual destruction with Qin Yi and his companions. The private chamber in the venue was fortified by formations, segregating it into distinct spaces. Otherwise, such a battle would have caused the venue to collapse. That it was akin to a cave established by celestial beings, fortified with powerful defensive formations that isolated this space. Alarm bells rang in the minds of Tong Bailey and Qin Yi as they realized the impending self-detonation of their foes. Qin Yi immediately instructed 10 warriors to raise their adamantine shields in defense. The outermost red-robed sorcerers swiftly cast spells to form the strongest protective barrier. A deafening explosion resonated, causing the entire space to tremble, the sound reverberating within the enclosed area. The red-robed sorcerers cast spells once more to nullify the cacophony and the energy shockwave generated by the Star Slayer's self-detonation. However, the red-robed sorcerers were significantly affected. The 10 red-robed sorcerers, positioned in various locations, formed a formidable magical array, yet even they struggled against the onslaught of the Star Slayers when the Star Slayers self-detonated. The 10 red-robed sorcerers bore the brunt of the energy shockwave as they were positioned at the forefront. Another explosion erupted from a Star Slayer, causing Zhao Xing and others to be violently impacted. Spewing blood and becoming deafened, they could hardly endure the assault, clutching their ears and sinking to the ground. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Tong Bailey understood that this could not continue. He needed to devise a means to prevent the self-detonation of the Star Slayers. With 10 adversaries remaining, they had 9 opportunities for self-detonation left. If that occurred, not only would Qin Yi and the other low-level planetary rulers suffer catastrophic injuries, but even he could be gravely harmed. Thus, he swiftly commanded the red-robed sorcerers to assist the elf in eliminating the Star Slayers without leaving any survivors. The sacred light illuminated the chamber as the elf raised his hand. Summoning an ancient bow, energy began to coalesce upon the bow, ultimately forming an arrow. A faint sound emerged as the elf released a holy light arrow from his hand. The Star Slayer immediately united his palms, concentrating power upon a single individual at the forefront, thereby creating an immense magical shield. The holy light arrow failed to penetrate this ethereal barrier, resulting in a stalemate. The shield was shattered, and simultaneously, the holy light arrow erupted in a burst of energy. The entire space trembled once more. Meanwhile, in the gathering behind, a rift tearing through the fabric of space appeared, where a formidable soul warrior engaged in battle with a white-haired beast. Ultimately, they were drawn into the dark battlefield. It became apparent that the soul warrior, aware of the potential repercussions for those in the private box, redirected the conflict to the dark arena. The dark beasts swiftly encircled them, gradually separating the soul warrior from the white-haired beast. As for the impending beast tide of dark creatures, the rationale behind not establishing a protective barrier here and opting for such a method to suppress the dark beasts remained a mystery. Long ago, the authorities had instituted such regulations, calling upon the strongest from various regions under the guise of the competition to collectively quell the beasts, preventing the dark creatures from wreaking havoc upon humanity. It was also during this time that the Star Slayer first emerged. Inside the private box, the elf unleashed another arrow, while the red-robed mages diligently recited incantations once more, fortifying the defenses of the entire space. A magical energy net imbued with thunder appeared, an advanced spell among grand sorcerers. This net was gradually tightening towards the Star Slayer. Qin Yi, positioned at the back, could hear the crackling of thunder. As for Zhang Han and the others, they had long been administered calming pills by Lu Feiyu. Resting on the nearby sofa, he found it somewhat unexpected that Qin Yi, the ordinary planetary lord, remained largely unaffected. Even as a level for planetary lord, with a sole extraordinary being in front, he should have felt some discomfort, akin to being struck by an unseen force, although he appeared unscathed externally. His internal organs writhed as though he were on the brink of death. Fortunately, he promptly consumed a vitality-replenishing pill and managed to recover. Qin Yi had indeed experienced some impact, yet it was not severe. The warriors before him absorbed a portion of the energy. He had also equipped himself with a vibrating gold armor as per the system's suggestion, which mitigated some of the shock. Another Star Slayer fell beneath the elf's arrow, leaving only 9 remaining. However, they did not seem to waver. The 9 clasped hands, energy flowing within them, as if exchanging or invoking their most potent secret arts. The white-haired beast. Gradually, the 9 individuals merged, ultimately transforming into a singular white-haired beast. This indicated that they were not planetary lords, but rather extraordinary beings residing upon the planetary lord's realm. Who, then, possessed such formidable extraordinary powers, no one knew. The authorities had conducted investigations for many years. To them, the dichotomy of black and white resembled the coexistence of night and day, a catastrophe targeting planetary lords. The dark beasts and the white-robed Star Slayers represented the most formidable adversaries of the planetary lord era. The horns atop the white-haired beast glimmered with a white light, successfully blocking the elf's holy light arrow. It then charged, using its horns to strike against the red-robed mage's energy net. Just a single impact created fissures in the net. A few more strikes, and it might truly be breached. Observing this, the elf immediately ceased shooting and began weaving a spell. A radiant holy light illuminated the space, reinforcing the barrier once again as the elf transformed into holy light energy. Merging directly with the magical net. Roar! The white-haired beast bellowed in rage. It was struck by the holy thunder within the energy net, its fur bristling, as its horns emitted white light to shield against some of the thunder. Yet, it could only deflect a portion. Another part continued to tear at its flesh. President, allow me to join. This time, the Star Slayer had grown stronger. Lu Feiyu, observing the red-robed mages struggling against the white-haired beast, stepped forward and whispered to Tong Bailey. After a moment of hesitation, Tong Bailey ultimately nodded in assent. The sole extraordinary being beside Lu Feiyu returned to the planetary realm, and he stepped forth alone. Crossing the magical barrier, he then summoned the 12 guardians, sacrificing the energy of the entire planet to elevate them to their utmost strength. The formation was set, Zodiac of the 12 houses. This was one of the advanced techniques among sole extraordinary beings. Beneath the white-haired beast, a massive 8-formation diagram illuminated the ground. Beast Trap, the towering 2-meter Zodiac of the 12 houses, augmented by their respective energies, formed the 8-formation diagram. Roar! The white-haired beast finally felt fear. It roared in defiance, its eyes igniting with red flames. The temperature within the box began to soar, surpassing 40 degrees. Boom! Self-detonation. The white-haired beast exploded. 20 vibrating gold-armored soldiers stood before Qin Yi and Tong Bailey, forming the final line of defense. The force of this impact was overwhelming. Qin Yi could not withstand it and lost consciousness. Tong Bailey's complexion turned pale as he gazed into the gaping black void, seemingly intent on consuming anyone in its vicinity. Of the 10 red-robed mages, only 5 survived. Lu Feiyu and his 12 guardians had vanished, perishing in the recent explosion. Tong Bailey's expression grew somber, his heart ablaze with fury. Yet he found no outlet for it. The Star Slayer had finally been slain. Outside, the battle raged on. Lu Feiyu had sacrificed himself to save Tong Bailey, Qin Yi, and the others if they continued to prolong this confrontation. The red-robed mages under Tong Bailey, already gravely injured, would inevitably succumb to the final Star Slayer at that juncture. Even if Lu Feiyu sought to perish alongside the foe, it was unlikely he could truly vanquish the Star Slayer. He had only recently attained the level of a 4-star planetary lord, his strength still far inferior to those of his rank. Moreover, the abilities of the Star Slayers were exceedingly elusive, replete with myriad tactics, rendering them nearly impossible to counter. Particularly, with the memories that Lu Feiyu now possessed, he was acutely aware of the Star Slayers' formidable prowess. Each year, such events would see the Star Slayers and Dark Beasts claiming the lives of numerous planetary lords, ranging from level 2 to level 5. Their onslaught was not confined to the venue. They would also assail other planetary lords in the cities. However, they had always targeted specific individuals, typically only killing those planetary lords. Others who were not their intended targets would usually suffer severe injuries or die as collateral damage. Just like Lu Feiyu, he had no need to perish. Yet, he found himself in this private box, facing the assault of the Star Slayer. Qin Yi gradually regained consciousness. Now it was the following morning. A middle-aged man named Zhang Lanyu, a senior member of the Awakener Guild of Cheiqing, was in charge of leading the team. Qin Yi, Zhang Han, and Li Zirai boarded the guild's designated instant vessel, entering the venue. Today marked the qualifying round for the top 50. Our opponents had already been analyzed yesterday. Without the concealment magic, at that moment, Qin Yi's army would inevitably become the primary target of the adversaries. I hope that you can unite as you did yesterday, and from the very beginning, hold nothing back. Qin Yi, Zhang Han, and others nodded in agreement, replying, "We will do our utmost." The Car City Awakeners Guild. Tong Bailey stood in the memorial hall, resembling a monumental edifice. On the wall of the hall, there was a large crystal silver screen adorned with numerous gray profiles. These were the fallen planetary lords who perished during the recent assault by the Star Slayers on the guild. Among them was Wang Lao, a mentor and friend to him over the years. Tong Bailey understood that the Star Slayers would undoubtedly attack the guild again, for the Car City Awakeners Guild housed a multitude of planetary lords, making it a prime target for the assailants. Wang Lao had sent him to the venue, fully prepared for the worst. Nevertheless, upon learning of Wang Lao's demise, a profound sorrow welled up within him. The silver screen also displayed the profile of Lu Feiyu, who had chosen to perish alongside the Star Slayers to protect Tong Bailey and Qin Yi, assisting the Red Robe Mage in vanquishing the last few Star Slayers. Approximately 3,000 Awakeners from Car City had perished in this contest, including 2 level 5 planetary lords, one slain in the private box of the arena by a Star Slayer, and the other in the dark battlefield at the hands of the Dark King. Ghidorah, ultimately, this Dark King, emerging from the abyss, was felled by a coalition of 10 city lord-level planetary lords. The dark beast tide began to recede after midnight, following Ghidorah's demise, eventually restoring tranquility in the following days. The 50-strong qualifying rounds of the youth competition commenced. Everything seemed as it had been, as if nothing had transpired. Qin Yi and the others had already forgotten that someone had chosen to perish for their sake the previous day. They were even unaware of what the Star Slayers truly were. Soon, the list for the first 60 group matches was released. Qin Yi and his team were set to face the Xiangqing Awakeners Guild in the third match. Their lineup consisted of 2 martial soul civilization planetary lords, 2 magic civilization planetary lords, and 1 spirit beast civilization planetary lord. Their formation was formidable, with martial souls aiding the spirit beasts in offense, while the mages provided defense and healing from the rear. Although their combat strength was not overwhelmingly strong, they compensated with a multitude of spirit beasts, each possessing considerable defensive and offensive capabilities. They appeared to be on par with Qin Yi's massive army. The Spirit Beast Planetary Lord had previously deployed 1,000 spirit beasts on the battlefield, targeting both mages and martial spirit masters, some of which were quite unassailable. "You must be cautious," Zhang Lanyu remarked after conducting a brief analysis. He then assessed the group's weaknesses based on the data provided by the analyst. The 2 magic civilization planetary lords could be countered by Li Zirwei's mages and Sun Yi's immortals. Zhang Han and Zhao Xing would handle the 2 martial soul civilization lords, while the spirit beast planetary lord would be Qin Yi's target. At that moment, Qin Yi interjected, "Brother Yu, I have another strategy." Based on their current situation, this approach indeed seems the most prudent and secure. However, according to the system's predictive analysis, the success rate for this plan stands at a mere 50%. That is far too low. Zhang Lanyu, having received some insights and evaluations about Qin Yi from Tong Bailey, smiled and said, "Please, share your thoughts." Qin Yi stepped forward, pointing at the 5 opponents, and stated, "The 2 planetary lords from the magic civilizations are our primary targets. Although the opponent has spirit beasts that can counter both mages and martial spirit masters, we possess immortals who can hold them off for half an hour. The 2 planetary lords from the martial soul civilizations can be stalled by Zhao Xing and Sun Yi. From the outset, Li Zirwei and I will focus on those 2 magic civilization planetary lords, aiming to dismantle their defenses and healing capabilities before turning our attention to the spirit beasts. If all else fails, we can resort to the self-destructive strategy to severely injure those extraordinary beings and create an opportunity for me to my soldiers, bolstered by the primordial power of the martialist planet, have seen a significant enhancement in strength. I am confident we can defeat them." Zhang Lanyu nodded in agreement and replied, "Very well. I will present your plan to the analyst for further scrutiny. You all place your bets. Once the results are in, we will inform you." Qin Yi and the others nodded in acknowledgement. After Zhang Lanyu departed, Li Zirwei and Sun Yi hurriedly approached, grinning, and said, "Qin Yi, could you analyze the winning probabilities for the first match of those groups a bit more?" Qin Yi nodded and responded, "All right." However, shortly thereafter, Zhang Lanyu returned with the final results, indicating that they would proceed with Qin Yi's proposed strategy, while also coordinating with some of Qin Yi's decisions in the extraterritorial battlefield to avoid missing the opportune moment to defeat their opponents. In this group, everyone gradually began to unconsciously regard Qin Yi as the leader. In the first match, one of the top 10 groups had a participant, the strongest sword saint. His swordplay was ethereal and incredibly powerful, leaving his opponent with little capacity to defend. In just half an hour, the opponent conceded defeat. Faced with a planetary lord wielding extraordinary abilities, they had no choice but to surrender. Zhang Han and the others looked on with envy at the exceptional sword saint. Who wouldn't desire to possess such extraordinary talents and become a prodigy in the world? Their innate gifts had already set their limits. No matter how hard they strove, they could never catch up to those individuals. In the second match, Two of the top 10 groups competed, yet they were not placed in the same extraterritorial battlefield. Consequently, the audience missed witnessing the most intense battle.as for the third match. It was finally Qin Yi's turn to take the stage to eye in the live broadcast room of the 6th extraterritorial battlefield. Nearly 3 million viewers had gathered. This surge in attendance stemmed from Qin Yi's previous victory, where he had triumphed using ordinary soldiers, leaving a profound impression on many. Following the match, discussions regarding this conflict on the Star Network garnered attention comparable to that of the top 10 groups. Everyone was curious as to how 5,000 ordinary soldiers could vanquish 100 and shatter the immortal's celestial sword, as well as how they managed to contend with immortals and Qi warriors until the very end. Remarkably, the king among those 5,000 even managed to injure a 3-clawed golden dragon with his arrows. This hardly resembled the capabilities of ordinary soldiers. Thus, when news broke that Qin Yi's group would appear in the third match at the 6th extraterritorial battlefield, throngs of spectators flocked to witness the event. I dare wager that this time, the Car City Awakeners Guild group will emerge victorious. If another 5,000 soldiers were to come, who could withstand the hail of arrows? Not necessarily. Their opponent has a spirit beast army that exhausted the last spirit beast planetary lord in the previous match. It seems somewhat evenly matched. Those 5,000 ordinary soldiers wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps for the spirit beast army. In my opinion, Xiangqing Awakeners Guild has the greater probability of winning. Brave Xiangqing, unafraid of adversity. What are you Xiangqing compared to us? We Car City are the strongest. We Xiangqing have magical girls. We Car City have genius goddesses. Cease your quarrels above. Behold our sword saint, the true paragon of prowess. What are magical maidens and genius deities when compared to the might of the sword saint? They are but trifles, easily dispatched with a single stroke. At the pinnacle of the celestial realm, I wield a sword capable of vanquishing the heavens. Before the competition has even commenced, the barrage of comments transforms into a heated exchange among spectators from various cities. Yet, as the contest begins, all viewers find themselves ensnared in a dilemma. They are uncertain which faction to place their bets upon, one led by a planetary sovereign commanding thousands of ordinary warriors, or another helmed by a planetary lord who possesses a myriad of spirit beasts. The disparity between the two does not appear significant. Furthermore, the remaining 8 planetary lords have also sustained varying degrees of damage in the previous round, with the Awakener Guild from Chaicheng suffering the most due to their reckless self-destructive tactics. Numerous extraordinary beings perished in their explosive strategy. Contemplating their options, many have chosen to invest in the Awakener Guild from Xiangqing. Meanwhile, Zhang Lanyu, as per usual, employs the golden cards of Qin Yi and his companions to wager on their own success. As the match commences, the bridge is swiftly established, upon Zhang Han's celestial figure making its entrance. It directly charges towards the spirit beast army to in response. Qin Yi dispatches an army of 10,000, led by Zhizhou. This time, Zhizhou takes the front line with 200 soldiers, who draw their bows made of vibrating gold, employing arrows crafted from the strongest sinews, thereby exhibiting tremendous elasticity. The average person would find it impossible to draw such a bow, yet they have consumed dragon blood pills, granting them extraordinary strength. Whoosh! 201 arrows soar towards the enemy's newly emerged mages. The mages immediately cast their spells, attempting to shatter these arrows. Unbeknownst to them, these arrows, forged from vibrating gold, possess considerable defensive capabilities, rendering their magical assaults ineffective. Moreover, the mage Li Zirii stands by, enhancing the speed and striking power of these arrows through his own magical incantations. The result is immediate. They successfully eliminate the opposing mages right at the outset. The live commentator is momentarily taken aback but quickly comprehends Qin Yi's stratagem. What a clever tactic. They aim to eradicate the enemy mages first, thereby stripping them of their magical support and healing. With this advantage, attacking the remaining spirit beast army and the 2 formidable spirit warriors becomes significantly easier. Look, indeed, as I anticipated, they have commenced their assault on the spirit beast army, which comprises nearly 10,000 warriors. In a contest between ordinary soldiers and spirit beasts, who will prevail? Let us witness the outcome. The commentator exclaims with palpable excitement. This is the kind of commentary he yearns to deliver, enhancing the spectacle of the battle on this extraterrestrial stage. Many spectators find themselves captivated by the commentator's analysis, finally grasping the situation. Qin Yi directs Zhizhou to lead his troops in a charge towards the spirit beast army after dispatching the enemy mages. For them, these spirit beasts represent not just sustenance, but also potent elixirs that can enhance the physical prowess of their warriors. Kill, devour the vast wilderness. Zhizhou cries out as he looses an arrow that strikes a flying spirit beast. This is impossible. The planetary lord of the spirit beast civilization gasps in disbelief. He has bolstered the defenses of these creatures. How could mere ordinary soldiers possibly slay his spirit beasts? He is aware that their ability to injure the three-clawed golden dragon stems from its prior wounds inflicted by a celestial being. The analyst's data cannot be erroneous. They have fortified the spirit beast's defenses, making them impervious to all but the mightiest of celestial beings or potent spirit warriors. Yet, against all expectations, the opposing ordinary army has managed to slay one of his spirit beasts. What manner of army is this? Their adversaries are far from mere ordinary planetary lords. Beware of their arrows, he warns his spirit beasts. Among them are several swift and agile creatures that rush into Zhizhou's forces. Remain calm, form shields to block their advance, then employ long spears to counterattack. Zhizhou commands, organizing his soldiers into squads. Behind him, firearms are brought forth. These are swift and precise marksmen. They aim for the vulnerable areas of the spirit beasts, targeting their eyes, joints, and other sensitive spots. Bang! The bullets prove lethal to lesser spirit beasts, but for the more formidable ones, it is akin to a mere tickle. Their defenses are formidable. Zhang Han encountered a higher-tier spirit beast, inflicting considerable damage upon Qin Yi's ordinary army that he promptly dispatched his celestial beings to engage in battle, as they needed to ensure the survival of Qin Yi's forces until the very end. Only then could they mount a final counterattack and secure victory in this contest. Having witnessed the defensive capabilities of Qin Yi's army, Zhang Han understood that as long as they raised their shields, even the breath of a three-clawed golden dragon would only claim a fraction of their warriors. The intervention of the extraordinary beings led by Zhang Han and Li Zirwei alleviated the pressure on Qin Yi's standard troops significantly. Li Zirwei's mages further empowered Qin Yi's soldiers with magical enhancements, one for defense, the other for dispelling magic. Without such support, the destructive power of those formidable spirit beasts would have overwhelmed Qin Yi's forces entirely. The defensive prowess of the vibrating gold was formidable enough to withstand attacks from cosmic gemstones, let alone the strikes from these relatively lower-tier spirit beasts. However, the crux of the matter lay in the wielder of the vibrating gold shields. This army primarily consisted of ordinary soldiers, with only the front 200 having significantly enhanced their physical attributes through the consumption of dragon blood. They managed to separate a portion of the slightly stronger spirit beasts while entrusting the remaining lower-tier ones to the rest of the soldiers, who, clad in layers of vibrating gold armor, drained the energy of these beasts. As the battlefield unfolded, it fell into a quagmire. Zhang Han's celestial beings and Li Zirwei's mages were locked in a fierce struggle with a dozen spirit beasts, while Zhao Xing's Qi warriors and Sun Yi's celestial beings battled against their counterparts, the sole extraordinary beings, with equal intensity. Qin Yi's 10,000 troops were engaged in a stalemate with several hundred spirit beasts. Both sides were evenly matched. Zhang Han and his companions had already suffered considerable losses in the previous engagement, while the enemy's mages were caught off guard and eliminated early on, causing their sole extraordinary beings to be slightly weakened compared to the last round. This led to a deadlock where neither side could gain the upper hand for the time being. However, Qin Yi was aware that this was merely a temporary situation, based on the system's calculations. His chances of victory were substantial. The key lay in eliminating the several hundred spirit beasts before them. Zhizhou narrowly evaded a descending brown-furred tiger with wings that he furrowed his brow. He had attempted various offensive strategies, all thwarted by this winged beast. Its wings were exceedingly sturdy, capable of blocking his body in an instant, thus neutralizing Zhizhou's attacks. His vibrating gold arrows, typically razor-sharp, were astonishingly repelled by those wings. Zhizhou aimed to strike the brown-furred tiger's eyes or its snout but was unsuccessful. It seemed he would have to engage it head-on. The brown-furred tiger roared in frustration, its attacks evaded. Feeling humiliated, it flapped its wings, conjuring something in its mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Zhizhou thought, "You're flying too high." He immediately raised his arm, wielding a short crossbow, and aimed for the tiger's mouth, releasing an arrow. Whoosh! The brown-furred tiger was gathering a mass of brown energy in its mouth. Crackling with lightning, it appeared to be preparing a powerful attack. Unfortunately, its level was somewhat inadequate. This grand move required time to accumulate energy. The vibrating gold arrow, however, showed no fear of this energy, piercing straight into the tiger's mouth and through its body. Boom! The energy erupted within the tiger's mouth, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. With this, Zizhou had slain a spirit beast, greatly uplifting the morale of the 10,000 soldiers, who began to roar, "De Huang! De Huang! De Huang!" With the demise of the brown-furred tiger, the previously stagnant battlefield seemed to witness a change in fortune. The 200 dragon-blood warriors encircled 10 powerful spirit beasts, including serpent men, dragon horses, and mystic turtles, using their vibrating gold shields to block the beasts' assaults while attempting to pierce through their defenses with crossbows, arrows, and spears. "Qin Yi, I may need some support over here. Can you spare a few troops?" At that moment, Sun Yi called for assistance over the comms. Qin Yi glanced to his right, where Sun Yi and Zhao Xing's extraordinary beings were engaged in a fighting retreat. Struggling against the onslaught of the soul extraordinary beings, Qin Yi swiftly conveyed his will to a soldier on the outskirts of the army, who, as if under a spell, immediately mounted his steed and charged towards the right to support Sun Yi and his team. Observing Qin Yi's forces gradually eliminating spirit beasts, Zhang Han and Li Zirwei issued orders for their extraordinary beings to unleash their ultimate moves, seeking to eradicate the spirit beasts they were currently engaged with. The counterattack commenced at this juncture. "Are you telling me these are ordinary soldiers? I want to know what kind of equipment they possess that can breach even the defenses of spirit beasts." "Indeed, I am curious as well. Just now, that spirit beast looked ready to unleash a powerful attack, energy swirling around its mouth, only to be shot down by the strongest of warriors, shooting it in the mouth." The barrage of comments surged once more. The discussions became lively, with many finally noticing the impressive equipment of Qin Yi's army. Not only them, but also the capitalists, who were always driven by profit, recognized the potential of the shields and armor that could withstand magical attacks, soul techniques, chi warrior skills, and energy strikes from spirit beasts. They realized that these materials could undoubtedly yield substantial profits. If brought to market, they would command a high price. The members of the Shangqing Awakeners Guild looked on with faces of discontent. Their opponents were clearly inferior in strength, yet they had still suffered defeat. They could no longer deploy spirit beasts or extraordinary beings. Otherwise, the outcome was uncertain. They had intended to conserve some strength for the next round, so as not to collapse within half an hour. Unfortunately, they had lost even the chance for the next round. Zizhou dashed towards the encircled lower-tier spirit beasts, his sword rising and falling, severing a beast's head. He aimed to eliminate these lower-tier spirit beasts first to preserve the strength of the ordinary soldiers before assisting the 200 dragon-blood warriors. Meanwhile, the remaining ordinary soldiers advanced to aid Zhang Han, Sun Yi, and their allies. Thus, the situation began to clarify as time passed. The energy within the extraordinary beings began to wane significantly, without replenishment, and gradually, their stamina started to falter. At this moment, the advantages of the ordinary army became increasingly apparent. Let us congratulate the Shangqing Awakeners Guild. They have successfully advanced. Many were left in disbelief that a guild that had previously garnered little respect had unexpectedly triumphed. The spirit beast army could not overpower the human ordinary troops. Where could one find reason in this? Many were in uproar. "Damn it! Refund us! Give us back our money!" they exclaimed. They advanced just like that. Too easy. Many remained dissatisfied, particularly given their loss. Although they had not gone bankrupt, losing money naturally left a sour taste. Such occurrences had never transpired in previous years. How had a technological civilization emerged as such an anomaly this year? What was happening? However, this is merely a youth competition, a grand event organized by the 10 Cities Alliance, characterized by absolute fairness. Those demanding refunds are but a sparse few, often driven by the insatiable desire for sudden wealth. They have wagered all their fortunes on what they believe to be the winning faction, the Awakening Guild of the Spirit Beast Army. The eventual outcome, as one might expect, left their aspirations in tatters, nearly depriving them of even their daily sustenance. Upon witnessing the human army led by Qin Yi triumph over the Spirit Beast Army, securing victory in the contest, it became evident that a number of groups began to take heed. How intriguing! The magical girl, indulging in fruit, is set to partake in a match this afternoon. It would be prudent for the data analyst to scrutinize the planetary sovereign of this technological civilization. Achieving victory once may not signify much, Yet to best an opponent on 2 occasions while maintaining the upper hand denotes an extraordinary planetary ruler. Perhaps we have underestimated him. Ming Shueshu's voice, though somewhat juvenile, commanded respect among those present in the suite, none daring to dismiss her. Gao Ming slightly bowed and replied, "Indeed." Shortly thereafter, fundamental information regarding Qin Yi appeared in Ming Shueshu's delicate hands. As their break came to a close, they were afforded a moment of respite, during which they needed to analyze the forthcoming matches. 100 groups would be whittled down to the top 50. With several contests remaining in the afternoon, tomorrow would see the competition for the top 25. The challenges ahead would only intensify, as many extraordinary beings on the planet had already expended their energies in the earlier stages. What would remain to be seen is who could truly emerge victorious in the end. Initially, he had awakened a mere 1-kilometer diameter. Upon viewing Qin Yi's information, Ming Shueshu found it rather astonishing that he had awakened a planet with a 1-kilometer diameter. Could this be the very ruler who vanquished the 3-clawed golden dragon and the spirit beast army? In just half an hour, he transformed it into a planet of 35 kilometers. Gao Ming, what say you? Is this individual a genius or a mere mediocrity? Gao Ming, bowing slightly, responded, "Your Highness, I believe he is indeed a genius." Ming Shueshu nodded, signaling for Gao Ming to continue his analysis. Gao Ming elaborated. The awakening of a planet can sometimes be attributed to unexpected miracles, much like the sword demon from 50 years past. Initially possessing a single-digit diameter, he ultimately transformed it into a planet of demonic energy. Yet, he was able to control these demons and cultivate a remarkably powerful being capable of suppressing the super dark beast titan, while this planetary sovereign also awakened a planet of single-digit diameter. He has successfully nurtured life and established a technological civilization, which does not conform to our conventional understanding of planetary civilizations. Moreover, during these 2 competitions, the strength exhibited by his ordinary army was anything but ordinary. Thus, I posit that he belongs to the rare breed of geniuses akin to the sword demon. Ming Shueshu closed the document. If that is the case, we must find a way to win him over. Such talent would be squandered in the awakening guild of Cheching. However, Gao Ming appeared somewhat troubled. Your Highness, based on our investigations, this individual possesses remarkable foresight and wisdom, indicating he is not merely a novice fresh from high school. He initially rebuffed Tong Bailey's overtures, ultimately forcing Tong Bailey to lower the contract's demands before signing with the Awakening Guild of Cheching. Otherwise, he might still be independently seeking collaboration with smaller companies to plunder the Dead Star Sea. Ming Shueshu took a bite of the magical fruit. That I merely offer a suggestion. How you proceed is entirely up to you. Sometimes, our inability to win someone over stems from the inadequacy of our offers. If we have determined that this individual is a great talent, we must not be stingy. We should demonstrate our strength and generosity. That I trust that as a planetary ruler, he will possess his own insights. Resources are becoming increasingly scarce. That a single beast tide has prompted various factions to clash. Without a planetary sovereign of exceptional talent to serve as fertile ground, it will be increasingly difficult for us to compete with those city lords. Gao Ming bowed. Your Highness speaks wisely. I shall know how to proceed. Ming Shueshu wiped her mouth. You may all leave now. I wish to rest. I in another suite. A youth bearing a sword on his back was also contemplating a strategy against Qin Yi. I sense he is no ordinary individual, particularly due to the unique materials of his equipment. The truly remarkable warriors are those over 200 who besiege the advanced spirit beasts. The remainder are merely common soldiers. The reason this planetary sovereign emerged victorious lies in their equipment. Then why extraordinary beings require such materials to forge celestial swords. That I anticipate that this will significantly enhance their strength. An elder seated at the head of the table stroked his long, grizzled beard and, having listened to the young sword saint, spoke. In that case, we shall find a way to procure these materials for you. I shall have someone reach out immediately, striving to acquire them before tomorrow's match. The young sword saint nodded. They asked for whether they would succeed. That was not his concern. His objective was simply to defeat all foes before him. For him, the extraordinary beings of the planet served as his weapons, while he himself was a weapon for others. Qin Yi furrowed his brow in confusion. Are you seeking to purchase the materials for my arrows and armor? Zhang Lanyu nodded and replied, yes. The other party indicated that they would pay any amount of planetary currency you desire. The terms are entirely at your discretion. They require only 1,000 kilograms. Qin Yi pondered for a moment before inquiring. May I refuse? Zhang Lanyu responded. Certainly. You may decline if you do not wish to sell. After all, we may soon face the Sword Saints group in the next match. Selling them materials would only invite trouble for yourself. The president said that this matter rests with you. If you wish to profit, you may sell. If not, you can refuse. Qin Yi nodded, indicating his understanding that I shall refuse. Such materials are scarce and not particularly suitable for forging celestial swords. After all, they are made of vibranium. Should they be forged into celestial swords, it would render techniques like flying on swords rather inconvenient. At most, they could be thrown to strike an enemy. Otherwise, using celestial methods to manipulate swords would indeed be challenging. The first match of the afternoon was set to be fiercely contested, featuring several competitors from the top 10. The much-anticipated magical girl Ming Xueshu, along with the genius goddess Huang Chan from Chaiqing No. 1 High School, and several other groups, all representing a diverse array of planetary civilizations and unique skills, promised to dazzle the audience. Naturally, the spotlight would shine brightest on the magical girl Ming Xueshu and the genius goddess Huang Chan. Upon their entrance, a tremendous uproar ensued. Even Zhang Han, Sun Yi, Li Zirai, and Zhao Xing, who had refrained from absorbing primordial power and instead focused on instructing the extraordinary beings of their planet, chose to spectate the competition. Comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. Look at how lively and raucous their entrance is, while ours was met with silence, Li Zirai lamented. Sun Yi casually suggested, why not use magic to transform yourself into a beautiful girl? That way, you would surely attract many admirers. Whatever kind of commotion you desire could easily be achieved. I harbor suspicions that you are driving. Regrettably, I lack the evidence to substantiate my claims. Li Zirai cast a significant eye roll at Sun Yi. Bets. This time, I aim to win a fortune, perhaps 1 or 200,000, to purchase a residence in the car city. It's rather amusing to contemplate, whether in a past life or in the world of the planetary sovereigns of this existence. One must invariably confront a singular issue: the acquisition of property. Qin Yi possesses a home that embodies the lifelong efforts of his parents, whom he has yet to meet in this life. However, in the context of Car City, it is merely a somewhat decent dwelling. The planetary sovereign indeed owns a planet, yet that is within the realm of the awakening space, not an alternate dimension. Their wills may traverse the awakening space, but they themselves cannot. Thus, in this reality, they too require a place to reside. Some planetary sovereigns with families naturally seek a living environment of superior quality. Those endowed with formidable power can entirely harness the capabilities of extraordinary beings to forge another realm. They can dwell there, possessing whatever they desire, and the magnitude of their space is dictated solely by their wishes. Of course, this also correlates with the prowess of the extraordinary beings. Even someone like Tong Bailey, a planetary sovereign with the title of Red Robe Sorcerer, can currently only establish a space of a few dozen square meters. After all, the creation of space is not merely a matter of will. It pertains to the true laws of power, time, space, elements, and so forth. Otherwise, any space created would be rendered futile, incapable of even storing a single item. For instance, a planetary sovereign like Tong Bailey, despite laboriously crafting a space of several dozen square meters, finds it utterly useless, as even a small jade tablet cannot be accommodated. This is due to the absence of the laws of time, space, and most importantly, elemental laws within that space. That it may appear to be a space, yet it is merely a visual illusion, devoid of practicality. Life forms from the planetary sovereigns can traverse the chain bridge to enter this reality, utilized by the planetary sovereigns themselves. Consequently, the world of these planetary sovereigns has become somewhat overcrowded. No statistics have been compiled regarding the precise number of individuals or life forms inhabiting this reality. As each day witnesses the demise of planetary sovereigns, this leads to the inhabitants of the planetary sovereigns transitioning into the sea of dead stars. Even those born on the planets who still exist in the real world can return to their home planets via chain bridge. Their fates are intertwined with that of their planets. Otherwise, this world would inevitably become overpopulated. The competition commences. The number of gamblers wagering on the top 10 is exceedingly high. Meanwhile, the remaining outer battlefield groups have fewer bettors, as both sides exhibit comparable strengths. Yet, fortune favors the bold. Gamblers will still place their bets, hoping for overnight riches. After all, these groups are backed by large corporations or guilds that inherently participate in the betting. The prospect of several million or even tens of millions of planetary coins is undeniably enticing. Qin Yi, Perhaps you could analyze the situation and determine which group in the other outer battlefields has the greatest chance of victory? After betting on the magical girl and the mightiest soul master, the remaining 7 outer battlefields have become quite challenging for wagering. Ultimately, Sun Yi's gaze turned toward Qin Yi, for in previous instances, it was Qin Yi who had guided them to profit. Naturally, Qin Yi intentionally held back during the betting, allowing the data analyst to believe that winning was merely a matter of luck. After all, the results derived from big data, no matter how meticulously calculated, cannot rival the Taoist prediction system. The latter can perform precise calculations with an almost prophetic accuracy, presenting the most probable outcomes before Qin Yi. Much like a scene from a past life film, where a great sorcerer claimed to have witnessed 14 million possible endings, ultimately discerning the one with the highest probability of success. The Taoist prediction system likely operates in a similar manner, capable of envisioning numerous potential outcomes instantaneously and displaying the one with the highest success rate for Qin Yi's selection, following the system's projections. Qin Yi placed his bets, adhering to the final conclusion of winning more and losing less. The competition then commenced. This time, the audience eagerly anticipated witnessing the spectacular display of the magical girl, the red-scaled divine dragon, and the mightiest soul master as they wreak havoc. Such a spectacle occurs but once a year, another summoning. Upon observing the black-robed sorcerers dispatched by the magical girl, Li Zirwei's curiosity was piqued. What would they summon this time? He recalled that in the previous round, they had summoned the city lord's vermilion bird to secure victory. What could it be this time? Surely, the city lord would not permit them to summon a celestial beast again. He truly felt pity for the opponents of the magical girl. They were utterly incapable of interrupting the black-robed sorcerers as they cast their spells. Indeed, if this continued until the summoning magic was complete, they would have no choice but to concede defeat. He too was curious about what they would summon this time. Look, another self-detonation, exclaimed someone in the barrage of comments. It turned out that the magical girl's adversaries hailed from a major corporation group in Wuling City. Realizing they could not interrupt the magical girl's summoning, they resorted to self-detonation, inflicting damage on 800 while sustaining 1,000 in losses. Such a tactic could injure the extraordinary members of the magical girl's team, clearing some obstacles for their strongest group from Wuling City. After all, the final 10-person championship was approaching. This is utterly despicable. Who on earth devised such shameless tactics? Li Zirwei exclaimed, rising to his feet and pointing at the projection in indignation. He turned to Sun Yi, filled with righteous anger, and said, "What do you call this? Unable to win, they resort to self-detonation. That we have the confidence to defeat our opponents and thus choose to self-detonate to preserve our strength. But what are they doing? This is sheer bullying." Sun Yi merely shrugged and replied, "No true man is without cunning. Their actions are not entirely unjustifiable, as this is a competition between planetary sovereigns of 2 cities. In fact, for us in Car City, this could prove advantageous. Do not be so entranced by that magical girl. She likely does not even know who you are. If you were to court the goddess of Car City, no. One high, you might just have a chance at obtaining her autograph." After hearing this, Li Zirwei sat back down, chuckling to himself. "Haha, you make a compelling point. Self-detonation should indeed be encouraged. Let there be more of it. In the next round, the magical girl will be rendered defenseless. Let us see how they will utilize their summoning magic then." Sun Yi gave Li Zirwei a disdainful glance. "Your stance is rather wavering, isn't it?" In the audience in the live broadcast room, discontent towards the Wuling City group has reached a fever pitch. Many believe that this group from Wuling City is exceedingly brazen and utterly shameless. In their desperate bid for their city to triumph in the competition, they resorted to self-detonation, gravely injuring the extraordinary members of the magical girl group. However, upon witnessing the self-detonation of their opponent's extraordinary members, the other 4 members of the magical girl group immediately fortified their own defenses. Meanwhile, several black-robed sorcerers, while casting their summoning spells, bolstered the magical defenses of their fellow extraordinary members. Thus, the repercussions of their opponent's self-detonation were mitigated to the utmost extent. As time progressed, the magical girl's summoning spell finally culminated. Thunder roared within the magic circle as a colossal figure composed of energy materialized. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters, he wielded a hammer forged from pure energy. The power of thunder enveloped him, crackling and rumbling ominously. It was the thunder god. My goodness, what am I witnessing? The magical girl has summoned the thunder god. How extraordinarily powerful. The the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted once again. Many had encountered this scene before. It was one of the most formidable summoning spells from the age of magical civilization, capable of calling forth 12 deities. They possessed the cataclysmic power of gods, far beyond that of ordinary extraordinary beings. Only the might of a superplanetary lord could contend with such deities. However, this is merely the youth competition. That magical girl is only a level 3 planetary lord. How could she possibly summon the thunder god? Zhang Lanyu, observing Li Zirai's astonishment and envy, interjected, "This is not the true thunder god. It can only be described as the divine power of the thunder god." Clearly, Xiangqing has made substantial preparations for this youth competition. Qin Yi also noted the results displayed by the simulation system. Thunder Goddess divine power possesses 1/10 of the Thunder Goddess power, comparable to the celestial beast Qinglong. Such formidable strength would require Qin Yi to elevate his planetary status to level 5 and wield the most advanced thunder battle axe to potentially defeat thunder with thunder. Perhaps then, there might be a chance. Once the Thunder God's power was unleashed, the match was all but concluded. The Thunder God's power soared into the sky, gathering immense energy. Even the energy from opponents' attacks was absorbed. Subsequently, several bolts of thunder emanated from the Thunder Goddess form and struck the opponent's extraordinary members in an instant. Regardless of the civilization, any extraordinary being struck by this thunder would be rendered immobile, convulsing and igniting in flames. Witnessing the dire situation, the opponents promptly surrendered. Yet, even after surrendering, there was no possibility of recalling their forces once struck by the Thunder God's power. Ultimately, not a trace of dust remained. The sandy battlefield bore witness to a dozen blackened craters, the aftermath of the Thunder God's might. This clearly illustrated the overwhelming power of the Thunder God's attacks. The youthful sword saint, Yu Hao, gazed at the battlefield beyond and quietly mused, "I hope to one day face her in battle. I wonder whose strength will prevail, my sword saint or her Thunder Goddess power. Only by vanquishing gods can my sword saint attain greater refinement and ascend to new heights." It was as if he spoke a matter of fact, devoid of any emotion. The elder seated at the forefront then spoke, "There will be an opportunity." As for the other groups with the strength to rank among the top 10, they are undeniably impressive and formidable. With almost effortless ease, they vanquished their opponents. This was not merely a manifestation of talent. It was a display of civilization's supremacy and the dominance of the strong over the weak. After witnessing the first match, Qin Yi chose not to watch the second, for he too aspired to become such a powerful being. One day, he would make the world aware that technology is not incapable of slaying gods, vanquishing immortals, or defying the sacred. The brilliance of human intellect is indeed profound if one solely relies on primordial power for enhancement. Treating the strongest transcendents merely as pawns, then these so-called sword saints and genius martial artists, regardless of their prowess, ultimately remain mere weapons in the hands of others. If transcendents cannot escape this most fatal of shackles, they shall forever remain unable to break through to become true sword saints or genuine deities. As consciousness entered the awakening space, Zizhou was once again in the midst of bestowing rewards, generously rewarding the realm. The corpses of the spirit beast army were all transported back to the awakening space by his forces, becoming his spoils of war. When the officials of the Daxia dynasty beheld these spirit beast corpses, they were astounded, followed by overwhelming joy. They finally had the means to strengthen their bodies and extend their lifespans. In this rapidly advancing era, while material living conditions improved, the pursuit of spiritual civilization lagged behind. Thus, many individuals seem to aspire solely for power and immortality. Yet, the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death is an immutable law of this planet, one that no one can defy. Even Zizhou will eventually face the day of death. It is merely that the passage of time has slowed for now. The corpses of the spirit beasts were taken by the medical doctors of the Tiangong Academy, who aim to maximize their benefits. Qin Yi directly utilized the system to exchange for techniques on alchemy, which could significantly enhance the physical constitution and lifespan of the people of Daxia, the spirit beasts, as a transformation of primordial power into spiritual energy, were uniquely valuable. When humans consumed these elixirs, they not only improved their physical qualities and longevity, but also their intellect, with a foundation rooted in technological civilization. Enhancing the physical capabilities of the planet's inhabitants became feasible. Consequently, genuine researchers would no longer be drained by the demands of a single project. and the toll would not be merely one of baldness. Moreover, with the nascent presence of genuine energy, the future might also witness the emergence of magic. Martial souls, Qi warriors, and the nurturing of spirit beasts. This would transcend a mere technological planet, evolving into a geometric embodiment of diverse civilizations. Of course, the primary focus remains on the development of technological civilization. For the system's projections are directed towards this goal. Most of the technologies within the system are primarily centered on scientific advancement. For instance, the dragon blood dilution technique is not a form of celestial magic, sorcery, or alchemical craft, but rather a thorough examination of the true composition of dragon blood, its contained substances, and their subsequent identification. This involves seeking out corresponding materials that can act as antibodies to achieve a certain degree of neutralization, eliminating the more savage elements of dragon blood while preserving those beneficial to the human body, and then combining them with medicinal herbs. Hence, when individuals consume the dragon blood pill, the herbal components can bolster their immunity, preventing them from being overwhelmed by the potency of the dragon blood. The same principle applies to the flesh of spirit beasts. The Medical Academy categorized the spirit beasts into 4 classifications. The first pertains to the blood of the spirit beasts, with each type serving as a distinct specimen for research into its potential effects and the types of elixirs that could be produced. The second category involves the flesh of the spirit beasts, which, rich in energy, is meticulously preserved for the creation of elixirs, offering effects similar to those derived from the blood. The third category encompasses the bones of the spirit beasts, which are robust and varied in composition. Each of these 3 materials yields elixirs with unique effects. Lastly, the hides and furs of spirit beasts can also enhance physical wellness, allowing individuals to absorb the embedded energy, invigorating them with spiritual vitality. These materials command a high price, resulting in a substantial increase in the military pay for the Dahuang army. The benefits of the expedition were manifestly evident in this bountiful harvest. Qin Yi's planetary currency was nearly depleted due to the prolonged process of crafting these elixirs and ensuring their efficacy upon consumption. After acquiring the techniques from the system, someone inherited this knowledge and submitted their ideas to Zizhou. Guided by Qin Yi, Zizhou recognized this as the essence of the Great Way and promptly promoted this individual, commencing the establishment of a spirit beast elixir processing factory. This back-and-forth dialogue consumed half a day. The crux of the matter lay in the need to identify substances capable of neutralizing the beastly essence within the spirit beast blood and to construct a genuine processing workshop, a task that would require over a month. Naturally, Qin Yi could not afford to wait. What then? A time accelerator. By adjusting the flow of time, he could achieve the desired outcome in mere minutes. Outside, the third match had commenced. Huang Chan, the goddess from Chaiqing No. 1 High School, once again employed a Qi technique to swiftly comprehend the competition. That it seemed either intentional or coincidental that the top 10 had never been grouped together in the preceding matches, allowing them to smoothly defeat other groups and advance to the top 25 competition. The afternoon signified a rest period, for tomorrow would usher in the qualifying matches for the top 50. It would be a moment of heightened intensity, as the top 10 would directly eliminate 10 groups. They could only wish not to be drawn against the top contenders. After watching the match, Zhang Han and the others entered a phase of upgrading and recovery. In this grand competition of the 100 strongest, they had narrowly triumphed thanks to their proactive strategy and the overwhelming force of Qin Yi's 10,000-strong army, which absorbed much of the pressure. However, tomorrow's contest would be a different story, as they would face exceptionally strong opponents, including top-tier Transcendents and other groups that had persevered into the top 50. They were determined not to become a burden to Qin Yi, and thus they resolved to continue absorbing primordial power to enhance their capabilities, hoping to endure until the final battle. Upon returning to the guild, Tong Bailey convened a group meeting. Tomorrow marked the qualifying matches for the top 25. He expressed his satisfaction at their progress to the top 50 and announced that the guild would provide them with certain enhancements based on their current strengths. Tong Bailey gestured for Zhang Lanyu to activate the projection. He pointed to various resources displayed and explained. First, Zhang Han. Within this is a celestial set crafted by beings from a level 5 cultivation civilization. One is called the Endless Sword Ensemble, which possesses immense power and requires the sacrifice of 5 transcendent beings. This must be reserved for the top 25 competition. There is also the Fan Tian Seal, which boasts formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding the attacks of celestial beasts. You may utilize this in tomorrow's match, regardless of whether you face the top 10 or other groups. With this, you can endure for a significantly extended period. However, all of these are pirated. According to the competition regulations, we are unable to provide you with any superior resources from beyond your planet. Otherwise, the competition would lose its essence. Nonetheless, these pirated trinkets are permissible. By tomorrow, you will witness your opponents utilizing certain equipment. Tong Bailey handed the jade slip to Zhang Hanyu. Then there is Sun Yi's cultivation civilization, which similarly possesses pirated sets forged by immortals. They are versatile for both offense and defense. Following that is Zhao Xing's Qi warrior, who has acquired the primal power of the Qi warrior along with the 36 extraordinary techniques of the Qi warrior. With Zhao Xing's innate talent, the extraordinary beings on his planet cannot wield the formidable technique of transforming one Qi into the 3 pure ones. This requires an extraordinary being's own formidable talent and constitution to sustain such a technique. Otherwise, before the strongest Qi warrior can fully manifest, it may self-destruct as for Li Zuru. He has obtained several pirated magical scrolls, one capable of summoning and another capable of forming the strongest magical defense. Qin Yi, your army possesses some unique attributes. The reason you have triumphed in these matches must be due to the equipment of your warriors. Our data analysts have yet to decipher why your planet exhibits such peculiar phenomena. It appears utterly ordinary yet can contend against immortals and sorcerers. Even a golden dragon can be wounded. Qin Yi understands that the truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. At this juncture, further obfuscation serves no purpose. Moreover, he wishes to engage in commerce with vibranium. Wakanda has become the wealthiest place precisely because of its vibranium. Initially, Qin Yi intended to bide his time, but now, his planet has developed remarkably well. He only needs to occasionally invest in technology. This necessitates a substantial amount of planetary currency, as well as primal power. Selling vibranium presents a lucrative opportunity. Vibranium, a rather unique metal I stumbled upon. Qin Yi remarked as he spoke. A sword forged from vibranium materialized in his hand. With minimal effort, he cleaved the iron chair beside him, effortlessly slicing it apart. This is a product of the system's vibranium forging technology, truly exquisite. A glint of admiration flashed in Tong Bailey and Zhang Lanyu's eyes. Such material is indeed extraordinary. Slicing through iron with ease is no trivial feat. The key lies in their recollection of the first match when Qin Yi's 100-man squad shot down an immortal's sword, severing it cleanly. This serves as a true testament to the exceptional quality and strength of the metal in Qin Yi's possession. Would you be willing to part with this metal? Tong Bailey inquired. While he held a favorable view of Qin Yi, he was also a planet master and the head of a guild. From his perspective, such metal could undoubtedly fetch a high price that in doing so. Not only could Qin Yi gain recognition from Lord Shun, but he could also amass a considerable amount of planetary currency to elevate his own status. Moreover, the crucial aspect lies in potentially overseeing this venture, thereby solidifying his position within the Awakener Guild of Qin Yi nodded, promptly producing approximately 300 kilograms of raw vibranium, mined from beneath the surface of his planet.to cell. I require a significant amount of planetary currency to acquire resources. Since this vibranium holds value, I shall part with some. However, my planet's reserves are limited, totaling around 1 ton that I intend to equip the warriors of the Great Wilderness Army, so I cannot afford to part with too much. Observing Qin Yi's generosity, Tong Bailey replied reassuringly, "No worries, rarity commands premium prices. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not suffer losses in this transaction." This was precisely why Qin Yi ultimately decided to proceed with the sale. Selling vibranium also serves the benefit of allowing Tong Bailey to gain some profit from the arrangement. After all, why would he continue to assist Qin Yi unconditionally, even if they were relatives? Such altruism would be unlikely. What suggestions do you have for your advancement? Tong Bailey inquired, waving his hand to accept the 300 kilograms of vibranium that Qin Yi had presented, eager to understand Qin Yi's thoughts on enhancing his planet's strength. Qin Yi wished to conduct an experiment. However, with the competition scheduled for tomorrow, such an endeavor would be infeasible that on technologically advanced planets, warriors experience significant enhancement through the primal power associated with martial civilizations, which indicates that his planet can indeed foster a martial civilization. Furthermore, these warriors can consume dragon blood to strengthen their physiques, rendering them no longer ordinary individuals. Can ordinary people scale walls and traverse barriers? Such feats are not typical. They resemble the capabilities of martial artists in low-level martial arts novels that a robust individual could easily leap 3 meters with a mere tiptoe. Even Newton's laws would struggle to contain such prowess. If it is feasible to cultivate a martial civilization on his planet, could it not also nurture a magical civilization? Thus, Qin Yi sought to experiment that as for the probability system, he surmised a 50% chance of success. It could either succeed or fail. He had witnessed the outcomes of both success and failure, leading to this conclusion after numerous iterations by the system. Given this, Qin Yi resolved to give it a try. Albeit not at this moment. President, my planet is merely an ordinary one. Perhaps I was fortunate to discover such materials. Therefore, I may not be able to utilize those armaments. My people are ordinary. They do not possess spiritual energy or magic. However, I can convert the most basic primal power of martial civilization. Anything beyond that remains unattainable. Qin Yi had indeed conducted such experiments. Later, he exchanged the primal power from a mid-level civilization for technological advancements. It was impossible for Qin Yi to continuously earn planetary currency without acquiring primal power. The elevation of a planet master relies heavily on primal power in the early stages, after being noticed by Tong Bailey and his associates. Relevant information would naturally circulate about him. Should others see him amassing planetary currency without selling primal power and yet ascend from a level 1 planet master to level 2, it would undoubtedly raise their suspicions. Once suspicion arises among these planet masters, inquiries would not be as simple as asking questions. After all, why are there so many unclaimed planets in the Dead Star Sea, emerging daily? In Qin Yi's perspective, part of it stems from conflicts among planet masters, while another portion is due to chance. However, this chance is not ordinary. It is likely orchestrated. Additionally, there exists conflict within the Dead Star Sea. The lower regions of the Dead Star Sea are delineated. Factions cannot clash over unclaimed planets. Should a conflict arise, it would be detected by the authorities. Whoever strikes first bears the brunt of the punishment, which could result in a death sentence. In contrast, in the middle, upper, and super regions of the Dead Star Sea, such rules do not apply. Survival of the fittest prevails. Everyone relies on their own abilities. This structure is designed to allow fledgling level 1 planet masters the opportunity to grow. Otherwise, the hierarchy of planet masters would have collapsed long ago. Upon hearing Qin Yi's modest request, Tong Bailey readily agreed. The primal power of low-level martial civilizations was still in ample supply within the guild. Very well, I shall have someone deliver it shortly. Tong Bailey addressed the others. Continue enhancing your abilities and familiarize yourselves with this equipment. Tomorrow, the data analysts will recommend strategies for your formations and the utilization of these armaments based on your opponents. I shall not disturb you any further. After Tong Bailey departs, Li Zirwei joyfully leaps up, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I am indeed fortunate to bask in your glory. I never expected that one day I too could wield a magical scroll." Sun Yi shares his excitement, equally thrilled. Although these items will be reclaimed post-competition, even a single use feels like an unparalleled blessing in this lifetime. Zhang Han, however, clears his throat and subtly gestures with his eyes. After all, they have all received extraordinary equipment. Yet, there remains one individual who is not, and that is Qin Yi. Li Zirwei quickly stifles his elation, wishing to console Qin Yi, but momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Yi, displaying remarkable composure, simply states, "It's all right. Congratulations to you all. I must focus on enhancing myself. Until tomorrow." Li Zirwei waves goodbye, saying, "See you tomorrow." Once Qin Yi has departed, the hall is once again filled with jubilance from Li Zirwei and Sun Yi. Zhao Xing glances at the departing Qin Yi, his gaze tinged with pity and a sense of injustice for him. Their current achievements are largely due to Qin Yi's presence, his vast army, and that unique metal. Without him, they might have faltered in the first round. However, Qin Yi's planet is merely an ordinary one, lacking extraordinary beings, rendering the equipment unusable even if bestowed. Zhao Xing reflects that had he been in Qin Yi's position, he might have given up long ago, resigning to complacency. Thus, he deeply admires Qin Yi's perseverance. The warriors who consumed beast blood pills have once again enhanced their strength. Meanwhile, the Great Xia's Bureau of Weaponry has entered a new era in weapon research. Cannons have been developed, crafted independently by the Bureau without exchanging for cannon technology from the system. Some resemble the Tiger cannon, with relatively small barrels and limited firepower. Nevertheless, they have successfully created cannons of their own. Upon discovering this, Qin Yi utilizes the recently acquired source power to exchange for the basic technology of cannons. The source power of martial artists can enhance the planet's diameter and improve the physical attributes of its ordinary inhabitants. However, for Qin Yi, his focus is on developing a technological civilization, which can be rapidly achieved and ultimately lead to a formidable planetary civilization. Pursuing a martial civilization would merely allow them to reach the innate martial artist stage. As the innate talents of ordinary people differ significantly from those of born innate martial artists, Qi martial artists, and martial soul masters. This is a result already deduced by the system. Cannon technology comprises several tiers, with the highest being that of a Death Star-level weapon capable of obliterating a planet. Additionally, there are turbo laser cannons, ion cannons, and tractor beam emitters, among others. The ultimate pursuit of a technological civilization is to conquer magic through physics. The primary cannon technology encompasses firearms, arrows, cannons, grenades, and anti-aircraft artillery, among others. These represent the system's foundational cannon technology. Utilizing a martial artist's source power, the intermediate cannon technology, which includes small but highly potent missile technology, requires the source power of advanced civilizations. To establish railguns on the planet, at least 100 units of advanced civilization source power are necessary. By that time, Qin Yi's planet must reach at least level 4. Otherwise, the industrial capacity and overall strength would simply be inadequate to support such technology. The following day, after a restful afternoon and an evening of preparation, the planetary champion team returns to the arena. The fallen champion teams have not returned to their respective cities. Instead, they observe the competition while placing bets, hoping to gain some financial reward from this youth competition. Of course, more importantly, they seek combat experience. All eyes are on the top 50 battle for supremacy, particularly on the teams vying for the top 10. The audience is well aware that today's match promises to be even more intense, showcasing an array of diverse equipment. This spectacle is one that everyone eagerly anticipates. The more fervent the battles on the outer battlefield, the greater the intrigue. Good morning, dear audience. Welcome to the youth competition at the 10 Cities Union, held at the Chaching Arena. Today, we present the most anticipated match of the 50 advancing to the top 25. Which teams will secure their place among the top 25? Let us await the thrilling spectacle. As the host concludes, the arena erupts in cheers, and the atmosphere team intensifies the excitement. The celestial beasts emerge, defending the entire arena from their elevated platform. Soon after, the matchup list for the competing teams is revealed. Would you care for a snack? Li Zirwei inquires, holding spirit fruits towards Qin Yi and the others. Noticing everyone is in deep meditation, he relinquishes the offer and begins to nibble on one himself. Clearly restless, they're up. After a brief wait, Li Zirwei exclaims in surprise. Qin Yi and the others open their eyes to see the projected list. Their opponents hail from Yong'an City, one of the top 10 teams. The employees of the Tongtian Company from Yong'an City had secured 16th place in last year's Jingxing Youth Competition. They boast 2 exceptionally gifted magical literary planetary champions, 2 planetary champions from a cultivation civilization, and lastly, a formidable beast, Qiongqi, representing the beast civilization. Qiongqi is among the top 10 advanced beasts within the beast civilization and is considered a super beast. We're done for, Li Zirwei stammers, awestruck that as fate would have it, they have been matched against one of the top 10 teams. This is utterly hopeless. The equipment they acquired last night is merely sufficient to contend with a single planetary champion. While this beast possesses immense strength capable of stalling any opponent of equal rank. Indeed, they have received support from the guild, yet the opposing team undoubtedly has backing from their company as well. Everyone is prepared. It all comes down to whose preparations and strengths are superior. Zhang Han and the others also appear grim. While Qin Yi employs the deduction system, the Great Tao has 50 paths. The heavens have 49. Humanity takes 1. The deduction system swiftly provides the final outcomes. Deduction 1. Zhang Han versus Qiongqi, Li Zirwei and Zhao Xing against the magical civilization. Host and Sunny against the cultivation civilization. Success rate 20. Deduction 2. Zhang Han versus Qiongqi. Host and Li Zirwei against the magical civilization. Zhao Xing and Sun Yi against the cultivation civilization. Success rate 40. Deduction 3. Host versus Qiongqi. Zhang Han and Sun Yi against the cultivation civilization. Li Zirwei and Zhao Xing against the cultivation civilization. Success rate 40. Deduction 4. Zhang Han strengthens the Great Wilderness Army's defense with the FNTNYN, while the Great Wilderness Army uses cannons and vibrating gold to stall Qi. Then employs the Endless Sword to eliminate 2 celestial beings from the cultivation civilization, and Sun Yi dispatches a swordsman to defeat the magician, subsequently launching a combined assault on Qi. Success rate 70. There are nearly 10 deductions with the highest success rates. After reviewing them, Qin Yi selects the third deduction as it boasts the highest success rate. When faced with strength, we must rise to the occasion. We cannot allow fear of the enemy to paralyze us from the outset. They too have vulnerabilities, Qin Yi declares. Zhang Lanyu inquires, "So, you have a plan?" Qin Yi nodded in response, saying, "Indeed, the idea may be somewhat immature. But since we are here, we must endeavor to do our utmost." Zhang Lanyu admired Qin Yi's courageous spirit, though she sensed a certain recklessness in his demeanor. "Share your thoughts," she urged. Qin Yi then summoned the records of the previous matches of the Tongtian Company in Yong'an City. "Observe," he pointed out, "in the first match, they sent forth the Qiongqi, which signifies their confidence to so much so that the other 4 planetary leaders did not deploy their strongest extraordinary beings, relying solely on the Qiongqi to vanquish their opponent. This was part of the youth competition's 200 group battles, marking the first round. The members of the Tongtian Company appeared to regard their adversaries with disdain, their sights firmly set on the top 10. Qin Yi analyzed, they are undoubtedly intent on conserving their strength for the ultimate contest among the top 25, that if you doubt this, look at their second match. Once again, the 4 planetary leaders dispatched extraordinary beings renowned for their defensive prowess, primarily employing formations and magical defenses. Upon hearing Qin Yi's analysis, Zhang Han and the others nodded in agreement, realizing the truth in his words that it appears that this time, the opponents may follow suit. Allowing the Qiongqi to attack while the 4 planetary leaders focus on defense, thereby preserving their strength to secure a place among the top 10 in the competition for the top 25. Li Ziyu murmured, "Hearing you say this, it seems we indeed have a chance." Qin Yi continued, "The opponents are likely aware that we might utilize equipment this time. They may send forth slightly stronger extraordinary beings. However, in my view, they will maintain their defensive strategy, allowing the Qiongqi to take the offensive. The Qiongqi possesses formidable defenses, and combined with its intrinsic strength, it can undoubtedly suppress all but the top 10 competitors in every group." Qin Yi meticulously laid out the results deduced by the system, painting a vivid picture for the audience as though they were witnessing the battles firsthand, recounting the processes and predicting the outcomes with clarity. Zhang Lanyu could not help but regard this seemingly ordinary literary planetary leader with newfound respect. In this world, any planetary leader with even a hint of uniqueness garnered attention and achieved significant accomplishments. The ordinary literary star of Qin had given rise to extraordinary metal capable of severing celestial swords. His keen insights into battle simulations allowed him to discern the weaknesses of his enemies, marking him as exceptional. That it seemed that they might not merely secure a position among the top 25. Even the top 10 was within reach. Zhang Lanyu mused inwardly. "Very well, let us proceed as Qin Yi suggests. At the appropriate moment, communicate via voice and adjust strategies as circumstances dictate," Zhang Lanyu decided, refraining from further analysis by the data specialists. Firstly, Qin Yi had performed commendably in the youth competition thus far. Having established a successful strategy from the very first match, emerging from a pool of 200 groups, this had unequivocally validated his analytical abilities and strategic acumen, even if Qin Yi were indeed an ordinary civilization's planetary leader. His analytical prowess could rival that of the current data specialists, enabling him to thrive comfortably. Secondly, Qin Yi's strength substantiated this notion. To consult the data specialists further would imply a lack of faith in Qin Yi's analysis. Given Qin Yi's elevated status within the guild, this was no longer a trivial matter. Once the extraordinary metal was sold, his standing would likely increase, potentially elevating him to a senior position within the guild, enjoying superior treatment and becoming an object of admiration for even minor supervisors in his department. Thus, it was prudent to serve this individual well. As the list of competitors was announced, everyone began to employ data specialists to analyze how to defeat their opponents while conserving strength for the subsequent advancement among the top 25. The ordinary army of the opposing side was a planetary civilization unlike any they had encountered, having already bested 2 of their groups. They could not afford to underestimate them. Within the private box of the Tongtian Company in Yong'an City, A senior supervisor advised Zhang Zixuan, who was reclining on a sofa. Two young women clad in kipeos attentively attended to him as he sprawled comfortably, relishing the moment. What can a mere ordinary army do? My Chongqi possesses exceptional defensive capabilities. Their arrows cannot penetrate my defenses. Moreover, did we not already devise a strategy? We shall strike at that ordinary army right from the outset, leaving no room for future complications. Let us adhere to this strategy. Zhang Zixuan exhibited a slight impatience, for he believed that his adversaries ought to be magical girls or genius deities, rather than mere planetary lords of a trivial civilization. Such opponents utterly failed to ignite his interest. Observing this, the executives ceased their counsel. As the sole heir of the chairman, Zhang Zixuan was accustomed to a life of privilege. He recognized that such an upbringing was not beneficial. It was prudent for one to maintain a low profile. When the designated time arrived, the first 20 groups commenced their matches. Qin Yi and his companions were slated for the second round. The inaugural contest featured a renowned archmage, the red-scaled divine dragon, the mightiest of spirit masters, alongside a planetary lord of a cultivation civilization. Their strategy revolved around swiftly concluding battles, employing only the finest equipment. These items did not exceed the level of their home planets, and each planetary lord was permitted to utilize their equipment only twice throughout the competition. As the event progressed, it became evident that many participants were relatively inexperienced planetary lords, having only developed their realms for a year, thus unable to harness substantial primordial energy. As the second round approached, amidst Li Zirwei's anxious anticipation, Qin Yi and his team made their entrance, finally eliciting some cheers from the audience. However, their opponents were a formidable group from the top 10 ranks of the beast civilization. The cheers were predominantly from their supporters, albeit many were proclaiming their inevitable defeat. The Chaiqing Guild wagered 5 million. And combined with Qin Yi's quintet, the total reached approximately 8 million. Adding some casual bettors and supporters of the Chaiqing Guild, the total stakes amounted to nearly 15 million planetary coins, should Qin Yi's group falter. This sum would be divided among those who bet on the beast group. As they stepped into the arena and took their positions, Zhang Han dispatched 8 celestial beings. These celestial warriors were not particularly formidable. Having only recently attained level 3, the strongest among them had already sacrificed themselves in the earlier rounds to secure victories. The same held true for Zhao Xing, Sun Yi, and Li Zirwei, whose extraordinary beings were similarly weak, barely capable of utilizing their equipment. Upon the arrival of Qin Yi's army of 10,000, the audience and the streaming viewers were momentarily taken aback. They could perceive the vigor and spirit of this army, imbued with a palpable sense of lethal intent. However, when the betting commenced, the audience and online viewers predominantly favored the opposing beast army. In the annals of Qin Yi's previous life, the creature known as Qiongqi was depicted as a tiger-headed beast with wings and a long tail. Notorious for its appetite for human flesh, relishing the taste of devouring those on the brink of victory in combat, it was indeed a malevolent creature. The Qiongqi they faced was a true ferocious beast. Cloaked in black-scaled hide adorned with fins, its wings spanning nearly 6 meters, its towering and imposing figure rendered any human standing before it minuscule. This was merely a level 3 Qiongqi. At level 5, its wings would extend to over 10 meters, dwarfing any human to the height of its thigh, if not shorter. The match commenced. With the host command, the battle horn sounded. Zhang Zixuan commanded Qiongqi to charge directly at Qin Yi's vast army. While his teammates were preoccupied with Zhang Zixuan's 4 associates, Zhang Han swiftly employed the heaven-turning seal to bolster Qin Yi's forces, erecting a golden shield above them. Upon sighting Qiongqi, Zizhou's eyes gleamed with determination. Should he slay such a fearsome beast, he could return with beast blood pills to enhance his physical prowess. Not only would he benefit, but many across the nation would also reap the rewards of the beast blood pills. Kill! Da Huang, Da Huang, Da Huang. Zizhou knocked an arrow, aiming for Qiongqi's eye with remarkable swiftness. However, Qiongqi was equally swift, blocking the shot with ease. Boom! Zizhou raised his banner, and the artillery unit behind him unleashed a barrage. Qiongqi's assault was thwarted. Prepare the mages, Qin Yi urged through the comms. Li Zirwei promptly replied, Understood. We await your next arrow. Qin Yi instructed Zizhou to lead 200 dragon blood warriors forward to shoot at Qiongqi, while Li Zirwei organized the mages to empower Zizhou's arrows. The magical scroll, Kiss of the Elf, had been specially crafted by a grand mage for the guild, tailored to Qin Yi's circumstances. When paired with Qin Yi's golden arrows, it bestowed an effect akin to wings for a tiger. As the arrows were released, they shimmered like starlight, trailing glimmering tails as they soared toward Qiongqi. Ding! Qiongqi shielded its visage, yet its wings were pierced by the 200 arrows, letting forth the wind. Roar! Qiongqi bellowed in rage. Zhang Zishuan stared in disbelief, his eyes widening at the sight of Qiongqi's battered wings. He could scarcely fathom how an empowered arrow could injure his Qiongqi. Surely, even a celestial sword could not inflict such harm. Why could these ordinary arrows be so devastating? Witnessing Qiongqi's injured wings ignited Zhang Zishuan's fury. "You shall all perish," he commanded, unleashing Qiongqi to slaughter indiscriminately. Following his orders, Qiongqi went berserk, flames emanating from its form as it grew in size. Boom! Behind Zizhou, the artillery struck Qiongqi once more. Although Qiongqi appeared ferocious, enveloped in flames and exuding an intimidating presence that surpassed that of spirit beasts, when the cannon fire struck, it seemed to howl in agony amidst the flames. Zhang Zishuan was left dumbfounded. He observed Qiongqi retreating swiftly, the flames dissipating, revealing numerous wounds that bled profusely. What weapon could possibly inflict such harm upon his Qiongqi? This was inconceivable. Zhang Zishuan's eyes turned crimson. "What are you all doing? Hurry and assist me. Qiongqi is injured. If anything befalls Qiongqi, I assure you, I will make you pay upon our return." In that moment, panic gripped Zhang Zishuan. Previously, he had sent Qiongqi to the front line to garner prestige. Yet this encounter marked an unprecedented setback. Qin Yi and his companions also took notice. "What is happening? When did my artillery acquire such formidable prowess?" Qin Yi was equally astonished. He had not anticipated any significant impact from his artillery, merely intending to intimidate the opponent. Yet, witnessing Qiongqi sustain injuries from the cannon fire and hesitate to advance was indeed extraordinary. "Qin Yi, a prime opportunity. We will protect you now, when the time comes. Unleash your weapon and continue the assault on Qiongqi." Zhang Han perceived this as an exceptional opportunity. He remained unconcerned about Qin Yi's weapon and its capacity to injure Qiongqi. His sole desire was to triumph in this contest. The others felt the same way, positioning their extraordinary beings directly in front of Qin Yi's formidable forces. Zhang Han further unveiled the endless sword array. The celestial beings he dispatched willingly sacrificed themselves, expending all their energy to ignite their very essence. The endless sword array unleashed a myriad of swords, soaring forth toward the dozen or so celestial beings. They employed their most potent defenses and their finest protective gear. However, their efforts were swiftly shattered by the arrows of the 200 dragon-blood warriors. They brandished their firearms from horseback, targeting the formations established by the celestial beings ahead. While the efficacy of physical attacks was not particularly pronounced, they nonetheless played a crucial role on this battlefield. The endless sword array breached the defenses of the opposing celestial beings. Even as their other extraordinary beings hastily donned their gear, they were still too late. Moreover, Zhang Zishuan had possessed unwavering confidence in his Qiongqi from the outset, reserving opportunities to employ his equipment for the final battle. Consequently, in this skirmish, he unveiled only a few pieces of equipment, leading to the current predicament. Zhang Han's endless sword array decisively eliminated his allies' celestial beings. The ensuing battlefield was now entrusted to his comrades. "The next phase is yours," Zhang Han remarked through the communication channel. "Rest assured." Qin Yi promptly directed Zizhou to advance the army several meters forward. Another barrage of artillery ensued. Zhang Zishuan immediately called out, "Stop them!" The mages swiftly conjured magical incantations, forming a magical shield. While others launched counterattacks to intercept the incoming artillery, Li Zirwei once again employed his magical scroll, safeguarding against the artillery fire. Meanwhile, Zhao Xing and Sun Yi assisted in repelling the opposing mages' assaults. Zizhou, rallying his forces, initiated another volley. Kiss of the Elves. Empowered, this time the target was the mages positioned before Qiongqi. Whoosh! The speed was astonishing, piercing through the magical shield. Yet, one of the mages stepped forward, raising his magical staff and reciting an incantation. Just as the arrows were about to strike the several mages, his spell reached completion. Devour? This mage, at the cost of his own essence, absorbed the arrows into his body. In tandem, a surge of energy erupted. Boom! Dust and chaos enveloped the battlefield. Seizing the moment, Zizhou commanded an artillery attack. Roar! Qiongqi, too, attempted to advance, only to be thwarted once more by the artillery fire. This time, Qiongqi sustained even more injuries. Zhang Zishuan's complexion flushed with indignation. He refused to accept such a defeat, in his mind. Even in loss, it should be to true prodigies, not to a mere planetary overlord of an ordinary civilization. His eyes blazed with fervor. If I cannot win, then neither shall you. Qiongqi roared skyward, reigniting the flames of beastly rage. Numerous small holes in its wings enveloped its body, resembling a sphere. Not good. Zhang Han's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene. Qiongqi intended to self-destruct. Qin Yi and his allies fell into disarray at the revelation. Qin Yi immediately instructed Zizhou to position the shield-bearers at the forefront, stacking their vibranium shields in defense. Hurry, Zizhou bellowed, urging the shield-bearers to form layers of protection. Zhao Xing, Sun Yi, and Li Zirwei quickly ushered their extraordinary beings to take refuge at the heart of this shield formation. The live commentator wiped his brow, overwhelmed by the intensity. He was at a loss for how to narrate this impending self-detonation. The members of Tongtian Company had succumbed to madness. All bettors held their breath. Should Qiongqi self-destruct, not a single extraordinary being from the Chaiqing Guild would survive. They would all face defeat, a draw. Or rather, a mutual destruction scenario. All bits would become the house's fortune. Insanity. My planetary currency. In that moment, he fervently wished for at least one extraordinary being from the Chaiqing Guild to survive. Let us pray. The live chat overflowed with messages, the majority expressing dissatisfaction with the Tongtian Company's group from Yong'an City, while others prayed for Qin Yi's group to endure, having wagered on their victory. Of course, some hoped for mutual annihilation. After all, if they couldn't profit, neither should anyone else. Others simply wished to witness what unforeseen events might unfold. On the battlefield beyond the realms, flames engulfed the entire expanse. The energy unleashed by Qiongqi's self-detonation was immense. If its level were even slightly higher, the very fabric of this space might collapse. Thus, unless the extraordinary beings possessed formidable defenses, it was exceedingly difficult to survive amidst Qiongqi's explosive demise. The counterfeit Fan Tianyin shattered. A scorching wave surged through the ranks of the army. The soldiers at the forefront, despite donning vibranium and vibranium armor, found themselves ignited in an instant by the searing blast. Yet, not a single soldier faltered. Behind them stood their comrades. Their emperor. A retreat would mean that this searing energy would scorch their allies and their emperor. Da Huang. Zizhou's voice resonated amidst the inferno. Shortly thereafter, a response emerged. Da Huang. Then, more voices joined, growing louder and more powerful. Besides Zizhou, Li Zirwei's mages cast healing and ice spells, initiating a cooling effect across the battlefield. From the audience, a voice rang out. Did I hear correctly, Da Huang? Did the Chaiqing group win? You heard right. I just heard it too. It's Da Huang. The Da Huang army has actually survived. This is the aftermath of Qiongqi's self-detonation. It was simply unbelievable. The commentator, too, rose in excitement. Let us amplify the sounds from the battlefield and listen to the roars of the Da Huang army. The audience bore witness to a miracle. Ordinary soldiers had survived the explosive wrath of Qiongqi. This was nothing short of astonishing. Was Qiongqi truly so feeble, or was our Da Huang army exceptionally robust? Among beings of the same caliber, no one had managed to endure Qiongqi's self-detonation. We have witnessed a miracle. The fervent commentary of the narrator ignited a flurry of discussions in the live chat, where viewers speculated on how an ordinary warrior could survive the self-detonation of the monstrous Qiongqi. Some conjectured it was due to magic, others attributed it to equipment, while some believed it was the shield that provided protection. Numerous theories abounded as the flames of Qiongqi on the battlefield were gradually subdued. The audience beheld the aftermath of the explosion. Many warriors lay fallen, their bodies reduced to mere armor, shields, and weapons, unable to withstand the inferno unleashed by Qiongqi's self-destruction. Indeed, the vibranium had withstood the flames. But any skin that came into contact would ignite instantly and remain ablaze. Beyond the third layer, those warriors exhibited only facial burns from the intense heat. Thanks to the protective vibranium armor that had enabled them to endure Qiongqi's explosive wrath and emerge alive. Near Zizhou, the soldiers remained unscathed, shielded by the defensive enchantments of the Fantianjian, coupled with layers of vibranium shields that deflected much of the fire. Finally, the protective magical barriers erected by the mages created an intricate defense, rendering them seemingly unharmed. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Zishuan's vision darkened, and he fainted from the overwhelming shock. He could scarcely bear such an outcome. His own efforts had led to Qiongqi's explosion, Yet only a handful of ordinary warriors had perished, while many others survived. Meanwhile, their own team had lost even the mage to Qiongqi's detonation. The disparity was staggering. How could these individuals even be called ordinary warriors? It seemed that true prodigies had emerged. A technological civilization managing to triumph over a monstrous one, particularly against one of the top 10 advanced beasts, was nothing short of astonishing. Perhaps this would serve as motivation for many lesser planetary sovereigns. What a joke! Could one truly consider this a lesser civilization, who remembers the initial diameter of the planet? Over 700 kilometers. Among its peers, that was quite impressive. Some level 5 planetary sovereigns had planets with diameters less than 700 kilometers. And yet, they speak of motivation. Lesser civilizations will forever remain lesser, incapable of surpassing intermediate or even advanced civilizations. In the chat, discussions regarding lesser civilizations began to unfold. Historically, this has always been a contentious topic. Some planetary sovereigns were disgruntled at their classification as lesser, yearning to grow stronger and become formidable rulers themselves. However, once such a talent level is established, the resources available to them dwindle significantly. Unless a prodigious planetary sovereign arises, there was once a sovereign named Xiao Yan, whose planet harnessed intermediate energy. His future seemed predetermined. Yet, he defied the odds and carved out an extraordinary path, ascending from a mid-tier energy sovereign to one comparable to an advanced energy sovereign. During the subsequent year's youth competition, he led his group into the top 10 all on his own, becoming an object of admiration and aspiration for intermediate energy sovereigns. Later, he established a company in Jiangxing, aiding many intermediate civilization sovereigns. Unfortunately, this esteemed sovereign met with an untimely demise, the true cause of which remains a mystery. On the competition stage, the host announced the ultimate victor of this interstellar battlefield, the Awakener Guild team from Chaiching. Upon hearing this name, Li found it hard to believe he had advanced once more. Am I dreaming? Or am I still ensnared in a slumber, yet to awaken? Sun Yi's deep voice broke the reverie. Yes, you are indeed dreaming. Wake up, we must head to the venue shortly. Li, at your age, still wetting the bed. Li rolled his eyes and retorted, Sun Yi, you're being rather unkind. Just wait until we return to the lounge. I'll spar with you then. Qin Yi, Zhang Han, and Zhao Xing removed their helmets and rose from their seats. Meanwhile, Zhang Zishuan's executives carried him away from the arena, marking him as the first planetary sovereign to faint from the pressure during the competition. Zhang Han observed this scene with a hint of concern. One of the top 10 companies in Yong'an City had been slighted. Moving forward, they would need to tread carefully, remaining within the guild to enhance their strengths. This is not merely a matter of paranoia. Such occurrences are entirely plausible, for that planetary sovereign was a product of the Tongtian company. In this competition, he had been forced into a situation that led to Qiongqi's self-detonation and subsequently fainted, a significant blow to their reputation. Qin Yi seemed to sense Zhang Han's unease and approached, patting him on the shoulder. Do not worry, we have the guild supporting us. Zhang Han nodded in agreement as they returned to the private box. Zhang Lanyu finally revealed a smile, welcoming their victorious return. Qin Yi paused, feeling as though he had heard this phrase before, though not from the individual before him. For a fleeting moment, he could not recall when, where, or who had uttered it. He dismissed it as a mere subconscious impression, focusing instead on comforting Ji Zhou and aiding the injured soldiers in their recovery. This battle had yielded no victories for the Dahuang army. With over 2,000 soldiers lost, upon entering the awakening space, Qin Yi observed Ji Zhou tending to the wounded warriors while preparing to hold a post-battle debrief, including a memorial for those who had sacrificed their lives on the battlefield. They had previously acquired numerous spirit beast corpses, crafting beast blood pills and wanling pills, providing many in the Daxiao with opportunities to enhance their physical prowess, thanks to the lesser strength of the spirit beasts encountered then. This time, however, they faced a formidable ferocious beast that, fearing Daxia's artillery, chose to self-detonate rather than confront them directly. This alone demonstrated the might of Daxia's warriors and the unparalleled power of their artillery. If they could avoid the catastrophic damage caused by these ferocious beasts in the future, they stood to gain significantly. Should they obtain the corpses of those towering, flame-wreathed beasts, the entire Daxia could have the opportunity to benefit from the elixirs crafted from the remains of these extraordinary creatures. Qin Yi stood beside Ji Zhou, invisible to others, with only Ji Zhou able to perceive him. Observing the satisfaction evident in Qin Yi's expression, Zizhou's speech became increasingly impassioned, resonating deeply with his audience. He continued to articulate grand visions, embodying the essence of a natural-born ambitious leader. In all honesty, Qin Yi found it difficult to accept the thought of such a person meeting his demise. The ramifications of his death would undeniably impact the Great Xia, as well as the progression of his own planet. Yet, Qin Yi understood that having established the rules of the planet, he could not simply contravene them. Life and death are intrinsic to the natural order, the result of evolution, and he could not grant immortality to an exceptional individual merely out of reluctance to see him go. However, at present, Zizhou, having cultivated true qi and consumed both the dragon's blood pill and the all-spirit pill, had significantly enhanced his physical constitution. Living well beyond a century posed no challenge for him. As Zizhou's fervent oration invigorated the warriors, they felt a surge of pride for the Great Xia, a glory belonging to the great wilderness army. The officials, too, fell into contemplative silence. They could not allow a lack of gains this time to deter them from future expeditions. They had missed the opportunity to consume the dragon's blood pill and had only partaken in a single all-spirit pill, an experience they would never forget. That it was akin to an addiction. They yearned for more elixirs to bolster their physical prowess and to prolong their enjoyment of the current wealth and splendor. Respectful master, Zizhou finally bowed to Qin Yi in his study. Qin Yi floated in the air, acknowledging, "You have done well. The losses sustained by the Great Xia are considerable. Each warrior capable of combat has undergone rigorous selection and arduous training to become a member of the Great Wilderness Army. Thus, every sacrifice is an immeasurable loss to our forces." Hearing Qin Yi's words of consolation, Zizhou bowed deeply, replying, "The master cares for the world. How could I disregard the future of the Great Xia for such a minor loss? Rest assured, I, Zizhou, shall not abandon our expedition due to this momentary setback." Qin Yi, with hands clasped behind his back, glided to Zizhou's desk. "That I recognize that your ambitions are indomitable, and that is precisely what I value in you. You are an exceptional leader. Since the founding of our nation, the initial sovereign, Huang, was a steady and wise adversary. Shang, on the other hand, is a guardian of stability, earning the respect of the founding heroes and later nobility due to his gentlemanly demeanor. Such a character is ill-suited for expeditions. He is more fitting to safeguard the Great Xia during this transitional period, ensuring that Huang's departure does not yield significant repercussions. Both the remnants of the barbarian tribes and the populace of the Great Xia require a benevolent emperor. Once the Great Xia is secure, the external world will be rife with turmoil. At that juncture, the Great Wilderness Army must venture forth to demonstrate to the outside world that we are not easily trifled with. Only by showcasing our formidable might can we deter foreign incursions. The best offense is a strong defense." Qin Yi's remarks served as a profound affirmation of the three sovereigns of the Great Xia, namely Zizhou's grandfather, father, and himself. This recognition stood as the highest praise for their family, a silent endorsement of Zizhou's endeavors. Zizhou felt a twinge of emotion within. Qin Yi continued, "Fear not, for in this war, should you emerge victorious, I shall surely provide you with an explanation." Upon exiting the awakening space, the third round commenced outside. The top 10 groups took to the field, showcasing an array of equipment, many of which were the latest innovations. The Heavenly Net Formation, the Sky Incineration Formation, the Celestial Law, and the Law of Nature were all on display. The preceding matches were familiar scenes, and the competition among the top 50 was of paramount importance. Participants could not afford to merely scrape by. They needed to exert their full strength. However, the Tongtian Company from Yong'an City, boasting the strength to rank among the top 10, faced Qin Yi and became the target of relentless fire, ultimately failing to secure a position in the top 25. Consequently, Qin Yi's group ascended to the status of one of the top 20 contenders. Eventually, the top 25 emerged, with Xiangqing claiming 6 spots, making it the frontrunner for the coveted first place, along with a reward of 100 million planetary coins, various sources of primal power, and a city map of the Dead Star Sea. In the afternoon, a respite ensued, with the next day's matches determining the top 25 contenders. One group would sit out, while the remaining groups battled, culminating in the selection of one victorious group for the ensuing confrontations. This cycle would repeat until 2 groups battled for the top position. Such were the regulations of the youth competition, and it appeared equitable, yet it was not entirely fair. reliant on both skill and fortune. After all, some participants merely engaged in a few matches, conserving their strength, while others faced numerous exhausting battles. Even the extraordinary were not inexhaustible. Their deaths would also impact the planet. Nevertheless, the youth competition had long been designated as an official event, with its lucrative rewards and the attention of millions transforming it into the first step for newly awakened planetary lords to elevate themselves, attaining glory and renown. Just like Qin Yi, even if he were to falter in the next match, his entry into the top 25, defeating a group with top 10 prowess, was sufficient to demonstrate his exceptional talent. Investing in Qin Yi would surely yield substantial returns in the future. This concept parallels that of a small company seeking growth through financing and acquiring resources and connections to ultimately flourish. Each annual youth competition resembled a grand celebration. Discussions surrounding this event on the Star Union Network had reached a fever pitch, surpassing last year's excitement. The most talked about subject was Qin Yi's technologically advanced planetary star, whose performances in the recent extraterritorial battles had been nothing short of spectacular. Although lacking any extraordinary individuals, his group had persevered through 200 teams to reach the top 25. Yet, in comparison to other planetary lords and extraordinary beings like the magical girl, the genius goddess, and the young sword saint, a mere army of 10,000 seemed less remarkable. This stark contrast provided ample fodder for criticism. Upon Qin Yi leading his team into the top 25, Tong Bailey once again arrived at the VIP box. President Zhang Lanyu surmised that Tong Bailey would certainly come, though the odds of entering the top 25 were exceedingly slim. Yet, Qin Yi had indeed managed to lead his team into this prestigious bracket, defeating a group with top 10 strength. This miraculous outcome was entirely unexpected. "How is Qin Yi faring now?" Tong Bailey inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. Zhang Lanyu promptly replied, "We suffered considerable losses, with many soldiers perishing. He is now retreated to the rest area to recuperate his energy." Tong Bailey stood with his hands clasped behind him, a hint of worry etched upon his face. This match had been a narrow victory, and the next one promised to be even more intense. With the enemy poised to grow stronger, Zhang Han, Li Zirwei, and Zhao Xing would not play significant roles in the upcoming battle. Relying solely on Sun Yi and Qin Yi would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Zhang Lanyu had contemplated this matter as well. Yet, he couldn't help but feel that their journey thus far had been remarkably arduous. Securing a place among the top 25 had initially seemed a mere aspiration, a form of motivation, as he inwardly doubted its feasibility. However, having truly achieved this milestone, he found himself caught in a state of ambivalence. President, given the current strength of Qin Yi and his team, securing victory in the next round may pose considerable difficulty, he remarked. Nevertheless, Qin Yi had already conjured several miracles that I still believe he can create further wonders. Perhaps in the next round, the Dahuang army will manage to counter the adversary. Tong Bailey turned to Zhang Lanyu and inquired, "Do you hold great faith in Qin Yi?" He recalled that the previous team leader, Lu Feiyu, had similarly expressed high regard for Qin Yi, recognizing his exceptional strategic insight and the potential for miraculous outcomes. In truth, Tong Bailey had initially been drawn to Qin Yi's extraordinary feat of expanding the planet's diameter from 1 kilometer to 35. This prompted him to decisively recruit Qin Yi into the guild. And Qin Yi had indeed delivered a significant surprise. Zhang Lanyu glanced toward the lounge where Qin Yi rested and resolutely replied, "Yes, I believe in him as his team leader. It is imperative that I do so. Trust in his strategic vision, in his technological prowess, and in his ability to triumph in the forthcoming match." Tong Bailey chose not to voice further objections. The external competition had concluded, and most spectators had vacated the premises. The screen continued to showcase exhilarating moments from the interstellar battleground, including the explosive demise of Qiongqi and scenes of the Dahuang army surviving amidst flames. That it struck Tong Bailey that the recent sale of vibranium had yielded less profit than anticipated. As he sat on the sofa, he mused aloud. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yi emerged. Tong Bailey inquired gently, "How do you feel? Do you require additional primal energy?" Qin Yi was currently in dire need of funds, eager to advance technological development, which necessitated the acquisition of extensive scientific knowledge. The multitude of theories, whether conjectures or proofs, and even scholarly articles or books pertaining to the cosmos and technology, all required financial resources. Primal energy could be exchanged for numerous items and offered superior cost-effectiveness compared to planetary currency. Yes, I need it, he replied without hesitation. Tong Bailey promptly produced 8 units of primal energy. These are primal energies from the martial civilization. Take them and recover well. Thank you, Qin Yi responded. Armed with this primal energy, he could exchange for some knowledge points. With a foundation in electricity established, telephones at hand, electric motors should soon follow, along with batteries. The 8 units of low-grade primal energy would only suffice to procure elementary technological insights. Qin Yi opted for the electric motor, which required either 6 low-grade primal energies, 3 mid-grade, or a single high-grade unit. He also selected a relatively simple conjecture regarding electricity. The rationale for expending 2 units of primal energy on this conjecture lay in the intangible allure and influence of imagination. The fact that it held a value of 2 primal energies underscored its significance. It was through numerous conjectures that various proofs and truths emerged, whether in academia, objective reality, or ideological constructs. Metaphysics was indispensable. Qin Yi continued to employ his will to observe the planet, now boasting an impressive diameter of 800 kilometers. While it was significantly smaller than the blue star of his past life, it remained quite large compared to other planets of similar caliber. This planet had, in its early days, split into 3 continents, the edges of which expanded as the planetary diameter increased. However, the Daxia had been preoccupied with its own development, resulting in minimal external expansion. The other 2 continents possessed abundant resources, including some obscure materials that had emerged. Qin Yi had deduced through the system that these resources would not be developed for another century, which was the most opportune time for such endeavors. By then, Daxia would have flourished significantly. However, local resources had already been heavily depleted, necessitating exploration and expansion beyond their borders. The resources on the other 2 continents would also undergo changes during this period, improving in quality. After reviewing the system's predictions, Qin Yi abandoned his plans to guide Jishou in the development of these 2 continents. To compensate for this lack of tangible gains, he resolved to use the planetary currency won from his bets to purchase spiritual beasts in the market. The upcoming match would undoubtedly present greater challenges. The Wanling pill could enhance the soldiers' physical attributes and bolster their morale. Upon hearing Qin Yi's intention to procure spiritual beasts to elevate the combat capabilities and physical fitness of the soldiers on his planet, Tong Bailey immediately initiated communication to prepare the guild. If this approach is viable, you should have mentioned it sooner. The guild will certainly not shortchange you in this regard, especially with the quarterfinals approaching tomorrow. You have already demonstrated your immense potential, and I believe the other members of the guild will recognize it as well. Qin Yi, however, wished to avoid accruing too much debt to Tong Bailey. While some might not mind such obligations, he did not want to feel guilty in the future. President, this time, I still prefer to purchase with planetary currency. Tong Bailey regarded Qin Yi thoughtfully, recalling his earlier declaration for the sake of freedom, and ultimately relented. Very well, since you insist, what more can I say? Once Zhang Han and the others had sufficiently recovered, they returned to the guild together. Qin Yi had managed to acquire nearly 100 living spiritual beasts. Opening the chain bridge, he transported them into the awakening space on the planet. Jizhou, having received the news, had already prepared the venue. Under the watchful eyes of ministers and citizens alike, Jizhou led the Dahuang army in successfully repelling an invasion from the spiritual beast horde. As night fell, cities with electricity sparkled with lights, while those without illumination hung lanterns. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose from nowhere, and a crimson moon appeared in the sky, casting a dark red hue upon the land. This phenomenon quickly incited panic and concern among the citizens of Daxia. Jizhou had already been informed by Qin Yi of an impending invasion by spiritual beast squads that night, prompting him to ready his defenses. Recognizing this omen, he promptly issued orders for the Dahuang army to prepare for battle, rallying ministers and citizens alike. Jizhou invoked the name of the wild, claiming to have dreamt of it, stating that Daxia would soon face an invasion from spiritual beasts. He commanded preparations for battle at the royal hunting grounds in the western mountains. The morale of the ministers and the citizens, along with the very essence of Daxia, could coalesce into a formidable force, exerting some influence over the spiritual beast army. Although the ministers were somewhat reluctant, as these beasts were incredibly formidable and posed a threat to their safety. Defying the emperor's command was not an option. Jizhou, leading the Dahuang army to the hunting grounds, arranged the troops strategically. Enormous searchlights illuminated the battlefield that in a fleeting moment. A rift appeared in the space ahead, revealing a rainbow bridge through which numerous spiritual beasts surged forth. Da Huang army. Form ranks. Kill the enemy. Zizhou pointed his sword forward. The Da Huang army roared in unison. Da Huang. Da Huang. Da Huang. This marked the first occasion for the officials and some citizens to witness the Da Huang army on the battlefield. Such an imposing presence instantly resonated with them, instilling a sense of security in their hearts. However, the vanguard of the Da Huang army surged forward, causing the officials and citizens to break into a sweat. Their worries not only revolved around the potential onslaught of spirit beasts endangering their lives, but also the possibility of injury or death befalling the soldiers of the Da Huang army. They began to fear the loss of this newfound sense of safety. As the vanguard charged ahead, just before making contact, they unleashed a volley of arrows, their movements remarkably fluid. Whoosh! A rain of arrows soared through the air, targeting the army of spirit beasts. Hundreds of spirit beasts sensed the impending danger and immediately began to flee in all directions. Some spirit beasts, believing in their formidable defenses, disregarded the arrows and charged forward. Yet, these were not ordinary arrows. A portion of the spirit beasts fell beneath the onslaught of the arrows, while others either dodged or sustained only minor injuries due to their resilience. Excellent. Well done. Da Huang army. Keep it up. Da Huang army. Da Huang army. Among the officials and citizens, someone called out for the Da Huang army, prompting everyone to join in a collective cheer of encouragement. By the end, a palpable excitement enveloped the crowd. Listening to the motivating shouts of the officials and citizens, Zizhou finally comprehended why Qin Yi had orchestrated the invasion of living spirit beasts and arranged such a battle. It was to allow those who had never experienced the might of the Da Huang army, the officials and the citizens of Xia, to witness its formidable strength and to understand the necessity behind the army's expedition. For without such expeditions and the display of power, Xia would continually face various external threats, leading to a perpetual state of unrest. Thus, there would be no grounds for grievances regarding the Da Huang army's incursions, their perceived lack of gains, or the toll of their endeavors, for the Da Huang army safeguarded the nation's peace. Born from adversity, perishing in comfort, this was also the wisdom imparted by the late emperor. Kill. With this thought in mind, Zizhou issued another command, raising the banner in his hand. Boom. The artillery in the rear began to provide support. Numerous spirit beasts were severely wounded by the explosions. Collapsing to the ground, some spirit beasts, possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, continued to advance towards the military formation despite their injuries. Facing them were the gleaming halberds that in mere moments. They were nearly annihilated by the Da Huang army. Wonderful, truly splendid. The Da Huang army is invincible. Da Huang army. In this lifetime, I have no regrets joining Xia. You are all exceptional, the individuals I admire most, the officials and citizens of Xia. Witnessing the spirit beasts emerging from the rainbow bridge being vanquished by the Da Huang army, were instantly filled with a profound sense of security. Simultaneously, they began to genuinely acknowledge the Da Huang army. The soldiers of the Da Huang army enjoyed generous military pay and excellent treatment, including access to dragon blood pills, 10,000 spirit pills, beast blood pills, and more, which were primarily reserved for the soldiers themselves, with little distributed elsewhere. Now they understood that these benefits might have been purchased with the very lives of the soldiers. Zizhou arranged for personnel to begin clearing the battlefield, sending all the spirit beasts to the Tiangong Academy's medical school for the refinement of 10,000 spirit pills and beast blood pills. Not a drop of beast blood was to be left behind. In addition, he stood atop the platform, continuing his grandiose proclamations to win over the hearts of the people. Zizhou was quite adept at this. He knew precisely what words would resonate with the officials and what would touch the hearts of the citizens of Xia. He concluded his speech. An uproar of fervent cheers and applause erupted below, culminating in the kneeling of all present. Witnessing this, Qin Yi's assessment of Zizhou rose even higher. In comparison, such a person could indeed be regarded as a true child of destiny, he mused. The chosen one. This was what they meant by Zizhou. After a night of intense labor, the 10,000 spirit pills and beast blood pills were produced. Zizhou immediately had some soldiers of the Da Huang army consume them, and they trained through the night, resting for approximately 4 hours. They were about to face an even graver decisive battle. The next day, Qin Yi, accompanied by Tong Bailey, Zhang Lanyu, Zhang Han, and others, arrived at the VIP box for the competition among the top 25. The atmosphere was somewhat somber, as Zhang Han could no longer produce any formidable immortals and had lost the opportunity to use his equipment. That Li Zru was in a similar predicament. The extraordinary magicians they could deploy were of a lower rank and lesser capability. Only Sun Yi and a few slightly stronger immortals remained, along with Qin Yi's army of 10,000 yet. What were they up against? Most likely magical girls or the most powerful Qi warriors. Genius goddesses or young sword saints among the planetary champions. How could they contend against that? After a seemingly prolonged wait, the list for the 25-strong competition was announced. The Chechen Guilds group would face the Yiling City's first group, while the group that received a bye was Xiangqing's first group. As for Yiling City's first group, it was indeed a formidable group ranked among the top 10. If they had previously triumphed over their opponent's magical civilization with the overwhelming magic of a grand magician on the very first afternoon. The elder magician, wielding a magical scepter, possessed extraordinary power in each qualifying match. His performance had been exceptionally strong, easily crushing all adversaries. Alone, he was capable of deploying an array of spells that left opponents defenseless. While countering adversaries, he could also devise spells to assist his teammates, ensuring that the group of extraordinary beings maintained the upper hand throughout. He was akin to a sage, surveying the entire battlefield, deftly manipulating a piece on the chessboard to secure victory. Zhang Lanyu took a deep breath. He understood that as the moment approached, they could not afford to lose morale. Yiling City's first group had struggled to break into the top 20 for several years. And this year, they had finally produced a planetary champion with extraordinary talent, leading to increased investment and resources. Before the competition commenced, none of them had managed to glean any information regarding this planetary champion. After the contest began, the Grand Magician indeed showcased several commendable battles. However, as observed in the last match, despite his victory, the group's strength had significantly waned. Thus, they still had a chance. Zhang Han and the others remained silent. At this juncture, they were truly doing their utmost. The extraordinary beings they dispatched could easily become targets for the opponents, potentially eliminated upon their appearance. After all, the first strike would dictate the ensuing engagement. With their current strength, a single powerful move from the adversary could spell their doom. Observing the dejected expressions of those around him, Zhang Lanyu ultimately turned to Qin Yi and said, "Qin Yi, why don't you analyze our chances of success?" Qin Yi stepped forward, and Zhang Han and the others turned their attention to him. 40%. Qin Yi was also feeling the weight of the situation. The Dahuang army represented his foundation. Having depleted his resources for this competition, he found himself contemplating whether it was truly worth the sacrifice. According to the system's projections, their chances of victory stood at a mere 40%. A figure fraught with considerable instability. The primary reason for this low probability was the significant losses they had sustained at this juncture. They were devoid of exceptionally powerful extraordinary beings, leaving only those of average strength. Additionally, their opponent was formidable. That great magician had yet to suffer any injury. That it seemed as though the adversaries aimed to preserve the magician until the end. If they could just hold out until the next round, they would secure a place in the top 10. Consequently, their teammates had poured all their efforts into defeating the previous opponent, while the magician strategically orchestrated the battle from the rear, providing healing and defense. The aforementioned 40% chance of victory hinged on the fact that the Dahuang army could withstand some of the magical assaults. However, should the opposing team deploy other types of specialized magic, such as fire or ice, their odds would diminish significantly. After Qin Yi finished speaking, a silence enveloped the group. Ultimately, it was Zhang Han who rose to address them, stating, "Let us give it our all." Regardless of the outcome, reaching this point has been no small feat and is indeed a source of pride. Should we fall to the great magician, it would not be a disgrace. The others felt a sense of relief. Their earlier tension dissipating, Li Zirwei quickly added, "Brother Han speaks wisely. It is an honor to know you all and to traverse challenges alongside you. Especially you, Igu. You are my idol, my role model. I won't hesitate to assist you with anything you may need in the future." Qin Yi, touched by the sentiment, responded, "Thank you for your kind words. Since we are fortunate to be in the same group and fighting for honor, we are comrades. In the future, we can look out for one another within the guild." Li Zirwei patted his chest, affirming, "Absolutely." Sun Yi chimed in, We will definitely rely on Egu's guidance moving forward. At this moment, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. The initial tension and oppression they had felt upon seeing the roster eased considerably. However, soon it would be time to enter the battlefield. They embraced one another before stepping into the arena. In the live broadcast, discussions surrounding the match had already commenced. Would there be a miracle in the battle between the Great Magician and the Ordinary Army? Would the Great Magician triumph, or would the Ordinary Army emerge victorious? I firmly believe the Great Magician will win, for even if the Ordinary Army boasts strong defenses, they cannot withstand the flames of Qin Yi. Sustained attacks would prove insurmountable for the Dahuang Army. It is evident that the Great Magician is destined for victory. The disparity between the two sides is simply too vast. The extraordinary beings from the Qin Guild's team had suffered significant depletion in the previous match. And in this round, they would likely struggle to field any high-level extraordinary beings. The Great Magician is immensely powerful, and with a single strike, the Qin Guild is likely to be defeated. There is no room for doubt. As both sides' extraordinary beings took the stage, the differences became immediately apparent. Qin Yi commanded 1,000 Dahuang soldiers, while Zhang Han, Zhao Xing, Sun Yi, Li Zirwei, and the others had nearly assembled every extraordinary being available on their planet. They donned vibranium armor and surrounded Zhou. In contrast, the opponent fielded only 10 individuals, 1 Great Magician and 9 from their team, who were not particularly strong. However, even so, they were capable enough to impede Zhang Han, Zhao Xing, Sun Yi, and Li Zirwei's extraordinary beings. The betting commenced. This time, only the Qin Guild and Qin Yi's 5 teammates continued to wager on their victory. They could not afford to lose their momentum. As the betting period concluded, the host announced the match's commencement. Attack. Zizhou commanded, drawing his sword. Whoosh. Arrows filled the air, aimed directly at the Great Magician. Manipulate. The Great Magician effortlessly cast a spell, seizing control of the arrows. Counterattack. While vibranium could deflect some kinetic energy and magic, it could not resist the manipulation spells. Otherwise, Tony would have dispatched Ebony Maw long ago. Raise shields. Zizhou observed the futility of his arrows and promptly commanded an increase in defense. However, once the arrows were under the magician's control, their speed and energy surged, almost annihilating the first line of shield bearers. Fortunately, the Dahuang soldiers had Li Zirwei's mages providing magical protection. Otherwise, the controlled arrows could have resulted in a complete rout. Change formation, cover with artillery. Zizhou ordered again, raising his flag. The shield bearers swiftly adjusted their formation, directing cannon fire towards the Great Magician. The magician slightly raised his staff, which then struck the ground and a wall of thunderous energy materialized before him, causing the cannon fire to explode harmlessly beyond the barrier. The opponents had meticulously analyzed Qin Yi's team and devised a counter-strategy. The arrows and artillery had become ineffective. This marked the first occasion the Dahuang army faced a battle where their own weapons inflicted no damage upon the enemy. They did not retreat. Under Zizhou's directives, the vanguard swiftly charged forward, splitting into 2 flanks. Among them were the celestial beings and Qi warriors led by Zhang Han and Zhao Xing, though these extraordinary beings were of lesser strength. They possessed abilities that surpassed those of ordinary soldiers. 6 of the 9 individuals surrounding the Great Magician engaged, also dividing into 2 wings. Whoosh! Crossbows fired towards these extraordinary beings, yet they evaded the bolts with ease, their own capabilities allowing them to dodge what was, to them, a slow projectile. The battle had begun, but from the outset, the Dahuang army revealed their disadvantages. Apart from their numerical superiority, they lacked any significant advantages. The Great Magician fortified 2 of his allies with defensive spells, enveloping them in magical shields akin to armor. Celestial beings soared through the air, casting spells that summoned spikes from the ground, which instantly impaled several soldiers. Were it not for their armor, these spikes would have dealt substantial damage. Indeed, merely 1 celestial being could have inflicted significant losses upon the ordinary soldiers of the Dahuang army. Boom! The artillery unit at the rear began firing upon the celestial beings, aiming for their heads and limbs. They managed to injure a few celestial beings, although these extraordinary beings had achieved celestial status. Their bodies were not impervious. High-velocity bullets could still harm them when they were caught off guard. Witnessing this, the Great Magician immediately cast healing spells. However, under Qin Yi's command, the Dahuang army unleashed a volley of arrows, interrupting the healing incantations. Furthermore, they seized the opportunity to inflict injuries upon several celestial beings. Boom! A sudden explosion reverberated from the battlefield that it turned out that an extraordinary being had self-detonated. Not good. The enemy is resorting to self-detonation tactics. Everyone, retreat. Use vibranium shields to block the explosive energy. Zhang Han's heart was already bleeding from the loss of several celestial beings, and his countenance grew pale due to their demise. The stability of the celestial bodies within him had become precarious, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of weakness, as if he had just endured an intense ordeal and was now engulfed in a profound emptiness. Upon hearing the audio alert, Zhao Xing and the others promptly ordered their extraordinary beings to retreat to the rear. Qin Yi also instructed the warriors of the Great Wilderness Army to raise their shields. Boom! Another extraordinary being self-destructed, taking with it over 100 warriors from the Great Wilderness Army. The archmage observed quietly, seemingly receiving some directive, and began to chant a spell in a low voice, the incantation obscure and cryptic. Before him, a magical array materialized. A summoning spell. He appeared to be conjuring a magical beast of great ferocity or perhaps something else entirely. Qin Yi and the others took note of this development. We cannot allow this to continue. We must swiftly disrupt him. Zhang Han's pallor deepened, his expression darkening, resembling a vengeful spirit. Brother Han, what should we do? Sun Yi inquired directly. Zhang Han replied, Qin Yi, we may have no choice but to have some of our extraordinary beings self-destruct as well, ideally in a mutual annihilation with the opposing extraordinary beings. Otherwise, we will remain constrained, and the longer this drags on, the more unfavorable it will be for us. Qin Yi, having foreseen the self-destruct strategy through the system's calculations, was already mentally prepared. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will have the warriors of the Great Wilderness Army escort you forward. Zhang Han responded affirmatively, and no further objections were raised. The Great Wilderness Army divided into several small teams, escorting the extraordinary beings as they charged forth. Boom! The soldiers defended against the incoming assaults, drawing the enemy's fire. Zhao Xing's Qi warrior soared forward, closing in on the enemy, and then detonated. The energy within him erupted violently, akin to a nuclear reactor. And a surge of Qi energy exploded forth, transforming the Qi warrior into a sphere of energy that detonated. The opposing forces were left with only one archmage and 6 extraordinary beings. Following this, another self-detonation occurred. The archmage continued to chant, his focus unwavering. Eventually, the protective thunderous veil before him dissipated, and the crystal atop his staff dimmed, leaving him in a state of profound weakness that in the magical array before him. It appeared as though a portal through space and time had manifested, with energy points emerging one by one, transforming into a formidable figure, a being forged of energy, the Undead Legion. This archmage was indeed a necromancer. The critical aspect was that he commanded such an undead legion that it was highly probable that Qin Yi's own vibranium armored army had inspired this creation, leading them to conjure this legion in the final moments. This was what Qin Yi referred to as a fourfold chance, an unforeseen development. However, with his vibranium armored army, it seemed that they could withstand the assaults of the undead legion. These undead could bypass the vibranium arrow feathers, revealing their true forms only in the heat of battle. Initially, some warriors of the Great Wilderness Army were apprehensive upon encountering the undead soldiers, suffering significant losses in the process. However, once Zizhou charged forward and felled a towering undead warrior with his sword, the Great Wilderness Army shed their fear. They began to seek opportunities to vanquish the undead legion. I sense that future battles in the Outer Realms may very well resemble this, directly cultivating an army of extraordinary beings. This would significantly enhance our odds and strength. Your idea is astute. I too believe that future conflicts in the Outer Realms will involve armies of extraordinary beings clashing against one another. The confrontation between forces may prove to be more captivating, remarked another. Just like the current battle between the Great Wilderness Army and the Undead Legion, it is far more compelling than the Sword Saint's singular technique. The Sword Saint relies on the same move repeatedly. What do they call it? Oh yes, one move to rule them all. With just that one strike, many extraordinary beings falter. One strike to slay an extraordinary being. Another strike to claim yet another. Have you noticed? It seems the Sword Saint's blade has been replaced, appearing sharper and more formidable than before. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. It truly does seem different. The barrage of comments flooded as the sight of the Undead Legion graced the audience. The atmosphere began to escalate. The outer realm battlefield was teeming with countless undead, as if they were inexhaustible and could never be vanquished. Great Wilderness Army, kill, kill, kill. Yet, the warriors of the Great Wilderness Army did not waver. They did not retreat a single step. When faced with foes, they would draw their swords. This was the indomitable spirit of the Great Wilderness Army. Qin Yi observed this determination. The Great Wilderness Army had chosen to fight to the death. He could compel them to withdraw through sheer will, conceding defeat himself. Perhaps this would save the remaining warriors. However, he understood that should he take such action, what would be preserved would be merely these 8,000 souls, not the entirety of the Great Wilderness Army's warriors in the annals of the Great Wilderness Army. There had never been a notion of retreat or surrender. Never, as the last extraordinary being dispatched to halt the Great Wilderness Army fell to self-detonation. Only the archmage and 3 extraordinary beings remained. The undead legion was indeed formidable. Yet, facing Zhao Xing's Qi warriors, Sun Yi's several celestial beings, and Li Zirui's few mages, the damage inflicted by the undead legion was not overly significant. The Great Wilderness Army boasted vibranium armor, capable of withstanding some of the undead legion's assaults, making them quite resilient. The Great Wilderness Army holds its ground remarkably well. Indeed, the number of undead in the undead legion has decreased significantly. If they can endure a bit longer, the undead legion will undoubtedly be eradicated. Impressive, the Great Wilderness Army is remarkably strong. In the live stream chat, viewers expressed their astonishment at the resilience displayed by the Great Wilderness Army, complemented by admiration. After all, who would not respect a steadfast and powerful force like the Great Wilderness Army? However, Qin Yi recognized that the situation was far from straightforward. The enemy still possessed 3 extraordinary beings. The archmage had contingencies in place. They would not easily claim victory nor concede defeat. After a while, the undead legion was finally exterminated entirely. Yet, the Great Wilderness Army still failed to breach the magical shield cast by the archmage, leaving the mage unharmed within. The archmage appeared to be recuperating, the crystal atop his staff flickering with light. Qin Yi, we must not allow that archmage to recover. We must devise a way to penetrate his defenses. Zhang Han urged via voice. Qin Yi replied with some reluctance. There is little we can do. The disparity between both sides is considerable, and I have already attempted various approaches at this moment, Zhao Xing suggested. What if I use my Qi warrior to self-destruct? Perhaps that might breach the defenses? Li Zirui interjected. That won't suffice. The enemy's mage is too powerful. Such low-energy self-detonations won't penetrate his magical defenses. Qin Yi continued. Our extraordinary beings must bide their time. Those 3 extraordinary beings on the enemy side are formidable, and we may need our extraordinary beings to engage and delay them. Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, a moment of silence enveloped the crowd. Qin Yi continued, have your extraordinary beings return to Zizhou's side, while I arrange the Dahuang army in formation, that we cannot afford to linger in this stalemate. Since we cannot breach each other's defenses, we must wait for the adversary to make the first move. Zhang Han sighed and replied, very well. The archmage, having regained his composure, observed that the necromancer's efforts had proven futile. He then recited the incantation once more. In the outer battlefield, numerous magical circles began to materialize. Qin Yi promptly commanded the Dahuang army to form a circular formation, fortifying their defenses on all fronts. Within the magical circles, lightning flickered ominously at this juncture. The 3 extraordinary beings beside the archmage sprang into action. They departed from the magical shield, revealing themselves as 3 Qi warriors. With each step they took, their aura transformed dramatically. Upon reaching their designated positions, their garments burst apart, their muscles expanding. Moreover, their physiques altered, towering at around 2 meters in height. Before the transformation ceased, the lightning within the magical circles intensified, resonating with the thunderous roars of electricity. The mere sound of it unsettled the soldiers of the Dahuang army. Elizu immediately instructed his mages to chant spells, shielding the soldiers from the cacophony. The essence of the lightning seemed to possess a consciousness, gradually intertwining with the Qi warriors. With a low grunt, the Qi warriors appeared to endure excruciating pain as the lightning entered their bodies, unleashing a furious roar skyward. Ultimately, they transformed into 3 towering figures, resembling thunder gods, standing 2 meters tall. The lightning energy continued to connect with them, rendering them as colossal beings of thunder, exuding immense power. The three extraordinary warriors charged directly into the ranks of the Dahuang army. Despite the formidable defense of the vibrating gold shields, they could not withstand such physical onslaught. However, the lightning surrounding the thunder giants was mitigated within the military formation, inflicting minimal damage. Qin Yi, have the Dahuang army retreat. It is our turn to take the stage, Sun Yi declared through the comms. The Dahuang army could not sustain significant losses. They needed to endure until the mages were defeated. Charge! The celestial beings surged forward, utilizing vibrating gold to counter the lightning force. Then, they closed in, shedding their vibrating gold armor, and launched their assault. Boom! Another extraordinary being detonated, directly injuring one of the opposing thunder giants, causing their lightning to spiral chaotically. Fire! Zisho commanded, ordering the Dahuang army to unleash their arrows. The vibrating gold arrows pierced through the lightning force, striking the three thunder giants. Arrows embedded themselves in their bodies, causing the lightning to flicker erratically, hindering the movements of the thunder giants. Roar! The thunder giants let out another furious bellow. They clenched their fists, and the lightning within them erupted with even greater energy. Defend! Upon receiving Qin Yi's mental command, Zizhou immediately ordered a defensive stance. Boom! The entire battlefield erupted in blinding white light. With lightning rampaging across the outer battlefield, an extraordinary being intervened, reinforcing the defenses to prevent the lightning from collapsing the entire battlefield. Flashes of lightning manifested across the combat zone. The Elizru could not help but voice his concern through the comms. I can no longer sense my extraordinary beings. Neither can I, Zhao Xing replied. Sun Yi's voice was hoarse as he echoed, I feel the same. Zhang Han's extraordinary being had already self-destructed, leaving them anxiously awaiting news from Qin Yi. Such a self-detonation, amidst the rampant lightning, could spell doom for any extraordinary being, let alone the ordinary soldiers of the Dahuang army. Lizir's extraordinary being, along with Zhao Xing's and Sun Yi's, positioned themselves protectively around Zishou and the 200 dragon blood warriors. For Qin Yi had proclaimed that the strongest among the Dahuang army were likely to endure until the end. The protective wall formed by Li Ziru's mages, Zhao Xing's Qi warriors, and Sun Yi's celestial beings ultimately succeeded in defending against the wrath of the thunder. The commentators speculated fervently, praising the strength of the Dahuang army for compelling their opponents to conclude the battle in such a manner. Even in defeat, it was a form of honor. Yet, did Qin Yi and the Dahuang army truly desire such glory? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yi responded, I can feel it. Some of the Dahuang army have survived this self-detonation. However, the number of survivors is alarmingly scant. As the thunder subsided, Zizhou, accompanied by 200 dragon blood warriors, remained steadfast. They raised their shields, adopting a defensive posture. What am I witnessing? The commentator exclaimed with exhilaration. I see a miracle. The Dahuang army has once again achieved the extraordinary. Let us applaud these heroes. It is simply incredible. They have survived. They have endured the thunderous wrath. The strategy employed by Yiling No. One had been utilized twice. The first time, the group from Huang'an City had been unable to withstand the onslaught, resulting in complete annihilation. Yet, the Cheicheng Guild's group had persevered. The Dahuang army had endured. Let us cheer for the Dahuang army. They are truly commendable. The commentator sought to elevate the atmosphere, amplifying the focus on this outcome. Nevertheless, even if the Dahuang army had survived, they could not withstand the formidable archmage across from them. Upon witnessing the survival of the Dahuang warriors, the archmage was taken aback. Kill! Zizhou immediately pointed his sword at the archmage. The 200 warriors surged forward. The archmage raised his staff, casting a defensive spell. Armor, resembling special scales, enveloped him entirely. Furthermore, a magical circle illuminated behind him, completing another incantation. Just as the Dahuang army reached him, the spell was fully cast. The scaled armor deflected the vibrating gold arrows. Yet it sustained numerous wounds. As Zizhou released a second volley of arrows, the archmage's staff fell to the ground, and he vanished from sight. Defend! Upon seeing a magical dragon emerge from the magical circle, with the archmage nowhere to be found, Zizhou swiftly commanded his warriors to assume defensive positions. Oh roar! The vile dragon charged forward, exhaling flames intended to incinerate the 200 dragon blood warriors. Qin Yi promptly instructed them to raise their shields, blocking the flames spewed forth by the magical dragon. At that moment, the archmage reappeared at the flank of the Dahuang army. attempting a stealthy assault. Qin Yi swiftly directed the warriors to shield against the ambush, while Zizhou led the soldiers to fire upon the dragon. The vibrating gold arrows pierced through the dragon's wings, rendering it unable to fly. It began to charge on the ground towards the Dahuang army. Another round of fire ensued as the dragon crashed into the formation of 200 warriors, scattering their ranks. The archmage launched another surprise attack. Qin Yi urgently commanded the warriors to block with their vibrating gold shields. However, this time, the opponent employed a soul-binding spell, directly targeting the warriors that a dozen of the 200 soldiers fell lifeless. Dahuang army, kill, kill, kill. In Zizhou's eyes, a crimson hue had taken hold. He was unwilling to accept such a fate. The crossbow in his grasp had not ceased its relentless barrage, aimed directly at the formidable archmage. Yet, time and again, each bolt was evaded by the archmage's swift teleportation. Suddenly, Zizhou regained his composure and recalled that he possessed a short firearm. Without hesitation, he drew it forth and, taking aim at the archmage, who was busy launching a surprise attack on the Dahuang army, fired a shot. Bang! The archmage had just executed a displacement to evade the arrows of the dragon blood warrior, but he was unprepared for the bullet's rapid velocity. Zizhou, attuned to Qin Yi's will, anticipated the archmage's next position for relocation. However, the archmage's scales mitigated the impact, resulting only in a grazing wound to his cheek. The archmage continued his grim task, using soul-locking magic to slay several Dahuang warriors. Intent on further unleashing his powers in that moment, Zizhou lunged forward, deftly evading the magical onslaught with his body's remarkable flexibility. He then unleashed another arrow at the archmage. Once more, the archmage teleported, but arrows from other dragon blood warriors found their mark, shattering portions of his scaled armor. The archmage retaliated with a spell, the kiss of the elf. Whoosh! A blinding radiance erupted, striking down a dozen dragon blood warriors. Even with their vibranium armor, they suffered grievous wounds. The battle continued, a relentless exchange of energy between the two sides. Each engagement cost the Dahuang army yet another dragon blood warrior. While the archmage's scales began to peel away significantly, with the Dahuang forces dwindling to just over 80 warriors, Zizhou too bore the scars of battle, having narrowly escaped the archmage's devastating spells on several occasions. The audience in the live broadcast room swelled, eager to witness a mere mortal triumph over the archmage. It transcended mere wagers. It was a testament to the indomitable spirit of ordinary people wielding extraordinary power. Qin Yi labored to rally every Dahuang soldier, but this constant mobilization took a toll on him, leaving his mind in a state of disarray. Nonetheless, he harbored no thoughts of surrender. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. Dahuang army, kill, kill, kill. With only 50 warriors remaining, each bore bloodshot eyes. Having forgotten the specter of death and the burdens of their past, they were solely focused on vanquishing the elder mage clad in coarse black robes before them. Seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades. Go, Dahuang army. Go, Dahuang army. Go, defeat him. In that moment, Zizhou found himself fervently wishing for the warriors' victory. The live stream's comments were flooded with encouragement for the Dahuang army. As it seemed everyone yearned for their triumph, this was about the belief that ordinary individuals could possess great strength, a matter of faith and pride for the common folk. Many began to pray, while some hoped for the archmage's victory. Having placed their bets, Zizhou took a deep breath, aware that the archmage was nearing his limit. It now hinged on which side could endure the longest. Qin Yi utilized the simulation system to uncover the archmage's vulnerabilities, pinpointing his weakness. The staff. Find a way to shatter the archmage's staff, the system advised. Qin Yi swiftly conveyed this insight to Zizhou. Reigniting his confidence, Qin Yi began to orchestrate their next move. For the first time, Zizhou aimed his arrow at the crystal atop the staff, releasing it with precision. Unfortunately, the archmage sensed the threat and conjured a spell to thwart the arrow. On the second attempt, Zizhou employed an unexpected tactic, yet the crystal on the staff shone faintly, somehow deflecting the strike. The archmage, sensing the danger, grew increasingly vigilant. With only 30 warriors remaining in the Dahuang army, Zizhou took another deep breath. He resolved to serve as bait, luring the archmage into a trap and seizing the moment to shatter the crystal atop the staff. Indeed, the archmage fell for the ruse. Whoosh! Zizhou possessed the remarkable skill of shooting with pinpoint accuracy. Furthermore, this arrow was calculated and deduced by the system. The great principle encompasses 50, with the heavens yielding 49, leaving but 1 to humanity. A crisp sound resonated. The Grand Sorcerer immediately employed a displacement spell. Retreating a considerable distance, he gazed at the magic staff in his hand, the crystal atop it being the very source of his magical prowess. To his dismay, it had shattered, obliterated by the enemy's strike. Despite his utmost caution, having evaded several of the adversary's attacks, the Grand Sorcerer had not anticipated that he would ultimately fail to evade this one. The team from Yiling City No. 1 pressed the button to concede defeat. A rainbow bridge materialized behind the Grand Sorcerer, who promptly turned and stepped onto it, returning to the magical planet. Continuing further held no significance. The opposing side still had over 30 individuals, including a formidable warrior with exceptional defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, the Grand Sorcerer had exhausted his trump cards. Naturally, had it been otherwise, they could not have aspired to advance to the top 25. Their true advantage lay in the greater cards they intended to reserve for the next round, facing genuinely formidable foes. Yet, unexpectedly, they found themselves defeated in this match. Had they deployed a portion of their extraordinary individuals to stall Qin Yi's team and unleash self-detonation techniques against the Dahuang army, they surely would have triumphed. They misjudged both the strength of the Dahuang army and the true capabilities of Qin Yi. Qin Yi was not merely accompanied by the Dahuang army. He also had a powerful deduction system backing him. This system was not limited to predicting the evolution of planets. It could also simulate the dynamics of such battlefields. Victory was theirs. The barrage of congratulatory messages flooded the live stream. With the audience erupting in fervent applause and cheers, seemingly oblivious to their bets on Yiling City No. 1, they celebrated the extraordinary prowess displayed by ordinary soldiers, reveling in the strength of the common man. For themselves, and for those equally unremarkable. However, Qin Yi and his companions could not share in the joy in the next round. They would inevitably face even mightier adversaries. Yet, apart from Qin Yi, no other team members could deploy extraordinary individuals. The guild's higher-ups had commenced preparations a year prior, training a cadre of stellar leaders, including Zhang Han, Zhao Xing, Sun Yi, Li Zirue, and Yi Fan. Ultimately, they selected these 5, whose prowess was among the finest among the newcomers over the past year. However, their gathered intelligence indicated that relying solely on these 5 would render it improbable to breach the top 20-5. At best, they might secure a position within the top 50 before succumbing. Yet now, not only had they successfully advanced to the top 25, but they also aimed for the top 10, far exceeding the guild's expectations. Furthermore, this year's stellar leaders with exceptional talents had been poached by large corporations. The guild, already struggling to achieve commendable results in the youth competition due to various issues, found it challenging to recruit extraordinarily talented stellar leaders. In light of this situation, the guild's upper echelons fell into silence. Upon returning to the private box, Zhang Lanyu maintained a smile, welcoming them back triumphantly. He also prepared the source of power to allow Qin Yi and Zhang Han to recuperate. Qin Yi, clutching the source of power, retreated to the lounge. This time, the Dahuang army of the Great Xia had similarly reaped no rewards, suffering devastating losses instead. Out of 10,000 who set forth, only a little over 30 returned. For centuries, the Dahuang army had never encountered such a calamitous war. Zizhou crossed the rainbow bridge back to the triumph gate of the Great Xia, his demeanor somber, with his hands resting on his sword. He surveyed the ground strewn with corpses. The valiant Dahuang warriors lay peacefully. One by one I have failed them, Zizhou lamented. He had not ensured a safe return for these soldiers, and so many had perished. These were the elite of the Dahuang army, seasoned warriors who had safeguarded the nation of the Great Xia. Yet now, they lay as cold corpses. Your Majesty, this is not your fault. It is the burden of war. As soldiers of the Dahuang army, we are prepared to embrace death, they reassured him. The battlefield is the only place where we can prove our worth, and even if it leads to our demise, we have no regrets. Indeed, Your Majesty, I may be a simple man, but from the moment we joined the Dahuang army, we were ready to face death. They too followed in the footsteps of the army's martyrs. Their deaths are not in vain. I believe that in another battlefield, they will undoubtedly continue to fight alongside their predecessors. The soldiers spoke one after another, urging Zizhou. They feared that this battle would extinguish his ambition. They yearned to see the spirited emperor who led them into battle. Zizhou took a deep breath and waved his hand, saying, "Go, arrange for continued rituals to honor the fallen. Have the finance department prepare compensation. They fought for the peace of the Great Xia, and we cannot neglect them. The vice commander clasped his fists and replied, "Yes." Zizhou had steeled himself for the inevitable. However, when the officials arrived and beheld the remains of the Dahuang army soldiers, and when the citizens of the Great Xia came forth, he felt a twinge of panic, for the responsibility for this battle lay squarely on his shoulders. Yet, upon Qin Yi's arrival, Zizhou regained his composure, knowing that the spirit of the great principal would assist him. Indeed, Qin Yi intervened directly this time. Utilizing the will of the stellar leaders, he ensured that the people of the Great Xia harbored no resentment, but rather admiration and emotion. Under Qin Yi's guidance, Zizhou initiated the construction of a monument to the heroes of the Great Xia, engraving the names of all the soldiers on the Wall of Honor. Qin Yi exchanged the source of power for electronic printing technology. With this, newspapers could be produced en masse, and the printing techniques could be elevated further. The Great Xia must maintain official control over the overall narrative, cultivating the patriotism of its citizens and uniting the hearts of the people to yield a greater impact. As for recovery, the loss of nearly 10,000 Dahuang soldiers would have only a minimal effect on the planet, as the Dahuang army consisted primarily of ordinary soldiers who had consumed dragon blood elixirs and myriad spirit pills. However, compared to extraordinary stellar leaders, Qin Yi felt little impact. Tong Bailey visited the private box once more. This time, the Chechen Guild presented all available resources. "This is the source of power we have long treasured. We shall not hesitate to utilize it now. Qin Yi, this is for you. It is now up to your Dahuang army." In Tong Bailey's possession lies an obsidian stone, containing a primordial force that originates from the Dead Star Sea. However, it possesses a certain uniqueness, as it also hails from a relatively ordinary, uninhabited planet, one with a low level of civilization yet inhabited by a considerable number of common folk. Upon hearing Tong Bailey's account, Qin Yi felt a striking resemblance to the blue star of his previous life. Yet, this world comprises only a single vast continent, rather than multiple ones. It is similar, yet not identical. The crux of the matter is that this primordial force cannot be absorbed by the masters of other planets. After the guild acquired this primordial force, they conducted extensive research but ultimately failed to unveil its secrets. Tong Bailey intended to present it to Qin Yi for experimentation. The gazes of Zhang Han and others were filled with envy. Tong Bailey's actions clearly indicated that the Chariot City Guild had begun to place significant importance on Qin Yi. In the future, resources may become even more abundant, this time, in a bid to facilitate Qin Yi's recovery. They went to great lengths to procure this special primordial force. Such treatment was something they could only yearn for from the sidelines. Qin Yi accepted the obsidian and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." President T understood that Tong Bailey must have contemplated numerous methods, ultimately resorting to a desperate gamble. After all, he was merely a planetary master of an ordinary civilization. The guild's repository was not devoid of exceedingly advanced primordial forces. The key issue lay in Qin Yi's current level and the state of his technologically advanced civilization. Advanced primordial forces were simply beyond his capacity to transform. As for Zhang Han and the others, they too had received rewards of primordial force. However, for them, such a primordial force held little significance. In the next competition, they would still be unable to produce an extraordinary individual unless they invested considerable time in training, potentially cultivating more powerful beings in the future, but not at present. Qin Yi returned to the lounge with the obsidian that he placed his hand upon it, drawing forth the primordial force into the awakening space. Rather than hastily attempting to transform it, he consulted the system to ascertain the nature of this primordial force. If it posed any harm to his planet, he absolutely could not proceed with the transformation, opting instead for a direct exchange for technological advancements. System, can you deduce what this primordial force is? If I were to convert it into planetary energy, would it inflict any damage upon my world? The system responded, this primordial force is designated for transformation into a special ability civilization. Observing the system's predictive results regarding the transformation of this primordial force, Qin Yi ultimately confirmed its highly beneficial nature. As a planet that evolved life from energy, it could be considered one of the purest worlds. The integration of this special ability civilization might give rise to extraordinary beings that, with proper cultivation, could eventually become the planet's superheroes. After contemplating, Qin Yi recalled the superhero films he had seen in his past life. He wondered if he could cultivate similar heroes upon this planet. The destitute rely on mutations, while the affluent depend on technology, not to mention the truly formidable practitioners. At the very least, there should be some powerful, extraordinary beings emerging. Qin Yi mused, and then commenced the transformation. This primordial force appeared to be quite pure, imbued with a formidable energy, which made the transformation process somewhat sluggish. Furthermore, as he transformed this primordial force, the diameter of the planet within him began to expand, growing larger that it was hard to fathom that such a vast planet could be concealed within a single human body. The wonders of the universe were indeed unfathomable. Zizhou, currently training the new recruits, lifted his gaze to the sky, as the emperor of the great Xia and the pinnacle of human strength. He was the first to sense that the continent he inhabited seemed to be undergoing some transformation. This change made him feel as though the world had suddenly expanded immensely. Moreover, with every breath he took, he felt his body growing more robust. At the presence of a venerable one, Zizhou muttered to himself. Following the last defeat, a revered one had sent spirit beasts. He wondered what might be bestowed upon him this time. Finally, Qin Yi successfully transformed the special primordial force, letting out a profound sigh of relief. Had it gone awry, his planet could have been on the brink of explosion. Such occurrences were not unheard of. There were many instances where planetary masters, during the transformation of primordial forces, faced backlash or encountered energy so potent that it resulted in their worlds bursting apart. Consequently, many planetary masters refrained from immediate transformation upon acquiring unique primordial forces. Only after thorough testing could they proceed. Tong Bailey's provision of the primordial force to Zhang Han and the others had, of course, undergone meticulous evaluation by the guild's data analysts, ensuring their successful transformation of the primordial force and restoration of their planetary energy, allowing the planet to maintain its state despite the loss of its indigenous extraordinary beings. This process required a considerable amount of time. After absorbing it, Qin Yi felt his entire being infused with newfound vigor, while he was still not on par with the planetary masters of cultivation civilizations, who could cleanse themselves through planetary energy. It could be said that the stronger a cultivation civilization's planet, the mightier its master would become, even surpassing any extraordinary being on their world. How goes it? Tong Bailey inquired from the sofa as Qin Yi emerged. Quite well, Qin Yi replied. This primordial force is accompanied by the essence of an ability civilization. Perhaps my planet will eventually give rise to some lower-tier extraordinary beings. Upon hearing this, Tong Bailey nodded, expressing his relief that in that case, I am at ease that if you have the time, you might want to take a look at the list of the top 13. Tomorrow, 12 teams will compete in the quarterfinals for the top 7. We might have a chance to sit out, but there is also the possibility of facing formidable opponents. Zhang Han and the others will play a limited role in the upcoming matches. The guild stance is that if your opponent proves to be exceptionally strong, you may choose to concede, preserving your strength for future cultivation. We can return to battle next year. Such a promising talent was not something the Chariot City Awakeners Guild wished to relinquish lightly. If not this year, then at the very least, Qin Yi should be capable of entering the top 10 in next year's youth competition. This would enable them to secure resources and prestige associated with the top 10. Qin Yi nodded. It was certainly not the time for bravado. His victory over the great mage was entirely due to the formidable defense of his vibranium armor. Ordinary magical attacks were ineffective against vibranium, only able to manipulate objects. However, when confronted with a magical girl or the most powerful Qi warrior, the genius goddess Huang Chan from Chariot City No. 1 High School, it was likely that the vibranium-armored soldiers would struggle to withstand even a single attack. A single punch from a Qi warrior could leave the vibranium-armored soldiers on the brink of death, if not outright dead. As for the magical girl's summons, who could predict the nature of the magical beasts or deities she could conjure? Zizhou is not the captain, so he can negotiate on equal terms with others, and no matter how powerful he may be, he cannot surpass the gods, the Qi warriors, or the Sword Saint. Tong Bailey refrains from further comments, choosing instead to await the final roster that will be revealed tomorrow. Once this youth competition concludes, the focus will shift to nurturing Qin Yi, guiding him on the path to elevate his planet's status. Whether he can cultivate a formidable prodigy within a year remains uncertain, for danger lurks everywhere. Moreover, the covert struggles among the influential figures are numerous. Nevertheless, Tong Bailey is resolute in seizing this opportunity to support Qin Yi, a planet master with immense potential. This endeavor serves not only to assist Qin Yi, but also to benefit himself, as Tong Bailey requires resources, greater and more precious resources. upon returning to the guild. Qin Yi arrived at his suite, receiving the obsidian and his gold card from Li Xiaoya. He was eager to continue investing. With the electric motor in place, he sought an engine and a higher-level core, as well as advanced technologies such as nuclear energy and quantum mechanics. At that moment, Qin Yi suddenly sensed a powerful life force about to emerge on his planet, prompting him to enter the awakening space. A fragment of his consciousness traversed the planet, locating the site where extraordinary life was being nurtured. Deep beneath the East Sea, a colossal figure could be faintly discerned. Within this being lay an immense reservoir of energy, encompassing not only the primal force of Qin Yi's planet, but also the subsequent source power of the warriors and the energy from the extraordinary civilization transformed the previous day. As Qin Yi's consciousness penetrated this being's awareness, he discerned the nature of the species. Godzilla. Indeed, it was the creature from the monster movies of his past life. That it was undeniably powerful, even more so than the three-headed dragon, King Ghidorah. Yet, as Qin Yi aspired to forge a technological civilization, the emergence of such a species was rather peculiar. However, with Godzilla in mind, he recalled another monster film featuring mechas. If the Tiangong Academy of Daxia possessed the capability to construct such super mechas, could they not assemble a mecha battalion? Vibranium mechas with formidable defenses. This realization reignited Qin Yi's imagination, expanding it beyond mere laser cannons, ion blasters, and two-dimensional foil technology. System, please evaluate the implications of Godzilla's emergence on my technological civilization's development. This also represented another developmental direction Qin Yi had conceptualized, and he sought the system's insight. System. The emergence of the monster Godzilla indicates a robust acceptance and transformation capacity of the planet, significantly promoting technological advancement. Upon reading this, Qin Yi exhaled in relief. It seems I truly am the fabled chosen one, am I not? If those planet masters were to discover this, they would surely go mad. They rely on innate talent to even transform source power. No matter how exceptional their talent, they can only forge one civilization. Yet, I aim to create the most powerful technological civilization, the fusion of technology and magic. What could surpass that? With Godzilla, the probability of breaking into the top 7 should be considerably heightened. Qin Yi's confidence surged. His consciousness withdrew from Godzilla's awareness, and he began to mobilize the planet's energy resources to accelerate the incubation of this extraordinary being. All the creatures on the planet gradually sensed an overwhelming fear, as if their very bloodlines were being suppressed. Deep within their subconscious, they recognized that a formidable nemesis was poised to emerge from the East Sea. Zizhou received guidance from Qin Yi and promptly dispatched messengers, urging them to announce to the world a divine beast would descend upon Daxia. This news swiftly spread from the capital to various regions, aimed at preventing panic among the citizens upon Godzilla's appearance. Meanwhile, in the court, officials increasingly felt that merchants and Zizhou, these emperors, must indeed be true dragon sons, having received divine counsel that a sense of respect and loyalty blossomed within them. Accompanied by an undercurrent of fear, Godzilla awakened, its blue eyes snapping open as it swiftly navigated the waters that in no time. It approached the shore and ultimately emerged, bellowing towards the sky. Thud, thud, with each step of its massive form. A resounding sound echoed. The fishermen by the sea, unaware of the situation, were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the suddenly appearing monstrous beast, causing chaos within the village as some began to flee. However, following Qin Yi's instructions, Godzilla circumvented the village. The messenger, exhausted and having changed mounts several times, finally caught up with Godzilla on its way to the capital. Is this the divine beast the emperor spoke of? It's enormous. The messenger thought that it has noticed us. Godzilla, spotting the people below, raised a hand, guided by Qin Yi's directives, and pointed towards the capital before continuing its march. The messenger was astounded that it seems to comprehend our speech. Truly a divine beast. It is heading to the capital. Quickly, clear the way. Godzilla's arrival sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of Daxia. Many began to follow in its wake towards the capital, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Zizhou, witnessing the towering Godzilla, was equally taken aback. Would Daxia now possess a guardian deity? Qin Yi appeared beside Zizhou. It is a creature, yet also a unique being birthed from the land of Daxia. Tomorrow, it shall accompany you into battle. Zizhou nodded slightly. In front of such a multitude, conversing with a revered figure was impossible. This was the intent of the revered one, to prevent him from appearing somewhat delusional. That night, the citizens of Daxia could not find sleep, their thoughts consumed by Godzilla. The next day, Qin Yi, alongside Tong Bailey and Zhang Lanyu, arrived at the competition venue. After the opening ceremony, the participants' matchups were announced. The group led by the Sword Saint received a bye, while Qin Yi was set to face the group from Xiangqing No. 5 Middle School, a formidable opponent that had persevered thus far. Among them, the strongest was the Dragon Qi civilization, featuring 5 three-clawed azure dragons, supported by a robust wind vein azure dragon capable of both offense and defense, with 4 other teammates of considerable strength. Unless they encountered a top 10 group, they could likely endure until the end of this round. Upon seeing that their opponent was the group from Chaicheng Guild, they collectively sighed in relief. According to their information and the data analyst's predictions, the Chaicheng Guild was already at the end of its rope, with only the planet master of the technological civilization potentially able to send forth a large army of thousands. However, if they could just endure and employ a self-destructive strategy to eliminate that extraordinary army at the outset, they could advance to the top 7 to 8 that point. Being defeated by those super strong groups would still be deemed an honor. For this match, I am betting on the Chaicheng Guild, the Great Wilderness Army, invincible in its might. The Great Wilderness supporters emerged. The performance of the Great Wilderness Army, from the beginning until now, may not have been dazzling, but it resonated deeply with the hearts of many, for countless individuals were ordinary people. Even if they awakened their planets, their levels were too low to transform source power, rendering them no different from common folk. Many who did manage to transform their source power ultimately failed to give rise to life. Such cases were numerous. Even some low-level or mid-level energy planet masters were moved by the Great Wilderness Army's ordinary, yet resilient spirit. Even though I hold the Dahuang Army in high regard, their opponent's strength remains formidable. Those 5 azure dragons, even though severely injured, have nearly fully recovered after a single night. The Dahuang Army possesses formidable defenses. However, they cannot withstand their adversaries. Even if it turns into a war of attrition, they could ultimately drag the Dahuang Army to their demise. Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult for the Dahuang Army to emerge victorious. Nevertheless, I still wish to place my bet on the Dahuang Army. This time, it is not for monetary gain, but rather to witness their resurrection from the brink of death. I too shall wager on the Dahuang Army. Go, Dahuang Army! If Qin Yi were to witness this, he would likely be on the verge of bloodshed. Yesterday's battle had brought him substantial profits. Upon returning home last night, he promptly exchanged for several technological civilization knowledge points. Including cement, glass, and graphite battery technology, he was eagerly anticipating yet another windfall today. Each team member took their positions in the battle chairs, constructing the chain bridge. They were to dispatch extraordinary beings from their respective planets. Naturally, Qin Yi sent forth the Dahuang Army. This time, there were only 3,000 troops that, of course, he was not in a hurry to close the Rainbow Bridge. Instead, he chose to wait for a while. The reason for this delay was to prevent their opponents from reacting upon seeing his Godzilla that on the planetary information. Qin Yi's planet remained a technological civilization, still a level 2 planetary lord. The arrival of Godzilla did not elevate his planetary rank. As dictated by the system's simulation results, to develop a technological civilization, one must at least wait until their technological advancement reaches the 3rd stage before upgrading to a level 3 planetary lord. Upon seeing Qin Yi's 3,000 Dahuang soldiers, the opponents exhaled in relief. They were preparing to execute a self-destructive strategy after the betting concluded, using intermediate extraordinary beings to obliterate the Dahuang Army. However, they discovered that the opposing side had yet to close the Rainbow Bridge. Something felt amiss. The group from Xiangqing No. 5 suddenly sensed an air of conspiracy. Indeed, the subsequent scene left the entire audience in shock, including Qin Yi's team members and those watching from the private box, such as Tong Bailey. Roar! Godzilla traversed the Rainbow Bridge and entered the outer battlefield. The team from Xiangqing No. 5 was left dumbfounded. The audience was stunned. The commentators in the live broadcast were at a loss for words, and the barrage of comments fell silent. Tong Bailey even stood up from the sofa. How on earth did Qin Yi summon such a colossal beast? Could it be that it was the spirit beast purchased from the guild? Yet, those spirit beasts could not possibly evolve into such formidable creatures in such a short span of time. Unless it was the primordial power of that special energy from yesterday. Upon reaching this conclusion, Tong Bailey was almost certain of his hypothesis. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a beast to emerge from Qin Yi's ordinary energy planet. What am I witnessing? Everyone, sharpen your eyes. We are witnessing the technological civilization's planetary lord dispatching such a powerful beast. What on earth is happening? Is it a miracle? Or is the technological civilization not what we imagined? Or could it be that this planetary lord is an exceptionally rare dual civilization planetary lord? This is utterly astonishing. My goodness, I am at a loss for words to describe this war. The commentator became animated once again. This is an extraordinary topic of discussion. The technological civilization planetary lord is truly a generator of headlines. He will undoubtedly reap significant dividends from this event that in previous instances. Any commentary on this group attracted a multitude of viewers and bettors. One could say he will receive far greater returns than the other 9 commentators. The commentator's passionate narration indeed stirred the emotions of the audience. The barrage of comments soon overwhelmed the entire projection screen, rendering it impossible for the audience to view the match. Only by adjusting the screen could they continue watching this battle. They had never before encountered a monster like Godzilla, towering and adorned with thorny spines. 10 individuals charged forth, seeking to ensnare the beast while looking for opportunities to self-destruct within the Da Huang army. That we cannot allow ourselves to be thrown into disarray just because the opponent suddenly unleashed this tactic. The leader of the Xiangqing No. 5 group immediately issued orders at this moment. Reinforcements were essential. 10 extraordinary beings surged forward. However, Godzilla's speed was even greater. In just a few strides, it reached the front lines. A beam of blue light erupted from its mouth, sweeping across, and the 10 extraordinary beings were reduced to ashes. My goodness. This creature is far too powerful, comparable to the 4 celestial beasts, indeed, right from the outset. It annihilated 10 of the opponent's extraordinary beings. Look, the beast is charging forward. Godzilla unleashed another energy beam, causing the opposing extraordinary beings to scatter. Those who were a tad slower were instantly obliterated. The 5 azure dragons immediately unleashed their wind blades upon Godzilla. These wind blades, akin to invisible knives, struck swiftly. Godzilla staggered back several steps before managing to halt the onslaught of wind blades. Nevertheless, its defenses were remarkably robust. Those wind blades felt like mere tickles to it. The once hopeful Dragon Qi planetary lord now gazed on with dimmed eyes, observing that Godzilla's second energy beam had not yielded significant results. Qin Yi promptly instructed Zizhou to advance with the Da Huang army, at the very least to provide some assistance in eliminating these extraordinary beings to in this battle. Qin Yi did not allow Zhang Han and the others to dispatch more extraordinary beings, as their numbers were already limited on their planet. Possibly only a few remained. Even if they were sent forth, their impact would be minimal. Initially, he had only dispatched the Da Huang army, which conveniently allowed them to maintain a weaker stance. Zizhou led the Da Huang army in a rapid assault. Upon witnessing this, the opponents aimed to utilize self-destructing extraordinary beings to annihilate the Da Huang army or draw the creature's firepower. The opponent's charge played right into Qin Yi's hands. Boom! An extraordinary being circumvented Godzilla, moving swiftly, dodging the arrows of the Da Huang army, and reached the front lines as the next wave of arrows approached. It detonated itself, resulting in a substantial energy shock. Several hundred soldiers in the front ranks sustained varying degrees of injury. Qin Yi, alert, recognized the opponent's intention to have their extraordinary being self-destruct to eradicate the Da Huang army. Zhang Han immediately alerted him. Qin Yi responded through the communication channel. Understood, Zizhou promptly commanded his men to raise their shields and advance slowly. At this moment, Godzilla ceased its energy beam attacks. As its speed was comparatively sluggish, such assaults not only proved ineffective but also wasted precious energy. In this extraterritorial battlefield, transcendent beings could not continuously replenish their energy. Godzilla sought to rely on its formidable physique and the force of its attacks to engage the 5 azure dragons in a direct confrontation. The expanse of the extraterritorial battlefield was limited, and 3 of the azure dragons managed to restrain Godzilla, while the remaining 2 charged directly towards the Da Huang army. Observing this, Qin Yi immediately instructed the Da Huang army to regroup beside Godzilla, forming a defensive formation. For a moment, the situation in the extraterritorial battlefield reached a stalemate. However, Qin Yi had already devised an optimal combat strategy based on the simulations from the system. The Da Huang army possessed far more than just vibrating gold arrows. Boom! Cannons were unleashed upon the opposing transcendent beings, as if there were no cost involved. They boasted a multitude of artillery, sufficient to exhaust the enemy's energy. Once the adversary's energy dwindled, Godzilla's energy beams would undoubtedly hit their mark. The 5 azure dragons, although swift, could not sustain significant harm from the cannon fire. Nonetheless, it still had some effect, as their scales could not indefinitely withstand the onslaught of artillery and firearms. Before long, Godzilla seized the opportunity. Roar! An energy beam struck one of the azure dragons, piercing it through. The celestial beast, the azure dragon, was undeniably stronger than its counterpart from the Dragon Qi civilization. Among the Dragon Qi civilization, the mightiest was the red-scaled divine dragon, which possessed the ability to shapeshift and wield numerous combat techniques, such as summoning winds and rain and unleashing thunder and lightning. The 5 azure dragons had trained primarily in wind attributes and had already sustained severe injuries from the earlier skirmishes. Now, faced with Godzilla and the Da Huang army, their fate was sealed. What to do? The members of the team from Xiangcheng 5, upon witnessing their transcendent being fall to the beast, were filled with urgency. Others fell silent on the battlefield. Only 4 azure dragons remained, struggling to hold their ground. Surrender, the team leader uttered hoarsely, yet begrudgingly. What the hell is going on here? Someone cursed. They had held on until now, believing victory was within their grasp, only for a monster to appear on the scene. Could there be some hidden agenda behind this? Were they cheating? Finally, one member raised the question. They must be cheating. How could an ordinary planet possibly harbor such a beast? I want to report this. The team leader commanded. Silence. His words resonated with authority, immediately quieting the others if the opposing side were indeed cheating. The higher-ups in Xiangcheng would certainly have discovered it and advocated for them. The absence of any announcement thus far indicated that the beast was genuinely a creature from the opposing planet. Losing meant losing. One must not be a poor loser. The team members fell silent, acknowledging the validity of their leader's words. If the opposing side had truly cheated, the Lord of Xiangcheng and the higher-ups would seek an explanation. Given that the competition had reached the stage of conceding defeat without any notifications, it suggested that the enemy had likely been concealing their true capabilities. What manner of civilization and what kind of planet was this? After all, in the livestream's comments, the emergence of Godzilla caused quite a stir. Cheating in the youth competition seemed implausible. The 10 Cities Alliance relied solely on their own strength at AS for equipment. Upgrades were only permitted during the top 50 qualifying rounds, which included rest and friendly matches. After all, after numerous competitions, some contestants had inevitably lost many transcendent beings and required recuperation to restore their peak condition. Moreover, the 10 Cities Alliance served as a platform for showcasing and experimenting with newly developed equipment among the 10 cities. These tools were to be utilized in the true battlefield, the contest for the primordial powers of the Dead Star Sea. Beyond that, competing planetary lords were forbidden from employing any equipment. The appearance of Qin Yi's Godzilla struck many as akin to cheating, as it seemed implausible for a technologically advanced civilization to unleash such a formidable beast, especially one that a level 2 planetary lord could cultivate. However, strictly speaking, Qin Yi had also engaged in a form of cheating. Without that unique primordial power, such a powerful beast would never have emerged from his planet. The divine beast charged forth, unstoppable. The Da Huang army triumphed once more over their adversaries. Yet, for Zizhou, this battle appeared to be orchestrated by the revered ones, as the Da Huang army's involvement was minimal. Ultimately, it was the divine beast Godzilla that vanquished the enemy. The Da Huang army remained too weak. Upon returning to the lounge, Qin Yi encountered Tong Bailey standing there. The beast is called Godzilla, born from the unique primordial power encountered yesterday, that I only discovered it last night. Li Ziru quickly chimed in. Ego, I believe you have a naming disorder. What kind of name is Godzilla? It sounds rather unappealing. In my opinion, it should be called Titan Beast. He aimed to lighten the mood. Regardless, they had won. Winning warranted joy. Tong Bailey nodded, remarking, your naming is indeed peculiar. Rest well. I have prepared the primordial power for you. He then addressed Qin Yi. Do not worry. Your beast has already been analyzed by the data specialists upon its emergence. It has been verified to indeed originate from your planet. This does not constitute cheating. Otherwise, an announcement would have been made long ago. Rest well. After today's competition concludes and you return to the guild, There will be additional resources available. Qin Yi and the others acknowledged his words and took the primordial power to the lounge to eye in the other boxes of the arena. The data for the Qin Guild team required reorganization due to the unexpected arrival of Godzilla, which had caught everyone off guard. Now this is entertaining, the magical girl said, taking a bite of the magical fruit. She rewatched the video of Qin Yi's battle. In Ming Xue's eyes, a spark of brilliance shone, indicating her exceptional intelligence that I have always said his potential is remarkable. Haven't you thought of a way yet? Her implication was clear. They should recruit him. Such a talented planetary lord could potentially create miracles. His future achievements would undoubtedly be substantial. An official from a high-ranking family bowed and said, "We have investigated his background and, coupled with his performance in recent competitions, discovered that he is not only from a unique planetary civilization, but also a strategist well-versed in tactics. He can analyze each competition with results closely aligned with the outcomes. One individual can rival an entire advanced data analyst team. Such a person is not one the Qin Guild will easily let go. We are still formulating strategies." Ming Xue's lips curled into a slight smile, her curiosity intensifying. How intriguing. This cannot merely be described as the domain of a genius, but rather as the realm of an extraordinary prodigy. His exceptional talent in data analysis is indeed his innate gift. It is precisely due to this prowess that he was able to cultivate life after awakening a planet with a diameter of 1 kilometer, subsequently creating a uniquely advanced technological civilization. He has also distinguished himself in the youth competition, not only defeating a formidable group ranked among the top 10, but also securing a position among the top 7. Ming Xue's curiosity regarding Qin Yi, along with her competitive spirit, has intensified. "That I truly wish to avoid encountering you so soon. You are still not my match," the young girl murmured, her voice clear yet tinged with an air of nobility, which was further underscored by a hint of coldness. In another private room, the genius goddess Huang Chan was also observing the projection of Qin Yi's match. What a brilliant strategy of delayed response. When she noticed that Qin Yi deployed merely a few thousand Huang troops while refraining from closing the Rainbow Bridge, she recognized the moment he chose to unleash a formidable beast like Godzilla once the opponent was caught off guard and the bridge was finally shut. This was an angle many had not considered. Of course, such strategies were not unprecedented. Numerous planet lords had employed similar tactics in competitions. Yet, Qin Yi successfully confounded his adversaries, executing a masterful delayed counter. Once the Rainbow Bridge was closed, even if the opponent glimpsed Godzilla, they could not reopen it to summon additional extraordinary beings. An executive from Yizhong stood nearby, analyzing the situation. This planet lord appeared to be a genius in data analysis, possessing a remarkably far-sighted strategy. If we were to encounter him, it would certainly require considerable effort. Huang Chan mused. It may not merely be effort. He might very well outmaneuver us, and the ultimate outcome remains uncertain. Her Qi warrior had sustained severe injuries in recent battles and had yet to recover fully. The next grand battle would depend on who could endure longer, and she was reluctant to exhaust herself against an opponent like Qin Yi. With just a few thousand Huang troops, if even one survived until the end, that would result in a victory for the opposing side. Among the 7 groups, 1 would be left idle, allowing 6 to advance to the next round. With 2 groups already having been idle, the upcoming idle group would emerge from the remaining 5. For these 7 groups, this round of idleness is of paramount importance. Ultimately, it all hinges on fate. Upon returning to the Car City Guild, Qin Yi found the establishment bustling even more than before. Numerous instant boats and flying beasts, along with other exclusive aerial vehicles, were parked outside. This surge in activity was a direct result of his ascent into the top 7. The Car City Guild played a modest role in this achievement, yet it could not be said that they offered no assistance at all. It was merely the effect of celebrity. Qin Yi had become somewhat of a public figure. That night, Qin Yi focused on the technological advancements of Daxia. Although he had exchanged for various technologies, realizing their full potential would likely require several decades, if not a century. Currently, due to the youth competition, the time accelerator had not been utilized, making it improbable to witness significant technological progress. The technologies exchanged yesterday would only formally commence today, requiring both human and material resources for preparation. Fortunately, the citizens of Daxia were united in purpose, all aspiring for further development, eager to embark on expeditions and seize opportunities for a better life. The demand for a higher quality of life had intensified alongside the stabilization of warfare. Discussions surrounding Qin Yi, the unexpected dark horse, had reached a fever pitch. For instance, in the principal's office of Car City No. 2, Principal Liu expressed his admiration for Qin Yi's remarkable breakthrough. 3 years. Throughout this time, this student has consistently adhered to the rules. Though his circumstances were not ideal, he exhibited a commendable work ethic. His substitute teachers have noted his keen interest in the history of awakened beings. Not only that, but he also possesses a comprehensive understanding of various planetary civilizations. Perhaps this is why he has demonstrated such strategic acumen in recent competitions, triumphing over his adversaries. In attendance were several directors and teachers from the school. Watching the projection of Qin Yi's battle against Qiongqi, a former instructor of Qin Yi, they felt a mix of pride and honor. The principal remarked, "I always believed in Qin Yi's potential. He is a student eager to learn. It seems that what he learned back then is already on par with professional data analysts. His understanding of various planetary civilizations is all-encompassing. He consistently ranks first in assessments related to these subjects." Other teachers gazed enviously at the instructor who had taught Qin Yi, recognizing that to nurture such a student was a worthy achievement in itself. Principal Liu then compiled a list of the top 7. However, do take note, only these 7 groups remain. Even if one group ends up idle, given Qin Yi's current influence, will he endure until the end? After all, he is the first among the 10-city alliance. Even as just a first group, who is unaware now of Qin Yi's formidable status as a planet lord? Once the effect takes hold, our No. 2 school can leverage Qin Yi's reputation to secure additional educational support in the form of planetary currency. Some expressed skepticism. It is difficult to ascertain. Currently, Qin Yi's planet is still at level 2. We are uncertain how that monster appeared. Unless he possesses several such beasts, encountering the Sword Saint, the magical girl, or the most powerful Qi warrior would ultimately lead to a decisive blow, be it through a single sword strike, a summoning, or a punch, especially the magical girl. Her summoning magic is incredibly potent and aligns perfectly with the competition's rules. Even if she summoned a celestial beast or a formidable spiritual creature, such as the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, or Black Tortoise, it would pose a significant threat to Qin Yi. That monster struggled against 5 Azure Dragons, let alone a powerful celestial beast. The room fell silent for a moment. Principal Liu then stated, "Regardless, Qin Yi has reached this stage. That alone is a testament to his strength. In the future, I would like to invite him back for a visit to his alma mater during next year's anniversary celebration." What do you all think? The directors exchanged glances, and finally, Director Li, in his 50s, spoke up. "This would certainly be beneficial for No. 2. However, we cannot be sure if Qin Yi will be willing or able to attend. After all, we have encountered several students who, upon becoming high-level planet lords and gaining renown, have distanced themselves, disappearing as if they had evaporated from existence. Of course, it could also be due to the sheer number of individuals, be they planet lords or ordinary citizens. The pace of development in this era is rapid, as planet lords can utilize the extraordinary beings from their planets for various endeavors. Towering edifices can rise from the ground in a day. And if a particularly powerful planet lord is involved, construction may take only an instant. Life's tempo is accelerating, and the world is vast. It is only natural for some planet lords to seek better resources. I believe he will come, the substitute teacher interjected. Appearing to know Qin Yi well, he was confident that Qin Yi would not decline an invitation from his alma mater, for Qin Yi is a student deeply rooted in sentiment. Even after becoming a planet lord, and the youngest and most gifted one in Car City, he would undoubtedly cherish the memories of his 3 years at No. 2. I believe he will not decline the invitation from Principal Liu. Principal Liu also nodded in agreement that he felt fortunate for having sponsored Qin Yi with 500,000 planetary coins on the day of his awakening. For a principal, this amount was not substantial, merely equivalent to a year's salary. However, for Qin Yi at that time, it was of paramount importance, serving as the initial capital. Principal Liu was not entirely certain that Qin Yi was genuinely an emotionally invested person. It was merely an investment at that stage. Even without Qin Yi, he would have sponsored someone like Li Yi or Zhang Yi, as those with exceptional talent were bound to achieve great success in the future, beyond the desire of the principal of No. 2 High School to invite Qin Yi to participate in next year's anniversary celebration for the purpose of enhancing the school's reputation. They also hoped that Qin Yi would emerge victorious once again in the upcoming top 7 competition. The analyses regarding the other groups were well-founded, and the hopes pinned on Qin Yi were merely hopes. Meanwhile, at the upper echelons of Dongshan Company, the genius goddess was listening to the executive's analysis. The 7 strong teams comprised the Sword Saint, Magical Girl, Red-Scaled Divine Dragon, Martial Soul Master, 7 Sword Immortals, and the recently emerged Dark Horse, the technological literary star. Tomorrow's match, after excluding the Sword Saint and the Magical Girl, would see the remaining 5 teams compete against each other, yielding a probability of 20 that our opponents would not include the Sword Saint and the Magical Girl, but rather the Red-Scaled Divine Dragon, Martial Soul Master, 7 Sword Immortals, and the Monster. Among these 4, the Monster group would likely pose the most significant challenge, as it not only featured formidable beasts, but also a formidable army of 3,000. The army's robust defenses proved resilient against even the self-destruction of the Qiongqi. Presently, the number of extraordinary beings we could deploy was limited, and their strength was lacking. Today's duel with another group had already demonstrated that our extraordinary beings fell short of posing a threat to that army of 3,000. We could contend with the Divine Dragon, Martial Soul Master, and 7 Sword Immortals, each relying on their own strength. However, according to the analysts, if we encountered the Chechen Guild group, we would have to go all out. Huang Chan took a deep breath after listening, her voice ringing clear as she stated, "So, the greatest threat I face in the next match is the technological literary star, the genius Qin Yi from No. 2 High School." The executive responded, "That is essentially the case." Huang Chan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "If that is indeed the situation, can I?" She hesitated to say she wanted to concede. However, the executive interjected firmly, "No. According to our contract, you must give it your all." Huang Chan sighed and replied coldly, "I understand that in truth." She hoped to concede at that moment to witness whether Qin Yi could indeed seize the championship. At the very least, such an action could grant Chechen greater resources, enabling its planetary leaders to have more opportunities for advancement. However, the company would undoubtedly refuse. Surrendering might seem beneficial for Chechen, but a loss without a fight would also be a detriment to the company. The crux of the matter was that by battling with all her might, Huang Chan would also have a chance to advance and vie for the top spot. That as the competition reached its climax, everyone was hanging on by a thread, waiting to see who could endure until the end. Huang Chan's 4 team members were fighting fiercely on the battlefield to conserve her strength at this point. They could scarcely deploy any formidable extraordinary beings. Similarly, in the other groups, everyone had already acknowledged Qin Yi as their greatest threat, simply due to his overwhelming numbers. The next day dawned, heralding the final day of this youth competition. The top 7 would advance, the top 4 would vie for supremacy, and ultimately, the champion would emerge. The audience for this day had reached a fever pitch. Those who were unable to purchase tickets and witness the event live could only observe through various projections. Enormous projections adorned the squares of 10 great cities, allowing people to view the entire youth competition and participate in the events through these screens. Many individuals possessed communication devices to watch this match. The squares were filled to capacity, with everyone gathered as if to watch a movie. Watching alone could not compare to the experience of being among so many spectators. Today, after half a year of toil, they could take a day off for this event. A significant portion of the populace chose to stay home or gather in squares and cinemas to watch the live broadcast of the top 7 competition. 3 extraterrestrial battlefields would host the matches, with audiences pre-booking their spots, and the specific matchups among the 2 groups would be randomized. Spectators could switch their views of the extraterrestrial battlefields through their eyes. And there were also 3 projections in the squares, allowing them to choose which one to watch. During the opening ceremony, the rules for the day were announced, followed by the eagerly anticipated draw for the matchups among the top 7 groups. First, the selection for the group that would receive a bye was made. A large roulette appeared, spun, and then came to a halt, pointing to a specific group. "No way," Li Zirwei exclaimed, his clenched fist relaxing as he leaped in elation. They had received a bye and could directly participate in the next round, the top 4 competition. To think they would encounter such a probability of 20. The other groups also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Qin Yi's civilization was indeed peculiar and challenging to deal with. The other groups might still have a fighting chance. This luck was extraordinary. I feel that the Chechen Guild group has a strong possibility of becoming champions this time, simply due to their numbers. I have never seen a planetary leader win the youth competition simply by having more people. That would certainly set a record. In the comments, there was much discussion regarding Qin Yi's group's buy. Some viewers were satisfied, while others were not. After all, Qin Yi's performance had not been particularly outstanding at the very least. The Sword Saint, Magical Girl, Genius Goddess, Martial Soul Master, Divine Dragon, and 7 Sword Immortals had all demonstrated exceptional talent. Each one had the potential to become a level 5 planetary leader or even a city lord level planetary leader. The final matchups were also announced: Sword Saint versus 7 Sword Immortals, Magical Girl versus Martial Soul Master, and Genius Goddess versus Divine Dragon. This truly was a battle of the titans, filled with anticipation, since the other members of these groups had already exhausted their extraordinary beings. The competition hinged solely on these 7 strongest planetary leaders, resembling a one-on-one contest. In the 3 extraterrestrial battlefields, it truly became a clash among these 6 most formidable planetary leaders. There were no other extraordinary beings to deploy, for they were either unavailable or ineffective. At this stage, the opponent as strongest could easily suppress any lesser contenders. NO group would even consider hiding their other members, as it was simply impossible to conceal their strengths. From the initial 200 groups competing, to 100, then 50, down to 25, and finally to the top 13 and 7. Even after a year of cultivation, the strongest extraordinary beings they could muster were now nearly depleted. Ego, can you take a look at which of those 3 groups is most likely to win this time? Li Jue inquired. At this juncture, the options for betting had considerably dwindled, limited to merely 3 battlefields, thus restricting the wagers to 3 groups. Consequently, the odds of winning or losing were not significantly pronounced. A defeat would entail only a minor loss, while a victory could yield considerable rewards. After reviewing the system's simulations, Qin Yi ultimately placed his bets on 3 groups, one comprising the Sword Saint, another the Magical Girl, and the last the Genius Goddess. Li Jue promptly echoed, "Splendid. I have faith in them as well." Zhang Han and others, not to be outdone, followed suit in placing their bets. With the bets concluded, the confrontation commenced. The 5 mages swiftly enveloped themselves in their most potent shield, a magical barrier designed to ward off lightning. Simultaneously, the Spirit Master summoned his weapon spirit, the Thunder God Hammer. Instantly, the battlefield erupted in a tempest of thunder and lightning. The mages, while using their magic to counter the onslaught of lightning, found themselves struggling to reposition and summon deities. It became evident that their movements were increasingly sluggish. 2 of the mages were already spitting blood yet grit their teeth in persistence. The Spirit Master understood the necessity of thwarting their summons and knew he must interrupt them with his mightiest blow. Outside, someone hastily fortified the battlefield's defenses, knowing that the Thunder God Hammer's most formidable strike could potentially devastate the arena. Boom. The air crackled with electricity as the entire battlefield succumbed to the tempest of thunder. Rendering the participants invisible, No1 could ascertain the fate of the 5 mages within. Had they successfully summoned a deity? Had they withstood the ultimate strike? Or had they already perished in the storm? As for the Sword Saints' duel, it was a clash of sword masters. The Sword Saint pitted against 7 Sword Immortals. One wielded the technique of a myriad of swords returning to their origin, while the other executed the 7 swords united. From the outset, neither side spared any resources, for retreat was an impossibility. Only by exerting every ounce of strength could they hope to vanquish their opponent and advance to the next round. In the end, the Sword Saint emerged victorious, leaving the 7 Sword Immortals gravely injured, nearly succumbing to the Sword Saint's overwhelming technique. This was the swiftest match to determine a victor. In the second battlefield, the intensity of the lightning appeared to escalate, as though 2 forces of thunder were clashing. Observers discerned that this was likely the thunder gods summoned by the Magical Girl. On the third battlefield, the mightiest Qi warrior pursued the Divine Dragon. The Qi warrior boasted formidable defenses, his energy a fusion of several extraordinary beings, rendering him stronger than the already wounded Divine Dragon. The anticipated miracle ultimately failed to materialize. Aligning with Qin Yi's betting outcome, the Sword Saint barely triumphed. The mages narrowly prevailed, and the Qi warrior held the upper hand. Next, a brief respite of merely 1 hour ensued before the second round of the tournament commenced. Featuring 4 groups in 2 battlefields, the 2 victorious groups would face off once more to determine the champion. The list of contenders would be revealed in 1 hour. At this moment, anticipation permeated the air. Speculators sought to profit handsomely from the ensuing battle, while ordinary individuals hoped that fellow planetary lords from their civilization could reach the finals. For Qin Yi, This match was of utmost significance, as his chance to progress to the ultimate confrontation hinged on this very bout. The Sword Saint, the magical girl, and the genius goddess. Any one of these planetary lords surpassed him by a considerable margin. At this stage, each individual could discern the potential of Qin Yi's Chariot City Guild group, while others placed their faith in a technological civilization. Throughout the annals of awakening history, many other civilizations' planetary lords existed. Yet only a select few had endured the test of time, ultimately categorizing them into three tiers. Numerous planetary civilizations could be disregarded, for their contributions to the battlefield were negligible upon entering the fray. They were often dispatched in a single blow. The hour of rest, neither long nor short, proved torturous for many. As the countdown neared its conclusion, the eagerly awaited list of the final four contenders materialized on the projection screen. The Sword Saint against the magical girl, and the technological civilization facing the genius goddess. Upon the announcement of the groupings, the audience erupted in fervor. Some rallied behind the Sword Saint, others cheered for the magical girl, and still others supported the genius goddess. Yet, the number of supporters for Qin Yi's Chariot City Guild was regrettably scant, for this was a battle of prodigies. Qin Yi could only attribute his survival in the tournament's final four to sheer numbers. In this ultimate showdown, the odds were decidedly stacked against him. Had the opponents not endured the previous battles, a direct confrontation would undoubtedly have seen Qin Yi eliminated. The Sword Saint's blade was beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. And the thunder god conjured by the magical girl was not something an ordinary army could endure. The Qi warrior, capable of transforming Qi into the three purities, could shake mountains with a single punch. Ordinary soldiers would be reduced to mere shards beneath such might. Was there any semblance of comparability? Li Jue slumped in his seat, his eyes vacant. He himself could not fathom how he had persevered thus far, or how to conclude this endeavor. The road ahead appeared bleak, and even now, the prospect of reaching the final four seemed almost unbelievable. Ultimately, the last two rounds were sustained solely by Qin Yi's great wilderness army, who had triumphed over their adversaries. They had merely shown their faces in earlier matches. What was to be done? Sun Yi shared the sentiment of dissatisfaction. Having reached this stage, was it truly acceptable to halt at the final four? The closer they drew to the championship, the more fervent their hopes became. Zhang Lanyu had ceased the projections. The genius goddess of Chariot City high showcased her extraordinary talents in her previous battles. Earning widespread admiration, he wished to convey that, should circumstances demand it, conceding might be the only recourse, allowing Huang Quan to conserve her strength for the final championship contest. Perhaps, there remained a chance for Chariot City to seize the title. Yet, such words remained unspoken, particularly in front of Qin Yi. Qin Yi, what is your perspective? Qin Yi pondered briefly before responding. I shall do my utmost. Zhang Lanyu soon grasped Qin Yi's intentions. If Qin Yi were to concede willingly, it would be even less likely for him to voice it aloud. However, Zhang Han glanced at Qin Yi, realizing that at this juncture, the most prudent course of action would be to preserve the strength of either side. The clash between the Sword Saint and the magical girl would undoubtedly result in mutual devastation. Should one party manage to retain its vigor, it could still pose a formidable challenge in the ultimate battle for supremacy. Qin Yi possessed an astute strategic vision and could not possibly overlook this fact. Given his awareness, his continued efforts indicated that he harbored a plan for victory. Indeed, the conclusions drawn by the deduction system suggested a significant likelihood of securing the championship title. The four groups commenced their battle. Godzilla, the 5,000 Great Wilderness Army, and 6 extraordinary beings represented the combat prowess at Qin Yi's disposal. The 6 extraordinary beings were, in fact, negligible, as their combat capabilities were rather limited. Perhaps even inferior to those of the Great Wilderness Army, which had undergone years of rigorous training, allowing for seamless coordination and a tangible threat. Meanwhile, at Chaicheng No. 1 High School, Huangquan's Qi warriors and 5 extraordinary beings were poised for action. At this moment, betting was merely a matter of chance. No one could discern which group would emerge victorious. Chaicheng boasted the strongest Qi warrior capable of executing the remarkable technique of transforming Qi into the 3 purities and possessed a tall, formidable energy Qi warrior with substantial defensive and offensive power. Conversely, the Chaicheng Guild could only truly rely on that one monstrous entity. The remainder were merely mediocre fighters meant to bolster their numbers. Ultimately, the betting results indicated a slight edge for the Chaicheng No. 1 High School group, while the Sword Saint garnered a higher stake than the magical girl. The competition commenced. As the contest unfolded, After several rounds in the outer battlefield, Zizhou had matured significantly, becoming more composed. Perhaps this was a form of trial by fire, aware that today would be pivotal. Zizhou had held a selection event the previous night to choose the strongest 5,000 from the Great Wilderness Army. They had acquired a small amount of the Azure Dragon's blood on the battlefield yesterday, managing to create 400 Dragon Blood warriors. His fighting spirit seemed to have ignited completely. Huang Quan, integrating her Qi warriors, unleashed the mightiest Qi warrior technique, transforming Qi into the three purities. Qin Yi refrained from hastily deploying Godzilla to disrupt the opponents. The 5 Qi warriors ultimately merged into a single energy Qi warrior of comparable stature to Godzilla. The 2 heavyweight extraordinary beings charged forth and engaged in combat. Due to his massive form, Godzilla was somewhat constrained and found himself pressed by the Qi warrior. However, Godzilla's defenses were formidable, and neither side could decisively claim victory at the outset. In addition, there were also battles among the extraordinary beings from each group. The attacks from the other members of No. 1 High School were effectively thwarted by the Vibranium Armored Army. They were not particularly strong. And with 6 extraordinary beings on Qin Yi's side, the disparity in strength became starkly apparent. Arrows rained down. Not only were they aimed at the enemy's extraordinary beings, but also at the Qi warrior. The Vibranium arrows had a slight impact on the energy Qi warrior, causing its energy to gradually wane. After all, Vibranium could absorb some of the kinetic energy. Empower, whoosh. This volley of arrows resulted in the demise of 2 of the opposing extraordinary beings, leaving 3 remaining. Caution. The 2 remaining extraordinary beings provided mutual cover as they charged forward. Boom. Before reaching the front lines of the Great Wilderness Army, they self-destructed. It was unavoidable. Their weaker strength rendered them incapable of breaching the Vibranium arrows. However, the distance of the self-detonation was insufficient to harm the Great Wilderness Army. Go. Great Wilderness Army. Fans of the Great Wilderness Army cheered enthusiastically in the live stream, and many supporters emerged. Naturally, the Qi warriors also had numerous fans, each rallying in support. The commentators narrated the fierce clashes between the monster and the Qi warrior, as well as the skirmishes between the ground-based extraordinary beings and the Great Wilderness Army. The situation had become increasingly clear. Look, another extraordinary being from Chaicheng No. 1 High School has been slain. One cannot help but commend the Great Wilderness Army for their ability to vanquish the formidable mage and numerous foes. They are truly deserving of their reputation. Huang Quan initially contemplated the possibility of strategically conceding, knowing full well that her current strength could not secure victory. After all, her Qi warrior had suffered severe injuries and had yet to fully recover. Defeating the Sword Saint or that Thunder God would pose a significant challenge. Even though the Sword Saint was similarly wounded, and the Thunder God had also sustained injuries, she lacked confidence in her ability to endure until the end or to drag her opponents down with her. However, in the world of martial arts, one is often bound by circumstances beyond their control. The company Huang Quan represented had no intention of allowing her to feign a loss in this match. Such a blatant display would tarnish the company's reputation and damage its standing. Moreover, they did not believe that Qin Yi would last until the end or seize the championship title, and the Chaicheng Guild likely held similar sentiments. As the last extraordinary being from Chaicheng No. 1 High School fell to the Great Wilderness Army, the battlefield's dynamics became unmistakably apparent. The Qi warriors not only needed to eliminate Godzilla, but also the Great Wilderness Army. For as long as the latter persisted, they would inevitably secure victory for their group. Yet, the Qi warriors found themselves unable to contend with Godzilla at that moment. In his prime, Godzilla's defenses could withstand several blows from the Qi warriors with ease. However, the current Qi warriors were gravely injured, compounded by Godzilla's energy attacks and the influence of the Vibranium arrows. Defeating Godzilla was a highly improbable task, and even if they sought to outlast him, the outcome would still favor the Chaicheng Guild. Meanwhile, in another arena, the Sword Saint and the Thunder God also struggled to reach a decisive conclusion. The Sword Saint's myriad swords returning to their origin inflicted minimal damage upon the Thunder God. As a being summoned from beyond, he did not possess a conventional entity. Rather, he was a unique life form composed of energy. He bore a human form yet wielded formidable defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the Thunder God's lightning power required minimal energy expenditure. This innate ability necessitated very little energy to sustain his form. Although the Sword Saint had dominated his previous opponents, consecutive battles had taken a toll on him. Particularly, his skirmishes with the 7 Sword Immortals had left him significantly injured. The current manifestation of his myriad swords returning to their origin paled in comparison to its initial potency. They exchanged blows, with their attacks flowing seamlessly, the lightning power and sword energy dominating the outer battlefield. Alas, neither side could breach the other's defenses swiftly. Qin Yi observed the Qi warriors form, confident that if they could endure until the end, victory would be attainable. However, the damage sustained by Godzilla would also escalate, raising concerns that he might not be able to withstand the next round of finals. That would spell disaster. The Great Wilderness Army unleashed artillery fire upon the Qi warrior, impacting their speed. Moreover, it was evident that the Qi warrior's energy began to wane. A howl. With a resounding roar, Godzilla, under the guidance of Qin Yi, intentionally exposed a significant flaw. The Qi warrior, predictably, took the bait the moment Godzilla fell to the ground. It unleashed an energy beam. Boom! The Qi warrior was caught off guard. He had intended to strike Godzilla on the head, which was presumed to be its vulnerable spot. However, to his astonishment, Godzilla emitted an energy beam at that very instant. What was more astonishing was that this beam was accompanied by an arrow. The arrow was short, seemingly concealed within Godzilla's mouth, waiting for this moment. The Qi warrior's reaction was not to be underestimated. Just as the saying goes, time waits for no one. The Qi warrior attempted to sidestep and evade the energy beam, but his speed was woefully inadequate. The beam pierced through his arm, and immediately after, an arrow shot towards his forehead. It was Zizhou. He had heeded Qin Yi's guidance, quickly knocking an arrow and aiming at the Qi warrior. The vibrating golden arrow embedded itself in the warrior's brow, causing him to collapse to the ground. A burst of light illuminated the scene, and 5 Qi warriors appeared on the original formation. This revelation unmasked the Qi warrior's true form, leaving the spectators in awe. Godzilla was formidable, especially with its late emergence. It did not confront the Qi warrior in his prime. What was this called? A tiger falling into the plains, bullied by dogs. Nonetheless, the audience did not cry foul for the Checheng. No. One high school, for such incidents were not unprecedented in the youth competition. The Checheng Guild presented their strategy eloquently, keeping Godzilla in reserve to combat the celestial prodigies when the time was ripe. Of course, there were dissenters among them. They placed their bets and lost. Huang Chan, without a moment's hesitation, conceded defeat. She had exerted her utmost effort and hoped for Qin Yi's victory. The abundant resources would eventually benefit Checheng's planetary lord, who would thus acquire a portion of the resources from 10 cities. As one of the top 4 in the youth competition, Huang Chan, with her remarkable talent, would undoubtedly reap the rewards. This was her true aspiration. As for reputation, it paled in comparison to resources. With resources, she could advance further, elevate her planetary status, and cultivate a stronger sense of confidence. After all, as a female planetary lord, she did not wish to become a mere possession of some powerful figure. Only by becoming formidable herself could she navigate this world with greater freedom. Upon witnessing the opponent's concession, Qin Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he may owe the opponent a favor. For according to the system's projections, winning the match would not be so effortless. The system indicated that the opponent still retained a portion of their strength if it came to a clash of wills. The likely outcome would be mutual destruction. Ultimately, Qin Yi's numerical advantage led to victory in this round. But what lay ahead? Whether facing the Sword Saint or the Thunder God, neither Qin Yi's Great Wilderness Army nor Godzilla stood a chance against them. This sentiment was one Qin Yi needed to remember. The Checheng Guild, along with all planetary lords of Checheng, also bore this in mind. The planetary lords watching from outside cheered, hopeful for more opportunities in the Dead Star Sea region to enhance their own prospects. We actually made it to the finals. It was simply unbelievable. The Great Wilderness Army, invincible. The Great Wilderness Army marches forth, leaving no blade of grass unturned. The Great Wilderness Army, unparalleled. It was a complete surprise. It seemed the goddess had not exerted her full strength in the end. Owen also felt this was a matter of strategy. They could see further than we could. This was not merely a youth competition, but rather a distribution of resources. If Checheng acquired resources from the other 9 cities, they would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights next year. One could only say that Xiangqing and Jingcheng had suffered this year. Who would have thought that a technological civilization would give rise to monsters? Moreover, the defensive capabilities of an ordinary army would be so formidable. With Qin Yi's victory, another battlefield among the realms was also nearing its conclusion. The Sword Saint could not withstand the Thunder God's might. After all, the latter was a divine being, a powerful energy entity summoned by a magician, Strictly speaking, this deity belonged to another planetary lord's extraordinary being, merely summoned by a magician. In a sense, this was akin to summoning an extraordinary being from outside one's own planet, which was against the rules. However, the magical civilization was rooted in magic, and possessing summoning spells was not unusual. Many individuals wielded such magic. The crux of the matter was that they could not summon such a powerful deity. The opening move astonished everyone, as the vermilion bird was summoned, severely undermining the Checheng Lord Xinghe's reputation. After all, for many, witnessing a level 3 planetary lord summoning your protective celestial beast, the vermilion bird, to fight for her was nothing short of a slap in the face. Of course, on a true battlefield, a level 3 planetary lord would find it nearly impossible to summon a celestial beast belonging to a level 5 planetary lord, but a mere celestial technique could easily sever the summoning spell. Unless the levels and strengths were equivalent, cutting off a summoning spell required a certain amount of time, regardless of how affected the Thunder God was, or how weakened those 5 female magicians became. An energy entity would certainly outmatch the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint's 10,000 swords returned to one could not entirely breach the Thunder God's defenses to harm those 5 magicians. Ultimately, due to insufficient energy, he could no longer maintain the technique and had no choice but to concede that a single move may indeed conquer the world, but at such a moment, if that move fails to defeat the opponent, victory becomes exceedingly elusive. When the list of match results was announced and the stakes were settled, the audience was divided between joy and sorrow. Some struck it rich, while others lost everything. Certain gamblers relished the thrill of a high-stakes gamble. Unfortunately, they were unable to achieve their desired outcome. The Sword Saint faced defeat. The Qi warrior fell. Ultimately, the finalists would be the Checheng Guild and Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Ming Shueshu nibbled delicately on a magical fruit while observing the battle between Qin Yi and Huang Quan. "Have you uncovered the origins of that monster?" An executive nearby replied. "No, we have scoured numerous records, but Qin Yi's technological civilization, the monster, and the great wilderness army's equipment have all emerged for the first time. In the history of planetary lords, technological civilizations are rare, and such monsters have never been encountered." Ming Shueshu tilted her head in contemplation before continuing to inquire, "Do you have any strategies in mind?" In her current state, it is, to be frank, quite challenging to establish an unequivocal dominance. She has just engaged in a fierce battle with the Sword Saint, and she certainly did not emerge unscathed. The Sword Saint's sword energy has been incessantly mingling within the energy body of the Thunder God that a moment's carelessness could result in the sword energy shattering the Thunder God's energy form. The sole recourse lies in seizing the opportunity during a respite to seek out the Sword Saint and expel the sword energy from the Thunder God's corporeal essence. However, Ming Shueshu and the others are acutely aware that this might exact a considerable toll, and there exists the possibility of outright rejection from the opponent. After all, undertaking such actions would essentially constitute cheating, and should the Lord of Checheng, Xinghe, become aware, both parties would undoubtedly face retribution. The higher-ups are cognizant of this predicament. Responding, the data analyst suggests a defensive strategy. The adversary's beast is formidable. Even the Qi warriors have not managed to overpower it, given the Thunder God's present condition. It may not endure until the end. The data analyst has yet to discern the weaknesses of that beast or the elemental energies of its energy beams. They harbor concerns that these energy beams might exert a significant influence on the Thunder God. As for the Great Wasteland Army, in their eyes, it is akin to a swarm of ants. Should the Thunder God manage to persevere until the conclusion, defeating that beast and swiftly annihilating the Great Wasteland Army should pose no issue. They possess more than merely summoning magic. Yet, in Ming Shueshu's heart, an alternative idea has begun to take shape. Within the private chamber of the Checheng Guild, Qin Yi has absorbed the primordial power of a warrior civilization and exchanged another primordial power for technological advancements. He then made his way to the hall, where everyone awaited him. "For the final battle, our data analyst has some insights. Qin Yi, would you care to listen?" Zhang Lanyu inquired upon noticing Qin Yi's arrival. His demeanor appearing relatively composed, Qin Yi took a seat, nodding in agreement. "Yes, please enlighten me, Brother Yu." Standing before the projection, Zhang Lanyu elaborated. "According to our data analyst's evaluation, the Thunder God sustained severe injuries during the confrontation with the Sword Saint. Particularly, the Sword Saint's sword energy has likely had a profound impact on the Thunder God, and it is possible that the sword energy has not yet been fully eradicated from his body. Therefore, in the upcoming match, we still have a chance. Zhang Lanyu expressed this with a hint of confidence, which indeed stemmed from Qin Yi's prowess. The energy beam from Qin Yi's monster, Godzilla, could significantly affect the Thunder God. If circumstances allow, we might be able to completely subdue the Thunder God from the outset. Qin Yi, having already examined the system's projections, interjected, "Brother Yu, your analysis is astute. My Godzilla should be capable of restraining the Thunder God. However, my concern lies in the possibility that the opponent may refrain from employing summoning magic." Zhang Lanyu paused momentarily at Qin Yi's statement. Before a realization dawned upon him, it appeared they had all begun to harbor a subjective bias. The opponent is a sorceress, and her repertoire extends beyond mere summoning spells. Given the Thunder God's severe injuries, the likelihood of a successful summoning is considerably diminished. So why would she still attempt to summon? This was a point the data analyst had inexplicably overlooked. Qin Yi is correct. I shall request the data analyst to reassess this matter. Zhang Lanyu hastily exited the hall at this juncture. Li Zirwei approached. Sitting beside Qin Yi, offering words of comfort, "Brother Yi, do not fret. We have already arrived at this final showdown. This is a scenario we once dared not even envision. You must have faith in yourself." Zhang Han interjected, "I believe it is you who initially lacked confidence. I maintain that Qin Yi has always been resolute in his belief that he could reach the ultimate finals, and he has consistently strived towards that goal. Have you all forgotten that prior to the first match, Qin Yi had already conducted an analysis?" He paused abruptly as a vague recollection surged forth. It seemed that Zhang Lanyu had not been the leader back then. Yet, who could have been at the helm? The memory eluded him. Qin Yi and the others similarly found themselves grappling with recollections of their analyses from the preliminary rounds to the finals. Yet the figure from that time remained shrouded in obscurity. What could be the cause of this? Qin Yi pondered, bemused by the peculiarity of the situation, just as he was about to inquire whether Zhang Han and the others felt similarly. Sun Yi spoke up. "Indeed, at that time, Brother Yu remarked that the data analyst projected we would be fortunate to reach the top 50. Yet, who could have foreseen that we would make it to the finals? Just look at Brother Yu now. He hardly heeds the data analyst's insights, opting instead to consult Brother Yi directly." Li Zirwei quickly concurred. This exchange alleviated Qin Yi's earlier doubts, redirecting his focus towards the impending final contest. The opponent is highly unlikely to utilize the Thunder God, for Qin Yi has reviewed the system's projections, which indicate that his utmost potential for failure coincides with the opponent's highest likelihood of success. The adversary certainly has a data analyst and will undoubtedly consider this aspect as well. Moments later, Zhang Lanyu re-entered. He glanced at Qin Yi, who was engaged in discussion with Zhang Han and the others. It was Qin Yi who initially proposed that the sorceress might refrain from summoning the Thunder God. According to the data analyst's assessment, should the opponent choose not to summon, it is likely they possess other spells that, while not overwhelmingly powerful, could still create a counterbalance. If such a scenario were to unfold, the outcome would be exceedingly difficult to predict, for if she were to employ summoning magic, her resources would be significantly depleted, rendering her incapable of casting further spells. However, if she refrains from summoning the Thunder God, she could unleash alternative magic. What sort of magic could suppress the monster Godzilla or the Great Wasteland Army? Zhang Lanyu mused, finding the possibilities overwhelming. Upon noticing Zhang Lanyu's entrance, the others ceased their discussions. Qin Yi's earlier caution regarding the data analyst's prediction that the opponent would likely not summon the Thunder God proved to be astute. Zhang Lanyu took a deep breath, continuing, "Should the opponent refrain from summoning the Thunder God, they may instead focus on enhancing their defenses to mitigate the impact of Godzilla's energy beams. They might also absorb these energy beams and retaliate with them. Alongside other formidable techniques,